Li Bufan, you are utterly unworthy of possessing the pure yang body. Indeed, you conspired in the shadows with the followers of the Shura sect to harm our senior brother. Were it not for his formidable strength, he might have perished at your hands. Umph. Do you think that by severely injuring our senior brother, the position of senior brother will be bestowed upon you? Today, we shall draw your blood and extract your bones to heal our senior brother, and subsequently expel you from the Daylight sect. Accept your fate. In a training ground, a bloodied man hung suspended in midair, blood continuously dripping down his body. Surrounding him were numerous disciples of the Daylight sect clad in crimson uniforms, their expressions betraying their disdain and revulsion towards the bloodied figure. Li Bufan weakly lifted his eyelids, a flicker of confusion evident in his gaze. What is happening? It hurts. It feels as though I'm being torn apart by 1,000 knives. The agonizing pain coursing through his body compelled Li Bufan to draw a sharp breath, and in an instant, a surge of unfamiliar yet familiar memories flooded his mind. Li Bufan, the disciple of the Daylight sect, possessing one of the most exceptional cultivation physiques in the world, the pure yang body, heralded as the future hope of the Daylight sect. It could be said that he was the center of attention, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become a titan in the realm of cultivation. However, just recently, he was exposed for colluding with the archenemy of the Daylight sect, the Shura sect, to grievously injure the chief disciple of the Daylight sect, Yi Hao, who is also the son of the sect's leader, in a bid to usurp his position. Upon the exposure of this matter, the Dainichi sect was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. Those who had previously sought to curry favor with him, rather than investigating the truth, immediately resorted to condemnation and vitriol. They seized him and subjected him to various tortures, all under the pretense of avenging Yi Hao. Now, they were even preparing to draw his blood and extract his bones, intending to utilize his pure yang body to heal the severely wounded Yi Hao. But is this truly the case? No, it is not. According to Li Bufan's recollections, he had not colluded with the Daozi of the Shura sect. The conflict arose merely because Yi Hao had privately challenged the Daozi of the Shura sect, only to be defeated and humiliated, an incident that Li Bufan happened to witness. Yi Hao then placed the blame of collusion with the Shura sect's Daozi squarely on him. As for the purported severe injuries, that too was a fabrication. The opponent had not sustained any significant wounds. Their elaborate scheme was solely to transfer the pure Yang Dao body onto him. Li Bufan was, in essence, an innocent victim of misfortune. Having inadvertently witnessed Yi Hao's defeat and humiliation, he now faced dire consequences, potentially even the loss of his life. In truth, had the Dainichi sect conducted even a cursory investigation, they would have discovered that Li Bufan had not engaged in any collusion with the Daozi of the Shura sect. Yet, they made no effort to investigate, for Yi Hao was the son of the sect leader. In comparison to Li Bufan, the former's status was immeasurably more exalted. Certainly, they would not risk offending the sect leader for the sake of Li Bufan. Even they, much like Yi Hao, turned around to slander and vilify him, including those who usually regarded Li Bufan as a brother. In just a few short days, Li Bufan transformed from a revered prodigy with a promising future into a shameless scoundrel, accused of colluding with outsiders and betraying his own sect, earning the scorn of all. My heavens, this is utterly tragic. To traverse realms is one thing, but to face such a cataclysmic beginning is beyond cruel. Without any preparation, it feels as though my very essence is being drained, and my life hangs by a thread. Li Bufan felt tears welling up, yet he could not express them. Enough, esteemed colleagues. I implore you to quell your fury. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Bufan was once our comrade. If he can remedy my injuries, I shall permit him to depart from the Dari sect unharmed. At that moment, a handsome young man clad in white stepped forward, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid, as if he had sustained injuries. It was none other than Yi Hao. Upon hearing his words, the disciples eagerly showered him with accolades. Truly, our senior brother embodies compassion and benevolence. Indeed, even in the face of such a base wretch, he still remembers the bonds of brotherhood, rendering Li Bufan almost inconsequential in comparison. Quite so, this individual is despicable. Yet upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of Li Bufan, who hung suspended in the air not out of gratitude towards Yi Hao. but rather the realization that as long as he drew breath, there remained a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Yi Hao approached him and whispered, "You cannot truly believe that I would spare you. Can you? Do not harbor such illusions. I shall not only draw your blood and extract your bones, but I shall also ensure that your very life is not spared. Once I release you, I can easily find someone to eliminate you. From the depths of the underworld, watch closely as I harness your pure yang physique to ascend the path of cultivation with resounding triumph." His words shattered the last remnants of hope within Li Bufan. Indeed, his adversary would not relent. He had truly stepped into a deadlock. He wondered if, after death, he would ever have the chance to traverse dimensions again. Very well. Howard, let us begin your healing. A middle-aged man with flowing red hair stepped forward, speaking with a calm demeanor. He was none other than the master of the Daylight Sect. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the energies of heaven and earth, channeling them into the very earth beneath. Suddenly, the ground trembled and a colossal formation emerged, resembling a balance scale. On one side hung Li Bufan in midair, while on the other stood Yi Hao in his white attire. Blood exchange, bone extraction. The master of the Daylight Sect uttered with a cold snort. In an instant, Li Bufan's body shuddered, his eyes widening in horror as an unprecedented agony surged through him, violently assaulting his mind and soul. "Ah!" Li Bufan cried out in torment. Within his body, droplets of essence and marrow began to be extracted, flowing towards Yi Hao, the opposite end of the formation. Yi Hao spread his arms wide, embracing this pure yang blood. He squinted his eyes in sheer delight, relishing the experience. This stood in stark contrast to the anguished cries of Li Bufan. The onlookers gazed at Yi Hao, their eyes brimming with envy. Senior brother is inherently a body of gold and jade, and now, with the enhancement of the pure yang body, his future achievements are boundless. Indeed, it's truly remarkable. Look at Li Bufan's pitiful state. He deserves it. He was so arrogant. Before, who would have thought he would end up like this? Li Bufan, undergoing the extraction of his blood and bone, vaguely heard the mocking remarks echoing in his ears. As he looked at Yi Hao's savoring expression, a surge of resentment spread within him, nearly consuming his sanity. Hatred. I am filled with hatred. Why must I endure such treatment? Why? I have done nothing wrong. Is it simply because I lack sufficient power? Ding detected that the host harbors intense resentment. The ultimate slaughter system has been activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the unique divine level talent. Summon God. A torrent of information surged through Li Bufan's mind. Summon God. The ability to call forth ancient deities and wield their divine power. It is an extraordinarily terrifying talent. Summon. Bring forth a deity capable of annihilating the Great Sun Sect. I shall obliterate Yi Hao and every single soul present here. Li Bufan roared inwardly. Ding detected that the host cultivation is insufficient to summon such a powerful divine entity. Would you like to proceed with a sacrificial summoning? Sacrifice is an alternative mechanism for summoning deities. When the host cultivation level is inadequate for summoning a divine being, they may offer certain elements of their own body as a price, such as organs, blood, cultivation essence, or even their very soul. Yes, the Great Sun Sect desires my pure yang physique. Does it? Very well, let my bones and blood serve as the offering. Today, either I or the Great Sun Sect must perish. Li Bufan lauga maniacally. Commencing summoning. Congratulations, host, successfully summoned. The Demon God Chi-Yu. Chapter 2. The Hand of Chi-Yu, a Return to Glory. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Demon God Chi-Yu. The system's prompt elicited an overwhelming joy in Li Bufan's eyes, who was undergoing a harrowing ordeal of blood extraction and bone removal. Chi-Yu. This is undoubtedly a formidable being. In the mythological narratives of my past life, his exploits are far too numerous to recount. Cultural ancestor, god of war, demon god. Such a figure, even in this realm of cultivation across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is an unparalleled and terrifying existence. Boom. At the moment of Li Bufan's successful summoning, a terrifying roar erupted from the heavens above. In an instant, dark clouds converged and thunder roared. Even the heavenly Tao resounded with a series of booming sounds, seemingly resisting the arrival of Chi-Yu. Above the firmament, a massive vortex slowly formed, emanating horrific spatial fluctuations, as if it were a portal connecting to another realm. What is happening? The members of the Sun cult gazed up in astonishment. A palpable pressure enveloped their hearts, and an involuntary sense of fear gripped them all. It felt as though a dreadful entity was about to descend. In that moment, it was not only the Sun cult. All the great powers within the 9 heavens and 10 earths sensed something amiss, directing their gazes towards the Sun cult's location, some unable to suppress the fear in their eyes. Could this ominous aura signify the long-lost emperor's return to the mortal realm? That direction leads to the Great Wasteland. How could such a terrifying presence possibly emerge from there? No, I must go and see for myself. Within a resplendent white palace, an elderly man with silver hair sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Great Sun sect. His brow furrowed, his hands formed intricate seals, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic runes. The past, present, and future intertwined within his gaze as he attempted to decipher the origins of this dread presence. However, moments later, his complexion shifted dramatically, and he expelled a mouthful of old blood. It was unfathomable. It was impossible to predict. This entity seemed to exist beyond the realms of past, present, and future. How could this be? Could he truly be an exalted emperor transcending time itself? The imperial path of this era had yet to be unveiled, and the struggle for fortune had only just commenced. How could an emperor have manifested so soon? The elderly man was engulfed in disbelief. After many years of existence, he had never encountered such a formidable being. Above the Great Sun sect, a colossal vortex radiated an unparalleled pressure. The sectmaster, Yi Hao, and others were all struck with terror, their faces pale. Suddenly, from within the swirling abyss, a massive black hand emerged slowly. As the hand became visible, the oppressive force surged, and the Great Sun sect appeared on the brink of collapse, with palatial structures crumbling one after another. This is dire. The sect master's expression shifted, and he soared into the sky, unleashing his full cultivation. His power surged to its zenith, enveloping him in a blazing golden luminescence. With a mighty punch, the radiance of his magic illuminated the cosmos, transforming into a great sun that hurtled towards the ominous black hand. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, ripples spread through the void, dust billowed, and flames engulfed the scene. Had he succeeded in halting it? As the crowd's gaze fixated upon the inferno, a moment of silence ensued when the flames dissipated, revealing the ominous black hand, remarkably unscathed. Moreover, it seemed that the assault from the leader of the Great Sun sect had provoked the owner of this formidable hand. With a sudden force, the hand slammed down onto the ground of the Great Sun sect, producing a thunderous roar as the earth caved in violently, causing buildings to crumble in an instant. A ferocious energy storm erupted forth, engulfing the disciples of the Great Sun sect, who were reduced to mere blood mist, with even some elders unable to escape the devastating onslaught. Quickly flee. My heavens, what manner of being is this, so terrifying? This is beyond our capacity to withstand. The disciples of the Great Sun sect scrambled in a state of panic, while the formation linking Yi Hao and Li Bufan disintegrated under the force of this unleashed energy. Li Bufan fell to the ground, gasping in pain as he beheld the black hand, unable to suppress a grin. Excellent. Truly, it is Qiyu. Such terrifying power emanates from merely a hand. If the true form were to descend completely, what horrors would that entail? A sense of anticipation flickered within him. However, the system swiftly doused his enthusiasm with a stark reality check. Qiyu belongs to the realm of super deities. Given the current strength of the host, even sacrificing one's own bones and blood would not suffice to summon its true form fully. Being able to conjure a single hand is already the limit. Li Bufan's lips twitched in disbelief. Was it truly the case that his utmost efforts could only yield the summoning of a mere hand? Just as he pondered this incredulity, a warm current surged within him. In that moment, his cultivation, which had nearly vanished due to the sacrifice of his very essence, astonishingly began to restore itself. The first layer of his corporeal form, the second, the third. Soon, he shattered the bottleneck of his physical realm, reaching the realm of Qi gathering. As the spiritual energy surged within him, his magical power blossomed, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his being. What could this possibly mean? The system is a slaughter mechanism. As long as the host continues to kill, they may enhance their cultivation by siphoning the power of their slaughters. Qiyu is a being summoned by the host, and the lives he takes are credited to the host, the voice of the system explained at that opportune moment. Understanding dawned upon Li Bufan, and a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. The divine summoning talent was his singular gift. However, this was not the full extent of the system's capabilities. Its primary function lay in the art of killing. Slaughter enhances cultivation, and slaughter yields rewards. This signified that Li Bufan was destined to embark on a path fraught with bloodshed and strewn with countless corpses in his pursuit of mastery. Yet, he did not recoil from this fate. Through the harrowing experience of bloodletting and the extraction of his very bones, he had come to comprehend the brutal nature of the world he inhabited. Without power, one could only await slaughter. He vowed never again to be the fish on the chopping block. He would become the wielder of the blade. Ding! The host has slain an elder of the Daylight Sect, unlocking the system's inventory. The notification echoed. The inventory was a designated space for the storage of items. In the realm of cultivation, there exist various storage artifacts such as storage rings and bags. However, the inventory provided by the system is far more elusive. So much so that even the most powerful emperors would find it difficult to detect. Ding! The host has killed an elder of the Sun Sect and obtained the Water of Life. Li Bufan observed as yet another elder was mercilessly struck down by the hand of Qiyu. Within the system's inventory appeared a small green vial, which Li Bufan swiftly retrieved and consumed. The Water of Life, a precious healing elixir in the cultivation world. After ingesting the vial, Li Bufan's injuries were completely healed. As the deaths of the Sun Sect disciples continued to mount, his cultivation level surged uncontrollably, from the 3rd to the 4th, and then to the 5th level of Qi gathering. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of Qi gathering. With a tremendous force, a wave of magical energy erupted from him. He shattered his bottleneck and a small cave abode began to manifest within him, officially entering the realm of the cave abode. Prior to having his bones extracted and blood drawn, he resided within this state. To be stripped of one's essence in a single day, losing all cultivation, only to return to the zenith, such an occurrence would surely be met with disbelief. Yet, what I desire is not merely to reclaim my former glory, but to transcend it. As Li Bufan gazed upon the panicked disciples of the Sun Sect fleeing in disarray, an icy glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 3. A surge in cultivation, frenzied slaughter. Within the Sun Sect, the hand of Qiyu continued its rampant chaos. Wherever it struck, violent energy annihilated the disciples and elders of the Sun Sect alike. A wave of terror swept through the disciples as they fled in desperation. In this moment, unnoticed by anyone, Li Bufan, who had been drained of blood and vitality, had broken free from his restraints, and not only that, but his cultivation had also returned to its peak state. Furthermore, it would never have occurred to anyone that the chaos unleashed upon the Great Sun Sect by Qiyu was, in fact, summoned forth by Li Bufan himself. At that moment, a fleeing disciple encountered Li Bufan head-on. Upon seeing him, drenched in blood, the disciple's eyes revealed a glint of malice. "You worthless fool, do not obstruct my path." Though he could have easily taken a different route, he chose to strike instead. With a single punch, he unleashed a torrent of magical energy, his fist blazing like fire. Yet, Li Bufan neither retreated nor evaded. His gaze was filled with icy determination as he raised his hand and retaliated with a punch of his own. In an instant, their fists collided, and a more formidable surge of magical energy tore through the disciple's strike, obliterating his entire arm into dust. "Ah!" The disciple screamed in agony. Disbelief etched across his face. "How could this be? Weren't you drained of blood and vitality?" "Indeed, my pure young body has ceased to exist, all thanks to you," Li Bufan replied coolly, his eyes fixed on the disciple. He stepped forward, his figure darting like lightning, and without uttering another word, he pressed the disciple's head down forcefully against the ground. With a resounding crash, the disciples, the more monsters one slays, the higher the level attained. Continuing onward, Li Bufan's gaze was as frigid as ice, and he pressed on. He vividly recalled the faces of those who had sought his life. Their malevolence was etched in his memory. If not now, when would he seek vengeance? With a determined step, he appeared before a disciple, who wielded a sword and coldly declared, "What strength do you possess after being drained of blood and marrow? It suffices to end your life." Li Bufan unleashed a powerful punch, and his inner small world radiated brilliance, forming a golden vortex above his head, from which surging profound energy erupted. The disciple, taken aback, paled in disbelief, as he had not anticipated that Li Bufan, in such a weakened state, could still wield peak power. In an instant, the disciple, merely at the gathering Qi stage, was obliterated without contest. Li Bufan, you slaughter your fellow disciples with such ruthlessness. A female disciple stepped forth, vociferously rebuking him. Her beauty was striking, yet her eyes were filled with icy resentment as she regarded Li Bufan. He recognized her, Guanxing, one of the most esteemed figures within the Daylight sect. Yet, she was also known as a seductress, entangled with many of the sect's outstanding male disciples. She effortlessly navigated her way through the crowd, basking in the adoration of her admirers. Previously, Li Bufan had been enchanted by her allure, but his heart had turned cold upon witnessing her flirtation with Yi Hao in a secluded grove. This had led him to disregard her entirely, but she had since held a grudge against him. In this instance, as he faced the consequences of being drained, she was among the first to applaud the act. Slaughtering fellow disciples? He had indeed slain his own. Li Bufan let out a hearty laugh as his magical power surged forth once more from within the cave. Guanxing similarly struck out with a palm, and their energies clashed, both being momentarily pushed back. Above Guanxing's head floated two golden whirlpools, which were, astonishingly, two caves. Humph, Li Bufan, do you think you are the only prodigy in the entire Day sect? I have long since ascended to the realm of the cave, and I am at the second level. Without the pure Yangdao body, how could you possibly be my match? Guanxing scoffed. A powerful bloodline could allow one to fight beyond their rank. Had Li Bufan still possessed the pure Yangdao body, even at the first level of the cave, he might have posed a challenge to Guanxing. But now, stripped of his Dao body and with a lower cultivation, she viewed their confrontation as a path to his demise. Li Bufan, back then you treated me with indifference. Today, I shall have you grovel at my feet like a dog, licking my toes. Guanxing's icy smile revealed her intentions, and the strength of the two caves erupted above her, unleashing a torrent of magical energy towards Li Bufan. He was once again forced back. However, at that moment, not far away, Chio's hand struck down two elders, and simultaneously, Li Bufan's cultivation soared once more, manifesting two golden whirlpools above his head, propelling him into the third level of the cave. His cultivation now surpassed that of Guanxing. Without hesitation, Li Bufan launched an attack, his fists slicing through the air. The intense magical power sending Guanxing's two caves into turmoil, causing her to spit blood and be thrown backward, landing on the ground in disarray. Observing Guanxing's pale face, resembling a frail, wilting flower, Li Bufan sneered. Now, who is the one lying like a dog? No, this cannot be. How could you possibly advance to the third level of the cave heaven so suddenly? Guanxing could hardly believe her eyes. Yet, Li Bufan wasted no time on her astonishment. He raised his hand to unleash his power, intending to obliterate her. Observing this, Guanxing scrambled to her feet and cried out, "Help! Help me!" Her desperate pleas attracted the attention of several disciples. Witnessing the once unattainable goddess in distress left them momentarily taken aback, but soon their heads were clouded by her beauty, compelling them to rush forth as valiant saviors. Li Bufan, you shall pay for this. If you wish to harm Senior Sister Guan, you must first contend with us. Even if you are at the third level of the cave heaven, with so many of us here, how could you possibly stand a chance against us? Although their intentions were noble, the sight of the three cave heaven levels hovering above Li Bufan's head caused their expressions to shift. Yet the sheer number of their ranks steadied their nerves. Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced the air from a distance. An elderly man with white hair was effortlessly struck down by the hand of Chiyu. The onlookers turned pale at the sight. The elder is dead. He was a formidable cultivator in the transformation realm. The power of that colossal hand was utterly terrifying. As the elder fell, Li Bufan felt a surge of energy within him, a sudden escalation of his power. Above his head, his energy swirled, manifesting 2 additional levels of cave heaven. 5 levels of cave heaven. The crowd stood agape, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. What had transpired within him? Why was his cultivation advancing at such an astonishing pace? Before they could react, Li Bufan charged at them with a sinister grin. Die all of you. With fists raised, the power of 5 realms surged forth, overwhelming as mountains and seas. The onlookers were utterly defenseless, mercilessly slaughtered. Blood mist erupted continuously, akin to blossoms of carnage blooming in the air. Li Bufan, like a vengeful deity, swept through the crowd with an unstoppable force. After annihilating all the disciples protecting Guanxing, he finally stood before her. At that moment, her face was ashen, her beauty lost, devoid of any semblance of a goddess. Desperate for survival, She implored, Li Bufan, please don't kill me. I can give you anything you desire. My body, spirit stones. I will do anything, truly. Your body? Huh. I have no inclination for discarded goods. Li Bufan chuckled lightly, delivering a devastating punch that pierced through Guanxing's chest, extracting her heart. With a firm grip, the heart shattered. Guanxing deceased. Chapter 4. Celestial Battle Body. Defeating Yi Hao, Guanxing's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how swiftly Li Bufan had dispatched her. He carelessly tossed her lifeless body aside, shaking off the blood from his hands with disdain, then turned to the terrified disciples of the Day Sun sect and grinned maliciously. Let us continue. The slaughter persists. Now endowed with the power of 5 realms, Li Bufan's strength was beyond that of these ordinary disciples. They could barely withstand even a fraction of his might, slaughtered like livestock. A demon, a demon. This fiend is indeed a demon, mercilessly slaughtering his own kin. Was he not drained of blood and stripped of his bones? How can he still possess such formidable power? What of the elders? Only they have the authority to punish him. Alas, the elders are nearly annihilated by that colossal hand. They are unlikely to spare us any thought. Flee, we must flee swiftly. In a state of panic, the crowd dispersed, reluctant to confront Qiyu or to oppose Li Bufan. Upon reaching the gates of the Great Sun sect, their faces lit up with joy, as if merely stepping beyond those gates would grant them freedom. Yet, a disciple at the forefront was abruptly halted by an invisible barrier. What is happening? The crowd was bewildered. They soon realized that the entire Great Sun sect was enveloped in a barrier, transformed into a prison from which escape was impossible. The aura of this barrier mirrored that of Qiyu's colossal hand, clearly indicating that it was also his doing. Ha, splendid, splendid. Truly, Qiyu is relentless in eradicating the roots of his foes. You have my admiration. Li Bufan emerged from behind the disciples, unable to contain his manic laughter upon witnessing the barrier. He had summoned Qiyu to obliterate the entire Great Sun sect. Naturally, Qiyu would fulfill this desire. The Great Sun sect cannot be whole with even a single soul missing. If annihilation is the goal, then all must perish together in unison. Look, behold the celestial realms behind him. A disciple, in horror, noted that the golden vortex behind Li Bufan had increased from 5 to 8. Eightfold celestial realms. In a mere instant, the adversary's cultivation had surged dramatically. The pace of this cultivation transcends common understanding and defies the bounds of human comprehension. Li Bufan, please spare my life. I have an elderly mother to care for. I beseech you, grant me mercy. The words of desperation echoed as many disciples knelt on the ground, pleading for their lives. Yet, Li Bufan advanced towards them with unwavering resolve, his murderous intent undiminished. Fool! One disciple, witnessing Li Bufan's relentless approach, suddenly leaped from the ground, brandishing a dagger concealed in his hand like a striking serpent. Anticipating the attack, Li Bufan swiftly reached out, expertly grasping the assailant's wrist and with a violent tug, severed the arm with a sickening crack. The disciple cried out in agony, but before he could recover, Li Bufan's fist descended upon his head, instantly extinguishing his life. In a desperate bid for survival, the remaining disciples erupted with a flurry of attacks, their spells illuminating the air with flashes of power. Li Bufan unleashed the full extent of his might, drawing forth the vast energies of 8 heavenly realms, a torrent of force surging forth like a boundless ocean. A brutal massacre ensued, accompanied by cries of despair and curses. Die, you shall perish. Amidst the chaos, the cacophony of screams and vitriol filled the air. In a matter of moments, the ground around Li Bufan was strewn with lifeless bodies, severed limbs, and grotesque remnants, painting a nightmarish tableau of human slaughter. Ding! Host has slain an elder of the Daylight sect, acquiring the celestial battle body. A resonating hum filled the atmosphere. A strange warmth surged within Li Bufan, and in an instant, a fierce battle intent intertwined with a murderous aura erupted from him. He sensed that although his cultivation had not advanced, his magical power had become more solid and formidable. The celestial battle body, one of the sacred physiques among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, was born for combat. Its combat prowess was unparalleled, rivaling even that of the pure yang body. Although he had lost the pure yang Dao body, gaining this celestial battle body was hardly a loss. Li Bufan chuckled heartily, feeling increasingly satisfied with the slaughter system. Li Bufan, you dare commit such heinous acts of slaughter. You are doomed. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed in his ears. a young man appeared in the air, emanating a vast aura of magical power. With 9 golden whirlpools floating behind him, surrounded by an ethereal radiance, exuding an imposing presence far surpassing that of many disciples of the Sun sect. It was none other than Yi Hao, the very culprit who sought to extract his pure yang body. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the cave heaven. You have arrived just in time. Li Bufan's eyes instantly blazed with an even fiercer murderous intent. The extraction of his blood and bones was instigated by this very person. Others could be spared, but Yi Hao must die. Li Bufan, perish. Yi Hao raised his hand, summoning the power of the 9 cave heavens behind him. The cave heaven unleashed a golden radiance, and the vast magical energy transformed into a colossal sun, hurtling towards Li Bufan. This was the pinnacle of the Sun sect's cultivation technique, the Great Sun Technique. Furthermore, as Yi Hao possessed the golden jade Dao body, his condensed magical power rendered the force he unleashed even more formidable than an ordinary 9th-level cave heaven. Excellent. Li Bufan stood his ground. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent and battle spirit emanating from him. Within his being, his vital energy surged, and his magical power resonated like thunder. A radiant divine light pulsated around him, faintly echoing with deep, ancient battle cries that seemed to transcend time itself. Let me test the might of the celestial battle body against you. Li Bufan bellowed as he unleashed a powerful punch. His surging magical energy entwined with his formidable battle intent, striking towards the vast sun above. The collision of these two forces erupted in a cataclysmic clash, akin to 2 celestial bodies colliding in the cosmos. The force that erupted in that instant concaved the ground for miles around, and amidst the swirling dust, a figure staggered back in disarray. It was Yi Hao. He gazed in disbelief towards Li Bufan, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This is a celestial battle body that rivals the pure yang body. You possess 2 distinct physiques." Jealousy welled up in his eyes as he contemplated this revelation. Both the pure yang body and the celestial battle body far surpassed his own golden jade body. Damn it! Yi Hao roared in frustration, channeling the magic of the 9 heavens to its utmost limit. Yet, before he could strike, Li Bufan had already advanced, closing the distance and delivering a devastating punch to his chest. Crack! Yi Hao's ribs shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like a cannonball. "See, Li Bufan, do you dare to kill me? My father will never spare you," Yi Hao said, his eyes filled with terror. "Oh, is that so?" Li Bufan replied with a smile as he stepped forward, forcefully crushing Yi Hao's hand beneath his foot, shattering the bones completely. "Ah!" Yi Hao screamed in agony. Li Bufan continued his torment, next crushing the bones of Yi Hao's leg. Throughout this torment, a smile remained on his face, reminiscent of the expression Yi Hao wore when he had witnessed the extraction of flesh and blood from Li Bufan. "Can you not endure this? Do you know that the pain I endured during my own extraction was 10-fold, 100-fold greater?" Chapter 5. Summoning the Guardian Deity, the Eye of Carnage in the Ruins. Yi Hao lay on the ground, continuously wailing in despair. Beside him, Li Bufan wore a broad smile, relentlessly trampling upon his foe's body, reducing flesh and bone to mere pulp beneath his feet. The piercing cries of Yi Hao, at this moment, sounded to Li Bufan like the most exquisite melody in the world. Cruelty, brutality. Li Bufan, in this moment, resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, evoking both agony and dread in Yi Hao. "Li Bufan, you possess audacity beyond measure." A thunderous voice erupted. An elderly man clad in white soared into the air, his gaze fixed upon Li Bufan and the multitude of fallen bodies, a shiver running down his spine. Upon seeing the battered Yi Hao on the ground, his heart raced with dread. "Elder 9, save me," Yi Hao cried out, perceiving the newcomer as his savior. Upon hearing this, Elder 9's aura surged explosively, crashing towards Li Bufan like a tidal wave, exuding a formidable might that far surpassed the realm of Dantian. Even Li Bufan felt a wave of pressure. The prowess of the Daotai realm was indeed formidable. In the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, cultivation levels are categorized as physical body, qi gathering, Dantian, inscription, Daotai, Jidan, Huanying, Shenhua, Yuanshin, Tianshin, unity, and great power. While Elder 9's strength within the Day Sun sect is not particularly overwhelming, he is still an elder with the strength of the Daotai realm, which is 2 major levels above Li Bufan's Dantian. Defeating him is nearly a fanciful notion. Although Elder 9 was astonished by Li Bufan's sudden advancement to the 8th layer of Dantian, His confidence in killing his opponent remained absolute due to his Daotai realm power. However, he hesitated to act recklessly due to Yi Hao, who stood beneath Li Bufan. Li Bufan, release Daozi, and I may spare your life. Elder Nine declared coldly. Huh? Spare my life? Today, the Day Sun sect is destined for destruction. What qualifies you to offer me such mercy? Li Bufan retorted with a cold smile. Despite his bravado, he was contemplating strategies to deal with Elder Nine. Relying solely on the celestial battle body would not suffice. Yet, apart from this battle form, he possessed a singular talent he had acquired from the very beginning, which was summoning deities. System, with my current cultivation, is it possible to summon a deity to defeat this Elder Nine? There is a certain probability of summoning. Very well, let us commence the summoning. Host, would you prefer a random summon or a designated summon? Oh, is it possible to summon a deity by choice? Indeed, random summoning carries certain risks. Should one inadvertently summon a deity whose power vastly exceeds that of the host, the summoning may fail and subsequently rebound upon the host to a significant degree. Designated summoning allows the host to summon a deity within their own realm of power, thus keeping the risks manageable. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan made a resolute decision. Which deities can I summon within my power? There are few, yet not an insignificant number. In an instant, a plethora of divine names surged through his mind. Heibai Wuchang, the Oxhead and Horseface, the 28 lunar mansions, the 36 celestial generals, and so forth. Li Bufan quickly determined the deity he wished to summon. Li Bufan, meet your demise. At that moment, Yi Hao, who lay beneath Li Bufan's foot, gathered his last ounce of strength to conjure a celestial realm, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Seeking death, Li Bufan scoffed, shattering the magical energy with a single punch. Seizing this opportunity, Elder Ju launched an attack. His Dao platform realm pressing down upon Li Bufan like an insurmountable mountain. Excellent. Guardian of the gates, driving away evil spirits, ensuring safety for homes. Li Bufan swiftly recited an incantation, gradually emanating a wondrous aura. A rift began to open in the void before him. Summon forth the gatekeeper, Qin Xiong. As the final words of the summoning echoed, a formidable general stepped forth from the rift in the void before Li Bufan. Before him stood a figure adorned with a golden helmet and clad in shimmering dragon-scale armor. A shield emblazoned with a radiant mirror, swirling with auspicious clouds, adorned his chest. In his grasp, he wielded a formidable dragon-slaying mace, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. This was none other than the fabled guardian deity, Qin Xiong. Once an ordinary mortal, Qin Xiong had accompanied Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty in countless battles, earning immeasurable accolades. It is said that after ascending the throne, Emperor Taizong was plagued by nightmares, haunted by malevolent spirits. In response, Qin Xiong and his companion, Yu Qigong, stood vigil at the emperor's door. A moment that was immortalized in art. This tale spread widely among the populace, who began to emulate their example by hanging portraits of Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong at their doorways to safeguard their homes from evil spirits. Over time, these two mortals were deified, embodying the transformation from humanity to divinity. What? The sudden appearance of Qin Xiong caused the ninth elder's expression to shift dramatically. With eyes like lightning, Qin Xiong fixed a cold gaze upon him, raising the dragon-slaying mace high, striking down with an overwhelming force. A flash of golden light erupted, infused with divine power, as if the very mountains would crumble and the earth would quake. The ninth elder braced himself with all his might. Yet his bones shattered under the impact, his head crushed like a watermelon, resulting in his immediate demise. The ninth elder was no more. After vanquishing the ninth elder, Qin Xiong cast a glance at Li Bufan, offering a slight nod before his form disintegrated into a multitude of luminous particles. In the wake of his departure, an overwhelming sense of emptiness surged within Li Bufan. Remarkably, merely summoning a guardian deity nearly drained his magical essence. While the talent for summoning deities was indeed formidable, it required utmost caution in its application. Li Bufan marveled at the experience. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy coursed through him, replenishing the once void reserves within. Furthermore, behind him, another golden vortex materialized, signifying the ninth level of the blessed realm. Casting a glance at the still rampaging hand of Qiyu not far off, Li Bufan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. For he knew that one day, he would personally summon a deity of Qiyu's magnitude. How did you accomplish this? Yi Hao questioned. his gaze fixed on Li Bufan as he summoned the door god to slay the ninth elder, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief. Do you desire to know? Alas, I shall not divulge it, Li Bufan retorted with a frigid smile, planting his foot upon Yi Hao's head and gradually applying pressure. With a resounding crack, Yi Hao's skull burst open, resulting in his immediate demise. My son. The great Sun Sect master seemed to sense this, his gaze turning towards Li Bufan, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the hand of Qiyu descended upon him, tearing his body asunder in an instant. The great Sun Sect master, too, met his end. The host has slain the great Sun Sect master, acquiring the eyes of slaughter. A surge of warmth cascaded through Li Bufan's body, flowing into his eyes. A sharp, piercing sensation forced him to shut his eyes, but upon reopening them, his once ebony pupils were now veiled in an eerie crimson. Upon closer inspection, a sea of blood seemed to churn within those crimson depths, inspiring dread in those who beheld them. In the instant the eyes of slaughter were awakened, an aura of unparalleled carnage emanated from Li Bufan, causing his blessed realm aura to surge violently. Though his cultivation remained unchanged, his combat prowess ascended several tiers. The eyes of slaughter, another constitution on par with the battle physique. Chapter 6: The arrival of the enemy within the Great Sun Sect. The hand of Qiyu had already eradicated numerous formidable masters, including the sect's leader. Suddenly, a colossal vortex in the sky began to close, and with it, the hand of Qiyu vanished. The chaotic and destructive aura that had engulfed the realm began to dissipate, and the barriers surrounding the Great Sun Sect gradually crumbled. Qiyu had departed. Although Li Bufan had offered his pure young body as a sacrifice, the summoned Qiyu could only linger briefly in this world, unable to fully descend, only extending a single hand. Yet, this single hand, for such a fleeting moment, had annihilated the entire Great Sun Sect. Li Bufan began to survey the ruins of the Great Sun Sect, seeking any surviving disciples, and systematically dispatched them, embodying the principle of exterminating the roots of evil. Simultaneously, he pillaged the sect's treasures, gathering all the spiritual stones and magical artifacts required for cultivation into a storage ring. As he beheld the resplendent storage ring brimming with spiritual stones and artifacts, a smile graced Li Bufan's lips. What a bountiful harvest! Once he was certain that nothing had been overlooked, he turned to depart. The commotion caused by the annihilation of the Great Sun Sect was considerable and would soon attract powerful individuals. At his current strength, he was no match for these formidable beings. Of course, he could sacrifice more to summon a powerful deity, but he was reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary. Shortly after Li Bufan's departure, figures began to appear in the skies above the Great Sun Sect, gazing upon the ruins with expressions of shock. The Great Sun Sect has been annihilated. Although it was not regarded as a prominent sect in the vast wilderness, the sect master was undeniably a formidable being at the nascent Soul Realm, who possesses such extraordinary power to obliterate the entire Great Sun Sect. My heavens, the remnants of destruction lingering in the atmosphere are utterly terrifying. What kind of entity has unleashed such devastation? The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They scoured the Great Sun Sect for clues, but found nothing of significance. Soon, news of the sect's demise spread like wildfire, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. Some speculated that the Great Sun Sect had offended a top-tier powerhouse and faced extermination as a consequence. Others suggested that the sect master had committed an act so heinous that the heavens themselves delivered divine retribution. There were even whispers that the Great Sun Sect had been engaged in a dreadful sacrificial rite, attempting to summon an evil deity, only to be consumed by that very entity. In summary, the downfall of the Great Sun Sect sent ripples throughout the wilderness. Among those rejoicing the most were the Azura sect, long at odds with the Great Sun Sect. With the latter's demise, they could now voraciously seize its territory and resources. In the wilderness, at Jiang City, within the bustling city, the streets teemed with activity, a cacophony of life. Inside a tavern, Li Bufan indulged in a lavish feast, relishing the bounty before him. Following the destruction of the Great Sun Sect, his cultivation had surged to the ninth heaven, igniting an insatiable hunger for energy within him. Moreover, since his arrival in this realm, he had not partaken of a single morsel. Have you heard? The Great Sun Sect has been wiped out, he exclaimed. Remarkable. The Great Sun Sect was no insignificant faction in the wilderness. How could it have been so utterly destroyed? Beside Li Bufan, Several diners were engrossed in a discussion about the annihilation of the Daylight sect. He listened as they offered a myriad of speculations, unable to suppress a chuckle. Little did they know that such a formidable sect had fallen at the hands of a mere practitioner from the Cave Heaven realm. Once a city under the banner of the Daylight sect, Jiuyang City now faced the impending arrival of the Shura sect, poised to seize control. One individual lamented about the Shura sect, one of the prominent factions in the Great Wilderness, which had long been a nemesis of the Daylight sect. Over the years, tensions had escalated into numerous skirmishes over cultivation resources. With the Daylight sect's downfall, the Shura sect would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to claim its territory. Rumor had it that the Shura sect was relentlessly hunting down the disciples of the Daylight sect to eradicate any future threats. I hear the Lord of Jiuyang City is also a disciple of the Daylight sect. He is likely busy gathering his belongings, preparing to flee. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Li Bufon's gaze. Disciples of the Daylight sect. Although he had decimated a significant portion of their members, many disciples remained scattered, having been absent from the sect at the time of its destruction. He pondered whether these individuals might seek retribution against him. Surely, they would not suspect him of being the architect of their sect's demise. Yet, even if they did come seeking vengeance, what fear could he possibly harbor? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a young man approached Li Bufon, an expression of surprise lighting up his face. "You are Li Bufon, brotherly?" Li Bufon gazed at the young man, his mind devoid of any recollection of this individual, his brows slightly furrowed. "And who might you be?" "Senior Brotherly, I am Lin Feng, the son of the Lord of Jiuyang City. I once glimpsed you from afar during my visit to the Daylight sect." Lin Feng replied with a respectful gesture. The Lord of Jiuyang City was a disciple of the Daylight sect, and in the past, Lin Feng had accompanied others to the sect, where he had encountered Li Bufon, recognizing him as the sect's prodigy, blessed with exceptional talent. He had assumed that Li Bufon had perished alongside the sect, so encountering him here was a surprise. "Senior Brotherly, what transpired within the Daylight sect that led to its downfall?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. "I do not know. Perhaps they reaped what they sowed and faced divine retribution." Li Bufon replied with a cold smile. Taken aback, Lin Feng responded, "Senior brother, why would you say such things? You are a prodigy of the Daylight sect." "Prodigy? Huh. I ceased to be one long ago." This revelation left Lin Feng perplexed, uncertain of the events that had unfolded. Nevertheless, he extended an invitation to Li Bufon, saying, "Since you are in Jiuyang City, why not stay at the Lord's residence? It would be my pleasure to host you." Li Bufon scrutinized Lin Feng closely, uncertain whether his intentions were genuine or feigned. After a moment of contemplation, he declined the offer. "No, I am quite comfortable here." "Very well," Lin Feng nodded, not pressing the matter further. Later that night, within a room of the inn, a satiated Li Bufon sat cross-legged, engrossed in his cultivation. He practiced the Daylight sect's techniques, the Daylight art. After practicing for a while, he opened his eyes, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. The progress was too sluggish. Having experienced the exhilarating surge of rapid cultivation, the pace of improvement in the Great Sun Sutra no longer sufficed. Killing, however, brought immediate gratification. Suddenly, he was struck by a jolt. How could he entertain such thoughts? In the realm of cultivation, slaughter was commonplace. Yet, if one were to be governed by a desire for indiscriminate killing, that individual would merely be a puppet of carnage. Li Bufon took a deep breath, dispelling the urge for bloodshed from his mind. Enemies could be slain, but he would never engage in wanton slaughter of the innocent. Li Bufon, would not succumb to being a marionette. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed outside the inn, as if someone had surrounded it completely. "Li Bufon of the Great Sun sect, come out and face your demise," a cold voice called out. Upon hearing this, a glint of bloodlust flashed in Li Bufon's eyes, and an icy, malevolent smile crept onto his lips. The enemy had arrived. Chapter 7. It seems you are also worthless. The enemy had come. Li Bufon gazed out from the inn, a chilling smile gracing his face. He rose and approached the window, peering outside to see a group of cultivators clad in black encircling the inn. Among them, he recognized the figure of Lin Feng, who was bowing and scraping before a young man in black. To Li Bufon's surprise, he knew this youth all too well, the very one who had triumphed over Yi Hao in the past, the Azura sect's disciple, Yi Shui. It appears that the Lord of Jiuyang City has surrendered to the Shura sect, and Lin Feng intends to offer me to the Shura sect in exchange for merit. Li Bufon scoffed. After all, The status of a Daozi from the Dai sect carries considerable weight. He had previously heard that the Shura sect established a point system to deal with the Dai sect, where each disciple of the Dai sect represented a point. The higher the disciples' rank, the more points they possessed. Consequently, the greater the points, the higher their status within the Shura sect. As a Daozi of the Dai sect, he could exchange his position for a substantial number of points in the Shura sect, enough for Lin Feng and the Lord of Jiang City to firmly establish themselves there. Are you certain that Li Bufan is within this inn? Asked Yi Shui, his tone impassive. Indeed, I am certain. I saw him here today and initially intended to take him to the Lord's residence, but he seemed wary and declined my offer. Well, if that is true, your merits this time will be considerable. Jiang City shall continue to be under your and your father's control. Thank you, Daozi, Lin Feng said, his expression brightening, yet soon clouded with concern. Daozi, Li Bufan is a Daozi of the Dai sect and possesses formidable cultivation. Should we not gather more personnel? Humph, are you doubting my capabilities? I dare not, Lin Feng replied, panic evident in his voice. Even Yi Hao of the Dai sect is no match for me. How strong can this Li Bufan really be? Yi Shui sneered coldly, entirely dismissing his opponent. Meanwhile, the cultivators within the inn were already in a state of turmoil. It is the people of the Shura sect. They have surrounded us. The style of the Shura sect has always been one of ruthless precision. They would rather kill an innocent than let a guilty party escape. If they cannot locate Li Bufan, they will likely not spare us either. This is disastrous. Who is Li Bufan? Step forward and save us from this predicament. It is he. He is Li Bufan. At this moment, a burly man pointed at Li Bufan, who had just exited the room, exclaiming, I saw him speaking with Lin Feng today. He is indeed Li Bufan. Quick, seize him before he escapes. Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly closed in. Li Bufan raised an eyebrow. Escape? Did he ever express a desire to flee? You cannot escape, boy, the burly man coldly declared. Break his limbs and deliver him to the Shura sect. Only then can we ensure our safety. In his eyes, Li Bufan would undoubtedly attempt to flee in the face of the Shura sect. To safeguard themselves, they felt compelled to act preemptively, to thwart Li Bufan, and indeed, they sought to incapacitate him without killing him. After all, if he were to perish, there would be no evidence to contradict the Shura sect's claim that he was not Li Bufan, which could implicate them nonetheless. Indeed, let us apprehend him. Perhaps we might even gain some favor in the eyes of the Shura sect. They rallied, rushing forward, weapons drawn, with malicious grins adorning their faces. In this moment, whether motivated by self-preservation or the desire for recognition, they had all become adversaries of Li Bufan. Seeking death. Li Bufan chuckled lightly as he clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful punch forward. Bang! The sound of magical energy reverberated, and the air shimmered with rippling waves. The power of the cave struck down the foremost cultivators, reducing them to mere splatters of blood. One cultivator, who managed to retreat quickly, collapsed in terror, his face ashen. With a casual kick, Li Bufan sent a broken blade into the chest of his opponent, piercing through. In a mere flick of his wrist, several who attempted to seize him fell lifelessly to the ground. The display of strength left the remaining onlookers in a state of paralyzing fear. Ignoring the others, Li Bufan strode directly towards the burly man who had first threatened to capture him. The man staggered backward, trembling as he pleaded, Do not approach. It is the Shura sect that seeks your life, not I. Upon uttering these words, he turned and dashed towards the inn's exit. In a flash, Li Bufan leapt forward, his body moving like lightning, and seized the man's head from behind, forcefully slamming it against the ground. Bang! The man's skull scraped against the earth, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. The members of the Shura sect were taken aback by this sudden commotion, turning to witness a youth, drenched in blood, rise from the scene. He kicked aside the lifeless body of the now-deceased man and coldly regarded the remaining members of the Shura sect. His gaze shimmered with a sanguine light. In that instant, it felt as though a malevolent spirit had set its sights upon them, sending shivers down their spines. Oh, isn't this Lin Feng, who sought to invite me to the city lord's mansion for a visit at noon? How curious that you come to extend an invitation in the dead of night, Li Bufan remarked, casting a glance at Lin Feng. The latter recoiled 2 steps, intimidated by Li Bufan's fierce gaze. Yet, bolstered by the presence of the Shura sect members around him, he regained some confidence, declaring, Li Bufan, do not be arrogant. With the night blood Daozi here, your demise is all but certain tonight. I am uncertain of my fate, yet this night, you shall undoubtedly perish. Humph. With the presence of the Night Blood Master, you cannot harm me. Lin Feng held great confidence in Night Blood. However, Li Bufan possessed even greater self-assurance. For those I wish to eliminate, even if the King of Heaven himself stood behind them, they must meet their demise. With that, his figure darted forward like lightning, and behind him emerged several golden whirlpools, unleashing the power of the Cave Heaven realm. Nightblood's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a punch, resulting in a clash of energies that summoned a tempest. In the next instant, Nightblood felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several paces, his countenance marred by astonishment. Without Nightblood's protection, Lin Feng was immediately exposed before Li Bufan, whose face turned pale with sheer terror. Li Bufan's hand shot out with fierce intent, gripping Lin Feng's throat and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Akin to a mere chick, coldly declaring, "I have stated that I will eliminate those I target. No one can save them." With a powerful squeeze of his fingers, a resounding crack echoed as Lin Feng's neck was shattered on the spot. Unbridled fury erupted from Night Blood as he roared, manifesting 9 golden whirlpools behind him, signifying the 9th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Li Bufan responded with a chilling smile, revealing that he too had 9 whirlpools materializing behind him, indicating an identical level of mastery. Their energies surged like a tide, clashing violently in the night sky, causing those of slightly lesser cultivation to be forcefully repelled. To Night Blood's astonishment, he remarked, "I did not expect the Day Sun sect to harbor another young prodigy besides Yi Hao." "Yi Hao? Do you refer to that worthless wretch whose limbs I shattered? Does he qualify as a prodigy?" Li Bufan scoffed. "You have killed Yi Hao?" Nightblood was taken aback. "How is it that the demise of a worthless being surprises you so? It seems you two are of no consequence." "Damn it." Li Bufan's merciless mockery left Yi Shue's face ashen, prompting him to unleash a thunderous roar as his magic surged forth, charging toward Li Bufan. With fists raised, a crimson light emanated, infused with a pungent scent of blood. Li Bufan neither retreated nor evaded. With a firm grip of his fingers, he retaliated with a punch of his own, accompanied by the explosive battle cry of the Celestial Combat Body. Chapter 8. Celestial Battle Techniques, Summoning Qin Xiong. The Celestial Combat Body erupted, transcending time and space, its resounding battle cry echoing through the heavens and earth. A fierce battle spirit intertwined with a chilling intent to kill enveloped Li Bufan, rendering him akin to an ancient deity of slaughter, exuding formidable power. When their fists collided, magic surged between them, reverberating outward. The ground beneath them caved in, fissures spreading hundreds of meters away. Bang! In the next instant, a figure was sent flying, shattering numerous houses in its wake. It was Yi Shue. Li Bufan's celestial combat body was overwhelmingly powerful. Within the same realm, Yi Shue stood no chance. Lying amidst the ruins, he gazed at the flowing black hair of Li Bufan, disbelief etched in his eyes. "This is impossible. How could you possess such strength? Wasn't Yi Hao the strongest prodigy within the Daylight Sect?" Initially, having defeated Yi Hao, he believed that none of the new generation within the sect could rival him. Yet unexpectedly, a formidable opponent like Li Bufan emerged. "I told you, Yi Hao is nothing but a worthless being, and you are too." Li Bufan spoke coldly, stepping forward with a single stride, effortlessly traversing hundreds of meters to hover above Nightblood. With a swift clench of his fist, he was poised to unleash another devastating blow. The terrifying aura, imbued with a fierce battle intent, sent a shiver down Nightblood's spine. He hastily retrieved a talisman and tore it open, enveloped instantly by a golden barrier. Boom! The force of the punch collided with the barrier, creating ripples that spread outward. "Oh, a defensive talisman? But how long can you endure?" Li Bufan smirked coldly, his fists raining down like a tempest. The golden barrier reverberated with a thunderous sound, its brilliance rapidly dimming. "Break for me," he bellowed, and the golden barrier shattered in response. Once again exposed to Li Bufan's menacing presence, Nightblood's eyes glinted with resolve. He was ready to fight back. Suddenly, crimson energy, akin to flames, ignited around him, engulfing the void behind him in a blaze, incinerating it entirely, burning the void to enhance his power. "Huh, you are indeed stronger than that useless Yi Hao." Li Bufan laughed heartily. Burning the void is a perilous cultivation method, a double-edged sword that inflicts significant harm not only to one's cultivation but also to the physical body, risking future progress. Yet, faced with the brink of death, Nightblood had no time for such concerns. Azura Bloodblade. he roared, drawing a blood-red long knife from his storage ring and fiercely slashing toward Li Bufan. The crimson blade gleamed ominously, suffused with the acrid scent of blood. In a moment of disorientation, Li Bufan seemed to perceive a vast sea of azure blood within that gleaming edge. Break for me. He unleashed another punch, its force surging like a tidal wave, transforming into a resplendent sun. The brilliance of his fist shattered the blade's radiance. Night Blood staggered back several paces. Yet Li Bufan merely retreated, half a step. Witnessing this, Night Blood realized that even after igniting an entire realm, he was still no match for Li Bufan. His eyes gradually morphed into a visage of ferocity and madness. I must kill you. The realm continued to burn. Boom. Behind him, 3 more realms ignited in a single breath, amplifying his power once again. Observing this spectacle, a hint of madness flickered in Li Bufan's eyes. Good. Even the Great Sun Sect could not vanquish me. Let us see how you intend to do so. His eyes gradually became enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, transforming into a vivid scarlet. The Eye of Slaughter was awakened. It seemed as though a tumultuous sea of blood churned within his gaze. In that instant, the murderous intent emanating from Li Bufan surged to a terrifying degree, so thick it felt almost tangible. Nearby cultivators, sensing this aura of death, trembled in fear. Some of the weaker ones collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with terror. Who is this monstrous being, a harbinger of countless slaughters? In the streets, Night Blood ignited his realm for formidable strength, while Li Bufan activated the Eye of Slaughter, coupled with the Celestial Combat Body, leading to a dramatic surge in combat power. Both parties shot forth like cannonballs, colliding fiercely in the air. In the face of the blood blade unleashed by the Night Blood, Li Bufan stood resolute, his fists transforming into the most formidable weapons imaginable, clashing relentlessly with the blade's edge. Bang, bang, bang. Each collision resonated with a thunderous roar. The unleashed aura of magical energy stirred violent winds around them, swirling with razor-sharp gusts that toppled structures and sent shards of stone flying in all directions. With a fierce momentum, the Shura Blood blade culminated in a devastating attack, the Hell Slash. Night Blood retreated several steps, channeling his magical energy to its peak, and with a sweeping motion, unleashed a torrent of crimson light that surged forth like the very descent of hell, enveloping Li Bufan within its grasp. Yet, confronted by this overwhelming force, a fleeting moment of clarity surged within Li Bufan's heart. He invoked the celestial combat technique, Earth Shatter. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he struck the ground with a mighty blow. The force of his magical energy rent the earth asunder, lifting countless grains of sand and forming an unprecedented wave of impact that surged toward the bloodlight. Under the immense shockwave, the entire Nine Sun City trembled. The bloodlight shattered, and Night Blood was propelled backward by the force, violently spewing blood, his vitality waning as he collapsed to the ground, unaware of how many bones had broken in the process. The Celestial Combat Technique, a unique ability of the Celestial Battle Body. To think you could comprehend it amidst battle. You wretched monster. Night Blood gazed at Li Bufan, his pupils quivering. Each physique and bloodline possesses its own distinct abilities, whether manifesting as a unique phenomenon or a divine power. And the ability of the Celestial Battle Body is a set of unparalleled combat techniques. It is said that every master of the Celestial Battle Body, in their prime, is capable of traversing the heavens and earth with this formidable technique. Haha. Since it is a martial skill, it must naturally be comprehended within the throes of battle. Li Bufan chuckled heartily as he stepped towards Yi Xue. Though his garments were somewhat tattered, a closer inspection revealed not a single wound upon his body. In his clash with Yi Xue, he had astonishingly emerged unscathed. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Yi Xue, a formidable aura of magical power erupted not far away, heralding the swift approach of a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe. Upon spotting the lifeless body of Lin Feng on the ground, his eyes widened in fury. My son. He was none other than the Lord of Zhuyang City, a cultivator at the Dao Platform Realm. Haha, you are doomed. Even with your celestial combat body, you remain merely a cultivator of the Cave Heaven Realm, and can never be a match for the Lord of Zhuyang City. Yi Xue laughed heartily, a gleam of delight in his eyes. Li Bufan regarded the rapidly approaching Lord of Zhuyang City with a cold smile. Is that so? Dao Platform Realm? I have slain such foes before. He began to chant incantations, invoking the guardians of the gates, driving away evil spirits, and ensuring the safety of the home. Summon forth the gate deity, Qin Xiong. Once more, a vast rift appeared in the void. Stepping forth was the formidable Qin Xiong, clad in golden armor. His visage imposing as he wielded the Konglong hammer and delivered a ferocious strike towards the incoming lord of Juyang City. A golden light, akin to a meteor, streaked across the night sky, crashing upon the lord of Juyang City. A mist of blood immediately erupted in the night air. The lord of Juyang City was slain. Chapter 9. The 10th Cave Heaven, Juyang City, is massacred. The gate deity Qin Xiong reappears, annihilating the lord of Juyang City with a single blow. Just as he had once obliterated the elder of the Daylight Sect, the strength displayed reassured Li Bufan. Yet upon summoning Qin Xiong, he swiftly depleted his internal magical energy. This was precisely the reason he did not summon Qin Xiong during his earlier confrontation with Yi Shui. The art of summoning was indeed formidable, but it consumed an excessive amount of magical power. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Host has slain the lord of Juyang City and has received a recovery card. A recovery card? What could this be? Li Bufan opened the system inventory and discovered a card resting within. Upon contact, the card's effects became instantly clear to him. A recovery card, as the name suggests, serves to restore stamina, magical energy, and injuries. Its effects were remarkably potent. One card could rejuvenate Li Bufan to his peak condition. Ah, how fortuitous. Li Bufan crushed the card. In an instant, a powerful aura radiated from him, rapidly replenishing his previously depleted magical energy, restoring him to his zenith. Meanwhile, the vanquished Qin Xiong transformed into specks of light and vanished. Otherwise, if he lingered, Li Bufan's regained magical energy would once again be squandered. Is this the art of summoning? How could you possibly practice such an ancient technique? Yi Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. The art of summoning, known throughout the realms, was extraordinarily ancient. Practitioners of such spells were invariably among the most exceptional talents in the world. Summoning arts also varied. Some could summon beasts, others could conjure plants, and some could even call forth weapons. However, the ability to summon a person was something Yi Shui had never encountered in any texts. This was, of course, understandable. Summoned by Li Bufan, it was no ordinary beckoning, but rather his soul endowment, the invocation of deities. Among the vast expanse of the heavens and earth, he was the only one capable of summoning gods. Very well, now you may meet your end. Li Bufan raised his fist. Night Blood, seized by panic, hastily exclaimed, "You mustn't slay me. Should you do so, the Azura sect shall not let you off. Furthermore, I possess tens of thousands of spirit stones, all of which I shall bestow upon you, should you spare my life. I have annihilated even the Great Sun sect. Would I fear a mere Azura sect? As for spirit stones," Li Bufan curled his lip in disdain, and with a single punch, he blasted the other's head into a gory mess, seizing his storage ring. "By killing you, your spirit stones become mine. Flee swiftly. This fellow is far too dreadful." The remaining disciples of the Azura sect, witnessing the demise of Nightblood and the city lord of Nine Sun City, were seized by trepidation, daring not to linger. Seeing this, Li Bufan once more plunged into the throng, engaging in unrestrained slaughter. The carnage persisted from the depths of night until the break of dawn. As the first light of day pierced through, the streets were thick with the cloying stench of blood, with corpses strewn from one end to the other. A harrowing and gruesome sight. The common folk within the houses lining the streets cowered beneath their blankets, trembling in fear. They had endured a night of agonizing screams. Filled with utter dread, not daring to peek out, lest Li Bufan, caught up in his homicidal frenzy, should slay them as well. Upon the street, Li Bufan dispatched the last of the Azura sect disciples. Within his body, a surge of magical power coursed through him, and behind him, a new grotto heaven gradually materialized. Li Bufan's gaze sharpened with unexpected surprise. The 10th cave heaven. As far as he knew, ordinary cultivators possessed only 9 cave heavens. Although he had heard whispers of a 10th, it was merely an ancient legend. It was said that only the great emperors of old could potentially condense a 10th cave heaven. In other words, he now bore the stature of an emperor. Feeling the power of the 10th cave heaven, a satisfied smile graced Li Bufan's lips as he made his way back to the inn. Upon his return, the innkeeper, upon seeing him, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "My lord, spare me, I beseech you." Li Bufan cast a glance at him and replied, somewhat incredulously, "What have you done to provoke me? Why would I wish to kill you? Am I some kind of bloodthirsty demon?" At his words, a shiver coursed through the crowd within the inn. They turned their gazes towards the street, where countless corpses lay strewn from one end to the other, swallowing hard at the sight. You are not a bloodthirsty demon. Perhaps you should first reflect on your actions before speaking such words. Here is the rent for the past 2 days. With that, Li Bufan tossed a few spirit stones onto the counter before turning to leave. He was uncertain where to venture next, yet in such a vast world of cultivation, he felt compelled to embark on an adventure. As he departed, the patrons exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily envisioning a terrifying harbinger of death rising before them. The innkeeper stared at the spirit stones, hesitant to accept them. It was only after Li Bufan had vanished from sight that he dared to collect them. Shortly thereafter, news reached the Shura sect, and a group of their cultivators arrived in Juyang City, led by a white-haired elder, the third elder of the Shura sect, clad in a grayish-white robe, his demeanor amiable. It is worth mentioning that his hands were unlike those of others, glistening ominously with a layer of blood. Thus, it was indeed that Li Bufan had slain my night blood and many disciples of my Shura sect. The elder inquired with a smile to the innkeeper. Perhaps influenced by his amiable tone, the innkeeper relaxed considerably and replied, "Yes, all of this is the doing of that Li Bufan. It has no bearing on us." "Oh, I understand. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its owner. This Li Bufan is exceedingly vicious. I shall certainly apprehend him. Indeed, this man is truly ruthless. My lord, you must capture him." Naturally, however, Nightblood was the disciple of my Shura sect. He was most afraid of solitude in life, having perished in Juyang City. I wish to find a few individuals to accompany him. The white-haired elder maintained his smile. Yet, the innkeeper felt an inexplicable chill. Before he could comprehend the elder's intentions, he felt a sudden coldness in his chest, as a blood-red hand had already pierced through it. Elder you." The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. The smile had vanished from the elder's face, replaced by an icy demeanor. "I wish to send you down to accompany him." Upon finishing his words, he withdrew his hand, the blood-red palm having consumed the residual blood entirely. This is Bloodhand, and this white-haired elder, known as Xue Luo, was one of the most ferocious practitioners within the Shura sect. "Convey my orders, seal off Juyang City, and eliminate every last one of its inhabitants." Xue Luo spoke indifferently. His words immediately incited panic among the crowd. "You cannot do this. We did not slay the Nightblood Pathmaster, so how can you implicate us? No, do not kill us. It was all the doing of that Li Bufan." Indeed, how could the Azura sect commit such a massacre and not fear public disdain? Shua gazed upon the crowd and suddenly smiled faintly, stating, "Who says it is my Azura sect that seeks to massacre the city? It is clearly that Li Bufan." With that, the Azura sect disciples behind him began to take action. The entire Juyang City was engulfed in panic. The slaughter continued for an indeterminate duration, until the city lay in utter silence, devoid of any trace of life. Shua remarked coolly, "Spread the word that it was Li Bufan who annihilated Juyang City. The Nightblood Pathmaster fought valiantly to stop him, but succumbed in defeat. I shall ensure his name is tarnished, and that he is pursued by all." Chapter 10. The one thing I detest most in this life. Have you heard? Juyang City, under the banner of the Day Sun sect, has been utterly decimated. How tragic. Over 100,000 souls lost, not a single one spared. It is said that this atrocity was wrought by Li Bufan, the disciple of the Day Sun sect. Li Bufan, you say? I've heard of him. Though the Day Sun sect has fallen, he still lives. But why would he slaughter Juyang City without reason? Perhaps the destruction of the Day Sun sect has driven him mad. It is a pity that those innocent souls fell victim to the hands of this lunatic. Throughout the streets, and as Li Bufan happened upon a notice board, he was confronted with a bounty placed upon his head. Listening to the whispers of the crowd around him, his eyes narrowed, exuding an icy demeanor. A massacre? Though he was reckless, he would never extend his blade towards the innocent. When he departed, Juyang City was thriving. How could it have been ravaged in his absence and the blame cast upon him? It was evident that the Shura sect was behind this. Li Bufan snorted disdainfully, seeking death. He had already marked the Shura sect for retribution, planning to eliminate them at an opportune moment. A bounty for his capture? Surely, dispatching the one who issued the bounty would resolve the matter. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Li Bufan. Gasps filled the air as people quickly retreated, fear evident in their gazes. To them, he was a ruthless fiend responsible for the massacre. Yet, a self-proclaimed hero among the cultivators stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Li Bufan. I never imagined this demon would still dare to show his face. Surrender, or face the consequences. His powers surged, and 9 golden whirlpools floated behind him, an indication of his mastery at the 9th level of the cave realm. Who would dare confront such a notorious figure without formidable prowess? It was not I who destroyed Jiuyang City, Li Bufan replied calmly, offering a brief explanation. However, his adversary was uninterested in his words, responding icily. The bounty from the Shura sect has been issued. How could it be false? I shall take your head and claim the reward, correct? Li Bufan scoffed, effortlessly discerning the other's intentions. Such righteous sentiments were nothing but nonsense, ignoring one's own explanations and neglecting to seek the truth. The followers of the Shura sect believe in whatever is proclaimed, evidently motivated by the promise of a bounty. Such individuals deserve to be eradicated by all. Even in the absence of a reward, I would take action, the opponent declared with righteous indignation. In the next moment, he charged fiercely towards Li Bufan, his fingers splayed, as his magical energy coalesced into a formidable form resembling a mountain, unleashing the Mountain River Seal. He is a disciple of the Mountain River sect. Although the Mountain River sect is merely a third-rate sect in the vast wilderness, its leader has always been devoted to the welfare of the people, and indeed, the disciples he nurtures are all individuals of benevolence and righteousness. The might of the Mountain River Seal is certain to suppress this fiend. The crowd marveled, eagerly anticipating the moment when the demon would bow in submission. Yet, contrary to their expectations, faced with the Mountain River Seal, Li Bufan merely smiled coldly and unleashed a punch, eschewing any complex techniques, striking with the purest form of a fist. Bang! The Mountain River Seal was shattered instantly, and the cultivator was thrown back by the immense force, spitting blood. Li Bufan scoffed, "What a worthless display." Witnessing this, the crowd inhaled sharply. Goodness, this person is so arrogant. How outrageous. This is the territory of the Mountain River sect. How dare you lay a hand on me? The Mountain River sect will never let you go. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan's gaze turned icy. Do you understand? I detest being threatened more than anything in this life. With that, he stepped forward, delivering a single, devastating punch, leaving his opponent utterly defenseless, obliterated into a mist of blood. To strike against him and still dare to issue threats. Faced with such a person, Li Bufan would show no mercy. Witnessing him commit murder on the street, particularly against a member of the Shanhua sect, the bystanders instinctively recoiled from him. After the deed was done, Li Bufan turned and departed. Despite the numerous wanted posters plastered throughout the city, he exhibited no intention of concealing himself. He walked with righteousness and sat with dignity. Though he had taken countless lives, he felt no remorse and had no reason to hide. He had resolved to live his life freely and unrestrained, indifferent to the gaze of others. However, while he held this perspective, those who beheld him reacted differently. Each one fled as if confronted by a demon. Upon entering a tavern, Li Bufan was approached by a young waiter. "Honored guest, what would you like to eat?" But when the waiter recognized him, he stuttered in fear, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. The others, upon hearing the name Li Bufan, rose with faces marked by terror. In the next moment, chaos ensued as everyone scrambled for the exit, some even leaping through the windows, not daring to linger for a second longer. The innkeeper and the waiter were left distraught. They had not even received payment yet. Nevertheless, as they regarded Li Bufan, their concerns about the bill faded, replaced by the urgency of how to appease this fearsome figure. "Bring me the finest food and wine," Li Bufan commanded nonchalantly, shaking his storage ring to reveal a pile of spirit stones. After annihilating the Daylight sect and the Nightblood cult, he lacked for nothing in terms of wealth. If one were to compare the purchasing power of spirit stones to his previous life, he would likely be considered a billionaire. "Please wait a moment." The waiter trembled, hastening to the kitchen to prepare. Before long, the dishes were served, and Li Bufan began to eat, his brow slightly furrowed. There was too much salt, rendering the meal somewhat salty. Upon hearing this, the young waiter and the innkeeper turned pale, collapsing to the ground in fear. The head chef, upon learning that he was to prepare a meal for Li Bufan, trembled with trepidation, likely resulting in his unsteady hands and the excessive salt. "I shall send someone to prepare a new dish for you at once," the innkeeper stammered. "No need. I can make do," Li Bufan replied indifferently. Though it was a tad salty, it was still palatable, and he ordered a jug of fine wine to wash it down. However, as he dined, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A group of over a dozen individuals burst into the tavern, encircling Li Bufan. Witnessing this scene, The innkeeper and the waiter hastily retreated to the side. Li Bufan, you have slaughtered the residents of Juyang City and killed an elder of the Shant sect. Why do you not surrender? An elderly man with white hair declared coldly. Oh, the one I dispatched at the city gates was an elder of your Shant sect? Li Bufan replied, shaking his head leisurely as he sipped his wine. It appears that your sect is indeed quite ineffectual. Impudent. Another voice exclaimed. Elder, do not waste words on him. We must not indulge this villain with any sense of morality. Let us all attack together. With that, the crowd summoned their powers, stirring up fierce winds that overturned the table before Li Bufan, scattering food and drink across the floor. Li Bufan glanced at the mess, his expression impassive, and remarked, The thing I detest most in this life is being disturbed while I am dining. Chapter 11, A Matter of Three. Bloodstained mountains and rivers. Li Bufan's eyes glimmered with annoyance as the dining table was overturned, and facing the relentless pressure from the disciples of the Mountain River sect. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him, accompanied by a torrent of magical energy emanating from his body. Everyone, take heed. The elder with white hair commanded with a low voice, prompting him and the others to retreat a few steps. Form the formation. In an intricate display, they arranged themselves according to a specific orientation, their magical energies intertwining, creating a magnificent formation radiating celestial brilliance. Above Li Bufan, the formation's runes swirled, and towering mountains descended, bearing an overwhelming weight. This mountain river formation is a unique technique of our sect. No matter how formidable you are no match for it. Indeed, we have long conducted our investigations. No matter your strength, you are merely at the celestial realm. The elder was brimming with confidence. As a practitioner at the 9th level of the celestial realm, combined with the aid of his companions in solidifying the mountain river formation, he felt assured that even practitioners of the inscription realm would be subdued, let alone Li Bufan, who was merely at the celestial realm. As expected, Li Bufan's body trembled slightly, as if sensing the immense pressure. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. What can the power of your formation do to me? With that, he elevated his magical energy to its zenith. Behind him, 10 golden vortices materialized. This sight left the disciples of the Mountain River sect utterly astounded. 10 celestial realms. How can this be possible? The existence of 10 celestial realms had long been a mere ancient legend, seldom witnessed by anyone. Those capable of manifesting the 10th heavenly realm are, without exception, the most exceptional prodigies in existence. Indeed, one might even say they possess the bearing of an emperor. Not to mention the mountain and river sect. Even if one were to scour the vast wilderness, only a few could be found. The white-haired elder harbored confidence in suppressing the realm of Heavenly Cave, yet the 10th layer of Heavenly Cave transcended his imagination. Break from me! A thunderous roar erupted, unleashing the formidable power of the 10th layer of Heavenly Cave. With a resounding boom, the void erupted with terrifying shockwaves, causing the entire mountain and river formation to shatter. The white-haired elder and the other cultivators were all sent flying. In the next moment, Li Bufan stepped forth, standing before the white-haired elder, and with a single punch, shattered his chest. Host has slain the elder of the mountain and river sect, acquiring the mountain and river inscription, a material required for advancing to the inscription realm. Li Bufan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He did not linger to examine it closely, but instead turned his attention to others, continuing his assault. Soon, the remaining cultivators who had come seeking trouble were all eradicated, leaving not a single one behind. Their fierce battle had reduced the inn to ruins. The innkeeper and the attendant huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. It's over, my foundation is lost. The innkeeper was on the verge of tears, utterly heartbroken. At that moment, a storage ring was tossed before him. Inside lay 100,000 spirit stones, sufficient for him to establish an even larger and more opulent inn elsewhere. As Li Bufan departed, he did not glance back and remarked, "You can build something grander." The innkeeper picked up the storage ring, and upon inspecting it, was instantly filled with elation, bowing in gratitude towards the direction Li Bufan had left. "Thank you, esteemed sir, thank you." Sensing the innkeeper's prostration behind him, Li Bufan shook his head with a wry smile. It is evident that it was they who ruined the inn, and compensation is but a matter of course. Yet, the other party bows in gratitude, as if they have received an immense blessing. This world is utterly different from the one he inhabited in his previous life, where the principle of survival of the fittest is starkly manifest, devoid of even a shred of modesty. Here, the law is utterly ineffectual. The mightiest fist dictates the law. If that is the case, then I shall become the one with the mightiest fist. Li Bufan's gaze gradually turned icy. He sought out another inn to reside in, simultaneously integrating the mountain and river inscription he had acquired today into a cave realm. In the realm of caves, one can carve out sanctuaries. In the realm of inscriptions, one can merge inscriptions. Inscriptions can be comprehended independently or obtained through various treasures, but I can also acquire them through bloodshed. With a certain probability of receiving system rewards for inscriptions, Li Bufan mused to himself. He clenched his fist. After merging the mountain and river inscription, he felt his strength significantly amplified. A single cave can inscribe one type of inscription. If I inscribed 10 caves with different inscriptions, I wonder how formidable my power would be when unleashed. Li Bufan felt a surge of anticipation. The following day, he rose early, freshened up, and sat by the inn's window, observing the bustling street outside as he awaited breakfast. Have you heard? Another noble young lady has gone missing in Mountain River City. Sigh. Has that flower thief still not been apprehended? Indeed, it has been decades. Voices of discussion floated from beside Li Bufan. In the city of Shanha, there exists a rumor that, at periodic intervals, women mysteriously vanish without a trace, allegedly due to the presence of a notorious flower thief. This elusive brigand operates with such stealth and unpredictability that it renders the populace defenseless. Decades have slipped by, yet this individual remains uncaptured. It is said that the Shanha sect has been diligently investigating, though to no avail. Li Bufan, however, paid little heed to these tales, for in this world, myriad specters and grotesque entities abound. Similar rumors are countless. Phantom ghost ships adrift in the void, islands that float in the ether, and headless corpses traversing the realms of yin and yang. Compared to these, the flower thief seemed utterly inconsequential. At that moment, Li Bufan's breakfast was served. Yet the waiter's pallid complexion and trembling hands betrayed his trepidation. Was he frightened by Li Bufan's fearsome reputation as a murderous fiend, a demon of the city? Here is your breakfast, sir. Wait, I did not order any wine, Li Bufan remarked coolly, eyeing the bottle on the table. This is a gift from our establishment. Oh, just yesterday you seemed eager to keep your distance, and now you bestow upon me a drink? Li Bufan poured himself a glass, then slowly tipped it onto the ground. The liquid sizzled and bubbled as it met the floor. This wine is poisoned. Kill him. At that instant, several patrons surged forward, led by one who raised his hand to summon a spell, causing a mountain to materialize. Indeed, it was the unique Shanha seal of the Shanha sect. Li Bufan let out a cold snicker, seizing an approaching cultivator and using him as a shield to deflect the onslaught from the others, before casting him out of the window. Good. Is this never-ending? This marks the third attempt by your Mountain River sect to take action against me. Since that is the case, I shall oblige you. With a surge of his immense magical power, he unleashed the force of 10 realms, swiftly severing the heads of several cultivators. He then dragged a lifeless body out of the inn and confronted a passerby, asking indifferently, which direction is the Mountain River sect? Over there, the passerby stammered, pointing in haste. Thank you. Li Bufan politely acknowledged, before continuing toward the Mountain River sect, the body scraping against the ground, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. Onlookers, their hearts pounding, hastily cleared the path, too fearful to intervene. Before long, Li Bufan arrived at the gates of the Mountain River sect. Several disciples, upon seeing the corpse behind him, turned pale and rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. Who dares to cause trouble at our Mountain River sect? Li Bufan flung the body aside and coldly declared, Today, the Mountain River shall be stained with blood. Chapter 12. Fierce battle at the Mountain River sect today. The Mountain River shall be stained with blood. Li Bufan spoke icily, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. As a crimson glow began to emanate from his eyes, a harbinger of the awakening of the Eye of Slaughter. Stained with blood? Arrogance. In the realm of the Mountain River sect, a provocation arose, and it seemed that one was courting death. Eliminate him. Several disciples of the sect, their gazes icy and resolute, surged forth, invoking their formidable powers, unleashing the sect's ultimate technique, the Mountain River seal. Li Bufan stood steadfast. As 10 celestial realms unfurled above his head, a surge of immense energy erupted forth like a torrential wave, obliterating the advancing disciples of the Mountain River sect with terrifying force. One disciple, slower in reflexes, miraculously survived. Yet as he gazed upon the 10 celestial realms hovering above Li Bufan, His countenance turned pale with disbelief. 10 celestial realms. How could this be? Li Bufan advanced step by step into the Mountain River sect, and as he passed by the hapless disciple, he unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! The disciple's body exploded. It was decreed that blood would stain the mountains and rivers, and today, Li Bufan would unleash a massacre. Who is this detestable individual? Why has he come to trouble our Mountain River sect? I recognize him. He is Li Bufan, the one sought after by the Azura sect. Li Bufan, the very demon who slaughtered the city of Juyang? Indeed, this is fortuitous. Let us slay him and hang his corpse at the city gate, thereby elevating the prestige of our Mountain River sect, while simultaneously claiming the bounty from the Azura sect, a twofold triumph. Let us unite against this demon. There is no need for righteousness. The disciples of the Mountain River sect surged forth in a frenzy, with 10 celestial realms above him. Li Bufan unleashed a relentless torrent of power, the crimson light in his eyes coalescing, as if a boundless sea of blood lay within. The eye of slaughter awakened. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him, rendering each of his strikes imbued with an overwhelming might. Like a deity of death descended upon the world. He was utterly unstoppable. He fought his way from the mountain gate to the summit, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Every disciple of the Mountain River sect that dared to confront him was annihilated. Behind him, the steps were littered with lifeless bodies. Blood cascading down to form a crimson corridor. Form the formation. At the moment Li Bufan reached the pinnacle, dozens of elite disciples from the Mountain River sect had already prepared a grand array. The intricate patterns of the formation coalesced above his head, transforming into mountains that threatened to crush him. The terrifying pressure caused the ground beneath him to cave in. The Mountain River formation? Huh, what good is that? With a chilling smile, Li Bufan unleashed the Eye of Slaughter, his combat prowess surging. He hurled a punch upwards. With a resounding crack, the formation shattered, the shockwave rippling outward, causing the disciples who had formed the array to suffer a backlash, spewing blood and flying backward like kites severed from their strings. Host has slain over 1,000 disciples of the Mountain River sect, acquiring the divine Mountain Fist Sutra. An esoteric technique of cultivation materialized within Li Bufan's mind. In an instant, the power behind his punch intensified dramatically. As he struck, a phantom resembling an ancient divine mountain manifested in the void. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a palace at the summit shattered beneath the force of his blow, leaving dozens of disciples torn apart. What is this? Is this the Mountain River seal? No, it is not. It merely resembles it, yet its potency far exceeds that of the Mountain River seal. Damn it, what kind of cultivation method is this? It feels like a more advanced version of the Mountain River seal. The crowd gasped in horror as they beheld the murderous intent radiating from Li Bufan, and upon glancing at the blood-soaked steps behind him, an overwhelming fear enveloped their hearts. Demon, you have mercilessly slain so many disciples of the Mountain and River sect. Your crimes warrant 1,000 deaths. A furious shout erupted. From within the grand hall, an elderly man with white hair burst forth, followed by 9 others from the Dantian realm. Among them, several emitted an aura of profound mystery, their bodies adorned with flowing runes. It was the Grand Elder. Excellent. Grand Elder, swiftly eliminate this demon. The disciples of the Mountain and River sect suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Mountain and River seal. Suppress him. The white-haired elder bellowed, channeling the power of the Dantian runes. An imposing mountain, exuding an air of desolation, materialized in the void, hurtling towards Li Bufan in an attempt to subdue him. The might of the runic realm was indeed far superior to that of the Dantian realm. Yet, regrettably, Li Bufan was no ordinary Dantian practitioner. He was at the pinnacle of the 10 Dantian level, endowed with the celestial combat body and the Eye of Slaughter. As he summoned his power, a brilliant light erupted from his 5 fingers, and he unleashed a punch, invoking the divine Mountain Fist technique, which conjured a mountain even more majestic than the Mountain and River seal. Boom! The 2 formidable attacks collided, causing the Grand Elder of the Mountain and River sect to be violently thrust back, his complexion paling, and his arm trembling slightly. Was this truly the strength of a mere Dantian practitioner? Grand Elder, we come to assist you. This demon must be vanquished. Figures surged forth from various palaces. These were the elders of the Mountain and River sect, each possessing at least the Dantian cultivation level, totaling more than 30 in number. The aura of their magical power surged forth like towering mountains, pressing relentlessly toward Li Bufan. Particularly, the several elders of the Inscription realm. their powers of the cave heaven inscriptions intertwining, exuded an imposing might that surpassed that of the cave heaven realm itself. Let us unite our efforts. Eliminate this fiend. One elder of the inscription realm declared coldly. From his cave heaven, inscriptions unfurled, merging with those of the other elders, creating an intricate net to ensnare Li Bufon. Huh, inscriptions, you say? I possess them as well. Li Bufon chuckled lightly, as a radiant divine light swirled within his own cave heaven, revealing the river and mountain inscriptions. The brilliance of these inscriptions illuminated the heavens and the earth. Though these two were river and mountain inscriptions, they were grander and more magnificent than those of the elders from the river and mountain sect. The inscriptions of several elders were unexpectedly subdued. He is of the inscription realm. Such inscriptions, the river and mountain inscriptions, yet they are of a higher grade than ours. They are supreme inscriptions. Inscriptions are categorized by rank: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. The higher the grade, the greater the potential of the practitioner. In the annals of the river and mountain sect, only one individual has ever possessed a superior inscription. As for supreme inscriptions, they are exceedingly rare even in the vast wilderness. With 10 cave heavens, coupled with this supreme inscription, if this fellow does not perish, he is certain to become a formidable force in the future. If this youth is not eliminated, he will pose endless troubles. The elders' eyes ignited with murderous intent as they struck in unison. Li Bufon summoned the magical power from his 10 cave heavens, combining it with the might of the river and mountain inscriptions to execute the divine mountain fist. With each punch unleashed, the ethereal silhouette of an ancient divine mountain manifested in the void. The ordinary elder could not even withstand a single blow before being obliterated. The host has slain the elder of the mountain river sect and obtained a restoration card. The restoration card is a treasure that can instantaneously restore one to their peak state. With this artifact in hand, Li Bufon felt emboldened to unleash his magical powers with greater abandon. Today, the mountain river sect is destined for annihilation. Even the heavenly sovereign's arrival would be futile, let alone you old fellows. Li Bufon laughed maniacally. The elders found themselves suppressed, their faces twisted in extreme dismay. How absurd. Do you truly believe this is a place where you can act with impunity? A cold voice rang out. A middle-aged man clad in white stepped forward, radiating an impressive divine light. The Sect Master. Chapter 13. Summoning the Mountain God, the beastly heart of the Mountain River Sect Master. Zhang Tian, the Mountain River Sect Master, is a cultivator of the Tao platform realm, renowned within an 800-mile radius. His appearance immediately instilled a surge of confidence in the gathered individuals, who regarded Li Bufon as though he were already a deceased man. In their eyes, while the cave heaven realm is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to the Tao platform realm, rendering it almost childlike in its frailty. Li Bufon, you massacre cities, slaughter the innocent, and have killed numerous disciples of my mountain river sect. You deserve nothing less than death. Before me, do you not bow down to your doom? Zhang Tian stated coldly, his Tao platform aura swirling around him, exuding unmatched authority. It seemed he had Li Bufon firmly under his control. Bow down to my doom? Do you even think yourself worthy of such a demand? I have lost count of how many Tao platform cultivators I have slain. Li Bufon replied with a chilling smile. He summoned his magical powers to their utmost, beginning to activate the divine summoning talent. Zhang Tian seemed to sense a hint of threat, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the mountain river seal with full force, hurling it towards Li Bufon. In response to this formidable strike, Li Bufon interrupted the summoning ritual, employing the sacred mountain fist to engage Zhang Tian in a direct confrontation. The tremendous force propelled him backward for several hundred meters. Boom! Li Bufon was smashed into a palace, which immediately collapsed, turning into ruins amidst swirling dust and debris. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Indeed. The sect leader's intervention is extraordinary. How could a mere cave heaven realm practitioner possibly contend with the sect leader? I had thought him to be formidable, boasting about having slain a Tao platform realm practitioner, yet it appears he is nothing more than this. After sustaining such a blow, he would surely be heavily wounded if not dead. Just as everyone believed Li Bufon had been vanquished, a detached voice suddenly emerged from the ruins. It was a solemn and sacred incantation. Mountains traverse the world. The Tao aids all beings. May peace and prosperity prevail. Summon the mountain god. Boom. A rift in the void abruptly opened, An imposing and majestic aura instantaneously radiated from it, causing the entire Mountain River sect to tremble. Zhang Tian's expression shifted. Even as a Dao platform realm practitioner, he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure at that moment. From the rift, a figure stepped forth with deliberate grace. It was an elderly man with white hair, a benevolent smile gracing his face, his aura profound and ancient, exuding the essence of a towering mountain that protects all beings. Who was he, and how had he come to be here? Is it the art of summoning? This Li Bufan has surprisingly mastered such an ancient practice. Yet the ability to summon a person is unheard of. The aura emanating from the mountain god is overwhelmingly potent. The members of the Mountain River sect are inevitably thrown into disarray, and Zhang Tian, without uttering a word, promptly produces a magical artifact, a small mountain, no larger than the palm of his hand. He hurls the diminutive mountain into the air, where it expands with the wind, instantly transforming into a towering peak that descends to suppress. To use a mountain to subdue a mountain god is something I have never witnessed before. The mountain god smiles faintly and then points with a finger. In an instant, the colossal mountain he conjured halts mid-air. Despite Zhang Tian's frantic attempts to manipulate it, he finds himself utterly powerless to budge it even an inch. Sweat beads form on his forehead, his complexion pales, and his lips tremble. How can he control the mountain seal? The mountain seal, a prized artifact of the Mountain River sect, was forged by the ancestors who refined 10 great mountains, combining them with the essence of mysterious iron, yielding immense power. Even cultivators of a higher tier than Zhang Tian could be suppressed by it. Yet now, this artifact is effortlessly controlled by the mountain god. Begone! The mountain god chuckles lightly, and the mountain seal hurtles back, descending upon Zhang Tian and his companions with the inevitability of fate. Without any chance of evasion, Zhang Tian and the others gaze upon the impending mountain seal as if witnessing the collapse of the heavens, unable to escape, and are crushed into oblivion, dead beyond resurrection. The host has slain the sect master of the Mountain River sect and obtained the Thunder inscription. Another inscription has been acquired. Li Bufan's eyes sparkle with excitement. The power of inscriptions should not be underestimated. The more inscriptions one possesses, the greater their combat prowess. After vanquishing the Mountain River sect's leader and others with the mountain seal, the mountain god slightly inclined its head towards Li Bufan before transforming into countless specks of light and dissipating. Li Bufan retrieved a recovery card that he had previously acquired. The substantial mana expended to summon the mountain god swiftly replenished, and his injuries and stamina were restored, bringing him back to his peak condition. As I have stated, I have lost count of how many cultivators of the Dao platform I have slain. Li Bufan smirked, casting his gaze upon the remaining disciples of the Mountain River sect, showing no intention of halting his onslaught, continuing to unleash devastation. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, none could stand against him. With the Mountain River sect's leader and several elders deceased, the remaining disciples posed no threat whatsoever. Flee, flee. This man is a demon. A mere cultivator of the cave heaven realm can slay those of the Dao platform. Panic-stricken, the crowd dispersed, devoid of any fighting spirit. After a brutal massacre, the Mountain River sect lay awash in blood. Aside from Li Bufan, not a single person remained standing. Finding a clean spot, Li Bufan sat down to rest for a while before rising to scavenge within the Mountain River sect. Half a day later, his storage ring was filled with a considerable bounty of spirit stones. Just as he intended to depart, a rustling sound reached his ears from a distance. His gaze sharpened. Were there survivors? Approaching the source of the noise, he discovered a staircase leading underground beneath the ruins of a palace, where several women, upon seeing him, turned pale with fear. Please do not kill us. We are not members of the Mountain River sect, one of the women exclaimed in a panic. Who are you? We are captives of the sovereign of the Mountain River sect. He is nothing but a beast. As the woman spoke of the sovereign, her eyes betrayed a mixture of fear and intense hatred. Intrigued, Li Bufan observed the group of women before him. Each possessed striking beauty, yet their attire was disheveled. His mind began to form conjectures. Young master, please follow us, one of the women said, leading Li Bufan downward. Before long, he found himself in a vast subterranean chamber adorned with flickering candlelight, a grand bed, and luxurious silks. The walls bore the marks of shackles and whips, instruments of torment, alongside iron cages housing women whose vacant stares revealed their numbness. The scene was harrowing, connecting this grim reality to the noble ladies who had mysteriously vanished from the Mountain River city. Li Bufan's understanding crystallized. Those esteemed women had been captured by the sovereign of the Mountain River sect and confined within this underground prison to satiate his primal desires. No wonder the sect had spent decades searching in vain for the notorious flower thief. The sovereign himself was the very perpetrator. Li Bufan let out a cold laugh, feeling as though he had granted the sovereign a death far too merciful. Sisters, this young master has slain the sovereign of the Mountain River sect. We are free, proclaimed the woman who had led him to the hidden chamber. Upon hearing this, the previously vacant eyes of the women sparkled with a glimmer of hope. They turned to Li Bufan, seemingly seeking affirmation. Indeed, the sovereign has been vanquished by my hand, and the Mountain River sect has been eradicated. You may now return to your lives. Chapter 14. Black Demon City. Already infamous, that beast is dead? Truly dead? Finally dead. Ha 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 ha. A fitting demise. Woe is me. I can finally return home. Many thanks, benefactor, many thanks. Upon hearing Li Bufan's words, the women either roared with laughter towards the heavens, sobbed softly, or knelt on the ground, kowtowing in gratitude. Li Bufan unlocked each iron cage, leading them out of the underground chamber. Observing the rivers of blood and mountains of corpses of the Shana sect, they couldn't help but be startled, some overwhelmed and vomiting on the ground, while others revealed expressions of vindictive pleasure. In their eyes, the Shanha sect master deserved to die, and the Shanha sect disciples and elders who aided his wickedness were equally deserving of their fate. Soon, they discovered the sect master's corpse, crushed into a meat paste by the mountain seal, almost unrecognizable. Yet, they still identified him. Their hatred for him was etched into their very bones. They would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. They surrounded his corpse, spitting and cursing, or picking up weapons from the ground, relentlessly venting their years of anguish and hatred. Li Bufan glanced at them and then turned to leave. Before long, cultivators and commoners from the city noticed the commotion emanating from the Shanha sect and rushed to investigate. Upon witnessing the towering piles of corpses, their faces paled and their pupils trembled. A fiend, this fiend truly deserves death, to slaughter so many. The people of the Shanha sect were so benevolent, acting chivalrously and aiding the needy, yet now they have been massacred. This fiend must be eradicated by all. How terrifying it is that even the Mountain River sect has been obliterated. Who, pray tell, can possibly halt this demon? The crowd ascends towards the summit of the Mountain River sect. Along the path, the number of corpses grows ever more disheartening, the air thick with an unbearable stench of blood. Suddenly, a figure descends slowly from the mountain. It is Li Bufan. Upon seeing the approaching individual, the crowd, once filled with righteous indignation, is now engulfed by fear, retreating in haste. They step aside along the steps, obediently clearing a path for Li Bufan to descend. Only after he has moved a distance away do some dare to voice their thoughts. Humph, that wretch shall not meet a good end. One day, someone will undoubtedly make him pay. Indeed, the heavens are just. They shall not allow this demon to remain so audacious for long. The crowd continues their ascent, eager to discover if any survivors remain. Others begin to scour the area, hoping to see some treasures amidst the downfall of the Mountain River sect. Alas, nearly all of the sect's spirit stones and magical artifacts have been taken by Li Bufan. Their efforts yield nothing, not even a single spirit stone. This fiend is not only cruel in his methods, but also insatiably greedy, leaving us with nothing. Greed and cruelty, he truly deserves his fate. Upon reaching the summit, they are taken aback to see a group of women. Wait, is that not the daughter of Lu Yuanwei, who disappeared years ago, and the third miss of the Bai family? Were they not abducted by a notorious bandit? How could they possibly be here at the Mountain River sect? The crowd was perplexed, observing the women venting their emotions on a corpse that was beyond recognition. One of the women, upon spotting her parents in the throng, rushed towards them, weeping. Father, mother. Overjoyed at the return of their missing daughter, the parents were moved to tears. Daughter, where have you been all these years? Your father and I have been searching for you relentlessly. It was the sect master of the Shanha sect. The woman recounted her abduction by the sect master in detail. Impossible. The sect master of the Shanha sect is renowned for his chivalry and virtue. How could he possibly be a lecherous bandit? You must be spouting nonsense. An ardent admirer of the sect master retorted vehemently. He is nothing but a beast. At that moment, the other women echoed in agreement, corroborating her account. If you doubt us, you may follow us. They led the assembly to an underground chamber. Upon witnessing the iron cages and shackles, the crowd was dumbfounded. The sect master's devotee felt his faith crumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. A beast indeed. It was beyond comprehension that the sect master of the Shanha sect could be so two-faced and depraved. To think we were once so grateful to him. The mere thought is now repulsive. Having realized the sect master's duplicity, the crowd erupted in condemnation. Their former reverence for the Shanha sect had transformed into an equal measure of outrage. Thanks to young Master Li, otherwise, we would have remained in torment. Perhaps enduring this darkness until the Lord of the Mountain and River sect grew weary of us and put us to death. A woman spoke with a sorrowful expression, filled with despair at the thought of such an outcome. Upon hearing her words, the others exchanged glances. Momentarily at a loss for words, the Mountain and River sect's lord, whom they believed to embody righteousness, turned out to be a heartless fiend. Meanwhile, the villain they spoke of with disdain had become the savior of these women, their daughter's hero. Could there be anything more absurd in this world? Having departed from the Mountain and River sect, Li Bufan chose not to linger in Mountain River City, but decided to journey to another destination. After all, he was now a fugitive, and remaining in one place for too long could attract formidable adversaries, such as the powerful figures from the Shura sect. Nevertheless, he felt no fear, should the situation demand it. He could sacrifice his celestial battle body or the Eye of Slaughter to summon a deity of the caliber of Qi Yu and obliterate his foes. Yet, the cost of such a sacrifice was exorbitant, and he would refrain from it unless absolutely necessary. A little patience would suffice. With his innate talent and the system at his disposal, he would surely experience rapid growth, making it effortless to vanquish a member of the Shura sect when the time came. Li Bufan's gaze turned icy as these thoughts coursed through his mind. After contemplating for a while, he had already settled on a destination. 7 days later, outside a black fortress, Li Bufan, clad in a dark robe and bearing the dust of travel, arrived. He cast a glance at the plaque hanging on the fortress. Blackfiend City. Blackfiend City was one of the forbidden cities in the Great Wilderness. The so-called Forbidden Zone city is one that is established near a forbidden area. This city does not belong to any particular sect and is primarily inhabited by cultivators who venture into the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone itself is a unique region within the realms of heaven and earth, rich in treasures yet fraught with peril. It is categorized into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and extremely dangerous. It is said that beyond the extremely dangerous level, there exists a land of great calamity capable of spilling the blood of formidable beings. However, within the vast wilderness, there is only one extremely dangerous forbidden zone, while the land of calamity remains unheard of within the 10 realms. It may only exist within the celestial domain of the 9 heavens. The forbidden zone near Blackshaw City is known as the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone and is classified as a lower-level forbidden zone. Despite its classification, it is sufficiently challenging for someone like Li Bufan, who is yet to fully mature into his potential. Upon entering the city, he was immediately enveloped by the savage atmosphere. The majority of the gathered individuals were ruthless and wary, each one vigilant of those around them. Li Bufan's arrival caught the attention of several onlookers, some of whom recognized him. After all, he had recently slaughtered an entire city and was being pursued by the Shura sect, followed by the annihilation of the Mountain River sect. These events transpired in rapid succession. Li Bufan had already garnered a fearsome reputation in the vast wilderness. Chapter 15. Annihilating the Black Wind Gang. The Four Seas Taverna. Look who has arrived. Is that not the disciple of the Great Sun sect? I heard he wiped out an entire city. A man with a scar running across his face approached Li Bufan. Behind him trailed several menacing figures armed with weapons. Exuding an intimidating aura, they blocked Li Bufan's path, while the surrounding crowd eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. The members of the Black Wind Gang are once again harassing newcomers. The leader of the Black Wind Gang is a practitioner at the Inscription Realm, and it is rumored that the Daozi of the Daylight sect is also at the same level. These two are likely evenly matched. However, one must not underestimate Li Bufan, who has extinguished the Mountain River sect. Though the means by which he accomplished this remain unclear, he is certainly not an ordinary practitioner of the Inscription Realm. That said, the Black Wind Gang has more than just its leader at this level. The vice leader is also formidable, so it is likely that Li Bufan may encounter some difficulties. The leader of the Black Wind Gang encircled Li Bufan with his men. Throughout the encounter, Li Bufan maintained a serene demeanor and calmly stated, "You are blocking my path. Please step aside." Step aside. That is possible, but since you are new to Black Wind City, a little gesture would be in order. 10,000 spirit stones, and I shall clear the way for you, the leader said with a slight smile, extending a finger. For an ordinary practitioner, 10,000 spirit stones is a considerable sum. However, he was confident that for Li Bufan, this amount would be trivial. Given his reputation for having vanquished the Mountain River sect and presumably possessing a significant amount of spirit stones, if Li Bufan wished to avoid conflict, he would likely acquiesce to this demand. After all, in terms of numbers and strength, the Black Wind Gang held the advantage, while Li Bufan was a solitary newcomer who had no need to provoke them. Yet, regrettably, they misjudged him. Upon hearing their attempt to extort spirit stones from him, Li Bufan smiled. He retrieved a storage ring and announced, "There are at least 100,000 spirit stones here." He is indeed sensible. The leader of the Black Wind Gang's expression brightened, and he reached out to seize the spirit stones. However, as his fingers grazed the storage ring, Li Bufan swiftly grasped his wrist and yanked him forcefully, driving his knee into the gang leader's midsection with fierce impact. Bang! The sudden assault left the Black Wind leader's eyes wide with shock, as if his very organs were on the verge of shattering. Yet, this was not the end. Li Bufan seized his head and relentlessly smashed it against his knee once more. Another brutal knee strike. Blood erupted from the leader's features, distorting his nose and mouth. While his skull was fractured, brain matter nearly bursting forth, leading to his immediate demise. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. No one could fathom that the newcomer, Li Bufan, would dare to commit murder in broad daylight. Moreover, his victim was none other than the Black Wind leader, a figure with considerable influence in the city of Haisha. Leader. The remaining members of the Black Wind Gang, witnessing this horrifying scene, quivered in disbelief. Li Bufan, seemingly unfazed, picked up the bloodied storage ring from the ground and remarked coolly, "Spirit stones, I have plenty. It merely depends on whether you possess the life to claim them." "Scoundrel! Kill him! Avenge our leader!" they cried out in outrage. As realization dawned, the remaining members of the Black Wind Gang sprang into action. The heavens opened, and runes materialized. A formidable surge of magical energy surged forth from all directions, crashing toward Li Bufan like a tidal wave. A bunch of rabble. Li Bufan scoffed, standing his ground without retreat. 10 portals of heaven manifested, and a more overwhelming torrent of magical energy erupted forth like a tsunami. The encroaching magical force was methodically crushed beneath his might. Under the onslaught of immense power, the members of the Black Wind Gang were forcefully repelled. Stepping forward, Li Bufan focused his gaze on a practitioner of the Inscription realm present, the vice leader of the Black Wind Gang. As he charged towards his adversary, the vice leader roared, "Do not underestimate me. Fire Inscription, manifest." With a thunderous declaration, within his domain, his mana transformed into blazing flames that erupted forth. In response, Li Bufan unleashed a dazzling burst of purple lightning from his domain. Indeed, the Inscription of Thunder. The clash of thunder and fire intertwined violently. The fierce and unyielding thunder roared, tearing through the flames and crashing into the body of the Black Wind vice leader. The impact left him charred and trembling uncontrollably. Li Bufan advanced to his foe, seizing the vice leader's head and driving it towards the ground. Blood and brain matter splattered in a gruesome display. Having dispatched 2 Inscription practitioners, he then turned his gaze to the remaining members of the Black Wind Gang, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he unleashed a brutal rampage. Akin to a tiger among sheep, in no time, those who obstructed his path at the city gate met their demise, leaving no survivors. Surrounding onlookers, witnessing the corpses strewn across the ground and the cold, murderous aura radiating from the youth, felt a chill run down their spines. What a terrifying young man. This individual is truly a monster. To brazenly commit murder in Blackshale City, he is undoubtedly the ruthless figure who has slaughtered cities and decimated the Mountain River sect. I have a premonition that this man will incite a tempest of bloodshed in Blackshale City. Did I not just witness correctly? Was that not 10 domains? Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the crowd, Li Bufan dusted off his clothes, nonchalantly kicked aside the corpse that obstructed his path, and strode forward with his head held high. This time, none dared to impede his progress. After inquiring with several passers-by, Li Bufan arrived at the largest inn within the city of Haisha, the Sihai Inn. This establishment belongs to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the most prominent trading entity in the Great Wilderness, reputed to possess assets amounting to trillions of spirit stones. The president of the Sihai Chamber is regarded as the wealthiest individual in the entire region. The inn sprawls over several kilometers, adorned with opulent decorations that evoke the grandeur of a palace rather than that of a mere inn. Approaching the front desk, a sweet-faced young woman greeted him with a smile. "Welcome. Are you planning to stay, young master?" "Yes, please prepare a superior room for me." Li Bufan glanced at the displayed room rates and, without hesitation, requested a superior room. However, the young woman hesitated. "I'm afraid, young master, that all superior rooms are fully booked. Might I suggest a standard room instead? All superior rooms are occupied? Then please provide me with a luxurious suite." The young woman was momentarily taken aback. The price of a luxurious suite was 10 times that of a superior room. Her smile grew even sweeter. "Very well. A luxurious suite it is. Kindly proceed to pay the deposit here." After completing the necessary formalities, Li Bufan took the room card and ascended to the top floor of the inn. Standing before the door of his luxurious suite, he swiped the card, and instantly, a bright light illuminated the room as the door swung open automatically. With a soft click of his tongue, Li Bufan marveled at the grandeur of the largest inn in the Black Shaman City. The luxurious suite was safeguarded by intricate formations. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a plethora of opulent decorations, beaded curtains, elegant screens, exquisite calligraphy and paintings, and antiques, with even the carpet crafted from the finest materials of demonic beasts. A large floor-to-ceiling window offered a breathtaking view of much of Black Shaman City. "I shall take a moment to rest here before venturing into the Black Shaman Forbidden Zone tomorrow," Li Bufan mused to himself, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Within the Four Seas Inn, he felt no apprehension of trouble finding him. The Four Seas Inn was a property of the Four Seas Commerce Guild, the most influential merchant association in the Great Wilderness, which commanded respect from all sections. Even the audacious Shura sect would refrain from openly seeking confrontation within the premises of the inn. The following day, Li Bufan awoke in his lavish suite, a peculiar glimmer evident in his eyes. Indeed, the Four Seas Inn was remarkable. The protective formation not only safeguarded him, but also attracted spiritual energy, enhancing his cultivation efficiency. No wonder it cost so many spirit stones for a single night. Had he not plundered the resources of the Daylight sect and the River and Mountain sect, he would scarcely afford such luxury. However, now, he could reside here without restraint. He could even secure the entire suite if he wished. Although he had not meticulously counted, he estimated that his storage ring contained several million spirit stones. It is time to explore the Black Shaman Forbidden Zone, Li Bufan considered, rising to depart. As he exited the suite, a sweet-faced receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, young Master Li." "Good morning," he replied, returning her smile. The service at the Four Seas Inn was indeed commendable. He believes that these individuals should now recognize their own identities. To greet such a formidable person with a smile is indeed a testament to their remarkable composure. "Young Master Li, would you like some breakfast? We offer a complimentary meal." The receptionist continued with a radiant smile, as sweet as honey. "Oh, I shall have a portion then. Would you prefer dining in the restaurant or having it delivered to your room?" "In the restaurant, please." Li Bufan intended to resolve his hunger before heading out, so he swiftly located a seat within the dining area. Aside from himself, several early risers were already partaking in their meals. Upon noticing his arrival, they couldn't help but cast furtive glances his way, murmuring quietly amongst themselves. "Look, that's Li Bufan. He dispatched the leader of the Black Wind Gang on the very day he entered the city. Truly a fierce character. TSK. It's best to avoid provoking someone like him. I've heard his methods are ruthless. He slaughters cities and obliterates sects without a second thought, a veritable demon. Be silent. You value your life, don't you? If he hears you, your days are numbered." Li Bufan, however, was already aware of the discussion surrounding him, yet he remained indifferent. Even if they harbored animosity or disdain towards him, it mattered not. As long as they refrained from taking action, he would not concern himself with their opinions. But should they choose to act, that would be an entirely different matter. Before long, a dining cart was wheeled before Li Bufan, laden with an array of sumptuous breakfast offerings. The millet porridge crafted by Ling Mi, the tender and fragrant meat, the crystal-clear Ling fish, the vibrant green Ling vegetables, and the aromatic fine wines. Among other delicacies, the others glanced at their breakfast, and then at Li Bufan's, instantly feeling their own meals lacking in allure. "Hey, is there a mistake? How can his breakfast be so lavish?" Someone expressed their discontent. "This is the breakfast of a luxurious suite," the server girl replied with a smile. "A lavish suite costing 10,000 spirit stones per night. Truly wealthy," murmured another, gazing at Li Bufan with envy. Humph, are you implying I cannot afford a luxurious suite? The initially dissatisfied individual suddenly appeared displeased. My apologies, that was not my intention. If any guests wish to exchange their breakfast, it can be purchased separately. The server girl explained. Humph, if he can have it, bring me one. No, let each of us in the group have one. Please wait a moment. The server girl responded, pushing the cart away. Li Bufan remained seated, merely casting a glance at the discontented youth. The young man, dressed in white with a golden hairband adorning his head and a sword hanging at his waist, appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old. Additionally, Li Bufan noticed a token hanging at the youth's waist, inscribed with the word star. The star sect information about this sect surfaced in Li Bufan's mind. Although the Great Wasteland is the least developed among the 10 lands, it is home to numerous cultivation sects, including the 7 most formidable ones. Collectively known as the 7 sects of the Great Wasteland. The Star Sect is indeed one of the 7 sects of the Great Wasteland. The Great Sun Sect and the Azura Sect pale in comparison. For instance, the leaders of both the Great Sun Sect and the Azura Sect are formidable beings at the Divine Flame Realm, yet within the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness. Such individuals would merely hold the position of an elder, perhaps even a junior elder at best. It is unimaginable that the people of the Great Wilderness 7 sects would venture into this insignificant black, evil, forbidden zone. Li Bufan felt a twinge of curiosity. With so many forbidden zones in the Great Wilderness, including over a dozen high-level ones, the treasures yielded from those locations far surpassed the offerings of the black, evil, forbidden zone, where the main forces of the Great Wilderness 7 sects are concentrated. The black, evil, forbidden zone likely does not even warrant their attention. Before long, the cart-pushing girl returned with a plethora of food, distributing it to several disciples of the Starry Sect. The leader among them cast a provocative glance at Li Bufan. Childish. Li Bufan merely curled his lips in disdain, ignoring the provocation as he continued to enjoy his meal. After finishing breakfast, he stepped outside. After strolling through the streets, he departed the city, heading towards the black, evil, forbidden zone. Roar. Barely stepping into the black, evil, forbidden zone, Li Bufan was confronted by a black tiger lunging towards him, its fierce and savage aura prompting him to take notice. This was a unique, ferocious beast of the Forbidden Zone. Die! With a cold shout, Li Bufan delivered a powerful punch to the tiger's head, shattering it instantly. A crystal core, roughly the size of a thumb, erupted from the beast's shattered skull. This was a ferocious beast's crystal core, imbued with potent spiritual energy, akin in nature to spiritual stones. It could enhance cultivation efficiency and be utilized in alchemy or array formation. It is one of the most common treasures found within the Forbidden Zones. Li Bufan carefully stored the crystal core and continued his journey through the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone. He remained at the periphery, refraining from venturing too deep. Currently, he was merely at the Inscription Realm, while the depths of the Forbidden Area were said to harbor ferocious beasts of the Core Formation Realm. He intended to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment before gradually delving further. 3 days later, as Li Bufan traversed the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone, he annihilated a beast that lunged at him from the underbrush with a single punch, skillfully splitting open its skull to retrieve the crystal core within. Over the past few days, he had lost count of the number of beasts he had slain, and a palpable aura of malice now clung to him. My current magical prowess is nearly on par with the 5th level of the Inscription Realm, he mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though he possessed only 2 inscriptions, his magical abilities had been continuously enhanced through his acts of slaughter. He was now comparable to a 5th-level inscriptionist. When combined with techniques such as the Celestial Combat Body and the Eye of Slaughter, he could contend with even Dao Platform Realm cultivators, perhaps even vanquish them. Suddenly, a colossal rhinoceros beast, shrouded in dark energy with imposing horns, charged forth from the depths of the mountains. Its massive form caused the ground to tremble and trees to topple in its wake. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback. How could a beast of such caliber appear in this peripheral area? This creature was at least comparable to those of the Dao Platform Realm and should not typically be found here unless some upheaval had forced it to flee the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Let's see what you can do. Unfazed by the formidable beast akin to the Dao Platform Realm, Li Bufan advanced boldly. The Celestial Combat Body erupted into action, and the Eye of Slaughter was activated. In that fleeting moment, his breath surged to its zenith. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a fist, casting an ethereal shadow reminiscent of an ancient divine mountain. embodying the mountain fist technique. Boom! The formidable force sent the ferocious beast staggering back several paces. Roar! Enraged by Li Bufan's audacity, the creature charged at him with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 17. Diamond Soft Armor, Stellar Inscription. Boom! Within the Black Fiend's forbidden zone, a rhinoceros beast clashed violently with a youth clad in black. Both combatants bore crimson eyes, their murderous intent palpable. The ferocity of their battle caused the very ground to quake, with dust swirling around them ominously. Die! Li Bufan leapt into the air, positioning himself atop the rhinoceros beast. Delivering fist after fist in rapid succession, each blow raining down relentlessly upon its head. Under the onslaught of such power, the rhinoceros roared in fury, thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge Li Bufan from its back. Yet, Li Bufan clung tenaciously to its horn, undeterred by the rocks that battered him from all sides. Die, die, die! Li Bufan summoned every ounce of his strength, his fists falling like a torrential downpour. Gradually, the beast's power waned under his relentless assault, ultimately collapsing to the ground, blood flowing freely as it breathed its last. Host has slain a Dao platform realm beast, acquiring the mid-grade magical treasure, Diamond Soft Armor. Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with delight. He beheld a resplendent golden armor materializing in his system's storage compartment. He retrieved it, shed his outer garment, and donned the armor. After a few movements, he found it to be remarkably comfortable, without a hint of obstruction. This soft armor is indeed splendid. Li Bufan smiled faintly, redressing himself before retrieving a dagger from his storage ring. He commenced the dissection of the rhinoceros beast's head to extract its crystal core. However, the dagger barely penetrated half an inch. This rhinoceros beast was formidable. At the Dao platform realm, even in death, its body remained remarkably resilient compared to ordinary beasts. Li Bufan's dagger was merely an ordinary one, making the dissection a rather challenging endeavor. I didn't expect to encounter you here. What a coincidence. A voice interrupted from beside him. A group of individuals approached slowly, led by none other than a disciple from the Starry Sky sect whom Li Bufan had met a few days prior at the Sea Hyenas dining hall. The disciple regarded him with a bemused expression and declared, "I will take the crystal core of this rhinoceros beast. You may leave." Li Bufan raised an eyebrow. They sought to seize his prize, a not uncommon occurrence in forbidden zones, nor in the entire cultivation realm. The law of the jungle prevails, if one lacks sufficient strength. Even one's possessions are not secure. I slayed this rhinoceros beast, and only I possess the right to its spoils. As for you, I suggest you depart while I am still disinclined to act, Li Bufan replied indifferently. Child, do you believe that after killing a few individuals and garnering some notoriety, you have become exceptional? Let me enlighten you. Before the Starry Sky sect, you are nothing. The leading disciple of the Starry Sky sect scoffed coldly, producing several spirit stones and tossing them before Li Bufan, sneering, "Consider these spirit stones as payment for this beast. Take them and leave." Humiliation. This was undoubtedly an affront. Li Bufan gazed at the spirit stones scattered on the ground and could not help but smile. Under the scornful glances of the onlookers, he slowly picked up the spirit stones. Indeed, it is better to roll away with the spirit stones than to oppose my Starry sect. The smiles on the faces of several Starry sect disciples grew increasingly radiant, their disdain for Li Bufan becoming palpable. What if he had slaughtered a city? What if he had annihilated the Mountain River sect? Such a ruthless individual would surely submit before the esteemed reputation of their Starry sect. Just as everyone entertained this notion, Li Bufan suddenly erupted, charging toward one of the Starry sect disciples, his eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. The eye of slaughter awakened. The disciple had no time to react before Li Bufan seized his head and forcefully smashed it into the ground. The expressions of the other Starry sect disciples shifted as they realized the gravity of the situation. This fellow was courting death. With a swift strike of a shooting star, they hurriedly took action, channeling their powers, manifesting their realms, enhanced with intricate inscriptions. Yet, Li Bufan did not retreat. Instead, he hurled the corpse in his grasp toward them, using it as a shield to advance toward another disciple. With a powerful kick, he struck the opponent's chest like a steel whip. Crack! The chest shattered, and the disciple fell dead on the spot. However, the attacks from the remaining disciples had already landed on Li Bufan, erupting in a violent shockwave, stirring up clouds of dust. Just when they believed they had successfully slain Li Bufan, a figure burst forth from the dust, appearing somewhat tattered. yet radiating a glimmer of golden light. A defensive artifact. This fellow possesses a defensive artifact. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Li Bufan unleashed a powerful strike. Invoking the Mountain God Fist technique, which manifested as a colossal mountain to crush his foes, annihilating 2 disciples of the Starry Sect into mere fragments. Now, only their leader remained. He roared, channeling his energy to its utmost limit. Behind him, within 9 celestial realms, countless glowing inscriptions flickered. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that 8 of these realms bore inscriptions, indicating a cultivation level of the 8th inscription. It was no wonder he dared to provoke Li Bufan. Die, he shouted, thrusting both palms forward, weaving his magical essence into a tapestry of starlight. Li Bufan stood his ground, simultaneously unleashing the river and mountain inscriptions alongside the thunder inscriptions, summoning the mountain god to echo with the roaring force of thunder. The combined might of these 2 inscriptions, augmented by his own magical power, created a terrifying shockwave that tore through the celestial starlight, sending the leader reeling, blood spewing from his lips. Impossible. Impossible. Your cultivation is inferior to mine. How can you possess such combat prowess? The opponent's face was a mask of horror. Li Bufan, with an icy demeanor, approached him while holding a spirit stone and then brought it down forcefully upon the opponent's face. With several dull thuds, the adversary's head was left bloodied and battered, utterly disheveled. Ultimately, he shoved the spirit stone into the opponent's mouth and, seizing his head, smashed it violently against the ground, creating a deep crater, and with that, the adversary's breath ceased. Host slays a disciple of the Starry Sect, acquiring starry inscriptions. Ah, another type of inscription has emerged. Li Bufan's eyes gleamed with delight. Among the myriad of inscriptions, the starry inscriptions were considered to be of the highest caliber. Moreover, the inscriptions rewarded by the system were all of elite quality, elite starry inscriptions that few could possess, representing a significant enhancement to Li Bufan's combat capabilities. Li Bufan glanced at the several corpses on the ground and picked up a sword. The dagger he had been using was not particularly effective. With the sword in hand, he approached the body of the rhinoceros beast, slicing open its head with ease. The sword was far sharper than the dagger, befitting the weapon of a disciple from the Star Sect. After extracting the crystal core, he left without a second glance at the scattered bodies. Soon, attracted by the scent of blood, other beasts arrived and began to feast on the remains of the Star Sect disciples. Suddenly, a sharp sword energy sliced through the air, swiftly dispatching the beasts. A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a purple robe, arrived with his entourage. His expression darkened upon seeing the corpses. They're all dead, not a single survivor, one of his companions reported after a quick inspection. Their wounds don't seem to be from beasts. It looks more like the work of a human. Who would dare to kill disciples of our Star Sect? The purple-robed youth said coldly, sensing the lingering aura of combat and killing intent in the air. I will remember this aura. When we meet, I, Zixing, will surely take your life. Chapter 18. Selling Crystal Cores, the Royal Tomb in Black Fiend City. Li Bufan returned with a bountiful haul. His recent trials had not only enhanced his combat skills, but also yielded numerous beast crystal cores. He headed straight to a trading center in the city, where there was a dedicated market for these cores. Inside one of the trading houses, an elderly man was meticulously counting the cores and paying a handsome amount of spirit stones to an adventurer standing before him. After acquiring the spirit stones, the adventurer departed with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the elder sensed an overwhelming malevolent aura emanating from behind him, compelling him to turn his gaze. He beheld a youth clad in disheveled black attire approaching him. Despite the apparent disarray of the boy's appearance, his eyes shone with a piercing intensity, and the palpable aura of menace surrounding him was impossible for the elder to overlook. Goodness, at such a tender age, to exude such a formidable aura, how many lives has he claimed? Li Bufan arrived at the trading post, and, regarding the elder with a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, "Do you trade in crystal cores here?" "Indeed, we purchase as many as you possess," the elder replied. "Excellent." Li Bufan retrieved a storage ring and poured its contents onto the ground. Crystal cores cascaded down, emitting a crisp sound, and soon they formed a small mound, many of which still bore the warmth of fresh blood as if they had been harvested only moments prior. So many, the elder was taken aback, and the others cast astonished glances. Who was this youth that he could single-handedly hunt such an abundance of ferocious beasts? "Look, That crystal core's energy must at least be at the Dao platform level. This boy has actually managed to hunt Dao platform beasts. How terrifying. The crowd was in disbelief. The elder's expression grew serious as he began to tally the crystal cores, then spoke with measured calmness. For these crystal cores, we are willing to offer 5 million spirit stones. As for the Dao platform crystal core, do you not wish to keep it for your own use? He discerned that Li Bufan's cultivation was below the Dao platform level. Possessing a Dao platform crystal core could significantly expedite his advancement. Yet, Li Bufan merely shook his head and replied, "No need. I shall sell them all." He possesses a system of slaughter, allowing him to rapidly enhance his cultivation through continuous killings. The conventional, methodical approach to practice has become ill-suited for him. The elder, without offering further counsel, accepted all the crystal cores. Consequently, Li Bufan found himself enriched with several million spirit stones, drawing envious glances from many onlookers, though some harbored ulterior motives. Yet, the thought of his formidable prowess, evidenced by his ability to slay such numerous ferocious beasts, quelled their ill intentions. With spirit stones in hand, Li Bufan returned to the Sihai Inn. Instead of retreating to his chamber immediately, he had spent several days within the Forbidden Zone, subsisting solely on dry rations. Leaving his palate almost parched, he ordered an extravagant feast and began to indulge heartily. In the midst of his repast, he overheard a conversation nearby. "Have you heard? A significant event has unfolded within the Haisha Forbidden Zone. The tomb of the Black Fiend has surfaced, and many are flocking there in hopes of claiming its treasures." "What? The tomb of a marquis? Such a grand opportunity has arisen in this humble Haisha Forbidden Zone." As Li Bufan listened to the discussions, a hint of solemnity crossed his gaze. The title of marquis is a designation for the powerful, and those who attain such prowess are invariably titans among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A marquis possesses the strength to effortlessly sweep through the vast wilderness. The marquis's tomb. Its hidden treasures remain a mystery to all, but it undoubtedly represents a momentous opportunity. It is no wonder that disciples from the Xingqian sect have ventured into this seemingly insignificant Haisha Forbidden Zone. They are drawn by the allure of the marquis's tomb. No, it seems that not only the Starry sect but the entirety of the Great Wilderness will be drawn to the royal tomb. It is likely that all members of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness will make their appearance. The disciples of the Starry sect I have slain may merely be the vanguard, as their cultivation is considerably insufficient. Li Bufan pondered silently. The royal tomb. To be honest, it has stirred his interest. It undoubtedly presents a remarkable opportunity for training. However, the strength of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness should not be underestimated, and contending for the treasures within the tomb will certainly prove challenging, particularly given his current feeble strength. Moreover, he lacks any backing or influence, which undeniably constitutes a significant disadvantage. In the realm of cultivation, it is not solely talent and strength that matter. Connections and background play a crucial role as well. Regrettably, the royal tomb is beyond my reach at present. But in the future, whether it be the royal heir or other formidable entities, I shall undoubtedly strive to obtain what I desire. Li Bufan resolved quietly. He must become stronger. Everything shall be within his grasp. After resting for a few days at the Four Seas Inn, Li Bufan refrained from venturing into the Forbidden Zone. During this time, the influx of visitors to the forbidden area increased, all drawn by the allure of the royal tomb, including many disciples from the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness. One day, as Li Bufan stepped out of his room, intending to procure some sustenance, an individual unexpectedly seated himself before him. Clad in white robes and adorned with a warm smile, the newcomer said with a gentle laugh, "I am Shi Chong from the Yin Yang Dao sect, and I wish to inquire if you would be willing to part with your luxurious suite." Li Bufan cast a cursory glance at him. The Yin Yang Dao sect, one of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness. However, this luxurious suite was quite comfortable for him, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. He replied indifferently, "Will you not simply request a room for yourself?" "Oh, brotherly, you may be unaware that the number of visitors to Black Kill City has been steadily increasing, and the luxurious suites at the Four Seas Inn are fully occupied," Stone Chong responded. "Oh, so you are aware of my surname, Li. It seems you have done your research on me. Do you think I am the easiest among those residing in luxurious suites to deal with?" Li Bufan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Stone Chong offered a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying the insinuation. Those who could afford to stay in the luxurious suites of the Four Seas Inn were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Moreover, at this moment, Black Kill City was a gathering place for the elite offspring of various prominent families, and these proud and arrogant heirs would never settle for ordinary accommodations. The luxurious suites had long since been filled. Among them, Li Bufon's status and background were notably the least impressive. Aside from a somewhat notorious reputation, he was hardly worthy of consideration in Stone Chong's eyes. I am willing to pay double the price. What do you think, brotherly? Although Stone Chong deemed Li Bufon inconsequential, he still planned to acquire the suite through conventional means. I am not lacking in spirit stones. Oh, brotherly should reconsider before making such statements. To my knowledge, your notoriety has spread far and wide, and many wish to see you dead. Stone Chong replied with a slight smile, though his tone had turned somewhat frosty. A threat? This was undoubtedly a threat. Li Bufon raised an eyebrow and coldly retorted. In my life, there is nothing I detest more than being threatened. I shall repeat myself, leave. The forcefulness of his command drew considerable attention, and many onlookers were captivated by the spectacle, eager to witness Stone Chong's humiliation at Li Bufon's hands. TSK, how audacious Li Bufon is. Although Shi Chong is not the disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, he is still a remarkable talent, yet he dares to demand that he leave. What of it? Li Bufon is exceedingly ruthless, a veritable madman. There is nothing he would shy away from. Shi Chong must have believed that Li Bufon lacked any significant backing, which emboldened him to claim his suite. Little did he expect the other's temper to be so explosive. This promises to be quite a spectacle. Chapter 19. Annihilation of the Night Solitary, Instantaneous Teleportation Card. Shi Chong regarded Li Bufon with icy eyes. Being publicly insulted with such a command to leave had ignited a murderous intent within him. Naturally, Li Bufon also noticed the lethal glint in his gaze and sneered. What is the matter? Do you wish to make a move? I am right here. Go ahead. Do not assume that this is the Four Seas Inn, and that I will refrain from acting. Oh, then do proceed, you worthless fool. Li Bufon's tone grew increasingly frigid and impolite. Upon hearing the term worthless, Shi Chong's eyes reddened, veins bulging with rage. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing control, a waft of fragrant air drifted by, heralding the arrival of a woman clad in a black and white Taoist robe who approached the two men. Shi Chong, do not act impulsively. Return to your room. Her voice was calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. The once furious Shi Chong tempered his rage upon hearing her words. Senior sister, this person is utterly detestable. The suite belongs to him. If he refuses to exchange, what can you do? This situation is entirely of your own making. Sister, Shi Chong attempted to argue further, yet a mere glance from the other party caused him to swallow his words. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. Shi Chong, a prodigy of the Yin-Yang Dao sect, was not easily swayed. Who possessed such formidable influence over him? The crowd scrutinized the young woman before them. She possessed a strikingly delicate and ethereal beauty, adorned in a black and white Taoist robe that exuded an air of asceticism. Her hair was elegantly styled in a bun, accented by a green hairpin. I recognized her, Lu Ruxue, the Daozi of the Yin-Yang Dao sect. The Daozi? No wonder Shi Chong was so obedient. The disciples of the great wilderness seven sects are all the pinnacle of talent within the vast expanse, their cultivation far surpassing their peers. For instance, Lu Ruxue is said to possess the Ice Dao body, a top-tier royal physique. It is rumored that she once single-handedly battled 8 formidable opponents at the Dao platform level. Li Bufon also cast a glance at her, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was intriguing. Although Shi Chong's coercive demand for a house was inappropriate, your actions seem rather audacious, indeed. The atrocities of slaughtering cities and exterminating sects are utterly reprehensible. I hope you proceed with caution. Lu Ruxue glanced at Li Bufon, her tone indifferent. So you wish to act as the heaven's envoy? Those who commit unjust acts inevitably meet their demise. It is not for me to intervene. After all, Shi Chong has a point. There are many who covet your life. Without lingering, Lu Ruxue turned away after averting further conflict. As for Shi Chong, he shot Li Bufon a fierce glare, resentment swirling in his eyes, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest easily. This Black Sha city becomes increasingly intriguing. Li Bufon lifted the wine cup from the table and poured himself a drink, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, shortly after departing, Shi Chong summoned a disciple, coldly instructing, Go. Inform the members of the Shura sect about Li Bufon's presence at the Sihai Inn. They would surely relish the opportunity to eliminate him on my behalf. Yes. A scoff escaped him. Li Bufon. Even if I refrain from acting, I can still bring about your demise. Shi Chang's gaze was as frigid as ice. Li Bufan intended to venture once more into the Black Shura Forbidden Zone. Although the royal tombs were beyond his reach, there remained numerous areas within the Forbidden Zone ripe for exploration. Not to mention, the multitude of ferocious beasts would undoubtedly serve as invaluable experience for his growth. However, just as he stepped outside the Sihai Inn, an overwhelming wave of chilling murderous intent enveloped him. Several disciples of the Shura sect, clad in dark robes, materialized before him, swiftly sealing off his escape route. Li Bufan, you have slain my junior brother and annihilated our city and sect. Today, I shall ensure you face justice on the spot. One of the disciples declared with an icy demeanor, emanating an aura of formidable strength, rivaling that of the Shura sect's prominent disciples. It was one of the two esteemed disciples of the Shura sect, Yi Gu. Recognizing the arrival, someone gasped in astonishment. You've been waiting here for quite some time. Haven to you? Li Bufan remarked with a slight smile. Humph, within the Sihai Inn, you could not act, but now that you have stepped outside, who can protect you? Do I need protection? He retorted arrogantly. Prepare to meet your end. As Yi Gu stepped forward, 9 celestial realms erupted behind him, releasing a torrent of arcane energy. In his grasp, he wielded a formidable blade, which he swung with ferocity, unleashing a crimson radiance that enveloped the surroundings, faintly echoing the wails of a myriad of tormented souls. This was none other than the supreme technique of the Azura sect, the Azura Bloodblade. Faced with such an onslaught, Li Bufan stood resolute, refusing to retreat or evade. With a firm grip, he summoned forth inscriptions that shimmered with brilliance: the wrathful thunder, the weighty mountains and rivers, and the resplendent starlight. The 3 inscriptions coalesced into a terrifying force that, in an instant, shattered the blade's glow, crashing upon Yi Gu and transforming him into a mist of crimson vapor. Thus, both supreme disciples of the Azura sect perished at Li Bufan's hands. Host has slain the disciple of the Azura sect, obtaining a teleportation card. The teleportation card, as its name implies, is a card that enables instantaneous movement. The distance of teleportation is determined by Li Bufan's magical power. The greater his power, the farther he can teleport. Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with realization. He was aware that in the realm of cultivation, there existed a type of teleportation talisman, the distance of which was contingent upon the amount of magical energy infused by its creator. It bore a striking resemblance to the teleportation card. Within the 4 Seas Inn, Shi Chang observed with narrowed pupils as Li Bufan effortlessly dispatched Yi Gu. The sheer might of this individual was astonishing. Even he would find it nearly impossible to eliminate Yi Gu with such swiftness and precision. Not far away, Lu Rushue's eyes reflected a hint of gravity. 10 celestial realms. 3 exceptional inscriptions. This person was indeed extraordinary. Another individual abruptly rose from his seat, fixating his gaze intently upon Li Bufan, recognizing that the source of this formidable magical aura could only belong to him, the one who slays the disciples of the Starry Sect. This individual is none other than the Daozi of the Starry Sect, Zixing. It is quite intriguing that, despite the annihilation of the Minor Daylight Sect, such a Daozi still remains in this world. Within a luxurious suite of an inn, an elderly man observes Li Bufan with great interest. Clad in a flowing white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, any well-informed individual present might recognize this venerable figure as the illustrious Bai Mei Dao Run, the leader of the Tianshan sect, renowned in the vast wilderness. Unbeknownst to Li Bufan, having merely slain a knight solitary has drawn the attention of several individuals. He now gazes coldly at the remaining disciples of the Shura sect. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashes a torrent of magical power, swiftly vanquishing the assailants one by one. Such feeble strength dares to threaten me? Their audacity is truly remarkable. Li Bufan scoffs, shaking his head. At that moment, a sound of weeping reaches his ears. A young girl, terrified by the sight of him dispatching the Shura sect disciples, begins to cry inconsolably. A nearby woman hastens to comfort her. Upon meeting Li Bufan's gaze, her face pales in terror. I'm sorry, I will take her away immediately. She scoops up the sobbing girl, preparing to depart. However, just then, a terrifying aura of magical energy surges from a distance. A blood-red force brimming with malevolence hurtling toward Li Bufan. This power far exceeds that of the Dao platform realm, and the woman and child are perilously positioned in the path of this oncoming menace. Witnessing this scene, Li Bufan stepped forward with an icy gaze. showing no inclination to evade. Rather, he proactively pushed the woman and child aside. In an instant, the 10 celestial realms, the 3 great inscriptions, the celestial combat body, and the Eye of Slaughter erupted. Chapter 20. Blood Luo as a dog. Deep within the Black Fiend's forbidden zone faced with the brutal crimson energy, Li Bufan showed no signs of retreat. His magical power surged to its peak, unleashing the Eye of Slaughter and the celestial combat body in full force. The celestial energy, combined with the power of thunder, starlight, and the 3 great inscriptions, coalesced into a tremendous fist force that swept forth, clashing with the blood-red energy. As the force collided, Li Bufan stumbled back a few paces, feeling his internal organs tremble violently, while the woman and child stood paralyzed in fear. They had narrowly escaped death moments ago. Are you not leaving? Li Bufan cast a cold glance at them. The pair, finally regaining their senses, hurriedly departed with the child. Inside the Four Seas Inn, a flicker of intrigue crossed the eyes of some patrons. Wasn't Li Bufan the infamous figure rumored to have slaughtered cities and annihilated sects? How could he possibly protect a woman and child? Was he truly a force of good or evil? This is becoming increasingly fascinating, one observed. Merely a fade of righteousness, scoffed Shirchong. However, Lu Rushua held a different perspective. A contemplative look graced her features, suggesting that the truth of the matter might not be as it appeared. She gazed at Li Bufan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. In the opulent suite, the white-browed Taoist smiled faintly, finding it amusing, though uncertain whether Li Bufan could survive the impending massacre. Only a blood-red aura was visible when an elder dressed in white, with hands emanating a crimson glow, appeared in midair, coldly gazing at Li Bufan. Many onlookers gasped in shock. It was he, the Blood Luo of the Shura sect. It was rumored that this man had reached the 9th level of the core formation stage, just a step away from the nascent soul realm. It seemed that Li Bufan was destined to face a dire calamity this time. The gap between core formation and inscription was 2 major realms, not to mention the 9th level of core formation. Upon his arrival, Blood Luo cast a glance at Li Bufan, somewhat surprised. Though I only exerted 20% of my strength with that strike, your ability to withstand it is indeed unexpected. Moreover, you could have evaded but chose to defend. Is it for that mother and daughter? I never imagined that a demon who slaughters cities and annihilates sects would still possess a semblance of humanity. The slaughter of cities and the extermination of sections. I admit to the latter, but as for who decimated Jiang City, I believe you have more authority to speak on that matter than I do, Li Bufan replied, a smile playing on his lips. You speak nonsense. Slaughtering cities, annihilating sects, and even killing 2 of my Shura sect's great disciples. Your crimes warrant 1,000 deaths. If you escape today, then I am no better than a dog. Blood Luo said coldly, raising his hand, and with a surge of power, a crimson barrier formed in the void, enveloping him and Li Bufan. If you wish to be a dog, no one shall stop you, Li Bufan replied with a slight smile, fully aware that he was not a match for Blood Luo at this moment. Without further ado, he took out a teleportation card and shattered it. In an instant, a beam of white light enveloped him, and the next moment, he vanished from his original spot. Blood Luo was taken aback, his expression darkening and revealing a hint of embarrassment. Is that a teleportation talisman? To possess the ability to initiate an instantaneous teleportation, catching others entirely off guard, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of teleportation talismans. The fact that he wields such a treasure is infuriating, utterly infuriating. He now harbors some regret for his earlier words. The gazes of those around him are laced with mockery. The white-browed Taoist can no longer contain his laughter. Shue Luo, would you care to make a sound for us to hear? Seeking death. Shue Luo's expression darkens, a desire to unleash his frustration bubbling within him. Yet upon recognizing the speaker, he instantly withers. I apologize, white-browed Taoist. I was unaware you were present. My previous remarks were indeed disrespectful. The white-browed Taoist is the leader of the Tianshan sect. Although the Tianshan sect is not one of the 7 great sects of the Great Wilderness, and its heritage may even pale in comparison to some first-rate sects, no one dares to provoke them. This deference is due to the presence of an extraordinarily powerful leader, the white-browed Taoist, a figure whose strength rivals that of the heads of the 7 great sects. In contrast, Shue Luo's cultivation is scarcely worthy of mention. Consider yourself fortunate this time. You cannot even hold on to a mere junior. Your Shura sect is truly regressing. Moreover, Judging by that junior's words, it seems you slaughtered in Jiuyang City merely to frame him? Senior White-browed, please do not heed the babble of that little thief. How could our Shura sect commit such heinous acts? It is he who seeks to twist the truth. Shui Luo hastily interjected. While I might entertain the words of others, I am all too aware of your character, Shui Luo, the white-browed Taoist retorted with a dismissive smirk. The others around them appeared to ponder deeply. Shui Luo's reputation in the cultivation world is far from commendable. The massacre of a city is not beyond the realm of possibility for him. Indeed, the opposing party has engaged in similar actions, and it seems that Jiuyang City may indeed be implicated in the nefarious deeds of Shuilua too, framing Li Bufan. Although everyone has surmised this, they remain taciturn, for the profound strength of the Shura sect far surpasses that of Li Bufan, and there is no necessity to provoke the sect on his behalf. Such matters are understood without the need for words. Enough of your affairs. I shall venture into the Forbidden Zone to reunite with a few old acquaintances. The white-browed Taoist gazed towards the Blackshaw Forbidden Area, and with a swift motion, he vanished from sight. All were aware that the old friends he referred to were the elite from the 7 great sects of the wasteland, currently engaged in the affairs of the royal tomb within the Blackshaw Forbidden Area. The presence of a powerhouse such as the white-browed Taoist here likely signifies his intent to partake in the fortunes to be gleaned. Should he acquire a portion of the resources from the royal tomb, it could provide a remarkable opportunity for the Tianshan sect to rise, potentially establishing it as the 8th great sect of the wasteland. Indeed, it is no wonder that the white-browed Taoist would personally undertake this journey. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their yearning for the royal tomb evident. Alas, their insufficient strength rendered them incapable of participating in the ensuing conflict. Within the Blackshaw Forbidden Area, a flash of white light appeared. It was Li Bufan utilizing a teleportation card. Observing his surroundings, he could not help but exclaim in wonder, what an extraordinary teleportation card, capable of transporting me 300 miles in the blink of an eye. Such a card is truly a life-saving treasure. I hope to acquire more in the future. He then began to survey the environment around him. He had explored the depths of the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone for a while, yet this place left him with no recollection. Evidently, he had never ventured here before. Could it be that he had instantaneously transported to the heart of the Forbidden Zone? Li Bufan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately assumed a defensive posture. The ferocious beasts lurking in the depths of the Forbidden Zone were not to be trifled with. Any one of them could possess the strength of the Dao platform realm. And should he encounter a beast of the core formation realm, it would spell disaster. With his current capabilities, he had to remain utterly vigilant. Hiss! At that moment, an unusual sound echoed around him. Suddenly, a massive black python's head emerged from the underbrush behind Li Bufan. Its pair of dark yellow eyes fixated intently upon him. Goodness, it was indeed a beast of the Dao platform realm. Li Bufan's expression shifted. Although he was not particularly afraid of such a beast, the appearance of this giant python indicated that he was very likely deep within the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone. Without a moment to spare, Li Bufan sprang into action, confronting the python before him. After a fierce battle, he ultimately succeeded in slaying the creature. However, before he could catch his breath, another formidable presence emerged, a vividly striped giant tiger, its aura no less potent than that of the python. Another beast of the Dao platform realm. Chapter 21. The First Scent of Kindness. The Wind's inscription within the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone. A youth clad in black was frantically fleeing through the mountains. Hot on his heels were several ferocious beasts of the Dao platform realm, one of which had even attained the 9th level of the Dao platform realm. The youth was none other than Li Bufan. Several days have elapsed since he ventured into the depths of the Dark Saber Forbidden Zone. During this time, he has successively vanquished numerous ferocious beasts of the Dao platform realm, significantly enhancing his prowess. However, this time he finds himself relentlessly pursued by 5 beasts of the same realm. Even he, in this moment, feels the strain and opts for a strategy of fighting while retreating. With a thunderous roar, a colossal python lunges at Li Bufan. He deftly sidesteps the attack and delivers a powerful punch to the creature's head, unleashing the force of 3 great inscriptions in an instant. The impact causes the beast's skull to crack. Yet, at that moment, another ferocious beast charges towards him. Li Bufan narrowly evades it, causing the beast to crash into the mountainside behind him, embedding half its body into the rock. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bufan leaps onto the creature's back. Channeling his magical energy, the celestial battle body erupts, and he brutally slays the beast. Host has cumulatively slain 10 Dao Platform Realm beasts, acquiring the Beast Inscription. At this juncture, the system's notification chimes. The Beast Inscription represents yet another arcane power of inscription. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Bufan integrates it into his realm of consciousness. Instantly, a wave of domineering and primal energy surges forth from him, intertwining with his murderous intent, transforming him into a semblance of an ancient ferocious beast. The beasts pursuing him instinctively feel a sense of dread upon witnessing his transformation, retreating several steps. Hey, weren't you just relishing the chase? Why the sudden timidity? Come on, continue. Li Bufan jeers at the beasts. They emit low growls, hesitating to approach. If you won't come to me, then I shall not hold back. Li Bufan chuckled heartily and charged directly at the ferocious beast, unleashing the power of inscriptions within the cave. With a resounding strike, he executed the Divine Mountain Fist, instantly subduing a beast of the Dao Platform Realm. Yet, his rampage was far from over. He pursued another beast that attempted to flee, leaping onto its head without a moment's hesitation. The 4 elemental inscriptions coalesced upon his fist, erupting with an unparalleled force. With a thunderous crash, the creature's skull was driven deep into the ground, resulting in its immediate demise. The remaining Dao Platform beasts that had been tracking him fell victim to the combined might of his 4 inscriptions, succumbing one after another. A satisfied smile graced his face. With such power derived from the fusion of inscriptions, he could hardly contain his anticipation for the strength he would unleash once all 10 caves were inscribed. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from a distance. A terrifying beast charged towards him, shaking the very earth beneath its feet. It was a pitch-black, demonic ape, towering at 10 jong, its muscles resembling molten steel, exuding a metallic sheen. An unprecedented aura of savagery enveloped Li Bufan. This was a core formation realm beast. His expression turned serious as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Even with his current prowess, he knew he had to approach this beast with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to devastating repercussions. Just as he prepared to engage the demonic ape, a surge of magical energy suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom! The ferocious ape was forced to the ground by this overwhelming power, its bones shattering and leaving it gasping for breath. Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously glanced toward the sky. There, he beheld an elder with white hair and brows, who offered him a slight smile before soaring into the air. Such an ability to ride the clouds and mist indicated a power level that was at least at the core formation stage. No, given the capacity to effortlessly vanquish a demon ape, his strength must exceed that of core formation. Was he aiding me? A peculiar expression emerged on Li Bufan's face. To be honest, ever since he eradicated the Daylight Sect, it was the first time he felt someone extending goodwill towards him. Yet, he was entirely unfamiliar with this elder. Perhaps he was merely a passerby of great skill, observing a mere inscription realm practitioner facing off against a core formation adversary, and thought he might be in grave danger, thus intervening to lend a hand. Truly a benevolent elder, Li Bufan mused to himself, turning his gaze back to the demon ape. The creature, having sustained a blow from the white-haired elder, was on the brink of death. Even if he refrained from striking, it would soon perish. Nevertheless, Li Bufan stepped forward to deliver the final blow. It was his first time personally slaying a core formation beast, and he felt a surge of magical power within him. Nearing the 9th level of the inscription realm, Host slays a core formation ferocious beast, gaining the Wind Inscription. Another inscription. Without hesitation, he assimilated this inscription into his cave abode. Upon merging with it, Li Bufan immediately sensed a novel force coursing through his body. He moved, and in the blink of an eye, appeared 100 meters away. His speed had noticeably increased compared to before. Excellent. With this Wind Inscription, even if he encountered an enemy he could not overpower, his chances of escape had significantly improved. A satisfied smile graced Li Bufan's face. He collected the crystalline cores of several ferocious beasts and, with a swift motion inspired by the Wind Inscription, his figure darted away like a gust of wind. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this period, Li Bufan remained undaunted by the dangers lurking deep within the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone. On the contrary, he found that the depths of this forbidden area were far more conducive to his current cultivation than the outer regions. On this particular day, Li Bufan stood alone, battling 7 ferocious beasts at the Dao platform level. With each movement, he channeled his celestial powers, manifesting inscriptions that resonated with a mighty battle intent that roared through the heavens and the earth. He resembled a youthful deity, an unstoppable force. With a thunderous punch directed at the ground, the earth erupted violently, causing several beasts to stagger under the impact. The surge of magical energy that erupted from the ground inflicted severe trauma upon their very bones, nearly shattering them. Ha ha ha, dear little ones, come meet your demise. Li Bufan laughed maniacally as he approached one of the beasts, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. The sheer force of his magic bent the creature's body, eliciting a piercing wail before it was dispatched in a single blow. A mantis beast swung its arms, scythe-like, towards Li Bufan. He deftly evaded its strike and retaliated with a kick, striking its triangular head upon the ground. The corpses of ferocious beasts lay sprawled in disarray, their blood seeping forth and staining the earth a deep crimson. Li Bufan stood amidst the lifeless bodies, his dark attire soaked in blood, hair dancing in the wind, and a lingering madness etched upon his visage. For a moment, it became indistinguishable who the true beast was. The host has slain a Dao Platform Realm beast and obtained a recovery card. Li Bufan glanced at the item, appreciating its value, an efficient means to restore his strength. His inventory already contained several of these cards. Just as he was about to collect the beast's crystal core, a terrifying roar erupted from the distance. Subsequently, a pillar of light shot skyward, churning the clouds, creating a massive aperture in the firmament. All eyes within the Forbidden Zone were drawn to this spectacle. Chapter 22. Pursuit of the Soul. None shall survive what is happening. Li Bufan gazed at the soaring pillar of light, somewhat taken aback. Not only he, but the entirety of the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone was astounded by the sight. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded that sent everyone into a frenzy. From within that pillar of light, treasures began to scatter and descend across the Forbidden Zone. Treasures, abundant treasures. What on earth is transpiring? How could there be such a sudden influx of treasures? Could these be the relics from the royal tombs? But why would they disperse so abruptly? I understand now. There must have been an incident at the tomb, causing these treasures to scatter. Haha. This is an immense opportunity. The crowd became somewhat frenzied. No cultivator could resist the allure of such a plethora of treasures. Even Li Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he thought the royal tomb was beyond his reach, yet it now appeared that it was not entirely out of contention. Treasures lay scattered, and even the prominent sects could not claim them all for themselves. Was this not an opportunity to fish in troubled waters? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a radiant light shot towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was a spear. The spear, entirely black as ink, emanated a terrifying aura, unmistakably an extraordinary artifact. Following closely behind the spear were a dozen or so cultivators, their eyes gleaming with fervor, each eager to possess it for themselves. Bang! The spear plunged into the ground before Li Bufan, creating a deep crater. The sinister energy radiated outward, resonating with the murderous intent that enveloped Li Bufan. Heaven bestows not without cause. If the heavens present me with this artifact, what reason do I have to refrain from claiming it? Li Bufan chuckled heartily as he regarded the spear embedded before him, stepping forward confidently. However, the group of cultivators trailing the spear erupted in furious shouts. Presumptuous! How dare you covet my treasure? You brat, get lost. That is not something you can lay your hands on. They had pursued the spear for dozens of miles. And just as they were about to grasp it, an unexpected Li Bufan emerged before them. How could they possibly accept this? Get lost, one cultivator bellowed, channeling his energy, unleashing a palm strike that transformed into a roaring white tiger, barreling towards Li Bufan with formidable might, rivaling that of a celestial being. Yet, Li Bufan neither dodged nor retreated. With a casual punch, he shattered the white tiger into fragments. Meanwhile, his hand had grasped the black spear. The moment he took hold of it, an icy sensation surged through him, and the name of this spear flashed in Li Bufan's mind. Soul Chaser. In that instant of gripping the spear, it recognized its master, establishing an inseparable bond between man and weapon, and he instantly entered a state of unity with it. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid Soul Chaser. It seems that we resonate remarkably well together. The connection between a person and their magical artifact is indeed significant. Most magical artifacts require a gradual cultivation of affinity with their wielders, yet some artifacts possess an inherent compatibility with certain practitioners, effortlessly gaining their recognition. Clearly, Li Bufan and the Soul Chaser were such a pair. Moreover, Achieving the state of unity in an instant is an exceedingly rare phenomenon within the entire realm of cultivation. Although Li Bufan had never practiced any spear techniques, he exuded an aura capable of sweeping through armies as he held the spear. How infuriating! What of the destined master of this spear? Whatever I desire, I shall seize it, a white-clad practitioner declared with a dark expression. Without further ado, he swung his longsword towards Li Bufan, and the oppressive sword aura instantly filled the air. The might of this strike surpassed many practitioners at the Dao platform realm. Truly extraordinary. Huh? Li Bufan chuckled softly and swept the Soul Chaser fiercely. The fusion of his magical power and the artifacts might transformed into a tempestuous spear force that swept out like a hurricane. The incoming sword auras shattered one after another, unable to inflict any harm upon him. Not only that, but the attacking practitioner was also forced back several steps. Li Bufan, emboldened by his recent triumph, unleashed the Soul Chaser in his grasp, akin to a ravenous black dragon sweeping through the air with unparalleled ferocity, targeting the dozen or so cultivators present. Die. One cultivator, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the head by the long spear, meeting an instant demise. The remaining practitioners' expressions shifted, their mana swirling as they unleashed an array of spells and techniques, relentlessly assaulting Li Bufan. Yet, among them, the most formidable only reached the Dao platform realm. While Li Bufan, though merely at the inscription realm, could easily dispatch those at the Dao platform stage. Coupled with the formidable power of the Soul Chaser in his hand, they were no match for him. He descended upon them like a tiger among sheep, wielding the Soul Chaser with the grace of a meteor, akin to a torrential downpour. Like a frenzied black dragon soaring through the skies. In mere moments, over half of the cultivators lay dead. The remaining few, witnessing his prowess, turned pale, abruptly realizing the gravity of their miscalculation. I know him. He is Li Bufan, the demon who once annihilated an entire city. They cursed their fate, having provoked a foe they should not have dared to challenge. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they sought to escape. However, it was too late. Li Bufan, now intoxicated by the thrill of the hunt, offered them no respite. With a surge of wind inscriptions, his figure transformed into a wraith, appearing before one cultivator in the blink of an eye. With a sinister grin, he thrust his spear, piercing through the opponent's chest. A flick of his arm unleashed a tremendous force, rending the victim's body asunder. He repeated the grim feat, pursuing another and shattering their skull with a single strike. Now, only 2 cultivators remained. However, these 2 had scattered and gained some distance. Should he pursue, he could at most eliminate one. Whom shall he pursue? The 2 cultivators simultaneously contemplated, each secretly wishing that Li Bufan would target the other, thus granting them a chance to escape. Huh, none of you shall flee. Li Bufan erupted into maniacal laughter, gripping the Soul Chaser tightly. With a swift motion akin to a javelin throw, he surged forward, unleashing his spear like a dragon, aimed precisely at one of the cultivators. Concurrently, he channeled the wind's inscriptions, charging towards the other cultivator. What? The 2 cultivators were struck with terror, utterly unprepared for Li Bufan's audacious actions. The Soul Chaser caught up with one cultivator, its overwhelming force tearing through flesh and bone, while Li Bufan confronted the other. The power of the inscriptions surging forth, delivering a thunderous punch amidst a tempest of wind and lightning. Bang! Almost simultaneously, 2 bursts of crimson mist erupted in the air. The Soul Chaser and Li Bufan each claimed a life. Thus, among the cultivators present, none survived. Host has slain a Dao platform realm cultivator, acquiring the fire inscription. Host has cumulatively slain over 100 cave heaven realm cultivators, obtaining the everlasting creation elixir. The system notifications echoed continuously. Li Bufan had effortlessly secured 2 rewards. Another inscription, splendid. As for the everlasting creation elixir, it held little significance for him. This item is a rare healing treasure within the cultivation world, yet, for Li Bufan, its efficacy might pale in comparison to a mere recovery card. However, it was not without merit. While the system's rewarded cards were exclusive to him, this elixir could be utilized by others, allowing him to sell it for a princely sum when the time came. Chapter 23. Seizing the Inherited Celestial Tablet. Vanquishing 2 great prodigies. Come forth, Soul Chaser. Li Bufan beckoned towards the direction of Soul Chaser. In an instant, a resonant hum echoed, and the spear transformed into a stream of black light, swiftly returning to his grasp. A satisfied smile graced his lips. The fusion of man and spear brought him a profound sense of ease. Clutching the Soul Chaser, he felt a surge of confidence. This spear was a superior magical artifact, and coupled with the indestructible armor he wore, he possessed two formidable treasures. He almost forgot. After extinguishing the Mountain River sect, he had acquired a mountain seal, another artifact that had remained largely unused. It was merely occupying space, and he mused that he should sell it when the opportunity arose. With the Soul Chaser firmly in hand, Li Bufan continued to traverse the treacherous expanse of the Black Sha Forbidden Zone. Numerous treasures had scattered from the royal mausoleum, drawing countless cultivators who fiercely battled for them. Li Bufan found himself amidst this chaos, inevitably embroiled in the fray. Even if he chose to remain aloof, the allure of the Soul Chaser would attract many covetous eyes. They would not relent in their pursuit of him. Look, that spear in his hand. It is a superior magical artifact. It belongs to me. Several short-sighted cultivators had set their sights on Li Bufan. In the Black Sha Forbidden Zone, there were no laws. Power dictated everything. The fierce competition for treasures had ignited their bloodlust. Li Bufan tightened his grip on the spear and unleashed a sweeping strike. The spear's radiance erupted like a ferocious black dragon, tearing through two cultivators. His overwhelming strength instilled a palpable fear among the onlookers. Those blinded by greed for the treasures regained their senses, no longer daring to contest against him. It has come to my attention that not far ahead, a transcendental steel of inheritance has appeared. Many individuals have already made their way there. Should we not join in the revelry? The transcendental steel is indeed a remarkable treasure. Suddenly, Li Bufan overheard a discussion nearby regarding the steel. As its name implies, the steel is designed to record invaluable legacies, encompassing cultivation techniques, martial arts, and insights into practice. The worth of the transcendental steel hinges entirely on the strength of the inheritance it embodies. It is said that a certain cultivator once acquired a steel left by a great being, gaining profound insights that enabled them to ascend to the status of a celestial being within a mere century. The Black Shackle Marquis is indeed a formidable entity. The steel emerging from his tomb may very well contain his personal legacy. One can only imagine the allure it holds for the masses. Li Bufan's interest was piqued, and he hastily proceeded to investigate. Before long, he arrived at the scene. There, amidst a flowing river, stood a towering stele, seemingly carved from white jade, inscribed with countless arcane symbols and emanating a gentle celestial radiance. Surrounding the stele were dozens of cultivators, their gazes fervent and intense. Yet, due to the presence of others, none dared to act impulsively. The one who takes the initiative risks becoming the target of the rest. No one possessed the confidence to confront so many simultaneously. Dear friends, one gentleman clad in white spoke up. Continuing to wait like this is not a viable solution. Ultimately, this transcendental steel must find a rightful owner. Therefore, I propose this. I shall offer each of you 100,000 spirit stones if you would relinquish the steel to me. One wishes to acquire the celestial steel for merely 100,000 spirit stones? Are you a fool? Some scoffed at the audacity. The man clad in white remained unfazed. Leisurely introducing himself, I am Zhu Chong, a disciple of the Four Symbols sect. I kindly request that you all show me some respect. Upon hearing the name of the Four Symbols sect, the crowd's expressions subtly shifted. The Four Symbols sect, one of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness, commanded a certain reverence. Although the strength of Zhu Chong was unknown, the mere mention of his sect was enough to evoke caution. Noticing the apprehension on their faces, a hint of pride crept into Zhu Chang's demeanor. He had already deemed the celestial steel as his own. At that moment, an individual slowly emerged from the throng, sneering. Zhu Chong, you think a few words grant you dominion over the celestial steel? Your arrogance knows no bounds. This individual was none other than Shi Chong of the Yin Yang Dao sect. Upon seeing him, Zhu Chang's gaze sharpened. Noticing the absence of Lu Ruxue behind Shi Chong, he sighed in relief and remarked, Shi Chong, with your sister Lu Ruxue not present, do you still wish to contest me for the celestial steel? Is that not permitted? Shi Chong retorted, it is permissible, but I fear for your life. Who is to say whose life is in peril? Zhu Chong countered. Enough of this idle banter. Let our true abilities speak. Without further ado, Zhu Chong and Shi Chong launched themselves into combat. They surged forth like cannonballs, their mystical energies igniting. The moment their powers clashed, a torrent of energy surged forth, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently and erupt into soaring columns. Many were jolted back, while the disciples of both the Yin-Yang Dao sect and the Four Symbols sect encircled the celestial steel, ensuring that no one else dared to approach. If Brother Shi wins, the legacy celestial tablet will belong to us. Who shall triumph is still uncertain. Do you truly believe that victory is assured for you? The disciples of the two great sects stand resolutely opposed, neither yielding an inch. The onlookers can do nothing but watch, too intimidated to intervene. After all, this is a contest between the 7 great sects of the wilderness, and these lesser cultivators have no opportunity to involve themselves. Moreover, even if they were to seize the celestial tablet, the likelihood of retaining it is slim. They can only stand by and observe the spectacle. What a pity that this legacy celestial tablet is not meant for us. Alas, how wonderful it would be if I could obtain this tablet. Wake up, stop dreaming. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a figure darted towards the legacy celestial tablet. It is Li Bufan. The treasure lies before him. How could he not contend for it? It is indeed Li Bufan, and he dares to take action. How audacious! Does he truly possess the confidence to face the onslaught of the Four Symbols sect and the Yin-Yang Dao sect? He is but one person. Upon seeing Li Bufan approach, the disciples of the Four Symbols sect and the Yin-Yang Dao sect exchanged glances, their expressions turning icy. How dare he covet the legacy celestial tablet? He is courting death. Not everyone is worthy of this treasure. Li Bufan, you fiend, you are walking the path to your own demise. In an instant, the disciples of the two sects sprang into action. Some formed hand seals, channeling their mana to summon the formidable illusion of a white tiger, while others activated their cave inscriptions, conjuring the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram to suppress him. Dozens of disciples unleashed their power, a tidal wave of mana crashing forth. Faced with such a formidable attack, Li Bufan did not retreat an inch, firmly gripping his soul-chasing spear. The void opened up, and the inscriptions surged forth. The inscriptions of mountains and rivers, beasts, thunder, wind, fire, and stars. The 6 great powers of inscriptions erupted in an instant. With a single thrust, the spear unleashed a torrent of inscriptions, shaking the very heavens and earth. Boom! The magical flows of dozens of disciples were violently torn asunder. Moreover, more than a dozen disciples could not withstand this overwhelming force, their bodies bursting apart. The terrifying power caused everyone to gasp in shock. Meanwhile, the combatants Shi and Zhu Chong halted, their gazes toward Li Bufan brimming with fury, seeking death. No longer engaged in their battle, they united to confront Li Bufan. The Yin-Yang Qi, the Four Symbols technique, Vermilion Bird. Both of them were at the Dao platform realm, and as prodigies, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary Dao platform practitioners. As their magical energy flowed, the forces of Yin and Yang transformed into a black and white Taiji diagram. Descending from the heavens, with a vermilion bird engulfed in apocalyptic flames, roaring towards Li Bufan. Under the assault of these two powers, even the most elite Dao platform cultivator would be gravely injured if not killed. Chapter 24. Yin-Yang Inscriptions, Flames of War. What can a pair of prodigies do against me? Confronted with the forces of Yin and Yang, the vermilion bird, Li Bufan still wore a brazenly arrogant smile, sweeping his soul-chasing spear forward. The power of the inscriptions erupted, complemented by an indomitable battle intent. The strength of the celestial battle body. Boom. The magical energies of the two prodigies were forcibly shattered. Shi Chong staggered back 2 steps, his pupils trembling in disbelief. How could this be? In just a few days, his cultivation had made such significant progress? What a terrifying creature. 10 realms, so many inscriptions. How did he cultivate? The two prodigies were taken aback. After repelling the two with a single strike, Li Bufan turned his icy gaze toward Shi Chong, an ominous crimson glow seemingly emanating from his eyes. The eye of slaughter was unleashed. I recall your earlier discontent at the Four Seas Tavern. A monster like you deserves to be eradicated by all. Under the piercing gaze of the eye of slaughter, Shi Chong felt a chill run down his spine, yet before the crowd, he refused to show fear and forced himself to speak. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan burst into laughter, proclaiming, I have made my decision. I shall first eliminate you, and then seize the legacy of the immortal steel. With a single step, he activated the wind inscription, his figure darting forward like the breeze, arriving before Shi Chong in an instant, delivering a downward strike as formidable as a mountain. The power of this blow was utterly terrifying. Shi Chong's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly produced a talisman. The talisman was torn apart, transforming into a golden shield that enveloped him. Boom. The shield trembled violently, but managed to withstand the force of the strike. Huh. Let us see how long you can endure. Li Bufan clenched his fist and unleashed a punch. The celestial combat technique, Earth Shatter. The ground surrounding the shield collapsed, and Shi Chong, trapped within, struggled to maintain his footing. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Li Bufan's assault on Shi Chong, Zhu Chen seized the moment to unleash his magical power from behind, launching a surprise attack. The Four Symbols technique, Azure Dragon. A colossal dragon of magical energy lunged towards Li Bufan, poised to strike. You seek your own demise. Li Bufan swiftly discharged a freezing shot, vanquishing the Azure Dragon, and immediately recited an incantation, Guardian of the Gate, repel evil and ward off spirits, protect this abode. The gate deity, Qin Xiong, was summoned. The void split open, and boundless divine light emanated from within. Clad in golden armor and exuding an imposing presence, Qin Xiong stepped forth, wielding a golden heavenly dragon mace. His gaze cold as he regarded Zhu Chong. The latter was taken aback, his complexion paling. Summoning technique. What manner of summoning is this that can conjure a being? Qin Xiong, however, afforded Zhu Chong no time to process his astonishment. He swung the heavenly dragon mace downward, unleashing a golden divine light that cascaded like a meteor. Bang! Zhu Chong was obliterated before he could even react. After dispatching his foe, Qin Xiong's figure dissipated into motes of light. Meanwhile, Li Bufan noted that his own magical energy had only diminished by 30%, a source of quiet satisfaction for him. Not long ago, summoning Qin Xiong would have nearly exhausted his magical reserves. Evidently, he had made significant progress. As his cultivation continued to advance, he would eventually be able to summon deities like Qin Xiong at will. Once Qin Xiong transformed into spiritual energy and faded away, Li Bufan had already shattered Shi Chong's protective barrier, thrusting his soul-tracking gun towards the adversary's chest. The sound of clashing metal rang out. His opponent possessed a defensive artifact akin to indestructible armor. Li Bufan, you dare to kill me, thus declaring war against the Yin-Yang Dao sect. Huh, there are many who oppose me. Li Bufan laughed heartily, thrusting his spear once more, this time aiming for his foe's head. Bang! A mist of blood erupted, and Shi Chong fell. The host slays a Dao platform realm cultivator and acquires the Yin-Yang inscription. Yet another inscription. Li Bufan, satisfied, integrates the inscription into his own cave abode. At present, he possesses 7 inscriptions. With the addition of 3 more, he shall merge the 10 cave abodes and transcend the Dao platform realm. In truth, his magical power is already sufficient for a breakthrough. However, he has long desired to fuse all 10 cave abodes with inscriptions. Thus he has been restraining himself. After defeating 2 prominent geniuses, Li Bufan approached the Heritage Immortal Monument, retrieving his storage ring to absorb it within the monument. Subsequently, he shouldered his soul-chasing spear and departed with great strides. Those around him dared not impede his passage, their gazes falling upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and the river stained crimson with blood, a chill creeping into their hearts. This individual is utterly terrifying. His combat prowess is indeed astonishing. Is he even human? Shortly after Li Bufan's departure, a figure clad in white slowly approached. This person, graceful and possessing an ethereal beauty, was none other than Lu Rushue, the disciple of the Yin-Yang Dao sect. She cast a glance at the fallen bodies and displayed a moment of astonishment, then seized an individual and inquired, what transpired here? It was Li Bufan. The individual recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushue inhaled deeply, exclaiming, what a remarkable Li Bufan. He has slain 2 disciples of major sects, true geniuses. His combat strength is indeed formidable. She then cast another look at the corpse of Shi Chong, shaking her head. What a pity. Though your talent was commendable, your fate was insufficient. Your demise here is hardly anyone's fault. With a mere flick of her sleeve, a plume of ethereal white flames erupted from her grasp. The conflagration descended upon the fallen disciples of the Yin-Yang Dao sect, igniting their corpses in a swift, consuming blaze that reduced them to mere ashes. Born of this world, return to it, uttered impassively, her gaze fixed upon the dissipating remains. With a fleeting motion, she vanished. Eager to immerse herself further in the black demon forbidden zone, a crucible of ceaseless strife and abundant treasures, a place of invaluable experience, even for a prodigy such as herself. Meanwhile, had sought refuge within a secluded cavern. He retrieved the Immortal Legacy Tablet, his fingers tracing its ancient surface. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through his being as a series of visions flooded his mind. A figure materialized before him, a middle-aged man clad in white, wielding a spear with unparalleled grace and ferocity. His movements were a symphony of lethal precision, his attacks as swift as lightning, as relentless as a raging inferno, and as domineering as a conquering king. This was no ordinary martial technique. It was a spear art of immense power, known as Blazing Inferno. Guided by the Immortal Legacy Tablet, swiftly mastered its intricacies. After an indeterminate passage of time, the tablet's radiant glow began to wane. Ant's eyes fluttered open. Fortune truly favors me, he mused, to acquire such a potent spear art so soon after obtaining the soul-chasing spear. Yet, a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. The Immortal Legacy Tablet did not originate from the master of the royal tomb, but rather from a master of spear techniques. Had it been the former, it would have undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless individuals, even the most formidable cultivators, who would have fought tooth and nail to possess it. It was highly improbable that it would have fallen into his hands. After inheriting the art of the digestive gun technique, Li Bufan wielded the soul-chasing spear. Practicing its maneuvers in place, he found the spear to be increasingly intuitive in his hands. I need someone or a fierce beast to hone my skills. Li Bufan chuckled as he exited the cave. Soon, he encountered a suitable target, a pitch-black demon ape, which was gnawing on the corpse of a cultivator while sprawled atop a large rock. Suddenly, it sensed an inexplicable chill creeping upon it. Chapter 25, Experience Card for Cultivation, a Spear to Vanquish the Core Formation. The demon ape was indulging in its bloody feast when it was abruptly struck by an eerie cold, causing its entire body to shudder involuntarily. Turning around, it beheld a youth clad in black, approaching with a long spear in hand, exuding a formidable aura. The demon ape instantly perceived a challenge in this encounter and let out a ferocious roar. The roar reverberated like thunder, shaking the very air around. It surged towards Li Bufan as if it were a tangible force. However, Li Bufan remained unfazed, his strides unyielding. The roar felt like a mere breeze and had no impact on him. In the next instant, he stood before the demon ape. With a thrust of his spear, an overwhelming divine might erupted forth, burning flames of war. Perish! The spear's brilliance blazed like fire, consuming the surroundings. The demon ape's pupils constricted as it felt an unprecedented threat, bellowing wildly while swinging its fists to collide with the spear's radiant edge. Bang! 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 Waves of energy radiated from the clash between man and beast, sending dust swirling and trees crashing down around them. Core Formation Beast. Truly an excellent target for testing my spear. Li Bufan laughed heartily. He felt no fear in the face of the formidable demon ape. Rather, he was invigorated, firmly gripping his gun, channeling his mana to its utmost potential. The powers of the 7 great inscriptions, Celestial, Wind, Beast, Yin-Yang, Fire, Thunder, and Mountain River, erupted in an instant. With a sweeping shot, the force was such that it seemed capable of shattering the very mountains and rivers. The terrifying might sent the demon ape reeling backward, its enraged roars echoing in disbelief at being struck down by a mere human. Its eyes glowed crimson, exuding a ferocious intent. With a thunderous roar, the demon ape charged once more at Li Bufan, enveloped in a savage aura as it clenched its fingers, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that surged towards him. Come forth! Li Bufan bellowed with exuberance, brandishing his spear. The celestial battle form manifested, and a resounding war cry erupted from within him. The combination of his battle form and the power of the inscriptions amplified his might exponentially. Radiant divine light burst forth, rendering him akin to a youthful deity. The same technique, yet imbued with a different intensity. After their powers clashed, the demon ape's strength was shattered, and under the spear's brilliance, one of its arms was torn asunder, eliciting a pained wail. It gazed at Li Bufan with fear and turned to flee. Ha! Where do you think you can escape to? Li Bufan laughed heartily as he pursued. The sight of a cultivator of the inscription realm chasing down a beast of the golden core realm was utterly absurd. After chasing for several miles, Li Bufan caught up to the demon ape, tackling it from behind, and then pierced its skull with his spear. The golden core demon ape was vanquished. The host slays a powerful beast at the core formation stage and receives a core formation experience card. An experience card? Li Bufon's eyes lit up. After inquiring about the system, he grasped the purpose of this card. As the name suggests, utilizing this card would allow him to experience the cultivation of the core formation stage, albeit for a limited time. Nevertheless, this was immensely valuable. After all, an unexpected surge in power during battle could catch opponents off guard, and this item could even prove to be a lifesaver. Most importantly, such a sudden enhancement in cultivation came without any side effects, unlike the secret arts in the cultivation world, which often bore terrifying repercussions. At worst, one could suffer a regression in cultivation or even face death on the spot. Boom. At that moment, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted not far away, shaking the mountains and sending countless boulders and trees cascading toward Li Bufon. He swiftly dodged and turned to observe the source of the commotion. Before him stood an elderly man in white who was currently being pursued. Crucially, this elder was someone he recognized, the very individual who had helped him deal with a core formation beast just days prior and had shown him goodwill. The elder's condition was dire, to say the least. His white garments were stained with blood, his aura was feeble, and his body bore numerous wounds. It appeared he could fall at any moment. Trailing behind him were more than a dozen cultivators, all intent on his demise. The weakest among them was already at the core formation stage, with some even at the infant transformation stage. This was no trivial matter. In the vast wilderness, those at the infant transformation stage were considered formidable, and within top-tier sects like the Daybreak sect and the Azura sect, they were pillars of strength. Yet, these individuals were now relentlessly pursuing a severely injured elder. Whitebrow, you cannot escape. Surrender obediently. Humph. Because of you, the treasures of the royal tombs have been scattered, causing us to obtain only a mere fraction of what could have been ours. You are cursed. Indeed, you, from the Tianshan sect, dare to dream of rising. As the crowd relentlessly pursued the white-browed Taoist, their voices echoed with scorn. The white-browed Taoist felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Had he not been grievously injured, he could have effortlessly dispatched these cultivators with a mere flick of his hand. To perish at the hands of this rabble would be tantamount to tarnishing his illustrious life. Cursed be the Starry sect, the Enyang Dao sect, and the Four Symbols sect. If I survive this ordeal, I shall methodically settle the score with you all. The white-browed Taoist silently cursed, mustering all his strength to drag his weary body forward in flight. Suddenly, he spotted a black-clad youth wielding a spear not far away. It was him. The white-browed Taoist furrowed his brows. He recognized Li Bufon, an intriguing young fellow. No need to involve this lad. I shall change my course of escape. The white-browed Taoist contemplated as he adjusted his fleeing path. Li Bufon also observed this scene unfold. This old senior is rather interesting. Just as he hesitated to intervene, one of those pursuing the white-browed Taoist noticed Li Bufon's presence. Someone. It is that little demon. Humph. With so many of us chasing an injured white-browed Taoist, it would be quite embarrassing if word got out. Since he has seen us, let us eliminate him. A cultivator at the core formation stage swiftly made his move. With a powerful strike, an immense surge of magical energy manifested as the ethereal figure of the white tiger, its might far surpassing that of the earlier demon ape. Upon witnessing this, Li Bufon's gaze turned icy in an instant. Without uttering a word, he retrieved and shattered the experience card for the core formation realm. Boom. In that fleeting moment, boundless divine light erupted from within him, his magical powers skyrocketing uncontrollably, while the celestial battle body unleashed a thunderous war cry that resonated through the heavens. Shatter. With a single thrust, the blazing spear force effortlessly obliterated the white tiger's illusory form. Yet, this was not the end. The spear force resembled a fiery dragon, surging straight towards the assailant, whose expression shifted dramatically as he retreated in haste. However, he was unable to evade it, and was consumed by the spear's might. Amidst the screams, the unfortunate cultivator was reduced to ashes by the searing flames. The onlookers were left in shock, their expressions transformed. How could this be? How could he possibly annihilate a core formation cultivator in a single move? Was his cultivation truly at the core formation level? No, just moments ago, he was clearly at the inscription realm. This core formation power must be the result of some secret technique. What a terrifying secret technique. But if it is indeed a secret, it must have its limitations. Let us leave a few behind to eliminate him while the rest pursue the white-browed Taoist. Someone swiftly made a decision to retain a few individuals to deal with Li Bufon. Yet at that moment, Li Bufon astonished everyone with his next move. Chapter 26. Summoning the Giant Spirit God, the white-browed Taoist restored. If you wish to kill me, are you prepared to face your own demise? Li Bufan stepped forward, directly confronting the crowd, positioning himself in front of the white-browed Taoist, fully unleashing his core formation power. The celestial combat body emitted resounding battle cries reminiscent of ancient times, akin to the arrival of a war deity, exuding an irresistible might. Simultaneously, a crimson light surged within his eyes, as if a sea of blood churned within, heralding the awakening of the Eye of Slaughter. His power surged once more. The cultivators present, at the core formation and nascent soul stages, gazed at him with expressions fraught with darkness. Young man, are you intent on protecting the white-browed Taoist? A middle-aged man with black hair said coldly. He was the most formidable among them, a seventh-layer nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, and what of it? Li Bufan replied, his demeanor equally frigid. My young friend, their target is me. There is no need for you to wade through this murky water. Depart swiftly, the white-browed Taoist urged. Li Bufan retorted calmly, in the past. You aided me in vanquishing a core formation beast. Today, I shall ensure your survival. Moreover, these individuals sought my life just moments ago. It is only fitting that I settle the score with them. With that, he tossed a pill to the white-browed Taoist. The Taoist was momentarily taken aback by his words. He had not anticipated that his previous act of kindness would yield a glimmer of hope for himself. Contemplating this, his gaze toward Li Bufan became somewhat intricate. This was not a remorseless killer, but rather a person of profound loyalty and affection. Young man, you are exceedingly arrogant. Believing that by employing secret arts to elevate your power to the core formation level, you can contend with us? Foolishness. The black-haired middle-aged man laughed heartily, then bellowed as he raised his hand. The forces of yin and yang intertwined within his palm, forming a Tai Chi diagram that he unleashed to suppress. He was confident in his seventh-layer nascent soul cultivation, certain he could easily subdue a core formation practitioner. Yet, Li Bufan was no ordinary core formation cultivator. He uttered a low growl, and with a sweeping strike, unleashed the Eye of Slaughter, the celestial battle body, and the myriad powers of inscriptions, transforming them into a terrifying beam of gunlight. With a resounding boom, the Taiji diagram erupted. The middle-aged man with dark hair was forcefully pushed back by this blow. His pupils quivered violently, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be possible? Even if he had reached the golden core stage, could his combat prowess truly be this formidable? The celestial battle body, the 10 great caverns, the Eye of Slaughter, and an array of exquisite inscriptions. Surely this individual's innate talent was astonishing beyond measure. Unfathomable. The demeanor of an emperor, having offended him today. He must be eradicated at once. The crowd regarded Li Bufan with a mixture of trepidation and an undercurrent of fear. They all launched their attacks simultaneously. The combined might of golden core and nascent soul practitioners converging from all directions, intent on reducing Li Bufan to mere dust. Faced with such onslaughts, Li Bufan realized that even though his cultivation had significantly strengthened, it would be no simple task to withstand their assault. In the blink of an eye, he reached a resolution. He swiftly recited incantations, and the arcane power of summoning tore open a rift in the void, radiant divine light cascading forth, towering like a mountain, possessing immense strength, capable of altering the very landscape. The giant spirit was summoned. As the final words of summoning echoed, a terrifying surge of divine might erupted from the rift. A golden-armored deity, wielding a resplendent axe, emerged, his stature reminiscent of a mountain, stepping forth with majestic authority. With the arrival of the giant spirit, the void trembled violently. With a thunderous roar, the opponent wielded a colossal axe and cleaved forward, unleashing a terrifying radiance that spread forth, shattering the magical energies of those present. Not only that, but the axe light surged inexorably, crashing into the foremost dozen or so cultivators, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. The last of the black-haired middle-aged men, gripped by fear, hastily produced a defensive artifact, managing to deflect the residual force of the axe light. Yet he remained chilled to the bone, overwhelmed by dread. After unleashing the blow, the figure of the giant spirit began to fade gradually. Li Bufan, too, felt his own magical power drained in an instant. Indeed, the might of the giant spirit was nothing short of extraordinary. Although the giant spirit appeared as a mere supporting character in mythological tales, in truth, he was a legitimate deity of the heavenly court, unmatched in power, even though Li Bufan possessed the cultivation of the core formation stage. The entity he summoned was likely just an avatar of the opponent. Nevertheless, it had effortlessly drained his core formation magic. Yet, he harbored no concern. He simply retrieved and crushed a restoration card, and instantly, his depleted magical energy surged back to life. He then turned his gaze toward the now pale-faced, black-haired man. Undeterred by the latter's formidable nascent soul cultivation, and charged forth without hesitation. The opponent, utterly terrified by the giant spirit, was already 3 parts intimidated before engaging with Li Bufan, unable to muster his full strength in the encounter. In that moment, he found himself being relentlessly pushed back by Li Bufan, whose cultivation was far inferior, facing peril at every turn with the risk of imminent downfall. Not far away, the white-browed Taoist observed with a racing heart. He realized he had underestimated Li Bufan. The combat prowess of this individual was indeed beyond the realm of ordinary reckoning. Initially, I believed that he would be unable to contend with a formidable beast of the foundation establishment stage. It appears, however, that I was merely indulging in my own delusions. The white-browed Taoist uttered a self-deprecating remark. As he turned his gaze towards the elixir presented to him by Li Bufan and opened it, his pupils constricted sharply, astonishingly. It was indeed this particular medicine. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his eyes darted towards the distance. He beheld several powerful auras swiftly converging upon this location. His expression tensed. Genuine trouble was at hand. Subsequently, he swallowed the elixir from the vial without hesitation. Boom, boom. Above the heavens, the clouds churned ominously. Several auras, far surpassing the transformation of the infant stage, surged forth, descending upon Li Bufan as if to suppress him like towering mountains. This aura, divine fire stage. No, perhaps it is the nascent soul stage? Recognizing the formidable nature of this presence, Li Bufan's expression grew grave. Such a realm was beyond his current capacity to withstand. Unless, through sacrificial summoning. Youngster, you seek death. A cold voice resonated from the heavens. An elder, clad in a black and white Taoist robe, hovered in midair. His gaze as frigid as a winter's lake, accompanied by 2 others, each exuding an overwhelming aura. These 3 were unmistakably the formidable figures of the Yin-Yang Dao sect, the 4 Symbols sect, and the Starry Sky sect. At this moment, their eyes bore a murderous intent as they regarded Li Bufan. Even the act of slaying at the foundation establishment or transformation of the infant stage. In their view, even if Li Bufan employed secret techniques, his prowess had transcended the realm of ordinary prodigies. He could only be described as a monstrous genius. Such an existence, if allowed to persist without timely eradication, will only bring future calamities to their sect. Upon this realization, the murderous intent in their eyes surged even more fervently. Yet, at that very moment, an aura of even greater power erupted from behind Li Bufan. The white-browed Taoist radiated a resplendent divine light, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate, his strength escalating until it reached its zenith. The trio, witnessing this spectacle, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could your injuries heal so swiftly? What on earth have you done? This is dire. Chapter 27. Befriending the White-Browed. A kindred spirit as the white-browed Taoist restored his cultivation. A formidable aura enveloped the scene. The few who were at the nascent soul stage were left in disbelief. How could this occur? His injuries were so severe that recovery within such a brief span was utterly inconceivable. How has he achieved this? Uncertain. But the situation has turned grim. We must depart. The 3 dared not linger any longer. In his prime, the white-browed Taoist was of the celestial god realm, perilously close to the unity stage. Such a being was beyond their capacity to withstand. They had only dared to pursue him due to his grievous injuries. Otherwise, not even tenfold courage would compel them to act recklessly. Flee. As the trio turned to escape, in the next instant, the white-browed Taoist snorted coldly, disdainfully declaring, "Do you think you can simply walk away?" With that, he reached out with a massive hand. Boom. An immense hand, conjured from pure arcane energy, descended with devastating force. Its power so immense that it caused the very fabric of reality to collapse. Several cultivators at the nascent divinity realm watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The 3 individuals joined forces in a desperate attempt to defend themselves, but in the next instant, an unprecedented surge of power struck them, causing them to spew blood and their faces to turn as pale as parchment. We must give it our all. For symbols incantation, vermilion bird. A look of ruthless determination flashed in their eyes as they channeled their entire being's arcane energy, unleashing a dazzling radiance. One after another, inscriptions spread out from their center, and their arcane energy blazed like an inferno around them. With a resounding cry, a colossal vermilion bird, formed from pure arcane energy, soared into the heavens. Engulfed in crimson divine flames, arcane energy of black and white intertwined, forming a gigantic Taiji diagram that blotted out the sky. Dazzling starlight shimmered, transforming into an exquisite celestial chart. The three cultivators unleashed the pinnacle techniques of their respective factions, hurtling them towards the white-browed Taoist. The white-browed Taoist laughed heartily, neither retreating nor evading. "Your power is insufficient," he roared. "Perish." With a single punch, the power of a celestial deity erupted. The fist radiance surged like a torrential flood, threatening to shatter the very void. The techniques unleashed by the three cultivators shattered upon contact with the fist radiance. Inevitably, the three were engulfed by the fist radiance. Their eyes filled with terror as their bodies exploded, evaporated, leaving not a trace behind. Li Bufan watched from the sidelines, marveling at the scene. What terrifying power, he mused. Is this the might of a celestial deity? A trace of longing flickered in his eyes, but there was no envy, for he knew that one day he would reach such heights, and perhaps even surpass them by far. After vanquishing the three formidable adversaries, the white-browed Taoist retracted his magical aura and approached Li Bufan. Bowing respectfully, "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, young friend. Do not mention it. It was merely a way to repay a kindness once shown to me." Li Bufan replied. The Taoist continued, "I acted on impulse, never anticipating that you would save my life. That elixir, the eternal creation pill, is a treasure beyond compare, leaving me at a loss as to how to repay you." His voice was filled with both gratitude and reflection. Indeed, his swift recovery was solely due to the elixir bestowed upon him by Li Bufan. The eternal creation pill, a rare gem in the cultivation realm, could restore even the most grievously injured, provided they still drew breath. For Li Bufan, however, the elixir was of little consequence, as he possessed a recovery card. Yet, to the white-browed Taoist, this gesture was an immense favor. He had merely assisted in dealing with a golden core realm cultivator. Yet Li Bufan had risked his own well-being to save his life, and even offered such a precious elixir without a second thought. The saying "a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude" resonated deeply within him. How many in this world could truly embody such a principle? As he contemplated this, he gazed at Li Bufan, his eyes filled with appreciation and admiration. At that moment, Li Bufan's aura began to wane rapidly, descending from the golden core realm to the inscription realm as the effects of the experience card faded. The white-browed Taoist, witnessing this, mistakenly believed it to be a side effect of Li Bufan's secret technique. Alarmed, he rushed forward to offer his support. "Young friend, are you all right?" "It's nothing." Li Bufan reassured him, feeling no discomfort. The experience card bore no adverse effects. However, upon observing the concerned expression on the white-browed Taoist's face, he feigned a semblance of unsteadiness, hoping to amplify the other's sense of guilt. The individual before him was a formidable being of divine caliber. The more guilt the Taoist felt, the more likely he would intervene should trouble arise in the future. This was one of the reasons he sought the assistance of such a powerful ally. "Young friend, allow me to assist you to a nearby resting place." Indeed, just as Li Bufan had anticipated, the white-browed Taoist perceived that he was merely putting on a brave front, and the look of guilt on his face deepened. He helped Li Bufan to a secluded spot. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to the cause of your grievous injuries?" Li Bufan felt a surge of curiosity regarding the Taoist's predicament. "Alas, this tale is rather lengthy. I had ventured into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, intending to partake in the contest for the royal tomb. To my dismay, the old geezers from the Star Sect, the Four Symbols Sect, and the Yin-Yang Dao Sect sought to monopolize the tomb. Incensed, I engaged them in battle, but alas, united, they proved too formidable a foe, and I was severely wounded. Nevertheless, they did not escape unscathed, for in the final moments, I managed to destroy the tomb. With its destruction, the treasures scattered far and wide, ensuring that all would have a share. I can only imagine how irate those old codgers must be." As he concluded, the white-browed Taoist could not help but grin, clearly pleased with himself. Li Bufan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the scattering of treasures was indeed the Taoist's doing. Thus, His acquisition of the soul-chasing spear was, in a sense, a boon from this venerable elder. By the way, may I ask how it is that you have come to be labeled as a ruthless killer? The white-browed Taoist grew increasingly curious about Li Bufon's experiences. My story is rather lengthy, Li Bufon replied with a faint smile, recounting his encounters with eloquence. Sharing one's tale can indeed bridge the distance between two souls. Upon hearing Li Bufon's tribulations, the white-browed Taoist was filled with indignation, his countenance darkening. What a despicable act by the Daesun sect. And the Shura sect, truly vile. How dare they frame my young friend for the massacre? Nevertheless, the Shura sect shall one day face my wrath. Li Bufon's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. The Shura sect had attempted to take his life on multiple occasions, securing their place on his list of adversaries. If you ever require assistance, dear friend, do not hesitate to ask. Haha, a true man must avenge himself. I shall deal with the Shura sect personally, so you need not trouble yourself, esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, the white-browed Taoist found himself admiring Li Bufon even more. Very well, I have nearly recovered. Esteemed elder, it is time for us to part ways. May fate allow us to meet again. Li Bufon rose, clasping his hands in farewell, before turning to leave with the soul pursuit spear in hand. While others would likely yearn to linger by the side of the white-browed Taoist, Li Bufon departed with remarkable decisiveness, showing no inclination to seek favors in return. Observing his retreating figure, the white-browed Taoist couldn't help but reflect, what a man of integrity. Feeling somewhat concerned about Li Bufon's injuries, he discreetly followed him to ensure his safety, only departing once he was certain that the young man was in no significant danger. As time passed, another fortnight slipped away, and the disturbances within the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone gradually subsided. Li Bufon has reaped considerable rewards during this period and plans to return to Haisha City for some much-needed rest. Chapter 28. The Challenge of the Purple Star Disciple and the Comprehension of Inscriptions. Brother, have you acquired any treasures in the Haisha Forbidden Zone this time? Not much. I only found a low-grade magical artifact. Ah, that's still quite good. Unlike me, after searching for over 10 days, I only managed to obtain a fire attribute spirit stone. Even though I practice water attribute techniques. You all are fortunate, I didn't find a single thing. Within Haisha City, numerous adventurers gathered, engaged in animated discussions, recounting their experiences in the Forbidden Zone. However, treasure hunting is a private affair, and individuals rarely divulge the extent of their discoveries. Even if someone had found something, they would feign ignorance, wary of attracting unwanted attention. While the crowd conversed, outside Haisha City, a young man clad in black approached slowly, carrying a long spear on his back, with an aura of lingering malevolence surrounding him. The onlookers fixed their gaze upon him, momentarily taken aback by a sense of trepidation. The newcomer was none other than Li Bufon. During his recent explorations in the Forbidden Zone, he had not only acquired various treasures alongside his soul pursuit spear, but also faced numerous individuals who coveted his possessions or the bounty on his head. Yet, without exception, he had turned the tables on them, claiming victory. Although he was merely at the level of inscription mastery, he had already dispatched a number of those at the Dao platform stage, and even some at the core formation stage. His extraordinary combat prowess had garnered him considerable renown in Haisha City, instilling a profound sense of respect and awe among many. Li Bufon entered the city of Haisha amidst the awe and trepidation of the onlookers, making his way to the Sihai Inn. However, just as he was about to step inside, a surge of magical energy emanated towards him. The source was none other than Xueluo. With a swift motion, Li Bufon swept his spear, shattering the magical force, and remarked indifferently, "Oh, is that not Xue the old dog?" Upon hearing this, Xueluo's gaze turned icy, and internally, he was taken aback. Previously, the opponent had exerted every ounce of strength to withstand his attack, yet now, he effortlessly deflected it. How much time had passed? And yet Li Bufon's advancement had reached such an astonishing level? It was inconceivable. With this thought, Xueluo's murderous intent towards Li Bufon intensified. "Li Bufon, let us settle our accounts with the Shura sect today," he declared coldly. Just as he was about to strike, a chilling voice resonated, "He is mine." A figure clad in a purple robe approached, exuding a formidable aura of magical energy. Though merely at the Dao stage, he was no less formidable than Xueluo beside him. It was Zixing, the disciple of the Starry Sky sect. Why was he here? Did he also have a vendetta against Li Bufon? The crowd was taken aback. Xueluo, curious, inquired, "Disciple Zixing, Has Li Bufan offended you as well? He displayed a degree of respect, for the Starry Sky sect was one of the 7 great sects of the vast wilderness, and the status of its disciple was indeed extraordinary. Even the leader of the Shura sect would approach with caution in his presence. He has not offended me, but he has slain a member of my Starry Sky sect. The cold voice of Zixing Daozi resonated, sending a chill through the hearts of those present. My goodness, this Li Bufan is extraordinarily formidable. The Shura sect, the Star sect. Rumor has it he has even slain disciples from the Four Symbols sect and the Yin Yang Dao sect. How many enemies has he made? How has he managed to survive until now? Is he truly unafraid of death? Li Bufan, unfazed by the murmurs around him, regarded Zixing with keen interest. Although they had never met before, the immediate hostility directed at him prompted him to view Zixing as an adversary. Oh, the disciples of the Star sect, I've indeed dispatched a few. What of it? Do you seek vengeance for them? In 3 days, at the death arena of Haisha City, we shall determine our fates. I shall trample you before the eyes of all, Zixing declared coldly. At that moment, a graceful figure clad in white approached, her voice calm, yet assertive. Forgive me, Zixing Daozi, but the one who seeks to battle this man is I. The newcomer was Lu Rushua, the Daozi of the Yin Yang Dao sect. Her arrival caused a stir among the crowd. So, the Daozi of the Yin Yang Dao sect also wishes to challenge Li Bufan to a showdown? This spectacle is becoming increasingly captivating. Zixing glanced at Lu Rushua. His brow furrowed slightly, and replied indifferently, First come, first served. I issued the challenge to him first. But he has yet to accept, has he not? He must accept, whether he wishes to or not. Li Bufan looked at the 2 figures before him, chuckling softly as he stroked his chin. Who would have thought I would become such a sought-after individual? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Indeed, you are quite sought after. Everyone desires your intellect. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Step forward, if you dare, Li Bufan proclaimed as he surveyed his surroundings. The onlookers glanced about, genuinely curious if another contender would emerge. However, this time, no one appeared. A grin spread across Li Bufan's face as he gripped his soul-chasing gun, suddenly halting in place as a torrent of tumultuous magical energy surged forth. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled beneath him. He cast a cold glance at Zixing, Shuo, and Lu Rushue, indifferently stating, Do not approach one by one. Come all at once, and I shall vanquish you all. The crowd gasped, taken aback by his audacity. To challenge 3 adversaries single-handedly was no small feat regardless of Zixing and Lu Rushue's prowess. Shuo alone, a master at the 9th level of the core formation stage, far surpassed him in cultivation. What emboldened him with such confidence? Zixing arched an eyebrow, declaring, How presumptuous. It is a privilege for you to engage me. Dare you to be so brazen? It was indeed rather audacious. Lu Rushua nodded in agreement, contemplating before adding, Very well, he may be yours to contend with, Zixing Daozi. Should you falter, I shall take my turn. Falter? Humph, Lu Rushua, you overestimate him and underestimate me. Zixing retorted coolly, casting a frosty glance at Li Bufan. Treasure the remaining 3 days of your life. With that, he turned to leave. Oh, so you choose not to fight? I offer you an opportunity. Yet you fail to seize it. Li Bufan shook his head, sheathing his soul-chasing gun and stepping back into the tavern. Once inside the Four Seas Inn, he could no longer provoke trouble. He had not originally intended to engage in a confrontation here, for if these few were to prove formidable, retreating into the inn would undoubtedly pose a complication for him. Upon entering the inn and returning to his room, Li Bufan began to regulate his breathing, while simultaneously, the magical energy within him surged tumultuously, nearing an uncontrollable threshold. He pondered quietly, realizing that his magical power had already reached the limits of the inscription realm. If he did not ascend to the platform realm soon, his body would be overwhelmed by his own energy. However, out of his 10 celestial realms, only 7 bore inscriptions. Should I endeavor to comprehend a few inscriptions on my own? Li Bufan contemplated briefly and deemed it feasible. His inscriptions had all been acquired through acts of slaughter, and he had yet to grasp any through personal understanding. Thus, he commenced his attempt. The condensation of inscriptions typically hinges upon one's cultivation method or the attributes of one's bloodline. With his celestial combat body and eye of slaughter, the corresponding inscriptions were indeed the war inscription and the slaughter inscription. Chapter 29. The condensation of 2 major inscriptions and the reactions of various sects within the Four Seas Inn. Li Bufan sat cross-legged, delving into the essence of inscriptions. He possessed numerous inscriptions and was exceptionally well acquainted with their powers. Coupled with the Eye of Slaughter and the Celestial Combat Body, it was not an overly arduous task to perceive the corresponding powers of the inscriptions. Soon, a fierce war cry emanated from within him. An ancient, primal battle intent erupted from his being, reverberating throughout the entire room. Had it not been for the protective formation in place, this overwhelming aura would have undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Upon Li Bufan, the battle inscription began to coalesce, gradually merging into one of his void realms. Excellent. The next step is to comprehend the slaughter inscription. Li Bufan's eyes shimmered with a crimson light, transforming into a vivid scarlet as the Eye of Slaughter awakened. To his astonishment, the efficiency of grasping the slaughter inscription surpassed that of the battle inscription. In less than a day, the slaughter inscription had already formed. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the room. Should anyone dare to enter at that moment, they would likely be utterly terrified. It seems that the ease with which I have condensed the slaughter inscription in this period is due to the numerous slaughters I have endured, Li Bufan mused to himself. Since his transmigration, there had been little tranquility. He had been perpetually ensnared in bloodshed. From the massacres at the Daylight Sect, to being hunted by the Shura Sect, annihilating the Mountain River Sect, and battling countless ferocious beasts in the Black Fiend Forbidden Zone. Under such circumstances, it would be preposterous if he could not comprehend the slaughter inscription. Splendid. With 9 inscriptions acquired, only one remains before I can ascend to the Dao platform realm. Li Bufan felt immensely satisfied with his current cultivation. Meanwhile, in the outside world, news of his impending battle with the Purple Star Daoists spread rapidly, with the entire Black Fiend city eagerly anticipating the event. Most significantly, as his fame grew, some of his information reached the top sects within the Great Wilderness. Aside from the Star Sect, Yin Yang Dao Sect, and Four Symbols Sect, which had enmity with him, the remaining 4 major sects among the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness had also gathered some knowledge about him. Within the 5 Elements Divine Sect, an elderly man clad in a golden robe held intelligence regarding Li Bufan, and the more he scrutinized, the more he discerned the extraordinary nature of this youth. 10 domains, exquisite inscriptions, and the celestial combat body. What a marvel! Such a prodigy has emerged from the vast wilderness. If we could cultivate a connection with him, he would undoubtedly become a formidable pillar for our 5 Elements sect in the future. It seems a visit to Blackshaw City is in order. A faint smile graced the old man's lips, his eyes glinting with brilliance, before his figure transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing swiftly. Within the Qiankuan sect, an elderly matron with silver hair also learned of Li Bufan's news. How intriguing! He is indeed a rare talent. Let us dispatch someone to Blackshaw City to establish contact. Sectmaster, it is said that this individual has repeatedly offended the Yin Yang Dao Sect, the Starry Sky Sect, and the Four Symbols Sect. Are we truly considering an alliance with him? It may provoke the ire of the other sections. This presents a dilemma. Yet if we can secure his allegiance, this minor cost would be inconsequential. Proceed with the task. In the Peach Blossom Divine Sword Sect, within a grove of peach blossoms, a stunning maiden dressed in ethereal attire held a portrait depicting none other than Li Bufan. What a handsome youth! More remarkable still is his unparalleled talent. A rarity in a lifetime. Yaoer, what do you think of him? The beautiful woman inquired of a nearby girl. The girl glanced at the portrait and replied indifferently. He is indeed a strikingly handsome young man, but I have heard tales of his ruthless actions, having slaughtered cities and annihilated sections. He is hardly a benevolent figure. Oh, those are mere words spoken by others. Without personal observation, one must harbor a modicum of skepticism. Thus, Yaoer, you should engage directly. Me? Naturally, being youthful. Your presence is far more advantageous than that of those elderly fellows. If you find this person suitable, devise a means to win them over. If not, then let it be. The girl hesitated briefly before gently nodding. Very well, I shall make this journey. At the Xuanxin Buddhist sect, within a grand and sacred hall, several monks sat cross-legged, reciting Buddhist scriptures before a man whose face was marred by scars, exuding an aura of malevolence. You bold monks, do you think you can alter my will? Not a chance. Scoundrels! Ah, I shall certainly kill you all. The scarred man bellowed furiously, attempting to charge at the monks. Yet, the surrounding Buddhist chants intertwined to form an impenetrable cage, trapping him within. Time passed, though its measure was elusive, gradually. The man's ferocious demeanor transformed into one of tranquility. Ultimately, he knelt upon the ground, chanting the sacred invocation, Amitabha. It was accomplished. The monks retracted their spiritual powers, and the scarred man refrained from further hostility, instead speaking with sincerity. In my past, I committed numerous wrongs. Henceforth, I wish to remain within the Buddhist sect to atone for my sins. I implore the Buddha to grant me this opportunity. The sea of suffering is boundless. Yet turning back leads to salvation. Your heartfelt repentance is acknowledged. The Xuanxin Buddhist sect shall indeed open its doors to you. From this point forward, you shall remain here to cultivate your spirit. Gratitude to all the masters present. Furthermore, in my nefarious deeds, I have taken the lives of numerous individuals, and a woman is currently pursuing me. It is only a matter of time before she confronts me. However, since you have expressed remorse, I believe she will grant you forgiveness. One of the masters smiled faintly. The group chanted the Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. At that moment, a monk entered, presenting a letter to one of the masters. Upon reading it, the master's eyes gleamed with interest. Ah, Li Bufan, this individual is indeed intriguing. He has committed atrocities, annihilating cities and exterminating sects, rendering him beyond redemption. He ought to be brought into our Buddhist fold for reformation. Very well, send someone to retrieve him. Our Buddhist sect welcomes another member. Within the confines of Haisha City, Li Bufan exited the Sihai Inn, intending to sell the crystals he had acquired in the Haisha Forbidden Zone in exchange for spirit stones. Additionally, he had obtained several valuable items within that zone. Although most were of little use to him, it was time to find someone to dispose of them. Arriving at the designated place in Haisha City that specializes in the purchase of crystals, he packaged all of them for sale. The same elderly man was present. Upon seeing the mountain of crystals, he could not help but twitch his lips, gazing at the youthful Li Bufan, sensing that beneath his handsome exterior lay the essence of a ruthless killer. By the way, old sir, I have some treasures. Do you purchase them? We only buy crystals. If you wish to sell treasures, you may visit the Sihai auction house. They will offer you a fair price, the elder suggested. Understood, Li Bufan replied. Li Bufan nodded slightly, and, following the elder's guidance, arrived at the Sihai auction house. It is no surprise that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce stands as the largest in the Great Wilderness. Beyond inns and taverns, it even operates an auction house. Upon entering, he was soon approached by an attendant inquiring about the services he sought. I wish to sell some items, he replied. Under the staff's guidance, Li Bufan completed a series of procedures, extracting one item after another for sale. In no time, a substantial sum of spirit stones was credited to his account. Exiting the auction house, Li Bufan's fortune had surged by several tens of millions, leaving him feeling invigorated. Tomorrow marks the day of the decisive battle. Yet you still find the leisure to wander. A discordant voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Xueluo, who regarded Li Bufan with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. However, restrained by the knowledge of the impending duel with Zixing Daozi, he refrained from striking. Li Bufan, unperturbed, smiled faintly and brandished his soul-chasing spear, stating, "Today, I am in high spirits. If I can vanquish my enemy, it would be even more exhilarating." With those words, his murderous aura surged, locking onto Xueluo. He had not forgotten the latter's previous attempts on his life. Chapter 30, Slaying Xueluo. Gathering the 10 great inscriptions gripping the soul-chasing spear, Li Bufan gazed at Xueluo with a piercing, icy glare. Thoughts of Juyang City flooded his mind. If his suspicions held true, that city had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Xueluo, who then sought to frame him for the atrocity. With this realization, his murderous intent boiled within him. The eye of slaughter activated, seemingly harboring a blood sea that churned incessantly, and a sinister aura of bloodlust began to emanate from Li Bufan. Kill! Without uttering a word, Li Bufan acted in an instant, his spear thrusting forth amidst an overwhelming blaze of battle, akin to a conflagration sweeping across the plains. Blood Luo, witnessing this, bellowed furiously, seeking death. In his eyes, it was inconceivable that a mere inscription realm cultivator would dare to challenge him. Thus he was merely courting his own demise. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, and as the crimson mana collided with the spear's radiance, it resembled 2 mighty mountains crashing together. Under the illumination of the arcane light, a shocking scene unfolded. Blood Luo, at the core formation stage, was forcefully pushed back several steps. In stark contrast, Li Bufan, wielding the soul-chasing spear, had blood-red eyes. his murderous intent boiling and his fighting spirit soaring. The blood and chi within him roared, echoing a battle cry from the ancient times. Above him, 10 celestial realms radiated with a potent wave of mana. Among these, 9 realms bore intricate inscriptions, each distinctly unique and all of the highest quality. 10 celestial realms. 9 exquisite inscriptions. The power unleashed was such that, despite being in the inscription realm, Li Bufan could easily contend with a core formation cultivator. This monster, Blood Luo's pupils quivered slightly, and in that moment, he experienced a flicker of trepidation. The one courting death is you, Li Bufan coldly declared. Stepping forward as a formidable mana surged around him, divine light erupting, resembling an invincible young war god. In the next instant, propelled by the wind inscription, he approached Blood Luo with an almost ethereal speed. The spear lunged forth, its fiery might completely locking onto the opponent. Blood Luo, not daring to underestimate the situation, drew a blood-red longsword, clashing it repeatedly against the soul-chasing spear. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal reverberated continuously, an unending echo. With each impact, Shui Luo felt an overwhelming force emanating from the blade in his hand, as if his arm's bones were on the verge of shattering, causing him to retreat step by step. He was, astonishingly, being subdued by Li Bufan. A formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage was being suppressed by a mere inscription realm practitioner, 2 large realms beneath him. In nearly a century of cultivation, this was a first. Although the young man's magical prowess was formidable, the most troublesome aspect lay in the treasures he wielded and his exceptional spear technique. If I could seize his spear, perhaps I might turn the tide, Shui Luo contemplated as he fought. Seizing the opportunity as Li Bufan launched another thrust, his hands suddenly turned a vivid crimson, exuding an indomitable aura, accompanied by a nauseating scent of blood. It was his renowned signature technique, the Shura Blood Hand. Clang! The bloodied hand collided with the long spear, producing a thunderous sound. Shui Luo's blood hand glimmered with a sanguine light, firmly grasping the pursuit soul spear. I have seized your spear. Shui Luo laughed heartily, raising his long knife high, preparing to cleave Li Bufan in two. Foolish. Yet, Li Bufan merely snorted coldly, relinquishing his grip on the spear and closing in. With a firm grasp, he unleashed the full power of the celestial combat body, delivering a punch that resonated with battle intent, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Celestial combat technique, Earth Shatter. Shui Luo's expression shifted as he could not evade, enduring the blow head-on. With a series of sharp cracks, the protective magic of Shui Luo was ruthlessly shattered. The force of the blow was akin to a torrential flood, exploding against his chest, causing his bones to splinter, and sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, spewing blood. This is impossible, utterly inconceivable. I am at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, merely a step away from the transformation stage. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere child? Shui Luo's face was a mask of disbelief. At that moment, Li Bufan slowly approached him, extending his foot to press against Shui Luo's chest, and coldly inquired, "Now tell me, who was responsible for the massacre of Juyang City?" "Why, yes." Shui Luo attempted to resist, to fabricate a defense. However, upon meeting Li Bufan's blood-red gaze, the words faltered on his lips. "It was I. I ordered the annihilation of Juyang City and framed you for it. It is my fault. I beg for your forgiveness, spare me." Shui Luo's eyes were filled with terror as he revealed the truth, desperately hoping for Li Bufan to grant him mercy. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the so-called massacre was merely a self-directed play by the Shura sect. What a shameless display from the Shura sect. What a despicable act by Shui Luo. Indeed, this is utterly contemptible. Shui Luo would never have dreamed that he would be bested by Li Bufan. Li Bufan regarded Shui Luo with a steely gaze, lifting his foot, just as Shui Luo sighed in relief, believing he had been granted clemency. A cold voice pierced the air. "Forgive you? And who will take responsibility for the people of Juyang City? Go to hell and ask them if they will forgive you." Li Bufan, with a cold demeanor, forcefully brought his raised foot down once more, this time channeling all his strength into the blow. With a thunderous crash, the chest of Shui Luo was crushed. A torrent of gruesome internal fragments erupted from his contorted features, a sight most chilling. The immense force caused the ground to tremble, creating a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen feet, while fissures radiated outward. Shui Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face smeared with blood, seemingly unable to fathom that he had been slain by a single kick from Li Bufan. Host has slain the elder of the Shura sect, acquiring the golden inscription. Another inscription. With this, he possessed 10 kinds of inscriptions, all of which he could integrate into his cave abode, advancing to the Dao platform. Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly departed for the inn to fuse the inscriptions and ascend to the Dao platform. Meanwhile, those around him continued to murmur in astonishment. Some spoke of Li Bufan's terrifying combat prowess, while others condemned Xue Luo's despicable nature and the Shura sect's declining reputation. In any case, Li Bufan's annihilation of a 9th-level golden core cultivator left them profoundly shaken. Within an inn, Zixing Daozi sat cross-legged, preparing for the impending duel with Li Bufan. At that moment, a disciple knocked at the door. "Come in. Zixing Daozi, it's bad news. We may have underestimated Li Bufan. Recently, he just killed Xue Luo." The disciple recounted the events he had witnessed in the streets. Upon hearing this, Zixing Daozi's expression turned serious. Xue Luo, after all, was a 9th-level golden core cultivator. Even for him, dealing with such an opponent would not be a trivial matter. However, he was slain by Li Bufan. Moreover, from the perspective of others, the opponent dispatched Blood Luo with seemingly little effort. This inadvertently bolstered the momentum for the impending duel, enhancing the likelihood of victory. Even before the battle commenced, Li Bufan had already seized the initiative. What a remarkable figure Li Bufan is. Though one in the 9th layer of the core formation stage can kill, I, however, am no ordinary cultivator of the core formation. In the battle tomorrow, you shall surely meet a bitter end. The Purple Star Daoist's gaze turned frigid, a flicker of anticipation igniting within. The stronger the opponent, the more valuable the defeat. Chapter 31. Ascending to the Dao platform. Allow me 3 strikes within the 4 Cs in. Li Bufan sat cross-legged, his internal energy surging, resonating with a thunderous roar. At this moment, he was merging the 10 great caves, solidifying the Dao platform. As time progressed, the intensity of Li Bufan's energy escalated, culminating in a resonant hum as his internal caves completely fused, giving rise to a majestic Dao platform within his Qi Si. This Dao platform, akin to flawless white jade, radiated a resplendent divine light, intricately interwoven with various inscriptions. The Dao platform realm achieved. Having ascended to the Dao platform realm, Li Bufan felt his strength significantly enhanced. Purple Star Daoist, I wonder how many of my strikes you could withstand now? A subtle smirk graced Li Bufan's lips, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. The following day, within the confines of Black Shaman City, various factions gathered outside the arena, poised to witness a contest of prodigies. Beside the arena, within an inn, Lu Rushue sat by the window, her gaze fixed upon the arena below, a hint of intrigue dancing in her eyes. Li Bufan, I wonder what surprises you shall bring me. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached and settled beside her. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Rushue's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Shiyao, you two have arrived. The visitor's beauty was on par with her own, and her cultivation was remarkably advanced. Shiyao inclined her head slightly and spoke in a calm tone. I have heard that you have interacted with this Li Bufan. What manner of person is he? Oh, a madman. Lu Rushue expressed her impression of Li Bufan. A madman. How intriguing. I am eager to witness his brand of madness. Shiyao replied with a faint smile. In addition to the two of them, there were numerous spectators surrounding the arena. Inside an inn, a man clad in a golden robe was indulging in wine, accompanied by several guards. The man exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably distinguished. Your Highness, what is there in this humble Haisha city that merits your attention? I believe we should hasten to the Xiangxin cave, suggested one of the guards. Yet the man smiled gently and replied, there is no rush. After all, the secret order is in my possession. Joining the Xiangxin cave is merely a matter of time. I have heard that this Li Bufan has condensed 10 caves. Such a prodigy, how could I not wish to see him? Condensing 10 caves? That is likely just a tale distorted by others. The guard scoffed, clearly unimpressed. I have only heard of such things in legends. Oh, that is precisely why I wish to stay and observe. If it is indeed true, acquiring this person for my own purposes would be an exceptional advantage in my future contest for position against my brothers. The man smiled slightly, filled with anticipation. He hailed from a distinguished dynasty beyond the great wilderness, possessing both power and status that were extraordinary. Yet even he, upon hearing of a prodigy with 10 celestial realms for the first time, could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Suddenly, a figure clad in a flowing purple robe descended gracefully from the heavens, alighting upon the arena. He came soaring through the air, exuding an extraordinary presence, as if he were an unattainable celestial being. The newcomer was none other than the Purple Star Daozi. His arrival instantly stirred a commotion among the spectators surrounding the arena. The Purple Star Daozi has come. What of Li Bufan? Has he arrived yet? He should be here soon. The crowd scanned their surroundings, but the anticipated figure was still absent. Indeed, he had already reached the nascent soul stage. Within the tavern, Lu Ruxue observed the Purple Star Daozi, a hint of intrigue gleaming in her eyes. Aren't you also? Shi Yao remarked casually. Lu Ruxue smiled faintly, choosing silence. Shi Yao continued. Within the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness, aside from that anomaly of the Qinquan sect, the rest of the Daozi level figures are predominantly at the nascent soul stage. I have heard that Li Bufan is merely at the inscription stage. Does he stand a chance? Not long ago, he slew a nascent soul 9th layer blood luo. Oh, this. Could he be even more formidable than that monster from the Qinquan sect? Shi Yao mused, her brow slightly furrowed. To slay a 9th layer nascent soul at the inscription stage, such a feat, it seems, has not even been achieved by the so-called monster, the #1 prodigy of the Great Wilderness. Who knows, perhaps this land will witness the rise of an adversary to rival him. Lu Ruxue smiled faintly. At that moment, she seemed to sense something and turned her gaze toward the distance. He has arrived. In the distance, a youth clad in black approached, wielding a firearm. His presence enveloped in a faint aura of mystical energy, subtle yet distinctly frigid. Upon his arrival, a chill ran down the spines of several onlookers. It was Li Bufan. TSK. While the Purple Star Daoist descended gracefully from the skies, he approached on foot, the disparity in their cultivation evident. Only those in the core formation realm possess the ability to soar through the air, and clearly, Li Bufan's cultivation did not measure up to that of the Purple Star Daoist. Yet, it was rumored that Li Bufan had vanquished Blood Luo just yesterday, a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the core formation realm. The crowd buzzed with speculation. The Purple Star Daoist's gaze locked onto Li Bufan, his eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance. At last, you have arrived. Indeed, to guide you on your final journey. Li Bufan grinned widely. Arrogance. Do you truly believe that defeating a single Blood Luo makes you my equal? Though we both stand in the core formation realm, the chasm between us is one that 10 cultivators could scarcely bridge. The Purple Star Daoist, with an indifferent shout, suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. In an instant, torrents of mystical energy cascaded forth, intertwining above him to create a breathtaking celestial panorama. He stood encircled by radiant starlight, resembling an unparalleled celestial deity beneath the cosmic expanse. Li Bufan, undeterred, stepped onto the arena, brandishing his soul-chasing spear, his own magical power erupting forth, rivaling that of the Purple Star Daoist. With a haughty smile, he proclaimed, "Allow yourself 3 strikes. Then, I shall claim your life." 3 strikes? Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. Faced with an opponent possessing significantly greater prowess, one might wonder if Li Bufan has lost his senses by allowing his adversary 3 free strikes. Shi Yao's gaze sharpened, and she remarked with a hint of disdain, "Now I truly comprehend the extent of his arrogance." In another location, 2 elders of the Starry sect hovered in midair, observing the arena below. One of them scoffed, "This Li Bufan is utterly reckless. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle cannot afford to falter. No matter what hidden cards he may hold, the safety of the Daozi must be assured." The other elder, exhibiting a composed demeanor, responded, "Although the Starry sect has more than one Daozi, each is an invaluable asset to any sect. The loss of even one equates to the forfeiture of a potential future powerhouse. Rest assured, with the 2 of us overseeing the battle, even if Li Bufan possesses unexpected tactics, he will never be able to harm the Daozi." The second elder seemed dismissive of the threat. In his perspective, victory for Li Bufan was a foregone conclusion, requiring no intervention from them. "You wish to grant me 3 strikes? Li Bufan, if you seek death, I shall oblige." The Purple Star Daozi's eyes turned icy, and with a furious bellow, he unleashed a punch, causing the starlight behind him to converge into a brilliant beam that shot directly towards Li Bufan. Unflinching, Li Bufan wielded his spear with tremendous force. Boom! The beam shattered, leaving Li Bufan unscathed. "You still have 2 opportunities left. Starry Formula, The river of stars, in reversal. The purple star Daozi shouted, as the celestial river surged behind him, cascading down like a waterfall, bearing down upon Li Bufan. Ha! Divine Mountain Fist. Li Bufan sheathed his spear and unleashed a formidable punch, causing a towering primordial divine mountain to erupt with a thunderous roar. Bang! The starry river and the divine mountain shattered simultaneously. The entire arena was engulfed in violent turbulence, even beginning to crack. As the dust settled, Li Bufan remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. You still have one final move left. Chapter 32. Annihilation of the Purple Star Daozi. By Mei offers assistance. You still have one final move left. Li Bufan stood firm with his spear, speaking with indifference. Witnessing this scene, the Purple Star Daozi's gaze turned icy and filled with malice. He had not anticipated that his opponent could endure two of his attacks unscathed. This next move will claim your life, the Purple Star Daozi declared coldly. With a fierce shout, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, adorned with glimmering gemstones that shimmered like stars, exuding an extraordinarily sharp brilliance, rivaling even the chasing soul technique, if not surpassing it. Clearly, this was a top-tier, if not supreme, magical artifact. He raised the artifact high, unleashing a tremendous wave of potent magical energy as strands of starlight intertwined around him, dazzling in their brilliance. It is the stellar body. The Daozi has activated the stellar body. The disciples of the stellar sect gasped in awe, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the Daozi of the stellar sect, the Purple Star Daozi possessed exceptional strength, his talents far exceeding those of ordinary cultivators, fundamentally attributed to this stellar body. It is a royal physique, only a breath shy of the sacred physique. The eruption of celestial bodies imbued the Purple Star Daozi with an aura that subtly hinted at transcending the nascent soul realm. Coupled with the sword in his grasp, even cultivators of the transformation stage would approach with utmost caution. Li Bufan chuckled. Now this was indeed intriguing. Faced with the imminent, full-force strike from his opponent, he harbored no intentions of retreating. Standing steadfast, his eyes gradually radiated a crimson glow as the Eye of Slaughter awakened, emanating an overwhelming aura of death that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. In that moment, it seemed as though a vast expanse of mountains of corpses and seas of blood loomed behind Li Bufan. Such a terrifying intent to kill. Just how many lives had he claimed? At such a tender age, possessing such murderous intent, he was undoubtedly a true fiend. How frightful. Inside the inn, Shi Yao and Lu Ruxue exchanged solemn glances. The Eye of Slaughter was indeed formidable. It was said that those endowed with such a physique invariably matured into dreadfully powerful deities of death, instilling fear in all corners of the world. With the celestial battle body, combined with the Eye of Slaughter, this individual's future achievements were boundless. They could not deny that the potential Li Bufan displayed was sufficient to captivate the interest of various factions. He undeniably held immense value for alliances. The Starry Sword, annihilating the cosmos. Behold, as the Purple Star Daozi raised his treasured sword high, an infinite surge of sword energy erupted forth, harmonizing with the power of the celestial body to coalesce into a colossal purple star above his head. The purple star, vast and overwhelming, descended with crushing force. The entire arena seemed unable to bear its weight, gradually crumbling under its might. Faced with this strike, Li Bufan remained undaunted. The celestial combat body and the Eye of Slaughter were simultaneously activated, as the Tao platform within him resonated with a thunderous roar, the inscriptions upon it radiating splendid divine light. With a sweeping thrust, the blaze of war spear technique erupted, transforming boundless flames into a ferocious fire dragon that roared forth. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the fire dragon collided with the stars, sending a terrifying shockwave rippling through the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled. Billowing clouds of dust surged upwards. Amidst this haze, a figure gradually emerged, Li Bufan, standing resolutely with his spear, hair billowing like a youthful war god. Even the full-force strike from the Purple Star Daoist failed to vanquish him. Ha! 3 strikes have passed. Now it is my turn to act. Li Bufan laughed heartily. Taking a swift step forward, his speed akin to a tempest, arriving before the Purple Star Daoist in the blink of an eye. He brought his long spear crashing down, its might comparable to that of a mighty mountain. The Purple Star Daoist raised his sword in defense. Bang! The colossal impact shattered the ground beneath him into fragments, and he could not help but bend his knees slightly. Is this all he can endure? Li Bufan laughed once more, his spear dancing in a flurry, like meteors, like torrential rain, as if to incinerate everything in a cataclysmic inferno. The Purple Star Taoist was forced to retreat continuously, perilously. How infuriating, Li Bufan! You shall not act so arrogantly. With a fierce roar, the Purple Star Taoist unleashed a flurry of strikes with his sword, the might of the celestial body erupting as starlight spread forth. "Ha! You are so weak, of course I shall be reckless." Li Bufan's Tao platform roared within him, his magical power fully unleashed. 10 inscriptions burst forth with divine light from his very being, intertwining behind him to form an imposing ethereal platform. This platform resembled an ancient divine mountain, its overwhelming pressure compelling even the Purple Star Taoist to kneel. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. Some seasoned cultivators, unable to contain their shock, rose to their feet, exclaiming in disbelief, "This is the Supreme Tao Platform. The Supreme Tao Platform, the most formidable and terrifying existence within the Tao Platform realm." The number of cultivators capable of manifesting such a platform throughout history can be counted on one hand. With the 10 great heavens and the Supreme Tao Platform, if this individual does not perish, he may one day ascend to the rank of emperor. What an astonishing youth! As the Supreme Tao Platform emerged, the Purple Star Taoist was immediately suppressed. Faced with Li Bufan's subsequent strike, his pupils quivered in terror as his unleashed powers were relentlessly shattered. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the heavens. "Stop!" An elder from the starry sect intervened, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a torrential flood that enveloped the arena. Yet, Li Bufan remained unfazed, his soul-chasing spear continuing its relentless charge, striking fiercely against the head of the Purple Star Taoist. Bang! Blood and brain matter erupted, splattering across the ground. The Purple Star Taoist had fallen. Host has slain the Taoist of the Starry Sect and obtained a teleportation card. "Ah, Li Bufan, you are courting death." In the skies above, the elder of the Starry Sect's eyes burned with fury. The loss of a Taoist dealt a significant blow to the Starry Sect. They had believed themselves invulnerable under their protection, never anticipating that Li Bufan could conjure the Supreme Tao Platform. At the sight of the platform, even they were momentarily taken aback, their concentration momentarily disrupted. In that fleeting moment of distraction, they were unable to render aid, forced to witness the tragic demise of Zixing Taoist with their own eyes. Now, the only means of atonement lay in the execution of Li Bufan, bringing his severed head back as a token of contrition. "Die!" thundered an elder of the Starry Sect, his eyes ablaze with chilling malice as he unleashed a palm strike, the celestial energy reverberating through the void. This strike transcended the infant transformation, reaching the realm of divine fire, an overwhelming force that Li Bufan could not withstand. Just as he prepared to utilize a teleportation card to escape, an elderly man with white hair appeared before him, delivering a punch that shattered the overwhelming celestial energy. The elder of the Starry Sect was sent reeling back, blood spilling from his mouth. "Who dares to harm my young friendly? They shall find themselves irrevocably at odds with me, the white-browed Taoist." The arrival of the white-browed Taoist timely alleviated Li Bufan's peril. Simultaneously, his words left the assembled crowd in astonishment. How could Li Bufan possibly have connections with the esteemed white-browed Taoist? How did they come to know one another? It was initially believed that Li Bufan lacked any backing, yet it was now evident that he had secured the formidable support of the white-browed Taoist. Remarkably, the cultivation level of the white-browed Taoist was comparable to that of the leaders of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness, marking him as one of the pinnacle existences in the region. To receive his protection was indeed a stroke of fortune for Li Bufan. Chapter 31. Brotherhood and invitations from various sects to threaten my young friend Li is to declare oneself an enemy of the white-browed Taoist. He declared coldly, his words unequivocally affirming his unwavering commitment to safeguard Li Bufan. The 2 elders of the Starry Sect, propelled away, cast dark glances at the unfolding scene. One of them spoke coldly, "By my Taoist, are you truly willing to become archenemies with our Starry Sect over a mere young junior? The Grand Elder of your sect is allied with the Inyang Dao sect and the 4 Symbols sect in the Black Sha Forbidden Zone, inflicting grave injuries upon me. I have yet to settle the score with you for that. So what difference does it make to become your enemy now?" By my Taoist snorted disdainfully. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their attention to the 2 elders of the Starry Sect, unable to restrain their whispers. They were astonished to learn of the deep-seated animosity between Bai Mai Daoist and the Starry Sect. Recently, the royal tomb within the Black Sha Forbidden Zone had erupted, likely due to the fierce battle between Bai Mai Daoist and the elders of the three sections. So, it seems that our acquisition of treasures is owed to Bai Mai Daoist. After all, the two elders exchanged glances, realizing that Bai Mai Daoist's strength was unfathomable, far beyond their current capabilities. Drawing a deep breath, they retracted the remnants of the purple star Daoist's form and turned to depart. Meanwhile, Li Bufan stood resolutely with his spear, his gaze sweeping across the assembly until it landed on Lu Rushua, to whom he grinned and said, "Would you care to join me in battle?" Previously, she had also issued a challenge to him, and many disciples of the Yinyang Dao sect had fallen by his hand. Lu Rushua pondered for a moment, recalling the overwhelming power of Li Bufan's supreme Dao platform, and shivered involuntarily. Then, with a smile, she replied, "Your strength is formidable, young Master Li. I shall not overestimate my own abilities." Recognizing her self-awareness, he decided to grant her this reprieve. Li Bufan sheathed the soul-chasing gun. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushua's lips twitched slightly. Despite her reluctance, she found herself powerless to resist. Yet, soon a glimmer of contemplation emerged in her eyes. Li Bufan's potential was extraordinary. Although he had slain disciples of the Yinyang Dao sect, what was a mere grudge if he could be won over? With this thought, she had already made her decision. "Thank you, Senior Whitebrow, for your assistance this time." Li Bufan offered a faint smile to the Whitebrow Daoist. "If you do not mind, I would like to treat you to a meal. What do you say?" Young friendly, your warm invitation is hard to decline," replied the Whitebrow Daoist with a gentle smile. The two then sought out an inn, ordered a sumptuous feast, and requested several jugs of fine wine. "Young friendly, you are now renowned throughout the vast wilderness. It won't be long before various factions approach you with invitations to join them. This is a splendid opportunity. With your innate talent and strength, aligning yourself with a certain faction would ensure your swift elevation and grant you the protection of their influence, making future endeavors much more convenient," the Whitebrow Daoist remarked. In truth, he too wished to invite Li Bufan to join the Tianshan sect. However, he was acutely aware that, compared to the 7 sects of the vast wilderness, his Tianshan sect held little allure. Any rational individual would naturally opt for one of the 7 sects. "Honestly, I am not inclined to join any faction at this moment," Li Bufan replied with a smile, fully aware of his current circumstances. With a system in place, he is destined to embark on a path fraught with tumult and peril. In the future, he is likely to offend many. And while aligning with a powerful faction may seem advantageous, it also imposes constraints, limiting his freedom to act without restraint. Nonetheless, joining a faction is not devoid of benefits. At the very least, it provides a supportive backdrop, facilitating his endeavors. He remains in contemplation for the time being. "Come, my esteemed senior, let us indulge in some wine." Li Bufan raised his cup, casting aside his thoughts, and smiled at the White-browed Daoist. Let us drink." The two engaged in hearty revelry, sharing mutual interests and enjoying each other's company. As the effects of the wine took hold, the White-browed Daoist laughed heartily. "My young friend, I feel an instant camaraderie with you. If you do not mind, shall we forge a brotherly bond?" Upon hearing this, Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Forming a brotherhood with the White-browed Daoist would deepen their connection and afford him greater protection. He perceived the other as a person worthy of profound friendship. How could I ever refuse such an offer? To befriend you is a dream for many, let alone to become brothers. As long as you do not mind my youth, I would be honored to call you my elder brother. Excellent. The white-browed Daoist beamed and summoned more wine. The two then knelt upon the ground, raising their cups in reverence to the celestial order. Heavenly Dao above, I, Li Bufan, and Whitebrow, today pledge brotherhood with Whitebrow and Li Bufan. Henceforth sharing our hearts and minds, never to part. Should either of us betray this bond, may we face divine retribution and demise. The other patrons of the tavern looked on in astonishment. Here were two individuals, one with hair as white as snow and the other with locks as dark as ink, spanning a vast age difference, yet forming an extraordinary bond, a remarkable tale indeed. My dear brother, today brings me immense joy. Young lad, please serve us another 10 jars of fine wine. The two brothers indulged themselves until the late hours of the night before returning with great satisfaction. The following day, within the Four Seas Inn, Li Bufan had just descended to partake in breakfast when, halfway through his meal, a captivating figure appeared before him. To his astonishment, it was none other than the enigmatic Inyang Daozi, Lu Rushue. "Oh, what brings you here? Are you here to challenge me?" Li Bufan inquired with a playful smile. "Young Master Li, you misunderstand. I have come today primarily to invite you to join our Inyang Dao sect, where we would bestow upon you the esteemed position of Daozi." Lu Rushue replied. Li Bufan's gaze flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that she would be willing to set aside her grudges to recruit him. Nevertheless, he understood that her motivations were likely rooted in self-interest, given his current potential. The ability to look towards the future and relinquish past enmities was indeed a quality far superior to that of Zixing Daozi. "Ah, Lu Rushue, you are quite clever to covertly extend such an invitation." At that moment, a cold laugh resonated through the air. Another figure approached Li Bufan, a woman clad in white robes, adorned with a long sword, her beauty rivaling that of Lu Rushue. "I am Shi Yao, Daozi of the Taohua Divine Sword Sect, and I have come to extend an invitation for you to join us," she stated with an air of composure. Her words incited a stir among the onlookers. Indeed, the Inyang Dao sect is willing to set aside their grievances to recruit Li Bufan, and now the Taohua Divine Sword Sect has also arrived. It remains to be seen which of these two women he will lean towards. The arrival of two prominent sects from the great wilderness, vying for his allegiance, left many envious. If you possessed the prowess akin to that of Li Bufan, they too would seek to align themselves with you. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, two figures approached the entrance of the Sihai Inn, an elderly woman and an old man. Upon their arrival, those with keen perception gasped in astonishment. It was Elder Lu Jinshui of the Five Elements sect, alongside Elder Yun Shao of the Qinquan sect. Both of these individuals were renowned powerhouses within the Great Wasteland. Their presence in Haisha City was unexpected, prompting speculation among the onlookers. The two illustrious figures surveyed the inn, and upon spotting Li Bufan, their eyes sparkled with recognition, prompting them to advance directly towards him. "I am Lu Jinshui, representing the Five Elements sect, here to extend an invitation for you to join us." Then, Yun Shao introduced himself. "I am Yun Shao, representing the Qinquan sect, also here to invite you, young Master Li. Should you choose to join us, we would gladly bestow upon you the position of Taozi." Chapter 34. The Assassination of the Guards. Transformation into infancy. The crowd was astounded. 4 sects in total, all of which were among the 7 sects of the Great Wasteland, had come forth to invite Li Bufan to join their ranks. Such an honor was perhaps unparalleled throughout the entire expanse of the Great Wasteland. Li Bufan, taken aback by the multitude of invitations, was aware that he might attract the attention of some factions, yet he never anticipated such a significant turnout. He had indeed offended the Xingchen sect and the Xishang sect. Did these individuals not harbor any apprehensions being from the same esteemed 7 sects of the Great Wasteland? "Should I align myself with you? What explanation do you intend to provide to the Xishang sect and the Xingchen sect?" Li Bufan inquired, maintaining an air of indifference. "Do not worry, if you join us, the 4 Symbols sect, we shall effortlessly manage matters with the Starry sect, ensuring they pose no trouble for you." The elderly woman, Lu Jinshui, offered a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan fell into contemplation. Although joining a faction would impose certain restrictions, it undeniably presented numerous advantages. At that moment, a man clad in a resplendent golden robe approached him slowly, his face adorned with a smile and an air of nobility exuding from his brows. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Li Bufan, this prince has observed your exceptional talent. Would you be willing to join my Panwu dynasty? I can appoint you as my right-hand companion. Upon my ascension to the throne, you shall hold a position second to none." The mere mention of the Panwu dynasty sent a wave of astonishment rippling through those present. This dynasty was not a local force of the Great Wilderness, but rather an eminent power from the outside realm of the Great Martial Land, renowned for its formidable heritage that eclipsed even that of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness. It was said that within this dynasty, mighty beings held dominion. Lu Jinshui and Yun Shao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that the Panwu dynasty had also come to vie for Li Bufan. Li Bufan regarded the prince with indifference and replied, "Become your right-hand companion? I apologize, but I am not accustomed to acting according to the whims of others." While the phrase right-hand companion sounded pleasant, Li Bufan was acutely aware that it merely implied becoming someone else's subordinate. He possessed his own pride. How could he ever consider himself a follower of another? "Oh, you refuse me? Is that unacceptable?" "Heh, it is not entirely out of the question." "Very well. Do as you see fit. In the prince's eyes, a flicker of unusual emotion appeared, and he promptly turned away, though in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his gaze. Very well, esteemed guests, please allow me a moment to contemplate. Should I truly wish to ally myself with you, I shall seek you out, Li Bufan declared. The others exchanged glances, understanding that there was no urgency for an immediate answer from him. Such a prodigy was certainly worth the wait. Among the crowd, disciples of the Shura sect were filled with trepidation. Should Li Bufan join the 7 great sects of the Great Wilderness, his status would undoubtedly soar, bringing dire consequences for the Shura sect. Alas, this matter must be reported to the sect master, so he may prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, after the departure of the prince from the Panwu dynasty, he turned to a nearby attendant and said nonchalantly, "Such a prodigy, if not harnessed for my benefit, may one day become my adversary. Go, bring me his head." Understood. The attendant replied with a slight nod. Once the attendant had departed, the prince sighed, lamenting, "What a pity. If I could secure his assistance, my chances in the struggle for the throne would be significantly bolstered." Within the Four Seas Inn, Li Bufan was engaged in discussion with the white-browed Taoist regarding which faction he should join. However, the decision ultimately rested solely on his shoulders. After careful consideration, Li Bufan resolved to first venture into the Black Fiend Forbidden Zone to confront several ferocious beasts, seeking to hone his skills and familiarize himself with his newfound power at the Dao platform. Upon entering the Forbidden Zone, he directly sought out the core formation beasts. Even during his time in the Inscription Realm, he had been able to effortlessly slay these core formation beasts, now that he had ascended to the Dao platform. Dealing with them was even more manageable. A day passed. Having slain more than a dozen formidable beasts at the core formation stage, Li Bufan was preparing to return when, unexpectedly, a pitch-black demon ape surged forth from the thicket, emanating an aura of terror. This creature was unmistakably a peak core formation beast, on the brink of transformation into an infantile form. What a fortuitous encounter. Li Bufan's eyes sparkled as he brandished his soul-chasing spear and unleashed the inferno of war. In an instant, the spear blazed with an intensity that scorched the heavens and earth. His overwhelming combat prowess swiftly subdued the demon ape, which had not anticipated such strength from the diminutive figure before it. Frightened, its pupils quivered in terror, and it turned to flee. However, Li Bufan would not permit its escape. "You shall perish," he shouted, pursuing with all his might and swiftly dispatching the creature. Host has slain a core formation beast. Obtaining a transformation experience card. A transformation experience card? Li Bufan felt a surge of joy. This card was a valuable asset, granting a temporary elevation of his abilities to a higher realm, free of any adverse effects. In critical moments, it could even serve as a means of survival. With a smile, he secured the card and sensed the considerable depletion of his mana, deciding it was time to return. Under the moonlight, Li Bufan walked alone, remnants of the ferocity from his recent hunt still clinging to him. Wherever he went, weaker beasts cowered in submission. Just as he was about to enter the city, a figure obstructed his path at the city gates. Clad in a black robe, with a dark blade hanging at his waist, the figure's countenance was stern and silent, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Instantly, Li Bufan tightened his grip on the spear. Was this figure approaching him? The presence was formidable, at least. At the transformation stage. Nay, more than that. Why dost thou impede my passage? Because thou hast spurned one whom thou shouldst not have. The man in sable attire stated impassively. Upon hearing this, the figure of a certain person instantly materialized in Li Bufan's mind, the prince of the Panwu dynasty. And upon closer inspection, was not this man the very guard who attended the prince? Thou shalt meet thy end. With no further ado, the guard's form flickered as he lunged towards Li Bufan, his long blade unsheathed in an instant. The ebony gleam of the blade akin to a ravenous fiend preying in the moonlight, ferocious, ruthless, and tyrannical. Upon witnessing this, Li Bufan responded with a frigid smile, his soul chaser spear thrusting forth with all its might. Clang! The reverberation of clashing metal erupted. The immense force instantly propelled Li Bufan backward for dozens of yards, his spear-wielding hand trembling violently. Yet, the magical aura emanating from the guard grew ever more potent, with vermilion magical energy faintly coalescing into flames that danced upon his surface, magical energy ablaze. This was the divine flame realm. Li Bufan inhaled deeply, knowing that with his strength at the Dao platform realm, contending against the divine flame realm was akin to ascending to the heavens. Just as the guard once more assailed him, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he retrieved a card and shattered it. In an instant, a surge of abundant magical power coursed through his body from the fragmented card, suffusing his limbs and bones, causing his aura to skyrocket, surpassing the core formation stage, directly reaching the nascent soul stage. Boom! Li Bufon's eyes were suffused with sanguine light as the eyes of Slaughter opened. His long spear thrust forth once more, and this time he did not yield an inch. Conversely, the guard's pupils contracted as he sensed an unprecedented force bearing down upon him. His entire being was sent flying backward, colliding with the city walls. He gazed at Li Bufon with considerable trepidation. A nascent soul realm cultivator? What arcane art have you employed? How is it that you have effortlessly transcended two formidable realms? Chapter 35. I could take your life now, and I shall. Huh? Are you astonished? Are you afraid? If you dare to ambush me, then you must be prepared to face your demise. Li Bufon laughed heartily, his crimson eyes emanating a chilling malevolence in the darkness, akin to an ancient beast gazing intently at the cloaked guard. Though the adversary was of the divine fire realm, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him. Yet, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, I am of the divine fire realm. Even if you have ascended to the transformation of the infant realm, what of it? I can still slay you. With that, he charged forward once more, his fiery mana homing in on Li Bufon. What of the divine fire realm? Li Bufon stood his ground, unleashing a thunderous battle cry from within, his celestial battle body igniting in response. With a single thrust of his spear, he fused his combat intent with the murderous aura of the transformation of the infant mana, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a torrential flood, which tore through the guard's mana defenses. Boom! The spear surged forward, effortlessly deflecting the guard's sword, its tip piercing through his chest. With a single thrust, Li Bufon had vanquished a being of the divine fire realm. You, a mere divine fire, are too weak, Li Bufon stated coldly. Even within the same realm, there exists a vast disparity in combat prowess. For instance, although Li Bufon currently belonged to the transformation of the infant realm, the Eye of Slaughter and the enhancement of the celestial battle body rendered him capable of effortlessly dispatching an ordinary divine fire adversary. Bang! With a swift motion of his wrist, the body of the cloaked guard erupted. A mist of blood spewed forth, staining the city walls. Many, alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate. Upon witnessing Li Bufon's feat of slaying a divine fire being with a single strike, they could not help but stand aghast. However, Li Bufon cast a grim gaze towards Haisha City, taking a single step forward, his figure darting like lightning towards the Sihai Inn. Such a menacing aura. What purpose did he have in mind? Who was that figure cloaked in black? Why had Li Bufon taken his life? The crowd, filled with confusion and curiosity, hastily followed. A palpable tension hung in the night sky, a shroud of menace. Li Bufon approached the Sihai Inn, his voice icy as he declared, Dog Prince of the Panwu dynasty, come forth and meet your demise. His words sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Could it be that Li Bufon intended to slay a prince of the Panwu dynasty? This was indeed alarming. Lu Jinshui, Yun Xiao, and Lu Rushue exchanged startled glances. Young Master Li, I implore you to reconsider. The Panwu dynasty is not an ordinary power. Their foundation surpasses even that of the 7 great sects. To offend them would invite calamity even from the 7 sects. Indeed, do not act rashly. What grievance do you hold against the prince? I am willing to mediate, they urged in unison. Yet, Li Bufon's jet-black hair billowed in the wind, his murderous intent palpable. He regarded those who sought to dissuade him without understanding the situation, a chilling glare igniting in his eyes. Stand aside. Those who obstruct me shall meet the same fate. The group, exasperated, felt that Li Bufon was being heedless of his own peril. At that moment, a man clad in a golden robe burst forth from within the inn, confronting Li Bufon with a stern countenance. I did not expect you to slay my attendant. Ah, does my action astonish you? Next, I shall take your life. Li Bufon replied with a cold smile, his aura surging with power, cascading forth like a torrential flood. The Eye of Slaughter, the celestial battle body. The inscriptions of the Tao platform within surged forth, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power in an instant. With a single step, I appeared before my opponent, and with a fierce thrust, I struck down with my spear. Humph! The Crimson Dragon Fist. The prince did not retreat or evade. Instead, he retaliated with a punch that similarly unleashed the might of the transformation realm. Brilliant lights erupted from his body, and crimson flames coalesced into a fiery dragon, colliding with my spear strike. Boom! The clash of these formidable forces erupted in the void, sending shockwaves through the night sky, illuminating dozens of miles with flames and spear light. Countless cultivators, witnessing the commotion, flocked to witness the spectacle. Some discerning cultivators immediately recognized the technique employed by the prince. It was the supreme law, the five elements divine dragon technique, one of the three great techniques of the Panwu Empire. Only the royal family is permitted to practice it. This individual is the seventh prince of the Panwu Empire, Zhou Yuan. After the fiery dragon met my spear, both Zhou Yuan and I were forcefully pushed back. A flicker of surprise flashed in my eyes. The black-clad attendant at the Divine Fire Realm could not withstand my spear. Yet Zhou Yuan, possessing the same cultivation level as I in the Transformation Realm, was able to repel me. His combat prowess is truly extraordinary. I, the prince, am unaware of what secret techniques you have employed to elevate your abilities to this level, but I can assure you, you shall never succeed in slaying me in this lifetime. Do you truly believe that after slaying a few prodigies in the Great Wasteland, you consider yourself invincible in this world? Preposterous. Among the 10 regions, the Great Wasteland is the weakest, and its prodigies are nothing more than mere chickens and dogs in my eyes. Although you possess a certain allure, it remains effortless for this prince to eliminate you. Today, I shall graciously grant you the opportunity to witness the reality that there are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Zhou Yuan proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the entire city. Though he had reached the transformation stage, he was enveloped in a golden divine light, with dragon shadows swirling around him, resembling an exalted youthful emperor. The terrifying might was so formidable that even prodigies like Lu Ruxue and Shi Yao felt a weight upon their hearts, realizing their own inadequacies in comparison to him. This is the true essence of a prodigy. In that moment, they reigned in their previous arrogance. Our journey is still long. To contend with these exceptional individuals from beyond the great wilderness, we are still far from adequate. We require more time to cultivate our strength. Shi Yao and Lu Ruxue contemplated inwardly. As they turned their gaze to Li Bufan, they beheld him facing the overwhelming pressure of Zhou Yuan without a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he wore a defiant smile. Is this your final proclamation? It is nothing but utter nonsense. With that declaration, he shot forth like lightning, brandishing his spear with fervent intensity, unleashing a conflagration of flames imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Zhou Yuan snorted disdainfully, arrogant. He advanced to meet Li Bufan, thrusting forth his palms. Radiant divine light infused with the 5 elemental powers transforming into 5 dragon shadows, clashing incessantly with Li Bufan's spear. Initially, he managed to suppress Li Bufan, but after several exchanges, the latter's aura grew increasingly formidable, the force within his spear becoming more daunting, making it difficult for Zhou Yuan to maintain his dominance. Boom! Another strike was unleashed. Zhou Yuan, confronted with a direct assault, was unexpectedly forced back several paces. Li Bufan, undeterred, continued his relentless pursuit. Filled with a fervent desire for battle and an overwhelming intent to kill, it seemed as though he obscured the very moonlight itself. Will I not be able to slay you even in the next life? Mere chickens and dogs? There are always greater beings beyond the realm of mortals. Li Bufan echoed Zhou Yuan's earlier words, his spear sweeping wildly, delivering blow after blow upon his adversary. The force of his attacks sent shockwaves through Zhou Yuan's essence, causing blood to involuntarily spill from the corner of his mouth. Your words are nothing but empty rhetoric. I need not wait for another life to end you. I can do so right now. With a mighty roar, Li Bufan unleashed the celestial combat technique, cracking the earth. His fist struck Zhou Yuan's chest with tremendous force, shattering his ribcage. Zhou Yuan was propelled downward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a thunderous sound, creating a massive crater upon impact. Within the pit, Zhou Yuan lay in disarray, his hair disheveled, clothing tattered, blood spilling from his lips. He was a far cry from the regal demeanor of a prince. Chapter 36. The Transformation of Emperor Zhou Wu. A sacrifice once more, Neza summoned. Silence. The arena fell into a hushed stillness as all present held their breath, captivated by the spectacle before them. Upon witnessing Li Bufan's punch driving Zhou Yuan into the earth, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Each person grappling with the same bewildering thought. Is this truly the combat prowess expected of the infant transformation stage? The more he fought, the stronger he became. This is the true might of the celestial combat body. At this moment, the white-browed Taoist arrived at the scene. His voice calm, yet tinged with pride and a hint of concern. After all, if Zhou Yuan were truly to perish, it would undoubtedly render Li Buffan's situation far more precarious than it currently is. Yet Zhou Yuan seeks to eliminate Li Buffan, and given Li Buffan's nature, how could he refrain from retaliating? Reconciliation between the two has become utterly implausible. The more they battle, the stronger they grow. What an apt description indeed. Li Buffan, you have truly opened my eyes. But alas, you must still meet your demise. Zhou Yuan chuckled before coldly hissing, "Kill him." In an instant, figures clad in black surged forth from all directions. Each of these individuals exuded an aura no weaker than the transformation of Infant's realm, with several even possessing the might of the divine fire realm. Zhou Yuan smirked icily. "I am a prince. Do you genuinely believe I am alone? Can you contend with these guards?" Li Buffan retorted with a scoff, summoning others. "Do you think I am incapable?" He began to intone an incantation. "Guardians of the gates, repel evil spirits, safeguard the home, summon forth the gate god, Qin Xiong." Li Buffan commanded with a detached tone. In that very moment, the void split open, and the formidable gate god, Qin Xiong, clad in golden armor and wielding the mighty dragon hammer, made his grand entrance. Yet this was merely the beginning. Li Buffan continued his incantation, traversing the world, aiding all beings, ensuring peace and prosperity. Summoned forth the mountain god. An aged mountain god, with a presence as formidable as a mountain, emerged from the void. With a single gesture, he summoned the power of the mountains to subdue all present. "What? A summoning spell?" Zhou Yuan's expression darkened. "Did you think this was all I am capable of?" Li Buffan let out a cold chuckle, his internal magical energies surging forth. His form as imposing as a mountain, imbued with immense strength, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. The giant spirit god was summoned. Boom! The void trembled as he grasped the Xianhua axe. The towering figure of the giant spirit god emerged from the rift in the void. The great axe radiating a tremendous might. Qin Xiong, the mountain god, and the giant spirit god, the three summoned beings appeared. Their brilliant divine light illuminating the night as if it were day, their icy gazes sweeping over the surrounding guards. Under Li Buffan's will, they had already made their move. The dragon hammer swung forth, divine light surging like a flood. The mountain god harnessed the power of the mountains and rivers, each strike akin to the crushing weight of a great mountain. The giant spirit god wielded the Xianhua axe, its light seemingly splitting heaven and earth asunder. The three deities joined forces, their might shaking the very heavens and earth. One by one, the guards fell before their overwhelming power. Zhou Yuan watched this scene, utterly astonished. Even the most erudite cultivators, such as Lu Jinshui, Yun Shao, and even the white-browed Taoist, could only marvel in disbelief. Such a summoning technique was unprecedented. Was this truly his hidden trump card? A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. This summoning technique, more fearsome than the celestial combat body and the Eye of Slaughter, filled them with dread. As Li Buffan now approached Zhou Yuan, the soul-chasing spear raised high, ready to strike. However, at that moment, a golden barrier erupted from Zhou Yuan, successfully deflecting Li Buffan's blow. Brilliant divine light emanated from Zhou Yuan, his power surging. He produced a jade talisman and crushed it. The jade talisman radiated a golden light, ascending into the air, where countless runes intertwined, coalescing into a colossal figure adorned with a crown and draped in a black and gold dragon robe. This imposing presence towered over all, exuding an overwhelming aura that filled the heavens and the earth. The entirety of Blackshaw City trembled in response, causing those of lesser cultivation to be forced to the ground, utterly immobilized. This was a manifestation of divine consciousness. Such a formidable embodiment of divine thought was not to be trifled with. Only a being of at least the princely realm could possess it. And this particular form belonged to the sovereign of the Panwu dynasty, Zhou Wuhuang. Zhou Wuhuang, one of the powerful entities among the 10 regions, even in the exalted realm of the 9 heavens, was regarded as a formidable force. Within these 10 regions, while he may not be invincible, few would dare provoke such an existence, for a single thought from him could dictate the life and death of millions. As the crowd gazed upon the immense manifestation of divine consciousness, their hearts quaked with astonishment. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily, addressing Li Bufan. No matter how many tricks you employ or how much stronger you become through battle, in comparison to me, you are merely a small fry without any backing. I am the prince of the Panwu dynasty, under the protection of my imperial father. Do not think that you, or even the 7 great sects of the vast wilderness, can challenge me. Now, prepare to meet your demise. No sooner had he spoken than the gigantic manifestation of Zhou Wuhuang pointed a finger towards Li Bufan. This gesture exuded boundless divine light, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The terrifying force sent tremors through the bodies of every onlooker. In that moment, a figure recklessly stepped in front of Li Bufan, none other than the white-browed Taoist. He clasped his hands in a complex gesture, channeling his magical energy to its utmost limit, conjuring barriers from thin air, yet even under this single finger, they continued to shatter. Younger brother, flee quickly, the white-browed Taoist shouted vehemently. To withstand this finger, he pushed his strength to the brink, his face turning crimson, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, and his form began to show signs of disintegration. A mere celestial being dares to obstruct me? Emperor Zhou Wu uttered indifferently. In the vast wilderness, celestial beings were considered the pinnacle of power. Yet before Emperor Zhou Wu, they were utterly insignificant. Even a mere manifestation of divine consciousness could not be defended against by a celestial being. Bang, bang, bang. The barriers before the white-browed Taoist continued to explode. In the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. Li Bufan's eyes turned crimson with fury, aware that if he were to abandon this place, the white-browed Taoist would perish here. Indeed, when he first encountered the white-browed Taoist, he had harbored some intentions of using him for protection. But now, witnessing the other's willingness to sacrifice himself, he truly regarded him as a brother. With this thought, a resolute glint appeared in his eyes. Elder brother, the oath we swore to each other still echoes in my mind, our hearts intertwined, never to part. How could I abandon you at this moment? Emperor Zhou Wu, today I shall slay the tyrant. Li Bufan bellowed, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. He had lost his sanity. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. To slay Emperor Zhou Wu? Let alone a young man who had merely ascended to the transformation embryo realm through some secret art. Even all the members of the 7 sects of the wilderness combined could not achieve such a feat. Everyone believed Li Bufan had gone mad. Otherwise, how could he utter such words? Yet, in the very next moment, everyone felt an extraordinarily profound wave emanating from Li Bufan, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble. The 3 divine beings behind him dissipated. However, he formed a seal with his hands and once again invoked the summoning technique. I shall offer my lifespan as a conduit. Blazing flames, 3-headed and 8-armed, wreaking havoc upon the seas and slaying dragons, reborn from the ashes, incarnated as the lotus, devoid of soul and spirit. I summoned the Red Lotus Third Prince. Neza. As the incantation resonated, Li Bufan's once raven locks swiftly transformed into a cascade of white, his lifespan diminishing at an alarming rate. He was sacrificing his essence for this summoning, and this time, it was his very lifespan that he offered. Chapter 37. Slaying the Incarnation of the Zhou Martial Emperor. The Azura sect strikes again. The Red Lotus Third Prince, Neza, is summoned. With Li Bufan's furious roar, an inferno erupted from his being, soaring towards the heavens. Amidst the boundless flames, a youthful divine figure with 3 heads and 8 arms, standing upon a fiery wheel and wielding a blazing spear, slowly ascended. This divine youth, towering 1,000 feet, was engulfed in an endless blaze. Though merely a shadow, the aura he exuded was defiant and terrifying. Neza, one of the most renowned deities from Li Bufan's previous life, the one who stirred the seas and slayed dragons, who extracted flesh and bones for his parents, and the vanguard of the battle of the gods. Countless legends surround him. Given Li Bufan's current cultivation, summoning such a deity was impossible without a sacrifice. Hence he resorted to offering his lifespan. Even as a mere manifestation of power, the might was sufficiently formidable. Ha! Zhou Martial Emperor, perish before me. Li Bufan laughed heartily, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind. Behind him, the ethereal figure of Neza cast a cold glance at the Emperor of Zhou Wu, thrusting his fire-tipped spear directly toward his adversary. This strike was imbued with an overwhelming force, causing the very heavens to tremble. Observing this, the Emperor's pupils constricted as he summoned the full might of his manifestation, bellowing as he unleashed both palms, conjuring a colossal dragon silhouette. However, the moment the dragon's form collided with Neza's spear, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. This spear, unleashed without reserve, was an unstoppable force that struck the Emperor's spiritual avatar, obliterating it without hindrance and reducing it to mere motes of light. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, in abject terror, beheld this scene in disbelief. "No, this is impossible. How could you summon such a being? You are not human," he screamed, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, Li Bufan, wielding the soul-chasing spear, took a step forward and swiftly closed the distance, plunging the spear from behind to pin him to the ground. He then advanced deliberately, crushing the head of his foe beneath his foot. "Your Highness, how dare you, Li Bufan? You are courting death. The Pangwu dynasty will not let you go for daring to slay a prince." Zhou Yuan's attendants shouted in rage. However, Neza merely glanced at them. Striking the ground with his fire-tipped spear, a searing crimson flame erupted, incinerating them to ashes in the blink of an eye. Host has slain the prince of the Pangwu dynasty, acquiring the Divine Dragon Spear technique. Host has slain a practitioner of the Divine Fire Realm. Acquiring the Longevity Pill. Host has slain a practitioner of the Divine Fire Realm. Acquiring the Earth Inscription. A series of system notifications echoed in succession. Li Bufan grinned. But soon thereafter, a wave of emptiness washed over him, and his vitality swiftly dwindled. Neza gradually transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the ether. He had reached his limit. The toll of sacrificing his lifespan to summon such a formidable entity had left him utterly exhausted. It seemed he had few years left to live. Alas, what a pity! Many onlookers displayed expressions of regret, for in their eyes, Li Bufan's potential was undeniable, and he could certainly ascend to greatness in the future. Yet now, due to his self-sacrifice, his potential had been severely diminished. Forget about becoming a figure of power. Living a few more years was now in jeopardy. The most critical aspect was that he had slain the prince of the Pangwu dynasty, a fact that would ensure they would not allow him to live. They would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Just when the crowd believed the battle had come to an end, several figures suddenly surged forth from the masses, clad in dark garments, exuding an aura of menace. It was none other than the members of the Shura sect. Leading them was an elder at the transformation stage, who coldly declared, "Take advantage of his weakness. Seize his life. Kill." Li Bufan's brilliance was simply too extraordinary. Even the spiritual manifestation of the Zhou Emperor had fallen before him. Although he now faced his own mortality, the Shura sect remained apprehensive. They sought to eradicate him today, ensuring their peace of mind. Such despicable tactics. Li Bufan, now drained of magical power and having sacrificed his lifespan, was left with scarcely any strength, and yet they chose this moment to strike. How shameless. Some scoffed at the Shura sect's actions, but others commended their decisiveness. No man is a true man without a touch of ruthlessness. The actions of the Azura sect are entirely justifiable. Were I in their position, I too would seize the opportunity to eliminate my enemies. Faced with the aggressive members of the Azura sect, Li Bufan, who had just emerged from a fierce battle, smiled wryly and produced a card, shattering it in his grasp. It was a restoration card. As the card shattered, it transformed into countless shimmering particles that fused into Li Bufan's being, instantly revitalizing him to his peak condition, with mana surging forth. Although his transformation into the nascent soul stage had dissipated, reverting him to the Dao platform realm, the power he could unleash was far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator at the Dao platform. Furthermore, he had recently received a series of rewards, including a cultivation method that enhanced his combat prowess. What? How could his aura suddenly intensify? This is impossible. How has he accomplished this? The onlookers were incredulous, their pupils quivering in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Bufan grinned wickedly, brandishing the soul-chasing spear, exclaiming that it was the perfect moment to test the might of the Dragon's Might Spear technique. The Dragon's Might Spear technique was his reward for slaying Zhou Yuan. With a resounding shout, he thrust the spear forward, unleashing a cacophony of mana interwoven with intricate inscriptions, which astonishingly manifested as a colossal golden dragon. The dragon lunged forth, targeting the nascent soul elder, who was caught off guard, his body erupting into a mist of blood upon impact. Host has slain a nascent soul cultivator, acquiring the water inscription. Another inscription. Without hesitation, Li Bufan integrated this newfound water inscription with the earth inscription he had just obtained, merging them into his Dao platform. As the number of inscriptions increased, the might of his Dao platform surged, and his mana aura became even more formidable. The spectators watched in trepidation, never having encountered such a monstrous being. Having just sacrificed a portion of his lifespan and emerged from a fierce battle, one would expect him to be utterly exhausted. However, his opponent grew increasingly ferocious. This defies all logic. With a fierce determination, Li Bufan gazed upon the remaining disciples of the Shura sect, once again unleashing the dragon-slaying spear technique. Each thrust unleashed a terrifying dragon shadow that roared with ferocity. The power of this cultivation method surpassed that of countless raging infernos. This was a supreme technique. Those with discerning eyes could not help but swallow hard. In the realm of magic, spells are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exquisite grades. Above the exquisite lies the supreme technique, a method only achievable by those of extraordinary prowess. Within the vast wilderness, the number of supreme techniques is exceedingly scarce, and only the most exceptional talents can even begin to comprehend them. To their astonishment, Li Bufan possessed such a technique. What other hidden cards does he hold? He is truly formidable. Having traversed the vast wilderness for many years, this was the first time I encountered such a character. Even the foremost prodigy of the Qianquan sect pales in comparison. As the crowd watched Li Bufan rampaging through his foes, they could not help but marvel in awe, some even harboring a tinge of fear. Although he was undeniably extraordinary, his lifespan was dwindling, and he had offended the Panwu dynasty. Such a figure was no longer suitable for inclusion in any sect. At this moment, the elder Lu Jinshui of the Five Elements Divine Sect spoke with a calm demeanor. Her words resonated with the others who had contemplated recruiting Li Bufan. As Yang Xiaodo lamented, "What a pity, he has offended the Panwu dynasty." The foundation of the Panwu dynasty is far more formidable than that of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness. To offend the Panwu dynasty for the sake of a life nearing its end and a potential exhausted seems a folly not worth pursuing. The crowd shook their heads, dispelling any such thoughts. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Shura sect who had previously attacked were completely vanquished by Li Bufan, who stood clad in blood-stained black, his white hair dancing wildly, exuding an aura of utter defiance. Is there anyone else who dares to strike? He coldly surveyed the assembly. Yet, all present were paralyzed by his formidable presence, too intimidated to approach. Humph, Li Bufan scoffed lightly, then moved to the side of the white-browed Taoist, who was gravely injured from blocking the divine manifestation of Emperor Zhou. "Brother, hold on. I will take you to receive treatment." He helped the Taoist to his feet and proceeded toward the city's medical hall. Along the way, he passed the lifeless body of Zhou Yuan and relieved him of his spatial ring, taking it with him. Chapter 38. Journey to the Valley of Medical Immortals. The bounty of the Panwu dynasty Li Bufan assisted the white-browed Taoist through the city's medical hall, searching for someone to tend to his wounds. Alas, the severity of the Taoist's injuries rendered him beyond the aid of ordinary physicians. Upon learning that he was injured by Emperor Zhou, the doctors turned pale with fear, hastily retreating to avoid any potential calamity. There is a Valley of Medical Immortals, located 1,800 miles south of Blackshaw City. Within resides a healer. You might seek assistance there, one doctor advised, eyeing Li Bufan's murderous aura. Without hesitation, Li Bufan shouldered the white-browed Taoist and swiftly made his way to the Valley of Medical Immortals. Along the journey, the Taoist lamented, "Brother, I am all too aware of my injuries. I fear it may truly be beyond remedy. Brother, do not lose hope. I shall surely rescue you. Dear brother, the Panwu dynasty is not to be trifled with. Having slain their prince, they will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. You must seek refuge with a powerful faction immediately. It is impossible to find sanctuary in the great wilderness. You should head to other regions where you might find a glimmer of hope. Brother, enough of this talk. Your rescue is paramount. No, listen to me. My life has already lost its value, but yours is of utmost importance. Though you have sacrificed your lifespan, there are many treasures in this vast world that can replenish it. If you manage to find one, you could restore your vitality. With time and diligent practice, you will surely surpass the Panwu dynasty." The white-browed elder spoke slowly, still troubled for Li Bufan. However, as he continued, his voice grew increasingly faint until it faded into silence. Li Bufan's expression changed dramatically. "Brother," he immediately halted to check, discovering that the elder had merely fainted, still clinging to life. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace towards the medicinal valley. Simultaneously, he opened the storage ring of Zhou Yuan, uncovering a vast array of healing elixirs. Without a second thought, he began to feed them to the white-browed elder. A faint glimmer of life surged through the elder's body, sustaining his existence. Brother, you must hold on. Li Bufan took a deep breath, unleashing his full power and propelling himself to the utmost speed. Meanwhile, within the boundaries of the Great Wu, in the heart of the Panwu dynasty, a wave of murderous intent erupted violently. In an instant, the skies above the entire dynasty were engulfed in a crimson glow. As the clouds roiled and blood dragons roared, in the grand hall of the palace, Emperor Zhou Wu suddenly opened his eyes. Who dares to slay my son? A mere junior with such audacity. He thundered. Summon the decree. Place a bounty on Li Bufan of the Great Wilderness. Whoever retrieves his head shall be ennobled as a marquis, command 10,000 troops, and receive a reward of 1 billion spirit stones, along with a supreme magical artifact and 10 extraordinary spells. The resounding voice of Emperor Zhou Wu echoed throughout the realm, igniting a wave of astonishment across the Panwu dynasty. The populace buzzed with inquiries about this Li Bufan, whose actions had incited such wrath from the emperor, prompting a manhunt. Many were captivated by the generous bounty, hastening to gather information on Li Bufan, and soon the news of the reward reached the Great Wilderness. The entire region was thrown into uproar. What? 1 billion spirit stones? Not to mention a supreme magical artifact, extraordinary spells, and the title of Marquis? Good heavens, this bounty is exceedingly lavish. The Panwu dynasty was resolute in their intent to eliminate Li Bufan. Our opportunity has arrived. Li Bufan, this individual has but a short time left to live. His potential exhausted, his combat power must have diminished significantly, being merely at the Dao platform realm, hardly a cause for concern. Should I eliminate him, all these treasures shall be mine. In no time, the entire Great Wilderness was in pursuit of Li Bufan. Previously, the Shura sect had also placed a bounty on him. But compared to the Panwu dynasty, it was insignificant, failing to pique the interest of those with even a modicum of strength. Now, however, the allure of 1 billion spirit stones was enough to drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Under the allure of a substantial bounty, many swiftly discovered Li Bufan's whereabouts. Realizing he was en route to the Medical Immortal Valley. The Medical Immortal Valley? He intended to seek the Medical Immortal for the healing of the white-browed Taoist. He is barely able to ensure his own safety, yet he wishes to save another? Although the Medical Immortal Valley is not one of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness, it is undoubtedly the most enigmatic locale within it. No one has ever dared to act recklessly there. It is said that the Medical Immortal is a figure that even the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness regard with trepidation, and he must not be allowed entry. Outside the Medical Immortal Valley, 800 miles away, Li Bufan emerged from a forest, carrying the white-browed Taoist on his back. Still, 800 miles remained. Grasping his long spear, Li Bufan felt a hint of fatigue, but dared not halt his progress. He sought refuge at a tea house by the roadside, hoping to savor a cup of tea before continuing his journey. However, before he could take a sip, he sensed something amiss. Within the tea house, several cultivators donned in wide-brimmed hats sipped tea, their glances frequently drifting towards him. As he observed the teapot being served by the waiter, his gaze turned icy, and he abruptly splashed the tea onto the waiter's face. The waiter's expression shifted, and he retreated in alarm. Before long, the portion of his face that had been doused began to rot. The tea was poisoned. In an instant, the cultivators in wide-brimmed hats drew their weapons, encircling Li Bufan. Their magical powers surged forth, bearing down upon him. Among them, even the weakest possessed the strength of the inscription mirror, while several were at the golden core stage. Li Bufan brandished his soul-chasing spear, his eyes glinting with chilling resolve. He stripped off his outer garment to fashion a makeshift tether, securing the white-browed Taoist firmly on his back. I care not for your reasons to ambush me, but those who obstruct my path shall perish. The long spear's stronghold exuded a malevolent aura of magic. Li Bufan's white hair danced wildly, his presence akin to that of a demon or a deity. Some were overwhelmed by his might, involuntarily retreating a couple of steps. Fear not, everyone. Let us charge together. A figure clad in a bamboo hat proclaimed coldly. If we slay him, the bounty from the Panwu dynasty shall be ours. Kill. The battle cry resounded, and the gathered individuals channeled their magical energies. A chilling atmosphere engulfed the surroundings. Li Bufan stood his ground, wielding his spear with ferocity, igniting a conflagration that consumed the magical energies of those around him. Several individuals, struck by the force, coughed up blood, and were sent flying. In the next moment, a crimson light flickered in Li Bufon's eyes as the Eye of Slaughter awakened. Boom, boom, boom. His spear swept forth again, reducing each cultivator to a mist of blood. Before long, the entire tea house lay in ruins, littered with lifeless bodies. Host has slain a core formation cultivator, acquiring the mist inscription. Without hesitation, Li Bufon integrated the inscription into his Dao platform. He understood well that these foes were merely the beginning. The bounty placed on his head by the Panwu dynasty had been issued, and those sent to eliminate him would only multiply. The path to the medicinal Immortal Valley was destined to be fraught with blood and carnage. He needed to augment his power. Even a single inscription could enhance his chances of survival. Come forth. I shall see who dares to hinder me. With bloodlight swirling in his eyes, Li Bufon strode forward with determination. Shortly after his departure, several figures arrived, surveying the carnage. Their expressions twisted with irritation. We arrived too late. Li Bufon cannot have gone far. We must pursue him. This bounty is mine. Chapter 39. Blood spills for 800 miles. The disciples of the Xuanqing Buddhist sect within the forest, Li Bufon hurriedly carried the white-eyebrow Taoist on his back. Suddenly, figures of hidden cultivators surged forth from the shadows, launching a barrage of weapons and techniques towards him. His expression hardened, and he swiftly swept the soul-chasing spear in his grasp. A magnificent golden dragon spiraled around him. Boom! One by one, the cultivators were annihilated. After vanquishing this wave of foes, Li Bufon distinctly sensed a surge of power within him. Amidst the carnage, his cultivation level ascended. The 8th layer of the Dao platform. Excellent, bring it on. The more they come, the more I shall slay. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Li Bufon's eyes had turned a deep crimson. Since the activation of his bloodthirsty eye, it had remained unyielding, his blood-red gaze swirling with an ocean of crimson, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. He was unaware of how far he had traveled. The number of cultivators he had dispatched along the way was beyond count. With unwavering determination, he wielded the soul-chasing spear, slaying all who dared to obstruct him. Behind him, countless corpses lay strewn across the ground, forming a blood-red path that instilled dread and fear in all who beheld it. There were still 400 miles to go. Li Bufon estimated the distance to the Medicine Immortal Valley. Buzz. At this moment, a potent aura of magic surged before him, distinct from the others. The cultivator before him was clearly at the pinnacle of the transformation embryo stage, merely a step away from divine fire. I, the three-sword real person, shall take your life today, you fiend. The cultivator declared with an air of indifference. With a thought, the 3 swords on his back flew forth, simultaneously attacking Li Bufon from 3 different directions. Among them, one sword was particularly fixated on the white-browed Taoist on his back, clearly perceiving him as a burden to Li Bufon. Seeking death, Li Bufon's gaze sharpened, and fury surged within him. He brandished the soul-chasing spear, effortlessly deflecting the 3 flying swords. Following this, he recited incantations, his presence towering like a mountain. Imbued with immense strength, capable of moving mountains and parting seas, the giant spirit was summoned, forcefully calling upon the giant spirit at the Dao platform realm. The void split open in an instant, revealing the formidable figure clad in golden armor, wielding a ceremonial axe. Without hesitation, the giant spirit swung the axe, cleaving through the air. The eyes of the 3-sword realms narrowed in shock as he was instantly bisected. Host slays a transformation realm cultivator, acquiring the snow inscription. Li Bufon, without a moment's hesitation, infused the inscription into his Dao platform. As he slaughtered his way through, he had long since lost count of the inscriptions he had acquired, all seamlessly integrated into his Dao platform. He dared to proclaim that within the confines of the Dao platform realm, he was invincible. Just after he dispatched the 3-sword realms, a throng of cultivators surged around him, encircling him. Some gazed at the figure of the giant spirit with palpable trepidation. However, they soon realized that after summoning the giant spirit, Li Bufon's aura had diminished significantly, indicating a considerable expenditure of his magical energy. This summoning technique bears a heavy toll on him. The entity he conjured possessed power far exceeding Li Bufon's, and it was evident he had summoned it at great cost. With little magical energy remaining, attack! The eyes of the gathered cultivators glinted with excitement as they charged towards Li Bufon, intent on striking him down while he was vulnerable. Yet, Li Bufon coldly smirked, producing a restoration card which he promptly crushed. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, his magical power instantaneously surged back to its zenith. However, he refrained from summoning the giant spirit god. These individuals did not warrant such an expenditure of his energy. Divine Dragon Spear Technique. The spear swept wildly, and dragon shadows roared. In no time, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Li Bufan continued his march toward the Medicine Immortal Valley, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Not far off, a few individuals observed this scene. Among them were Shi Yao, Lu Ruxue, and other prodigies. Such a harbinger of death was truly a rarity in the world. How many lives had he extinguished? It was terrifying. Even Shi Yao and Lu Ruxue, as disciples of the 7 great sects of the wilderness, renowned for their exceptional talents, were left trembling at the sight of the bloody path carved by Li Bufan. This man was likely even more monstrous than the foremost prodigy of the Qinquan sect. Alas, his lifespan is tragically short. A hint of regret flickered in the eyes of Shi Yao and her companions. Indeed, it is a pity that his time is limited. Otherwise, how exhilarating it would be to engage him in battle. A man clad in white lamented. Enough, the sacred manifestation order is about to emerge. This shall be our primary focus moving forward. We must secure it before the others from the 9 lands arrive. As another prodigious disciple stated, there are still 200 miles to go. Li Bufan, bearing the white-browed Taoist, traversed a broad avenue. The closer they approached the Medicine Immortal Valley, the more ambushers awaited. Were it not for his restoration cards and similar means, it would have been exceedingly difficult to reach this point. Amitabha. At that moment, a serene voice echoed before Li Bufan. A monk, adorned in a kasaya and bearing a staff, approached unhurriedly. He gazed upon Li Bufan and spoke, "Esteemed one, the weight of your transgressions is immense. It would serve you well to return with me to the Su Inex in Buddhist sect, that the Buddha may cleanse the sins that stain your being." Su Inex in Buddhist sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Great Wilderness. Li Bufan's gaze sharpened. He was familiar with this sect. He had heard tell of their profound Buddhist teachings and a unique cultivation method capable of purging malevolent thoughts, guiding individuals toward devout faith. Over the years, countless incorrigible villains had been seized by the Su Inex in Buddhist sect, their hearts transformed, emerging as celebrated masters. This overwhelming burden of sin must ultimately be shouldered by someone. I do not object to bearing the sins of the world. Your Buddha's cleansing is unnecessary. Li Bufan chuckled softly, wishing to disregard the monk. However, the monk persisted, "Esteemed one, the entanglement of sin will inevitably lead you to an endless hell. It is best to return with me." "Out of my way," Li Bufan uttered indifferently, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Having journeyed thus far, he had taken too many lives, and the murderous intent clinging to him was exceedingly intense. Furthermore, he was now in haste to rescue someone and had no desire to become entangled with the monk. Upon witnessing this, the monk grasped his staff, stating impassively, "Since you are unwilling to turn back, I am left with no choice but to eliminate this scourge for the sake of the world." After all this talk, you still intend to kill?" Li Bufan sneered, as the soul-chasing spear shot forth first. Yet, the monk remained unmoving, a golden halo emanating from his person, swirling in the air, transforming into a golden Buddha phantom. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted against the ethereal visage of the Buddha, followed by the monk retreating several paces, wielding his staff to strike directly at Li Bufan. Amidst the golden radiance of the Buddha, the phantoms of a dragon and an elephant materialized before him. This was indeed the ultimate technique of the Xuanxin Buddhist sect, the Great Dragon Elephant Force. Excellent. Li Bufan's eyes narrowed, as the Tao platform within him resonated with a thunderous roar. The power of inscriptions surged around him, emanating an unparalleled brilliance. With another thrust of his spear, the dragon and elephant shattered into fragments. The monk's expression shifted dramatically as he withdrew for over 10 zhang, astonished by the sheer force displayed. How could you possibly comprehend so many inscriptions? Though Li Bufan was merely at the Tao platform level, the combat prowess he unleashed, fueled by numerous inscriptions, rivaled that of a transformation of the infant realm. He had transcended 2 significant levels of power. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the monk swiftly withdrew. Li Bufan did not pursue, instead continuing his journey toward the Valley of the Medicine Immortal. Chapter 40. Battle of the 7 Kills. Second combat technique. Blood Meteor. The Valley of the Medicine Immortal, the most enigmatic location within the Great Wilderness. It is said that a medicine immortal resides here, capable of reviving the dead and performing miraculous feats. However, seeking treatment from the medicine immortal is no simple endeavor. The costs are exorbitant, whether it be tens of millions or even billions of spirit stones or rare treasures of various kinds. The medicine immortal will not offer aid without a substantial price. At this moment, outside the valley of the medicine immortal, several figures stood resolutely. Clad in black garments and donning ghostly masks, anyone present would readily recognize their identities. They were none other than one of the most infamous assassin organizations in the great wilderness, the Seven Kills. The Seven Killers, notorious for their deeds, are a formidable group of 7 individuals within the vast wilderness. Undeniably, their targets face near certain demise. Presently, they have set their sights on Li Bufan. The bounty placed by the Panwu dynasty is extraordinary. Eliminating Li Bufan would ensure our sustenance for a century, freeing us from the burdens of undertaking further tasks or seeking cultivation resources. The leader of the 7 Killers smiled faintly as he spoke. Once Li Bufan appears, the 3 of you, 7th, 6th, and 5th, will engage first to test the waters. 4th and 3rd, you will hold back and act according to the situation. As for the leader and myself, we shall guard the entrance to the Medical Sage Valley, ensuring he does not set foot within it. The second-in-command began to strategize. Within the Medical Sage Valley, the prohibition against killing is a long-standing decree of the Medical Sage. Throughout history, no one has ever defied this rule. Despite their fearsome reputation in the wilderness, even the 7 Killers dare not act recklessly. The others nodded slightly, preparing to await Li Bufan's arrival. An atmosphere of silent tension enveloped the surroundings. In the Medical Sage Valley, a woman of exquisite beauty and ethereal grace sensed something amiss. She gazed beyond the valley, her vision piercing through the layers of mist, and noticed the presence of the 7 Killers. She murmured, "How intriguing. Are they hunting someone?" This woman is indeed the Medical Sage, yet she pays little heed to the actions of the 7 Killers, as long as they refrain from causing chaos within her domain. Outside the Medical Sage Valley, a figure with blood-red hair and an ominous aura approached slowly, bathed in the fading light of the setting sun. This figure wielded a long spear and bore another person on his back, as if traversing a landscape strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. A chilling intent to kill radiated outward, saturating the very air and earth around him. Despite having claimed countless lives, the figure before him caused a tremor within the heart of Qixia, who could not help but feel a profound sense of dread. Such terrifying, murderous intent. How many lives has he taken to reach this point? Qixia murmured. Meanwhile, within the Medicine Immortal Valley, the Medicine Immortal also sensed the overwhelming and oppressive aura of slaughter. Furrowing her delicate brows, she gazed upon the approaching Li Bufan, his eyes burning with the essence of death, embodying the celestial combat body, a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. Yet, his lifespan dwindled to mere remnants. The individual upon his back was the white-browed Taoist. How could he have fallen to such depths? Having resided in the Medicine Immortal Valley for so long, the Medicine Immortal was unaware of the events unfolding outside. Upon witnessing Li Bufan, she couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise and a flicker of interest towards this prodigious figure enveloped in murderous intent. At that moment, the 5th, 6th, and 7th assassins from Qixia had already sprung into action, swiftly advancing towards Li Bufan, their weapons emanating a chilling brilliance. The strength of these 3 was that of the transformation realm. The Medicine Immortal Valley had arrived. "Are you the last line of defense standing in my way?" Li Bufan murmured, as the soul-chasing spear, stained a deep crimson with blood, pierced forward, unleashing the might of the Dragon God spear technique. Bang! Upon the moment of contact between the spear and the weapons, an immense force sent the faces of the 3 masked assassins into shock, each being thrust back. Such formidable power! As the 7th assassin marveled in astonishment, Li Bufan charged towards him once more. With a scoff, he thrust his sword forward. Yet, Li Bufan did not evade nor flinch, allowing the long sword to pierce his body, while his own soul-chasing spear had already penetrated the opponent's chest. 7th. Has this man gone mad? How audacious to employ such a self-destructive assault. The remaining few were taken aback. Beneath Li Bufan's tattered garments lay a suit of golden soft armor. It was the legendary diamond armor. Although Old Seven's sword pierced through it, it merely inflicted superficial wounds, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Li Bufan had exhausted his recovery cards. He had no time to engage in a protracted battle with these individuals. He needed to conclude the fight swiftly. Even if it meant exchanging his own injuries for their demise, he was unyielding in his resolve. After dispatching Old 7, Li Bufan hesitated not for a moment and continued his onslaught. In the aftermath of Old 7's tragic end, Old 6, Old 5, and the others, Old 4 and Old 3, no longer hesitated and charged at Li Bufan. The four joined forces, their combined might surpassing that of their earlier confrontation. Armed with his spear, Li Bufan faced four adversaries with an indomitable spirit, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens and striking the earth, refusing to yield. After several exchanges, Old 3 discerned Li Bufan's vulnerability and promptly exclaimed, "Attack the white-browed Taoist on his back." The remaining three understood immediately and launched their assault. They targeted the white-browed Taoist, seeking to distract Li Bufan. Within the Medical Immortal Valley, the Medical Immortal scoffed, finding their actions rather vile. Yet, one could hardly expect a band of assassins to exhibit nobility. She continued to observe, as the seven killers altered their offensive strategy. Li Bufan simultaneously shielded the white-browed Taoist while fending off the onslaught, his focus divided and his position precarious. With a cold snort, he suddenly struck the ground with a fist. The celestial combat technique, earth-shattering. Boom. The earth erupted in a cloud of dust, and the powerful shockwave compelled the assailants to retreat swiftly. As they searched for Li Bufan's whereabouts, a shadow surged before them, brandishing a long spear that shattered the skull of the third brother. With another thrust, the chest of the fourth brother was obliterated. The remaining fifth and sixth brothers, upon witnessing this carnage, rushed towards Li Bufan with bloodshot eyes, only to find that he too radiated a murderous glare. Undeterred, he confronted them head-on, welcoming their blades upon his body, while his spear swept through the air like a meteor, resembling a torrential downpour. The fifth and sixth brothers fell one after another. Now, only the second and first brothers remained stationed at the Medical Fairy Valley. Enraged by the brutal demise of their comrades, the two unleashed their profound powers. Charging towards Li Bufan with fury, they sought vengeance. Faced with the might of the divine fire practitioners, Li Bufan withheld no more. Chanting incantations, he stood like a mountain, imbued with colossal strength, ready to shift the earth itself. The giant spirit was summoned. As the giant spirit manifested, a radiant axe cleaved through the air, splitting the first brother in two. The second brother, fortified by a piece of treasured armor, sustained only severe injuries. However, after invoking the giant spirit, Li Bufan's magical energy was nearly expended, leaving his hand trembling around the spear. As the giant spirit dissipated, the second brother beheld the weakened Li Bufan. His eyes ablaze with rage, declaring, "You shall die, you shall perish." He swung his sword towards Li Bufan. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Li Bufan desperately harnessed every ounce of strength within him, merging the remnants of his magical power with his vitality. The Azure Sky Battle Technique. Blood Meteor. The Azure Sky battle body erupted with a roar that seemed to resonate from ancient times. An indomitable will to fight to the death surged forth, coalescing upon Li Bufan's spear, transforming into a blood-red meteor. In this critical moment between life and death, Li Bufan comprehended the second combat technique of the celestial combat body. Chapter 41. The Medical Immortal's Diagnosis. Pursuit of the Millennium Vermilion Fruit. A blood-red meteor streaked through the air. The severely injured second was utterly incapable of withstanding this strike, his form obliterated by the blood meteor, leading to his demise. However, his attack simultaneously struck Li Bufan. Li Bufan staggered backward for several dozen steps, enduring the impact thanks to the protective power of his indestructible armor, yet he was undeniably exhausted. The host has slain a practitioner of the Divine Fire Realm. Obtaining a recovery card, he took a deep breath and ventured into the Medical Immortal Valley. Within the valley, the Medical Immortal had observed Li Bufan's battle from beginning to end, a hint of intrigue gleaming in her eyes. What a determined little fellow. Surpassing 3 realms to slay a practitioner of divine fire. Such innate talent is truly monstrous, she mused. In a flash, she appeared before Li Bufan and, regarding his bloodied attire, inquired calmly, "What brings you to my Medical Immortal Valley?" Naturally, he sought the Medical Immortal's assistance to save a life. Li Bufan laid the white-browed Taoist down gently. Simultaneously, he produced an abundant collection of spirit stones and treasures from his storage ring, declaring, "Please, Medical Immortal, save my elder brother. Name your price." He was not lacking in spirit stones. Besides the substantial bounty from the Great Sun Sect and the Mountains and Rivers Sect, He had also sold crystal cores and traded treasures within the Blackshaw Forbidden Zone, amassing an impressive fortune along his journey. Observing the piles of spirit stones on the ground, the medical immortal raised an eyebrow, impressed. "Well, it seems this little fellow is quite affluent," she remarked. "I shall assist in saving him." The medical immortal did not decline. She began to diagnose the white-browed Taoist. Wally Buffon let out a sigh of relief as the taut nerves within him suddenly relaxed. His body softened, and he stumbled a few steps, leaning against the mountain wall to regulate his inner breath. The medical sage glanced at him and remarked with indifference, "In my view, your condition is not much better than that of the white-browed Taoist. Your lifespan is limited, your potential exhausted, and the celestial combat technique you just unleashed has further depleted your vital energy. Unless you can elevate your realm and extend your lifespan in a short period. I fear you have but a few days to live." "Ah, you need not concern yourself, esteemed medical sage," Li Buffon replied with a faint smile. He was well aware of his own predicament, and in truth, he already possessed a solution. That solution was to kill. While other cultivators who similarly burned their lifespan would find it impossible to break through their realm and prolong their life in such a short time, he was different. His cultivation method diverged from the norm. As long as he continued to slay, he could incessantly elevate himself. This time, bringing the white-browed Taoist to the medical sage valley had left him drenched in blood over 800 miles, having slain countless foes. And he was on the brink of reaching the Golden Core stage. Once he found a forbidden zone to unleash further carnage, a breakthrough would be within his grasp. The Golden Core realm, at the very least, promised 300 years of lifespan. Moreover, he still possessed a longevity elixir bestowed by the system, obtained during his confrontation with Zhou Yuan and his guards. "I have no desire to fret, but I fear you may perish in my medical sage valley, and I would be left with the unpleasant task of collecting your remains," the medical sage said coolly, then waved her sleeve, sending forth several red threads that entwined around Li Buffon's wrist, allowing her to examine his pulse. Upon inspection, she could not help but furrow her brows. Goodness! His injuries were far more severe than she had anticipated. How many injuries has this little fellow endured along his journey? How many lives has he taken to bring his body to such a wretched state? Despite everything, he still manages to stand and engage in light-hearted banter with her. Truly a monster, the physician could not help but reflect once more. She then turned her gaze towards the white-browed Taoist, her brow furrowing even deeper. Such grievous wounds could not have been inflicted by an ordinary person. Who could have caused him such harm? Li Buffon hesitated slightly. "Are you concerned that the one who hurt him is too formidable, fearing that I might hesitate to treat him upon hearing?" The physician discerned his apprehension, letting out a soft huff. "I, the physician, am not to be compared with those mediocre healers from the outside world. Once I declare my intent to save him, not even the king of heaven himself could deter me. Speak freely. It is the lord of the Panwu Empire, Emperor Zhou Wu." Upon hearing this, the physician's lips twitched. "Emperor Zhou Wu. This is indeed no trivial matter. Are you afraid?" Li Buffon inquired with a hint of unease. The physician coughed twice and replied, "Afraid? What is there to fear? Is he not just an Emperor Zhou Wu? Would I, the physician, truly be intimidated by him?" She continued to treat the white-browed Taoist, simultaneously tossing a vial of elixir to Li Buffon. "Take this potion. It will help alleviate your wounds temporarily." "Thank you, physician." Li Buffon took a pill and swallowed it. A warm flow coursed through his body, swiftly mending his injuries. Though it did not restore him to peak condition immediately, the fatigue he bore diminished considerably. "Your elder brother's injuries are rather troublesome," the physician remarked. "Is it possible that even the physician cannot remedy this?" "That is not the case. However, to heal your elder brother, a specific herb is required, which I currently do not possess." "What herb is it?" "I shall fetch it. The 1,000-year Zhu fruit." "Very well. I shall seek it forthwith." Li Buffon immediately rose, beseeching the healer to do all within her power to preserve his brother's life, assuring her that he would return swiftly with the 1,000-year Zhu fruit. "Rest assured, with my presence, he shall not perish. Yet, there is no need for you to rush. It would be prudent to first recuperate from your injuries. No, time is of the essence." Li Buffon resolutely declined the healer's counsel and, weapon in hand, headed out of the valley. Truly a reckless young man, the healer mused, shaking her head. Outside the valley, Li Buffon shattered a restoration card. In an instant, a wondrous warmth enveloped his entire being, swiftly mending his injuries and restoring his magical prowess to its zenith. It seems this healer is indeed trustworthy. Otherwise, she could have easily ended my life given my grievous condition within the healer's domain. Li Bufan pondered. The reason he had refrained from using the restoration card at the earliest opportunity was to gauge the healer's intentions. It now appeared that coming to the healer's valley had been a fortuitous decision. Having utilized the restoration card, he made his way towards a nearby city. The 1,000-year Zhu fruit is no ordinary herb. Common apothecaries would certainly not stock it. After some contemplation, he recalled the Four Seas Commerce Guild. This guild's enterprises spanned numerous industries, undoubtedly including the herbal trade. Upon arriving in the city, he promptly sought out the apothecary affiliated with the Four Seas Commerce Guild. And along the way, he had heard many intriguing rumors. Most of this revolves around oneself. The bounty from the Panwu dynasty is extraordinary, having spread throughout the vast wilderness. It is said that this Li Bufan is truly remarkable. Even at the Dao Tai realm, he can stir the winds and clouds of the great wilderness. Indeed, such a significant uproar from the Panwu dynasty, offering a reward solely for him, is something I have never encountered before. Rumor has it that countless assassins are hunting him down. Even a killer organization like the Seven Kills has mobilized, yet he single-handedly cut through them all. The road to the Medicine Immortal Valley is already strewn with corpses. This monster, Li Bufan, paid no heed to the discussions around him. Upon entering the herbal shop, a shopkeeper approached him. However, when the shopkeeper caught sight of Li Bufan's face, his expression changed in fright. Li Bufan. Chapter 42. News of the Zhu fruit. Ascending the Shura sect. Li Bufan. The shopkeeper, gazing at the white-haired youth before him, was rendered somewhat flustered. Li Bufan raised an eyebrow. Is it truly necessary to be so afraid of me? I am not a ruthless fiend. I shall not harm you. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Not a ruthless killer? The bloodstains from those corpses on the 800-mile journey to the Medicine Immortal Valley may not have even dried yet. Your words are rather modest. Even the fiends would seek your autograph. The shopkeeper forced himself to regain composure, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention. He hurriedly inquired, "Might I ask what brings young Master Li to my humble establishment? I seek the elusive Millennium Red Fruit. Do you have any for sale here?" The Millennium Red Fruit. Such a rarity, indeed. Implicitly, it suggests that they likely do not possess it. Alternatively, it may indicate a reluctance on their part to engage in business with Li Bufan, especially considering he is currently a wanted fugitive, with many seeking his life within the Great Wasteland. Hey, shopkeeper, I urgently require this Millennium Red Fruit. I kindly ask for your assistance. I trust you would prefer that no one witnesses my departure from your establishment in broad daylight. Li Bufan remarked with a slight smile. Please, no? The shopkeeper hastily moved behind Li Bufan and shut the door, his face contorted in distress. Young Master Li, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. It is simply that the Millennium Red Fruit is indeed hard to procure, and I genuinely do not have any in stock. The Four Seas Trading Association operates throughout the Great Wasteland, yet you cannot find it? Indeed, it is truly difficult to locate. If it is so challenging, then it is best not to search at all. Li Bufan scoffed lightly as he approached the exit. Young Master Li, what are your intentions? Naturally, I intend to leave. However, one cannot help but wonder if others will suspect a connection between you and this wanted fugitive upon seeing me depart from your premises. Young Master Li, would it not be permissible for me to assist you? The shopkeeper, nearly in tears, replied. How about this? I will keep a close eye on the Millennium Red Fruit over the next few days, and should I receive any information, I will inform you immediately. Very well, that seems acceptable, Li Bufan nodded. He patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and sighed. It is not my intention to place you in a difficult position. The Millennium Red Fruit is of utmost importance to me. Subsequently, he donned a mask and stealthily exited through the back door of the herbal shop, awaiting news from the shopkeeper. A few days later, the shopkeeper placed a pot of flowers outside the herbal shop. This served as a signal to contact Li Bufan. In the evening, Li Bufan returned to the herbal shop, where the shopkeeper remarked, Young Master Li, there is news regarding the Millennium Red Fruit. Recently, a crimson light illuminated the skies over Chiefing Mountain, manifesting as a red aurora, which is the extraordinary phenomenon heralding the emergence of the Millennium Red Fruit. Many have flocked to Chiefing Mountain, eager to vie for it. Chiefing Mountain. I understand, Li Bufan acknowledged, producing a storage ring and offering it to the shopkeeper. I appreciate your efforts in gathering this information. This is your reward. Having said this, he donned his mask and departed. The shopkeeper glanced at the storage ring, which was brimming with spirit stones. Merely for inquiring about some news, he received such a generous compensation. It was a remarkable windfall. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a deeper respect for Li Bufan. The Millennium Red Fruit is a precious medicinal remedy, and it was clear that his quest for it was to heal the white-browed Taoist. Such loyalty and righteousness are commendable. While the world branded Li Bufan as a ruthless murderer beyond redemption, the shopkeeper possessed a clearer understanding. In the realm of cultivation, one either takes a life or has their own taken. What distinguishes good from evil? It is merely a matter of perspective. To those standing against you, you are deemed evil. Yet, when one sets aside their biases, Li Bufan, in his endeavor to save the white-browed Taoist, traversed 800 miles with a single weapon, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed. Nevertheless, his actions were steeped in noble intent. I wish you success, the shopkeeper murmured. Chifeng Mountain, a place recently stirring with excitement in the vast wilderness. A few days ago, while hunting on the mountain, villagers observed a mysterious red light emanating from a certain location, leading many to speculate that it heralded the appearance of the legendary Millennium Red Fruit. This Millennium Red Fruit is regarded as an extraordinary treasure. Numerous cultivators have gathered in eager anticipation, among whom the most formidable is undoubtedly the Shura sect. Their proximity to Chifeng sect is a contributing factor, as well as the fact that such treasures are typically unattainable for ordinary cultivators, yet unnecessary for the elite. For the 7 sects of the wilderness, the Millennium Red Fruit holds little significance, hence their absence from this commotion. Upon Li Bufan's arrival at Chifeng Mountain, he noticed several cultivators departing, causing his heart to sink. Had they left because the Millennium Red Fruit was not present? Had the shopkeeper deceived him? He intercepted one of the departing cultivators for inquiry. Upon recognizing him, the cultivator's countenance paled, and he, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events. Indeed, the Millennium Red Fruit had been found on Chifeng Mountain, but it had already been claimed by the Shura sect, who were likely in the process of transporting it away. Upon hearing this news, Li Bufan's expression hardened, his grip on the soul-chasing spear tightening, veins bulging in his arm as murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The Shura sect, once again they have thwarted my endeavors. First, they slaughtered in Juyang City, besmirching my name. Then, they attacked me repeatedly in the Black Sha Forbidden Zone. Now, they have seized the Millennium Red Fruit, which I intended to use to save my life. Ha, 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 how splendid, Shura sect. It seems you have declared war upon me. A series of cold laughs escaped Li Bufan's lips. A group of monks stood nearby, their scalps prickling with unease. In that moment, it seemed as if they beheld a malevolent spirit, clawing its way out of the depths of hell, grinning wickedly. Where's the Shura sect? Inquired Li Bufan. It lies 300 miles to the south of Chifeng Mountain. One of the monks gestured in that direction. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan took a decisive leap, his form akin to a tempest, racing forth with unparalleled speed. The other monks exchanged knowing glances, each realizing his intent, and swiftly followed in pursuit of Li Bufan towards the Shura sect. An intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. Is Li Bufan truly contemplating a solitary confrontation with the Shura sect? Indeed, this madman is capable of anything. Yet, it is exceedingly reckless. He is but one against a multitude of cultivators, and the leader of the Shura sect stands at the pinnacle of divine fire. Haha, that is precisely what makes it captivating. Outside the Shura sect, dozens of individuals were laboriously hauling a cart, atop which rested a tree with an extensive root system, its soil richly adorned. The tree bore a single crimson fruit. Indeed, this millennium-old red fruit is extraordinary. If we can transplant it to our sect, it would be a remarkable boon, chuckled one elder, revealing the very reason he had brought the fruit and its tree along. Esteemed colleagues, we are nearing the mountain gate. The group could faintly discern the imposing entrance of the Shura sect in the distance. Yet, at that very moment, a figure clad in black with flowing white hair emerged before them, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as if illuminated by a sanguine glow, casting the distant mountain gate in the ominous guise of the gates of hell. The disciples of the Shura sect halted, their pupils constricting in suspicion. The elder at the forefront trembled, exclaiming, Li Bufan. Chapter 43. The Night of 100 Ghosts, the summoning of the black and white impermanence. Li Bufan, wielding the soul-chasing spear, with his white hair billowing, radiated a blood-red light from his eyes. His gaze was icy, and his aura was ferocious. With murderous intent surging like a tempestuous sea, Waves of overwhelming malice continuously emanated from him, instilling an unexplainable chill among the disciples of the Shura sect. Even the leading elder felt an unsettling trepidation. The figure before them was nothing human. He was a malevolent deity risen from the depths of hell. This millennium's crimson fruit belongs to me. None of you shall take it away. Li Bufan grinned, his eyes fixed on the disciples of the Shura sect. In a flash, he surged forward like a lightning bolt, thrusting the spear with a sudden ferocity, akin to a dragon emerging from the ocean. In a single strike, the foremost disciples of the Shura sect were torn apart by the terrifying force of the spear, exploding into a mist of blood with a resounding boom. What a fearsome spear light. This is bad. We cannot confront him head-on. The crowd gasped in alarm, hastily retreating. The elder of the Shura sect, however, swiftly made his move, darting towards Li Bufan with the cover of several disciples. Behind him, he swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of blood light. Li Bufan sensed the blade's radiance approaching from behind and, in a swift turn, unleashed the power of the Dao platform, accompanied by the explosive force of numerous inscriptions. Boom! The elder, at the transformation of the infant stage, was violently struck, spitting blood, his gaze fixed in horror upon Li Bufan. He had heard tales of the opponent's formidable strength, but never had he imagined it to be to such an extent. Kill! Li Bufan refrained from uttering a word as he charged forth once more. The prowess of the dragon spear technique was exhibited with unparalleled fervor. The spear's brilliance sweeping in all directions like a rampaging dragon, causing the disciples to fall one after another under his relentless assault. At this moment, an aura of formidable spiritual energy emanated from the nearby Shura sect. Li Bufan, you possess immense audacity. How dare you wreak havoc in my Shura sect? You seek your own demise. The elite members of the Shura sect surged forth in succession. Yet, Li Bufan remained undaunted. Not only was he unafraid, but the murderous intent within him surged even more fiercely. Today, I shall seize the Zhu fruit and obliterate the Shura. The Shura sect had repeatedly crossed him, firmly placing this entire sect on his blacklist. Thus, he would not easily let them escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged ahead, the celestial battle body erupting with a resounding battle cry, and the eye of slaughter radiating a blood-red glow. With a single thrust, a practitioner in the transformation embryo realm perished on the spot. Accompanying the demise of this cultivator, Li Bufan's aura seemed to shatter a certain barrier, and with a thunderous sound, powerful waves of spiritual energy surged forth. At that moment, he ascended into the core formation realm. Within him, a resplendent, golden, intricately inscribed golden core emerged, its divine light radiating outward from his being. With this advancement to the core formation stage, his lifespan was notably extended. A head of white hair transformed back into a lustrous black, brimming with vitality. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How can this be possible? Had he not already depleted his lifespan? How could he possibly break through now, and in the midst of battle, no less? He is nothing short of a monster. To what extent must this individual descend into depravity before he relents? Is this truly a human being? Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Li Bufan felt the overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a hearty laugh, he began to chant incantations. Mountains heed my call, guiding the masses towards peace and prosperity. I summon the mountain deity. Guardians of the gate, repel the evil and ward off malevolent spirits, safeguarding our home. I invoke the gate guardian, Qin Xiong. In a single breath, he summoned two deities. The divine beings radiated an infinite brilliance, their formidable presence charging into the crowd. With their assistance, the disciples of the Shura sect were utterly outmatched. Soon, the scene was filled with the remnants of the fallen disciples, scattered and defeated. Li Bufan leaped before Zhu Gua and plucked the fruit. Just as he secured the Zhu Gua into his storage ring, a powerful aura emerged from the depths of the Shura sect, enveloped in an ominous chill. A middle-aged man with flowing black hair approached, exuding a chilling aura, his power swirling around him as if 100 vengeful spirits wailed in his wake. He was none other than the leader of the Shura sect, a practitioner of divine fire. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Li Bufan's face. He had faced practitioners of the divine fire before. Li Bufan, today I shall make you regret causing a disturbance in my Shura sect. The Shura sect leader declared coldly. With a mere thought, he formed intricate hand seals, causing the surrounding energy to swirl as if forming a profound black hole. From this abyss, a sinister aura emerged, and grotesque apparitions began to crawl forth. The disciples of the Shura sect were invigorated by this sight. It was the manifestation of the night parade of 100 demons. At long last, the sect leader has successfully cultivated this profound technique. The night parade of 100 demons is a clandestine inheritance of the Shura sect, accessible only to its successive leaders, and it ranks as a half-step to supreme law. Although it may not rival the supreme laws, it is nonetheless a treasure in the vast wilderness. Throughout the annals of the Shura sect, few leaders have managed to master this technique. The critical aspect lies in the fact that, when wielded by the Shura sect leader with the strength of the divine fire realm, its power is exceedingly formidable, instilling trepidation even in some formidable entities of the nascent soul realm. Yet, as Li Bufan gazed upon the wailing apparitions in the air, he scoffed disdainfully, dismissing them as mere malevolent entities, hardly worthy of concern. Malevolent? You, in your youth, have committed countless atrocities, and with such overwhelming murderous intent, you dare to label me as malevolent? The Shura sect leader, incensed, could not help but laugh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. With both palms pressed down towards Li Bufan, the night parade surged forth, enveloping him in a torrent of overwhelming energy. However, Li Bufan stood his ground, refusing to retreat or evade, unleashing the full force of his golden core realm power. Simultaneously, he recited incantations to invoke the summoning of spirits, with the duality of black and white, traversing the realms of yin and yang, binding souls and capturing spirits. Wealth begets prosperity, and peace reigns across the land. The messengers of black and white are summoned. With a commanding shout, a portal to the void opened. An eerie and sinister aura permeated the atmosphere, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Subsequently, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, emerged from the void, wielding soul-binding ropes and spirit whips. The figure adorned with a white hat wore a broad smile, the words "wealth begets prosperity" inscribed upon it, while the figure in black, with a fierce visage, radiated malevolence, and bore the inscription "Peace reigns across the land" upon his hat. As I surveyed the surroundings, a multitude of malevolent spirits filled the air, their eyes gleaming with a terrifying brilliance. Subsequently, the soul whip and the soul hook were unleashed. One by one, the nefarious entities found themselves utterly powerless against their might, shattering under the onslaught, as if their power was specifically forged to combat these sinister beings. The enigmatic duo of black and white impermanence, traversing the realms of yin and yang, were adept at capturing souls and seizing spirits. It was only fitting that Li Bufan summoned them to confront these wretched apparitions. Observing the Shura sect master, who was visibly perturbed by the presence of black and white impermanence, I couldn't help but wonder where this individual had acquired such an uncanny summoning technique. Fear gripped him. Alas, his trepidation only fueled Li Bufan's exuberance. The Night of the 100 Demons is merely a prelude. Kill, kill, kill. Li Bufan bellowed with laughter. Under the combined onslaught of Qin Xiong, the mountain god, and the spectral duo, the members of the Shura sect stood no chance of resistance, with even the sect leader being forced to retreat in disarray. The host has slain an elder of the Shura sect, gaining the dark inscription. The host has slain an elder of the Shura sect, gaining a recovery card. The host has slain an elder of the Shura sect, gaining a Thunderfire talisman. In the midst of this relentless carnage, Li Bufan continuously reaped rewards, inscriptions, cards, and even a Thunderfire talisman. This artifact he had heard of before. It was one of the high-tier talismans within the cultivation realm, wielding unparalleled power, with a single talisman possessing strength equivalent to the full force of a celestial being. Damn it, Li Bufan, I will fight you to the end. The lord of the Shura sect gazed upon the lifeless bodies of his fallen disciples, his eyes betraying a ruthless and resolute demeanor. Subsequently, he retrieved a pill and consumed it. As the elixir descended into his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through his being. In an instant, his aura surged exponentially, propelling him into the realm of the nascent soul. With a thunderous roar, his magical power intertwined behind him, manifesting a colossal, blood-red phantom of Ashura amidst a radiant divine glow. This was the unique power of the nascent soul, the Lord's spiritual essence fixated intently on Li Bufan, exuding a deluge of bloodlight and an overwhelming malevolence that threatened to shake the very foundations of the Shura sect. Li Bufan felt a flicker of pressure. Die for me. The lord of the Shura sect bellowed, his spirit force barreling towards Li Bufan. Yet, the latter merely chuckled lightly. The one who will perish is you. He swiftly produced the Thunderfire talisman he had just acquired and hurled it forth. The talisman transformed into a streak of luminous energy, adhering to the Lord's spiritual entity. Upon recognizing the nature of the talisman, the Lord's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. No. The Thunderfire talisman erupted in crimson light, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Li Bufan promptly activated a teleportation card, shattering it with a decisive motion. In a flash, his figure vanished. After his departure, a cataclysmic explosion of energy infused with thunder and flame obliterated the Shura sect, sweeping through like a natural disaster. The Lord bore the brunt of it, instantaneously reduced to ashes. Not a single disciple survived. In the blink of an eye, the entire Shura sect was reduced to ruins beneath the fury of thunder and fire. The arriving monks were struck by the sight of a towering pillar of thunder and fire, their faces as pale as parchment as they sensed the distant wave of energy sweeping toward them. This aura! My heavens! What on earth has this Li Bufan done? It is the Thunderfire talisman. How could he possibly possess such a thing? Upon their arrival at the realm of the Shura sect, they were met with nothing but a desolate wasteland engulfed in flames, littered with countless charred remains. The scene before them resembled a hellish purgatory. The Shura sect has been obliterated. Gulp. Some could not restrain themselves from swallowing hard. Others, confronted with the gruesome spectacle, found themselves retching on the spot. Yet, without exception, fear glimmered in each of their eyes. Li Bufan, this monster. In the distance, Li Bufan, having utilized a teleportation card to escape the Shura sect, also took note of the explosive power of thunder and fire, marveling at its extraordinary nature. Indeed, the Thunderfire talisman is remarkable. With the Shura sect's destruction, I feel considerably more at ease. Simultaneously, a torrent of magical energy surged within him like a warm current. Having just advanced to the core formation stage, his power soared once more. Core formation first layer, second layer, third layer, until it finally halted at the seventh layer. This was merely an enhancement of his magical energy. Having vanquished numerous cultivators, including the leader of the Shura sect, he had garnered substantial rewards. Acquisition of Recovery Card, acquisition of Weapon Synthesis Card, acquisition of White Dragon Spear. The host slays the master of the Azura sect. Obtaining the Azura Demon Body, particularly the last item, caused Li Bufan's eyes to brighten with intrigue. The Azura Demon Body. This is a holy grade physique. It is not vastly inferior to the Celestial Body or the Eye of Slaughter. With this physique, he would possess 3 types of holy bodies. Few in the 10 lands could rival that. Turning to the other rewards, the White Dragon Spear, a top-tier artifact, surpasses the Soul-Chasing Spear by a notable margin. However, Li Bufan had grown accustomed to using the Soul-Chasing Spear, making it difficult for him to part with it. The emergence of the Weapon Synthesis Card alleviated his dilemma. As the name suggests, it allows for the fusion of 2 weapons. With this thought, Li Bufan retrieved the White Dragon Spear. The spear was approximately the same length as the Soul-Chasing Spear, but was entirely silver white, adorned with dragon patterns that exuded an aura of sharp dominance. He then took out the Weapon Synthesis Card and crushed it. Under his control, the Soul-Chasing Spear and the White Dragon Spear were enveloped in a sphere of white light, gradually merging together. As the radiance dissipated, a brand new spear had formed. The spear's shaft was black, yet it bore a majestic, lifelike white dragon design, as if it could leap from the spear at any moment. After the 2 spears combined, Li Bufan sensed an extremely terrifying power contained within this new spear. It is a top-tier supreme artifact. It may even rival a supreme weapon. This newly forged spear is named Dragon Soul. Li Bufan smiled faintly, bestowing a new name upon the treasure in his grasp. No sooner had he spoken than the long spear trembled, and the white dragon upon its body appeared to come alive, gliding along the shaft to form 2 small characters. Dragon Soul. Ah, indeed. It exudes an aura of vitality. Li Bufan felt an increasing sense of satisfaction as he grasped the Dragon Soul spear and swiftly returned to the medical Immortal Valley. During this time, the news of his annihilation of the Shura sect spread like wildfire, startling the entirety of the Great Wilderness. Initially, many believed he had sacrificed his lifespan, depleting his potential, and might not have long to live. Yet now, he had effortlessly vanquished the Shura sect. To the onlookers, it seemed nothing short of a fantastical tale. The prodigies within the great wilderness could hardly maintain their composure. Is this fellow truly human? This lad will undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle in our pursuit of the divine sacred order. Within the medical immortal valley, the medical immortal had been not only stabilizing the condition of the white-browed Taoist, but also probing the outside world for news, seeking to uncover Li Bufon's origins. Her curiosity regarding this youth was insatiable. Upon learning more, she was taken aback. My goodness, this individual has remarkably risen to prominence within mere months in the great wilderness, even causing the reigning Emperor Zhou Wu to falter before him. What an extraordinary creature. If he were to assist me, perhaps I could indeed accomplish that task. The medical immortal seemed to have recalled something, a glint of intrigue appearing in her eyes. At that moment, she sensed Li Bufon's presence rapidly approaching the medical immortal valley. As the other party entered, her pupils slightly constricted, disbelief evident in her voice. You have advanced to the core formation stage, and not just that, but to the 7th level. How is it possible for someone with such limited lifespan to break through, and to have consecutively ascended several minor realms in one go? Although the medical immortal had witnessed much in her time, she had never encountered such a scenario. Sheer luck, Li Bufon replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. He then produced a millennium-old crimson fruit. I have brought the item you requested. Can it save my elder brother? Of course, with my presence, he shall not perish. The medical immortal declared with unwavering confidence, taking the crimson fruit and retrieving a golden alchemical furnace. She intended to concoct a pill on the spot. Li Bufon observed from the side, though he was unfamiliar with alchemy. After a while, he began to feel drowsy and decided to take out a collection of storage rings to tally his spoils. These were the fruits of his recent endeavors in battle. Chapter 45. The Divine Command, by May's Recovery, the Medical Immortal's Request. Good heavens, how many lives must this fellow have claimed to amass such an abundance of storage rings? Truly a harbinger of death. The Medical Immortal, engrossed in her alchemical process, also took note of Li Bufon's pile of storage rings not far away. Her curiosity piqued. After a thorough examination, a faint smile of satisfaction graced Li Bufon's face. Setting aside the various artifacts and cultivation techniques for the moment, he found that the spiritual stones alone amounted to several tens of millions. When combined with his previous holdings, excluding the medical fees owed to the medical immortal, the total count exceeded 100 million. Suddenly, what was this? Li Bufon noticed a storage ring containing a golden token. Curiosity piqued, he retrieved it for closer examination. The token, roughly the size of a palm, was intricately inscribed with exquisite runes, and felt weighty in his grasp. It bore the inscription manifestation of the sacred. What is this object? An instinctual feeling told Li Bufon that it was something extraordinary. Not far away, the medicinal sage engaged in alchemy spotted the token and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that truly the manifestation token?" Li Bufon turned to him, questioning whether the sage recognized its significance. Of course, the sage replied, "The entire great wilderness is currently in search of this item. The entire great wilderness is searching for it." Such exaggeration. Li Bufon gazed at the token in his hand. He sensed it was remarkable, yet could not discern the hidden mysteries it contained. The object itself appeared unremarkable, but its implications were profound, for it served as a token granting access to the sacred cave of manifestation. The sacred cave of manifestation? This cave transcends the 10 regions, existing in a realm of its own. It is said to be connected to the 9 heavens, appearing randomly in any of the 10 regions every 60 years, distributing manifestation tokens to the locals. Those who possess such tokens can enter the sacred cave of manifestation upon its emergence, undergoing cultivation and, if fortunate, may even garner the favor of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens, a realm above the 10 regions. It is rumored that the 9 heavens are teeming with masters and powerful beings abound. The rare and formidable practitioners of the 10 regions are but a fraction of the countless experts that inhabit the 9 heavens. Gaining entry to the 9 heavens is one of the dreams cherished by the cultivators of the 10 regions. However, the divide between the 9 heavens and the 10 regions renders such aspirations dauntingly elusive. The manifestation cave is indeed one of the pathways. This has led to the fervent pursuit of the manifestation order by cultivators at the 10th earth. To take a step back, even if one fails to ascend to the 9 heavens, gaining entry into the manifestation cave is still a tremendous opportunity. According to certain statistics, those prodigies who have entered the manifestation cave have typically returned to dominate their respective realms. At the very least, they attain the Unity Realm, with some even reaching greater heights. Intriguingly, this token appears to belong to the prince of the Panwu dynasty, who has brought the Manifestation Order to the Great Wilderness. Could it be that the Manifestation Cave will manifest within the Great Wilderness this time? Li Bufan pondered aloud. It is highly probable. I have heard that many from the outside world are currently seeking the Manifestation Order, with several already having acquired it. Furthermore, prodigies from the other 9 Earths are hastening to the Great Wilderness, which has become a gathering place for turbulent forces, the medical sage remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Great Wilderness is considered the weakest among the 10 Earths, and its prodigies are hardly noteworthy. However, the prodigies from the other 9 Earths, perhaps there are some worthy opponents for me to challenge. The medical sage rolled her eyes at him. Truly a battle fanatic. Before long, the medicinal pills were ready. As they materialized, a fragrant aroma wafted through the valley. Li Bufan inhaled deeply, feeling an unparalleled comfort enveloping his body. The medical sage took the pill and crushed it. In an instant, the remnants turned to ash, cascading down upon the white-browed Taoist. Then, the medical sage produced several silver needles and deftly inserted them into his body. The power of the elixir flowed through the silver needles, continuously entering into the body of the white-browed Taoist, beginning to mend his injuries. Soon, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Li Bufan, he paused for a moment. Elder brother, you have finally awakened," Li Bufan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy. "Where's this place?" "The Valley of the Medical Immortal." Medical Immortal Li Bufan recounted the events in detail, while the white-browed Taoist rose. Sensing the complete restoration of his body, he remarked, "I had thought I was doomed this time. The Medical Immortal's skills are indeed extraordinary. I am deeply grateful. You should express your gratitude to your sworn brother. Had he not brought back the Millennium Red Fruit, I would not have been able to restore you so smoothly," the Medical Immortal replied calmly. The white-browed Taoist nodded slightly, and then turned to Li Bufan. "Brother, I truly thank you once again. You have saved me yet again." Previously, when he was gravely injured and pursued, it was also Li Bufan who rescued him. This time, after being severely wounded by the Emperor of Zhou, it was Li Bufan who carried him through a bloody battle of 800 miles to the Valley of the Medical Immortal, allowing him to survive. This debt of gratitude weighed as heavy as a mountain, and he was at a loss as to how to repay it. "Elder brother, there is no need for such formalities between us. Besides, you were injured while trying to help me. If I did not save you, would I still be human?" Li Bufan replied with a solemn expression. Since you have said so, I shall not be overly sentimental. However, there remains a pressing matter to address. Brother, you have offended the Panwu dynasty. They will not let this go easily. We must devise a plan. Do not worry, elder brother. I already have a strategy in mind. Li Bufan retrieved the sacred order, a faint smile gracing his lips. As long as I enter the sacred cave, the Panwu dynasty would not dare to act against me, no matter how bold they may be. The sacred order, I never imagined my sworn brother would possess such a fortune, the white-browed Taoist remarked, somewhat surprised. Brother, currently, many are vying for this item within the great wilderness. Let us seize a piece and enter the sacred cave together. My dear brother, you are unaware that the sacred cave only accepts prodigies under the age of 60 upon its appearance. I have long surpassed that age. The white-browed Taoist replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Li Bufan was taken aback by this limitation, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The white-browed Taoist then regained his composure, breathing a sigh of relief. The two planned to remain in the Valley of the Medical Immortal for a couple more days before departing. That night, Li Bufan sat cross-legged, channeling his energy and absorbing spiritual essence. At that moment, the Medical Immortal approached him. Li Bufan opened his eyes and, gazing at her curiously, inquired, in the long night, "Why does the Medical Immortal not rest, but come to seek me? What is the matter?" The Medical Immortal produced a storage ring and placed it before Li Bufan. "This is for the treatment of the white-browed Taoist. I can take nothing for myself, but I wish to ask you for a favor, to retrieve something for me." "What is it?" "The Xianbing 7-colored lotus." "What is that?" "A rare and extraordinary holy herb. A holy herb, it is rumored that it can revive the dead and even augment the powers of the mighty, a treasure pursued by many." Li Bufan's pupils constricted slightly. Such a precious item was beyond his current reach. "Indeed, the healer may hold me in higher regard than I deserve. Where could I possibly procure such a divine herb?" Li Bufan shook his head, declining the request. Within the sacred cave of manifestation lies a mystic ice seven-colored lotus. I understand your desire to join the sacred cave, which is why I have come to solicit your assistance. Li Bufan remained somewhat hesitant. The healer continued to sweeten the deal. If you assist me in obtaining this item, henceforth, my medical services will be free of charge. A glint of determination flashed in Li Bufan's eyes. It's a deal. Who can guarantee they will never fall ill or suffer injury? Even if he could, what about those around him? In any case, fostering a good relationship with the healer would be beneficial for him, without a doubt. As for the seven-colored mystic ice lotus, he could bide his time and seize the opportunity once he entered the sacred cave. If he ultimately failed to acquire it, the healer would have no means to hold him accountable. Chapter 46. The peril of Tianshan's sect. Li Bufan and the white-browed Taoist lingered in the healer's valley for several days. Subsequently, the two prepared to depart. Brother, where do you plan to go next? Inquired the white-browed Taoist. I intend to venture forth and hone my skills while awaiting the opening of the sacred cave, replied Li Bufan with a smile. The sacred cave will not open so soon. For now, the sacred edict has merely been issued to entice the various prodigies to compete for it. In that case, why not accompany me to the Tianshan sect and stay with me for a while? The white-browed Taoist suggested with a grin. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan felt a stir of interest. Very well, I shall impose upon you. Not at all, let us be on our way. The Tianshan sect, second only to the 7 great sects of the vast wilderness, commands a significant presence in this realm. However, aside from the formidable presence of the white-browed Taoist, the overall strength of the Tianshan sect does not greatly surpass that of first-rate sects such as the Dei sect and the Shura sect. Its ability to establish itself and even dominate a region in the vast wilderness is primarily due to the prowess of the white-browed Taoist, a peak deity. Yet, following the news of the white-browed Taoist being severely wounded by Emperor Zhou Wu, many have turned their gaze upon the Tianshan sect, eager to carve up its resources and territory. Currently, outside the gates of the Tianshan sect, 3 major sects have approached with an imposing presence: the Shuilong sect, the Zhuixing sect, and the Zhuoshui palace. Tianshan sect, heed our words. Surrender at once and hand over the Tianshan secret realm, and you may yet preserve your lives. Otherwise, once we 3 sects breach your defenses, none among you shall escape death. A burly man clad in black stands at the entrance of the Tianshan sect, his laughter echoing ominously. With a sword strapped to his waist, he exudes an overwhelming aura. This man is the leader of the Shuilong sect, rumored to have slain a deity with his blade. Within the Tianshan sect, a graceful young woman clad in white stands atop a snow-capped peak, gazing at the throngs of thousands of cultivators gathered outside the sect. Her delicate brows furrow slightly, and a hint of sorrow graces her exquisite face as she lets out a soft sigh. Alas, my father's fate remains uncertain. And now these 3 great sects have chosen this moment to launch their attack. This woman is Bai Qian, the young master of the Tianshan sect and the daughter of the white-browed Taoist. She stands as the second most powerful figure in the sect, having attained the realm of divine fire, though she still falls short compared to the 3 sect leaders. Were it not for the protective formation of the Tianshan sect, it would have surely succumbed to attack by now. However, even this formidable array may not endure for long. Young master, the 3 major sects advance with ferocity. Relying solely on the protective formation may not suffice. Should we not confront them in battle? Indeed, young master, we would rather perish in combat than cower here. Several elders voiced their sentiments behind Bai Qian. The elders of the Tianshan sect, known for their fiery temperaments, preferred death in battle over a cowardly existence. Yet, as the young master, Bai Qian bore a heavier burden, contemplating the survival of the Tianshan sect. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "We are all too familiar with the practices of the 3 major sects. Regardless of whether we surrender, they will not spare us. If today is destined to be our last, I, like all of you, will choose to fight to the death. However, the Tianshan sect must not perish. Its flame must be preserved. Second elder, I implore you to organize a group of disciples and discreetly escort them to the back mountain. While we engage in fierce battle with the 3 major sects, ensure their safe departure. As long as there are disciples alive, the Tianshan sect shall not be considered extinguished." Upon hearing this, an elder with white hair solemnly nodded and replied, "Young master, I understand. I shall attend to it immediately." The remaining elders turned to Bai Qian, awaiting her next directive. "The rest of you, accompany me to the mountain gate. Should the protective formation be breached, We will use our bodies to buy time for the disciples to escape, Bai Qian commanded. Agreed. The elders accepted their duty without a trace of fear. Together, they approached the mountain gate. Upon catching sight of Bai Qian, the Lord of the Snow Dragon sect's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, it is said that the young master of the Tianshan sect is a stunning beauty. Having seen you today, I can confirm that the rumors do not do you justice. I find myself suddenly reconsidering. Bai Qian, if you were to consent to marry me, then the Tianshan sect would become akin to family, and I would spare you from destruction. What say you? You are but a fool lost in a dream, Bai Qian replied coldly. TSK. Even the old fool Bai Mei is dead, yet you remain so arrogant. I must admit, I find your temperament appealing. I shall capture you and take you back, lavishing you with affection day and night. Should Bai Mei know of this from the afterlife, I wonder if he would rise in fury. The Lord's words only served to deepen Bai Qian's icy expression. The elders behind her were equally incensed, their faces flushed with indignation. Lord of the Snow Dragon sect, do take a moment to reflect upon your own worthiness. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of our young master? You are nothing more than a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. Indeed, such fanciful delusions. When the sect master was present, your Snow Dragon sect dared not utter a word. Now that he is absent, you conspire with the other two sects before daring to cause a ruckus. Such cowardice and timidity hardly befit one who claims to be a sect leader. Snow Dragon sect? Humph, it would be more aptly named the Snow Insect sect. The elders' hostility was palpable. The Lord of the Snow Dragon sect snorted disdainfully, gesturing with a wave of his hand. All of you attack. Shatter this protective array. I shall personally tear these insolent fools apart. At his command, a multitude of cultivators sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of sword energies and blade lights. Outside the Tianshan sect, a transparent barrier was struck, sending ripples across its surface. Yet, after several moments of assault, the protective array remained steadfast and unyielding. The sovereign of the Snow Dragon cast a glance at an elderly man clad in a gray robe, leaning on a cane, and a young gentleman wielding a jade fan with an air of grace. He spoke coldly, Master of the Murky Waters, leader of the Star-Chasing sect, will you not make your move? Are we not awaiting the sovereign of the Snow Dragon to display his might? Replied the Master of the Murky Waters with a slight smile. The sovereign of the Snow Dragon snorted lightly, raising his 5 fingers as the surrounding wind and snow converged, transforming into a majestic and formidable snow dragon that charged towards the protective formation of the sect. With a thunderous roar, the formation trembled violently, observing the sovereign's action. The leader of the Star-Chasing sect and the Master of the Murky Waters also sprang into action. One wielded his cane, causing the earth to quake, as torrents of water surged forth with a devastating force, threatening to engulf the protective formation. The other waved his fan, unleashing countless blades of wind amidst the snowstorm, striking like a tornado and creating further havoc within the formation. The combined might of the 3 sect leaders was unparalleled. In an instant, the protective formation found itself in unprecedented turmoil. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering porcelain echoed, and a fissure appeared upon the protective formation. Bai Qian and her comrades felt a tightening in their hearts, gripping their weapons tightly, their spiritual energy swirling within, prepared to engage in a desperate struggle at any moment. Crack, crack. The fissures multiplied across the protective formation. Ha! The end of the Tianshan sect is nigh, bellowed the sovereign of the Snow Dragon, raising his fingers high as his spiritual energy blazed like a raging fire, enveloping the Snow Dragon in a layer of chilling white flames. Boom! The Snow Dragon roared forth. The protective formation, finally unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered with a resounding crash, scattering into countless specks of light. Bai Qian let out a fierce cry and made her move. Without further ado, she, alongside several elders, propelled their powers to the utmost limit. Their magical energies transformed into various spells, a longsword forged from, a towering mountain formed from concentrated mana, and fists imbued with the fervor of battle. Chapter 47, Reinforcements. Slaying 2 sect masters as Bai Qian led the elders into battle, the members of the 3 major sects had long been prepared. The moment the protective formation was breached, their amassed spells were unleashed, colliding fiercely with Bai Qian and her allies' onslaught. A series of explosive sounds echoed through the void. Both sides were momentarily staggered. Ha! The protective formation has fallen. Bai Qian, let us see how you will proceed. The Snow Dragon sect master laughed heartily, brandishing his blade as he charged towards Bai Qian. His strength was formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Ordinary cultivators were no match for him. Although Bai Qian was exceptionally gifted and her combat prowess surpassed that of her peers, she still fell short against him, sent flying by a single strike, blood spilling from her lips. At that critical moment, waves of magical fluctuations emanated from within the Tianshan sect. The disciples who should have seized the opportunity to flee instead rushed towards the mountain gate, joining Bai Qian in battle. You fools! Bai Qian felt a surge of anger, urgency, and deep emotion. Young sect master, my Tianshan sect has only disciples who fight to the death. We do not harbor cowardice. Even in death, we shall stand together with you and the elders. Let these scoundrels witness our might. You think we would abandon you? Kill. The disciples of the Tianshan sect fought valiantly. Undeterred by the specter of death, the members of the three major sects watched in trepidation. The master of the Snow Dragon sect bellowed, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that sent several disciples of the Tianshan sect sprawling. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "Excellent, truly splendid. If you seek death, who am I to deny you? It is time to ensnare you all." Together with the leaders of the Turbid Water Pavilion and the Pursuing Stars sect, he ascended into the air. As they channeled their power, a radiant light erupted from their beings, converging in the heavens to form a colossal magical array that enveloped the entirety of the Tianshan sect's disciples. Today, none of you shall escape. With a hearty laugh, the master of the Snow Dragon sect surged forth, wielding his blade. At that very moment, however, the skies above roiled ominously, and a terrifying aura of magic erupted. A massive white hand descended from the heavens, striking forcefully upon the magical array conjured by the three sect leaders. The ground trembled violently as an explosive sound reverberated, sending plumes of dust into the air. The array itself was left marred with numerous fissures. The three sect leaders exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions etched with disbelief. Such power could only signify. A chilling voice echoed from the firmament. Those who offend the Tianshan sect shall perish. A figure with white hair and eyebrows materialized in midair, exuding an imposing presence akin to a torrential flood, leaving the disciples of the three sects gasping for breath. It was none other than the white-browed Taoist. He was still alive. How could this be? How could he have survived? Having endured a strike from Emperor Zhou Wu, he should have perished. Could it be that the healer from the medical Immortal Valley possesses the ability to defy death? The master of the Snow Dragon sect's pupils quivered slightly. A dark figure surged into the crowd like a wraith, wielding a long spear that swept through the air, leaving a serpentine shadow swirling around him. Wherever he passed, carnage ensued. It was Li Bufan. His cultivation level was core formation. He had broken through. Wait, can someone explain why a mere core formation cultivator possesses such extraordinary combat prowess? He annihilated a nascent soul with a single strike. The onlookers gazed at Li Bufan, who had plunged into their midst, their eyes trembling with disbelief. Meanwhile, he regarded the invaders of the Heavenly Mountain sect with a chilling smile, activating his murderous gaze and the celestial battle body. The golden core within him spun, unleashing a torrent of mana, with the power of inscriptions illuminating the surroundings. The dragon soul spear danced in his hands, akin to a meteor or a torrential downpour. The majestic dragon divine spear technique unfolded under the might of this supreme law. Even nascent soul cultivators, who were a realm above Li Bufan, were effortlessly obliterated. The white-browed Taoist and Li Bufan made a formidable appearance. The situation, once precarious for the Heavenly Mountain sect, had now taken a dramatic turn. Damn it, retreat. The Lord of the Turbid Water Pavilion, realizing the dire circumstances, dared not linger, intending to flee instantly. But at that moment, a figure blocked his path. It was Li Bufan. The Lord of the Turbid Water Pavilion was taken aback. He was a Godfire Realm cultivator. How could this core formation Li Bufan have the audacity to stand before him? Had he lost his mind? Seeking death. With a disdainful snort, the Lord of the Turbid Water Pavilion unleashed a palm strike. The force surged like a tidal wave, accompanied by a torrent of murky waters. This was the Turbid Water sect's spell, the Turbid Water Palm, whose power was not only fierce and domineering, but also harbored a corrosive force capable of eroding the mana of others. Yet Li Bufan smiled broadly, neither retreating nor evading. With the spear in hand, the celestial battle body surged forth, and the Eye of Slaughter erupted in tandem. Following these two formidable physiques, a third one also manifested, the Azura demon body. Boom! A torrent of violent malevolence erupted from Li Bufan's being. The intent to kill, the spirit of battle, and the aura of malevolence. Three distinct essences converged within the dragon's soul spear, materializing into a fearsome, clawed, demonic dragon. As the dragon clashed with the force of the palm, both sides were momentarily pushed back. The master of the turbid water pavilion swallowed hard, his gaze upon Li Bufan filled with unprecedented astonishment. What manner of monster are you? 3 holy level physiques. This made Li Bufan's power, even in the foundation establishment stage, terrifyingly formidable. None of you shall escape today. Li Bufan swiftly recited an incantation, channeling his mana, his form akin to a mountain, possessing boundless strength, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Summoned the giant spirit god. In an instant, a rift in the void opened. The giant spirit god, wielding the Xianhua axe, stepped forth, exuding unparalleled majesty. Giant spirit, strike him down, Li Bufan commanded with a cold smirk. The giant spirit obeyed. The giant spirit god fixed a cold gaze upon the master of the turbid water pavilion. Taking a step forward, and with a mighty swing of the Xianhua axe, unleashed a torrent of golden axe light. In the blink of an eye, the master of the turbid water pavilion was enveloped by the axe light, his eyes wide with terror. No. He exerted all his strength to resist, channeling his mana into a surging black torrent, transforming into barriers of water before him. Yet before the might of the axe light, it proved futile. Torn asunder in an instant, the axe light struck him, inflicting grievous injuries and sending him hurtling backward. As the colossal figure of the giant spirit god took a step forward, wielding the Su In-Hu axe, it struck down fiercely after failing to vanquish its opponent with a single blow. The disciples of the 3 sects were sent flying by the overwhelming force. The master of the turbid water pavilion fled in panic, but fate was unkind. He could not evade the wrath of the giant spirit god, who caught up from behind and cleaved him in two with a single swing of the axe. After fulfilling its mission, the giant spirit god dissipated into glimmering particles of light. Meanwhile, Li Bufan found himself drained of considerable magical energy when suddenly, a white figure darted towards him. It was the leader of the Pursuing Stars sect. Death approaches. Seizing the moment, he aimed to deliver a fatal strike to the weakened Li Bufan. Yet, a figure interposed itself before him. Bai Qian. With a fierce expression, she declared, "Dream on." Although she did not know Li Bufan personally, his intention to aid the Tianshan sect compelled her to thwart the ambush from the Pursuing Stars sect leader. Well done. Li Bufan smiled faintly as he crushed a recovery card. In an instant, his aura surged back to its zenith. The dragon soul spear thrust forth. Akin to a hidden dragon emerging from the sea, an unstoppable force. In a flash, the glimmering blade pierced through the chest of the Pursuing Stars sect leader, who was rendered defenseless and unable to evade the strike. Chapter 48. Advancing to the Transcendent Infant, the 9-colored Yuan infant in the Tianshan sect, the battle raged on relentlessly. With the deaths of the Pursuing Stars sect leader and the master of the turbid water pavilion, the coalition of the 3 major sects began to crumble at an alarming pace. Even the highest-ranking cultivator, the master of the Snow Dragon sect, found himself utterly overwhelmed by the white-browed Taoist, who easily subdued him. In the midst of the crowd, Li Bufan wielded the Dragon Soul Spear, an aura of murderous intent swirling around him, his magical power surging like a torrent, relentlessly erupting. Even those of a higher cultivation realm found themselves unable to withstand his ferocity, falling one after another as if he were a deity of death incarnate. Amidst the carnage, he felt warm currents flowing into his body, causing his cultivation to ascend continually. Soon, he reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. With only a single step remaining to achieve the infant transformation, such a rapid pace of advancement, if divulged, would surely astonish many, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Even the disciples of the Tianshan sect, observing this reinforcements, could not help but shudder. The overwhelming aura of slaughter was simply astounding. Resembling a god of death emerging from the depths of hell, I had witnessed seasoned generals of war, some of whom were dubbed butchers of men. Yet compared to this individual, they appeared utterly insignificant. At that moment, a wretched scream echoed through the void. The Lord of the Snow Dragon sect was struck on the head by the white-browed Taoist, spitting blood as his figure plummeted to the ground like a falling star. Thud! The earth was dented, creating a massive pit where the Snow Dragon Lord lay, barely clinging to life. Li Bufan watched with keen interest. The Snow Dragon Lord was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, and slaying him would undoubtedly yield substantial experience points. Given his current cultivation, confronting a nascent soul practitioner posed a challenge, let alone one at the peak of that stage. Yet, the Snow Dragon Lord was gravely injured. His combat power diminished to a mere fraction. Fortune favors the bold. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Bufan surged forward, his figure darting like lightning. And in the blink of an eye, he arrived before the Snow Dragon Lord, thrusting his spear with audacity. The master of the Snow Dragon sect bellowed in fury, his rage palpable. Despite his grievous injuries, he embodied the adage that a dying camel is larger than a horse. How could a mere golden core cultivator compare to him? With a swift motion, he raised his palm, channeling his formidable energy into a colossal dragon of wind and snow that howled forth. Unyielding, Li Bufan hurled his dragon soul spear with great force, transforming it into a magnificent dragon of intertwining black and white. The clash of the dual dragons unleashed a shockwave of energy that rippled outward. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged, Li Bufan, his gaze fixed upon the master of the Snow Dragon sect, his battle form igniting. With a powerful strike, he unleashed the celestial combat technique, Blood Meteor. A punch was thrust forward, his vital essence and magical power intertwining to form a crimson fist of light, piercing through the air like a shooting star. Aimed directly at the master of the Snow Dragon sect. With a resounding thud, the master was unable to evade, and a gaping wound opened in his chest. He stared in disbelief at the bloodied hole before him, unable to comprehend how it had come to this. A peak nascent soul cultivator, on the brink of death at the hands of a golden core warrior. The spear, Li Bufan, aware that vanquishing a peak nascent soul master was no trivial task, summoned the dragon soul spear back into his grasp, preparing to unleash the dragon might spear technique. As the white-browed Taoist gazed intently at Li Bufan, his eyes filled with astonishment and emotion. In a remarkably brief period, he had transformed from a once exhausted prodigy on the brink of death into a formidable figure at the core formation stage. And now he was poised to achieve the remarkable feat of transcending to the nascent soul stage. My dear brother, you truly are unparalleled in this world. At that moment, the reward for Li Bufan's vanquishing of the Snow Dragon sect's leader materialized, the nine-colored nascent soul, a supreme entity among nascent souls. Radiant hues swirled upon Li Bufan's aura platform, and amidst these brilliant lights, a diminutive figure resembling him began to take shape. In the external realm, a cascade of colors emanated from Li Bufan's being: crimson, yellow, green, azure, indigo, violet, black, and white. 9 luminous shades interweaving around him, coalescing above his head into the ethereal image of a 9-colored nascent soul, exuding an overwhelming pressure that resonated across mountains and rivers. The white-browed Taoist, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. By the heavens, it is indeed the 9-colored nascent soul, a rarity throughout the ages. Few have been able to condense such a phenomenon. Each one is a peerless genius. My brother truly possesses the bearing of an emperor. With a hearty laugh, the white-browed Taoist could not contain his joy for Li Bufan. Meanwhile, the other members of the Tianshan sect were equally astounded by the scene before them. Is this truly the legendary Li Bufan? He is indeed extraordinary, to have slain 3 sect leaders in succession. Although the Snow Dragon sect leader was gravely injured, it suffices to prove that this individual is exceptional. And now, to manifest the 9-colored nascent soul, how immensely powerful he has become. This individual is destined to become a formidable force in the future. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes filled with profound envy as they gazed upon Li Bufan. After he successfully condensed his nascent soul, a subtle smile graced his lips as he felt the surge of newfound power within him. His divine consciousness expanded, enveloping a radius of 10 miles. This divine consciousness is a unique ability possessed by those who have reached the nascent soul stage. Typically, a newly advanced cultivator's divine consciousness would cover merely 100 meters, yet Li Bufan achieved an astonishing 10-mile radius, a staggering difference of 100 times. Such is the might of the 9-colored nascent soul. Truly splendid. The pursuit of wealth and fortune lies in peril, and it proves to be true. Li Bufan laughed heartily, gripping his dragon soul spear, with the 9-colored nascent soul hovering above his head, his black hair billowing in the wind, exuding the vigor of a youthful sovereign. Congratulations, my brother. At this moment, the white-browed Taoist approached slowly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect with a smile. Li Bufan retracted his nine-colored nascent soul and replied, "It was merely luck, my elder brother. By the way, the three sects have come to besiege the Tianshan sect. We must respond in kind." As he spoke, a cold light flickered in his eyes. The white-browed Taoist felt a twinge of unease. His foster brother was remarkable in every aspect, save for his overwhelming bloodlust. However, recalling the three sects' audacious attack on the Tianshan sect during his absence ignited a flame of fury within him, and he spoke coldly, "Indeed, the sect leaders of the three sects are now deceased, and the remaining ones are but mere rabble. Yet, even if they are mere rabble, I shall capture them all, so that the world may witness the fate of those who oppose the Tianshan sect." "Ah, splendid. I shall lend you my support, dear brother." Li Bufan replied with a slight smile. This was a splendid opportunity to harvest experience. He could not afford to miss it. However, with merely three sects to contend with, there is no need to trouble my esteemed brother. The elder brother speaks too highly of me. Since I have come as a guest to your Tianshan sect, it would be remiss of me to arrive empty-handed. Let these three sects serve as my humble gift." Li Bufan chuckled, upon seeing his resolute determination. The white-browed Taoist did not intervene. Thus, they proceeded to organize their actions against the three sections. With the demise of their leaders, dealing with them became significantly easier. The white-browed Taoist divided the group into three parties, each heading towards the three major sections. Li Bufan was entrusted with one of them, the Turbid Water Pavilion, accompanied by the young master of Tianshan sect, Bai Qian. Chapter 49. Obediently call me Uncle Li, and I shall break the formation with a single strike. May I inquire, Taoist Li, how did you come to forge a brotherly bond with my father? On the way to the Turbid Water Pavilion, Bai Qian asked curiously. Gazing at the fair and beautiful young master before him, Li Bufan wore a playful smile. Strictly speaking, you ought to address me as Uncle Li. Uncle Li? Bai Qian regarded this youth, pondering that he could not possibly be more than half her age. Calling him Uncle Li seemed rather advantageous. Taoist Li, you jest. Bai Qian managed a strained smile. Oh, if you choose not to, then so be it. Li Bufan shrugged, not pressing the matter further. Yet, Bai Qian occasionally cast glances at Li Bufan. Her curiosity piqued. How had he come to know her father? How had he achieved such stature at such a tender age? Why was he labeled as the ruthless demon who annihilated cities and sects? Was he truly as heinous as claimed? If that were the case, how could her father possibly associate with him? Her mind swirled with questions. With an urgent desire to inquire, she bit her lip, stomped her foot, and once more approached Li Bufan. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Uncle Li. Ah, my dear. A contented smile spread across Li Bufan's face. If you have any questions for Uncle, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you, I shall speak candidly. I wish to know how you forged a brotherly bond with my father. Quite simply, we hit it off instantly, sharing mutual sentiments, and having endured hardships together. Thus we became brothers, Li Bufan replied with a faint smile. Is that all? What else would there be? Endured hardships? What hardships, pray tell? Oh, when my elder brother was pursued, I rescued him. Later, when Emperor Zhou sought to take my life, my brother also came to my aid, Li Bufan recounted. His words were delivered with a nonchalant air, yet Bai Qian understood that the events must have been profoundly harrowing. Otherwise, the world would not have rumored the demise of Bai Mei. Curiously, she pressed on. Is it true that you slaughtered an entire city and exterminated a sect? The slaughter of the city is false, but the extermination of the sect is true. In fact, I have obliterated several, he stated. And now, we are about to extinguish yet another. Oh, I have heard that you fought valiantly for my father's sake over 800 miles. Indeed. Is the medical immortal beautiful? Does she demand a hefty price? How did you cultivate to achieve your current prowess? Bai Qian transformed into a veritable fountain of inquiries, her questions flowing one after another. Li Bufan felt overwhelmed, initially reluctant to respond, yet as Bai Qian grasped his hand, calling him Uncle Li with endearing insistence, he could only acquiesce and answer each question in turn. Not far away, a group of disciples from the Tianshan sect, following Li Bufan and Bai Qian, gazed in astonishment at Bai Qian, who appeared to be acting coy. It was the first time they had witnessed her in such a manner. So this is how it is. Bai Qian, looking at Li Bufan with admiration, envy, and emotion in her eyes, remarked, all along, I have been hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Tianshan sect. Having practiced within the sect since childhood, I seldom ventured outside for training. Yet, in less than a year, Uncle Li's experiences have surpassed my decades of cultivation. She had made up her mind. Once they dealt with the matters of the turbid water pavilion, she would embark on her own journey of experience. Hearing that the great wilderness was rife with turmoil lately, with various prodigies vying for the sacred order, she mused, at 58 years of age, I still have 2 years remaining before the 60th year limit. Perhaps I could compete. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan, who was drinking water nearby, nearly spat it out. What? 58 years old? He looked incredulously at Bai Qian, who seemed to be in her early 20s and radiantly beautiful, unable to believe that she was already 58. However, upon further reflection, it was common for practitioners to possess techniques that preserve their youthful appearance. Moreover, considering that she was the daughter of Bai Mei, it was reasonable that she would not be particularly young. Indeed, he realized he had been too naive. Li Bufan shook his head with a smile. Just then, a sound like crashing waves echoed from afar. They beheld a vast lake. Unlike any ordinary one, its waters were black. A swirling murkiness emanated from it, with countless dead fish bobbing on the surface, and an acrid stench wafted towards them as they approached. In the center of the lake, there lay an island. On the island stands a multitude of edifices, prominently featuring the Zhuangshui Pavilion. Indeed, the name Zhuangshui Pavilion is aptly chosen, for the water here is exceedingly murky and foul-smelling. How can anyone possibly endure living in such conditions? Li Bufan wrinkled his nose in disdain. It is said that the practitioners of the Zhuangshui Pavilion possess a certain spell that can seal their sense of smell. Otherwise, who could withstand the stench on a daily basis? Bai Qian also wore an expression of revulsion. However, they soon discerned that the lake surrounding the Zhuangshui Pavilion was not as simple as it appeared. It seemed to harbor a formation. Bai Qian was the first to strike, her palm thrusting outward. As her force surged into the air, the surrounding waters churned violently, gradually dismantling her attack. Young sect master, Taoist Li. This is the protective formation of the Zhuangshui Pavilion. Breaking through it will not be an easy feat, remarked an elder. Look, the golden stone tablet at the center of the island. When the waters surged just now, it radiated a flickering light. It must be the core of the formation. A disciple proficient in formations from Tianshan sect noted. The master of Zhuangshui Pavilion has already perished at my hands. What is this mere protective formation worth? Li Bufan chuckled lightly. He then drew forth the Dragon Soul Spear. In an instant, his magical energy surged forth, roiling the waters around him. With a sweeping thrust, 3 formidable forces erupted, accompanied by intricate runes, transforming into a majestic and formidable golden dragon. Dragon Roar Spear Technique. Unleash with full force. Boom. The surface of the lake exploded. The terrifying golden dragon roared as it charged towards the stone tablet on the small island, the surrounding murky waters churning violently in an attempt to dismantle the dragon's assault. Yet, they were all torn asunder. The onlookers could not help but stare in astonishment. Even though they anticipated that Li Bufan, after his breakthrough, would possess terrifying combat prowess, they never imagined it would reach such an astonishing level. How did he come to comprehend so many extraordinary inscriptions? Furthermore, he emanates the fluctuations of 3 distinct physiques, each seemingly of saintly caliber. How utterly fearsome. Such a prodigy, not only in the vast wilderness, but even among the top 10 realms, would undoubtedly be considered one of the most formidable existences. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes reflecting a hint of reverence as they beheld Li Bufan. Boom. Ultimately, the golden dragon collided with the golden steel upon the small island, accompanied by a resounding explosion, shattering the steel. The waves upon the lake gradually subsided. The protective formation of the Zhuangshui Pavilion shattered. From within the island, numerous cultivators surged forth, their gazes fixed upon Li Bufan and Bai Qian, filled with resolute determination. You wish to extinguish my Zhuangshui Pavilion? You must be dreaming. We shall fight back with all our might. Who would have thought that the Tianshan sect could be so tyrannical, attempting to annihilate a sect? Such brutal actions are truly contemptible in the eyes of the entire cultivation world. Bai Qian observed the cultivators, who appeared ready to sacrifice themselves, a cold smile gracing her lips. Did you consider today when you attacked my Tianshan sect? We merely respond in kind, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Kill. With a chilling command, Bai Qian was the first to charge forth, followed closely by the others. Li Bufan regarded the throng of cultivators, a frigid and savage smile emerging on his face. TSK, this is all experience points. Chapter 50. A single shot to vanquish the talented. Shall we join forces? This is indeed a wealth of experience. A cold and ruthless smile crept across Li Buffan's face as his figure flickered like lightning, propelling him swiftly towards the island at the center of the lake. An elder, upon spotting him, narrowed his eyes in recognition. Li Buffan. Without uttering a word, he swung his blade towards Li Buffan. This weapon was no ordinary one. Coupled with the elder's transformation into the infant realm, the blade's radiance descended like a mountain, causing the very island to tremble. Yet, Li Buffan laughed heartily, showing no intent to evade. The dragon's soul spear was thrust forward. A domineering dragon shadow soared into the sky, shattering the blade's light into fragments. Boom! The elder, caught completely off guard, was instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood mist. Dead beyond recovery. The host has slain the elder of the turbid water pavilion, acquiring the water inscription. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Buffan integrated it into his Dao platform. Inscriptions are a profound form of power. With 3,000 paths, there exist 3,000 inscriptions. Each additional inscription provides a slight enhancement to combat prowess. Although the higher one's cultivation, the less significant the assistance of inscriptions becomes. Once the number of inscriptions reaches a certain threshold, the power unleashed can be formidable. For instance, in the realms of transformation and beyond, the impact of 1 or 2 inscriptions in battles between cultivators is minimal. However, should one party suddenly wield hundreds of inscriptions, even if the opposing party possesses slightly superior cultivation, they would be suppressed or even crushed. Thus, in the cultivation world, there are those who specialize in comprehending the power of inscriptions. Regrettably, throughout history, the cultivator who has deciphered the greatest number of inscriptions has only managed to grasp a little over 100. Strike. Upon acquiring the water inscription, Li Buffan experienced a slight enhancement in his combat prowess. A multitude of inscriptions shimmered and intertwined around him, forming an overwhelming web of runes that enveloped all the approaching cultivators in the vicinity. The formidable power of the inscriptions, combined with his transformation into the infant realm, rendered those beneath this level unable to stand firm before him. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they were obliterated into nothingness. The entire island gradually became stained with blood, with lifeless bodies drifting upon the murky surface of the lake. Everyone was consumed by a frenzy of bloodshed. This was the war of annihilation. At that moment, as Li Buffan and his companions wreaked havoc, a series of radiant figures suddenly appeared nearby, hovering above the turbid water pavilion. These individuals appeared remarkably youthful, each exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Among them was a young man in white, wielding a fan, his eyes sparkling with an interplay of black and white energies, his surroundings manifesting an intricate Taiji diagram. There was also a young monk clad in golden robes, grasping a staff, his aura exuding a serene sanctity that enveloped those around him in a refreshing breeze. Accompanying them was a man in black, whose overwhelming mana resembled a vast ocean, emanating waves of sound reminiscent of a roaring tsunami. Lastly, a stunningly beautiful woman stood poised in midair, her presence grand and majestic, subtly resonating with the sound of a drawn sword. It was evident that these 4 were exceptional prodigies. It was he. A flicker of surprise crossed the beautiful woman's eyes. She was Shi Yao, who recognized Li Buffan. Upon seeing his long, lustrous black hair, her astonishment deepened. He had not only recovered, but had also advanced to the infant realm. How could he have achieved this? Ah, he is indeed Li Buffan. A man beside Shi Yao expressed curiosity, gently waving his fan as he remarked, "Shall we take action?" "Let us observe the situation first," came the reply. "We are still uncertain whether the rumors hold any truth." The battle on the island raged on, yet the arrival of several figures did not go unnoticed. Among them were Shi Yao of the Peach Blossom Sword sect, Isu of the Yin Yang Dao sect, Daozi Shui Feng Tian of the Five Elements Divine sect, and Ming Feng, the Buddhist disciple of the Xuanqing Buddha sect. Bai Qian recognized these 4 individuals, her expression turning solemn. Each of them was a renowned prodigy within the great wilderness, and their presence undoubtedly signified a pivotal shift in the ongoing conflict. However, the reason for their arrival intrigued the crowd. An elder from the Zhuoshui pavilion, aware of their intentions, proclaimed loudly, "Noble prodigies, I know why you are here. If you assist me in eliminating Li Buffan, I shall gladly present you with the sacred decree." The mention of the sacred decree startled everyone. Who would have anticipated that the Zhuoshui pavilion possessed such a treasure? It was clear now why these four prodigies had congregated here. They were evidently drawn by the allure of the sacred decree. This predicament had escalated. How foolish it would be to oppose these four exceptional talents. Meanwhile, Li Bufan stood in bewilderment. Grasping his dragon soul spear, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of corpses and blood. Is there some mistake? With so many individuals here, why is it that they seek my demise? The elder, hearing his words, glared with crimson eyes, his rage palpable. You wretched fiend, how dare you speak so boldly? You have shattered the grand formation of my Zhuangshui pavilion and slain numerous elders and disciples of my sect. Regardless of the others, you must perish. He discerned that Li Bufan posed the greatest threat in the vicinity. Only by eliminating him could Zhuangshui Pavilion hope for a sliver of survival. Upon hearing the elder's words, the eyes of several prodigies brightened. The rumors were indeed true. Zhuangshui Pavilion possessed the sacred order. This journey had not been in vain. Yet, who would strike first? The group exchanged glances, for the sacred order was singular, yet force stood before it. Initially, they had planned to engage in a fair battle upon witnessing the sacred order. But now, with the emergence of Li Bufan, who sought the order, it necessitated his elimination first. Shiryao cast a glance at Li Bufan, who radiated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Recalling the moment when he had sacrificed his lifespan to summon the avatar of Neza, she couldn't help but shudder, fearing he might resort to such desperation once more. It would be unwise to engage in conflict. I shall withdraw from this contest, Shiryao stated calmly, stepping aside. The others looked on in astonishment. It is evident that Li Bufan is indeed extraordinary, to instill such trepidation that you would willingly forfeit the sacred order. Isu, the Taoist of the Yinyang sect, smiled faintly. That works to my advantage. One less contender for me. The coldly indifferent youth from the Five Elements Divine sect, Shui Fengtian, then made his move without further ado, charging towards Li Bufan. A palm strike erupted forth, unleashing an immense wave of water, showcasing his prowess nearing the transformation of infant stage. Infinite tides surged forth, manifesting the water-based spells of the Five Elements Divine sect. Not even at the transformation of infant stage, yet you dare to act? You seek death. Li Bufan laughed heartily, unleashing a sweeping strike with his spear. The dragon-shaped spear light piercing through the air and tearing apart the waves. Water Fengtian was struck directly, his body exploding with a resounding crash. Obliterated in a single move. What? How could this be possible? The remaining few prodigies were taken aback, and even Shiryao, who was aware of Li Bufan's formidable strength, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her face filled with horror. This power was far more terrifying than before. Entirely on a different level. What had he experienced during this time? How could he have transformed to such an extent? They were weak, utterly weak. Is this what they call prodigies? They were hardly worth mentioning. You three need not waste any more time. Why not join forces? Li Bufan chuckled, wielding the dragon soul spear, his aura exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Chapter 51. The astute Shiryao, favor card holding the dragon soul, Li Bufan, having dispatched the prodigy in a mere stroke, radiated an impressive presence that dwarfed the several prodigies suspended in the air, causing their expressions to darken significantly. The ability to eliminate Water Fengtian in a single move was indeed terrifying. At last, I understand why you, Shiryao, chose to avoid confrontation. This individual's strength is undeniably formidable, incomparable to any ordinary prodigy. Was he truly born in the Great Wilderness? Even the top prodigy from the Great Wilderness would likely pale in comparison. Besides Shiryao, the monk Ming Feng exchanged a glance with Yi Su, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. They then inhaled deeply. Ming Feng stepped forward, stating resolutely, the sacred command must not fail. Upon concluding his words, a radiant aura enveloped him, and the staff in his hand emanated a resplendent, sacred power, transforming into a golden silhouette of a Buddha. This was the mental prowess of a celestial being. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Su's eyes. Those who have attained the realm of celestial beings possess the ability to embed their consciousness within various objects, unleashing it in critical moments, often to protect their descendants. Ming Feng's mental force was derived from a pinnacle celestial being of the Xuanxin Buddhist sect, with power that had ascended to the realm of divine fire. Yi Su, unwilling to be outdone, waved his sleeve, and two long swords, one black and one white, soared forth from his garment. intertwining their energies to form a colossal Taiji diagram. The two swords stood at the diagram's two focal points, exuding an overwhelming pressure, a formidable formation crafted from high-level magical treasures. The two prodigies were now fully unleashing their hidden cards. Shiryao observed from the sidelines, still refraining from intervening, yet her gaze remained fixed on the battle, eager to discern Li Bufan's true strength. Ah, splendid. Come, let me see what your hidden cards can do against me. Li Bufan bellowed with laughter, his spear firmly planted, his magical energy surging like an ocean, shaking the surroundings. As Ming Feng raised his hand, the enormous Buddha silhouette's palm descended in unison, akin to a mountain aiming to suppress Li Bufan directly. Meanwhile, Isu's two swords whirled in the air. He concentrated his sword's point. Magical energy cascaded onto the formation, and two beams of sword light, one black and one white, spiraled together, transforming into a torrent rushing towards Li Bufan. Both prodigies unleashed their full might, their power terrifyingly immense, as if two practitioners of the divine fire realm were simultaneously launching an assault. Yet, Li Bufan exhibited no semblance of fear. On the contrary, he raised the dragon soul spear with keen interest, a smile gracing his face as he thrust it forward with resolute force. The golden dragon shadow reemerged, colliding with the assaults of the two illustrious talents, resulting in a thunderous explosion within the void. The terrifying shockwave compelled both celestial figures to stagger backward. How formidable! They are unable to subdue him even now. Shiryao, are you not going to join us in our efforts? You have ascended to the transformation stage, and with the Peach Blossom Divine Sword technique, our combined strength could surely overpower him. Isu called out to Shiryao. Yet, she merely rolled her eyes in response. Not only did she refrain from engaging, but she also took a step back. Ridiculous. To drag her into this mess is out of the question. Should Li Bufan be cornered, and should he resort to another sacrificial summoning, it would not just be them, the few celestial figures, but even the elders of their sect would be of no consequence. Boom. At that moment, from amidst the swirling dust, Li Bufan burst forth. His eyes glowed crimson, the eye of carnage igniting with an intense murderous intent as his spear locked onto Isu. Without uttering a word, he lunged forward. The latter activated the yin-yang sword formation in a bid to resist. However, it was futile. With a resounding crash, the Taiji diagram was shattered by Li Bufan's spear. Sending the two swords, the spear pierced through the air like a shooting star, traversing an immense distance in the blink of an eye. It struck Ming Feng from behind, sending his body soaring and impaling him onto a towering peak. The host has slain the Buddhist disciple of the Xuanxin Temple, obtaining the golden body of Tathagata. The golden body of Tathagata is a profound and supreme technique, rivaling the legendary Dragon God Spear technique. With this, Li Bufan now possessed two supreme techniques. It is worth noting that even in the vast wilderness, possessing a single supreme technique would mark one as a top-tier talent among the entire realm. Two supreme techniques place Li Bufan among the elite. Furthermore, in addition to the supreme techniques, he also boasts three exceptional physiques, numerous inscriptions, and the most terrifying summoning technique. After Li Bufan had slain three prodigies, he turned his gaze toward Shiryao, who had accompanied them. She quickly clasped her hands in respect and said, Li Daoyu, your might is unparalleled, truly a paragon among prodigies. I wholeheartedly acknowledge your strength. The manifestation order rightfully belongs to you, and the others are simply unworthy to contend with you. Li Bufan remarked to himself, this woman is quite perceptive. Furthermore, throughout the previous battle, she had merely observed and did not intervene, clearly fearful of opposing him. He mused, if only others shared your sense of reason, the world would be spared much bloodshed, and I would not be labeled a murderous fiend. Shiryao felt a flush of embarrassment. She genuinely feared that Li Bufan might become so enthralled by his own rage that he would eliminate her as well. Suddenly, Li Bufan inquired, by the way, what is your name? Shiryao was left speechless. Regardless of the circumstances, one must acknowledge that I am a renowned prodigy within the vast wilderness. Moreover, I had previously extended an invitation to you in the city of Blacksha. How could you have forgotten so swiftly? This is quite perplexing. Stone Yao felt a tinge of frustration internally, yet she refrained from expressing it outwardly. With a polite gesture, she smiled and introduced herself. I am called Stone Yao, a disciple of the Peach Blossom Divine Sword sect. Ah, Stone Yao, I shall remember you, Li Bufan replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Stone Yao's emotions were somewhat intricate. Being noted by such a notorious killer left her uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. On another front, amidst the island's tumult, Bai Qian and her companions were engaged in a fierce battle against the turbid water pavilion. Upon witnessing Li Bufan slay 3 prodigies in quick succession, the morale of the majority within the turbid water pavilion dwindled significantly, retreating in disarray. Particularly after Li Bufan entered the fray, many turned pale with fright. Several elders brandished various magical artifacts, attempting to encircle him, yet they were all swiftly subdued by Li Bufan. Host slays an elder of the turbid water pavilion, obtaining a recovery card. Host slays an elder of the turbid water pavilion, obtaining a favor card. A favor card? What might this be? Li Bufan was taken aback and clicked to explore further. Favor card, to be used on a target, can enhance the target's fondness for the host. No, this card can be reused. Enhancing others' fondness for oneself? This piqued Li Bufan's interest, and he resolved to find an opportune moment to experiment with it. The carnage persisted, and soon, the entire turbid water pavilion was eradicated through the combined efforts of Li Bufan and Bai Qian. Following this, they proceeded to gather the spoils of war. Li Bufan wandered through the turbid water pavilion, wielding his long spear, diligently searching for spoils while keenly observing for any potential survivors or those feigning death. If he came across any, he would swiftly deliver a finishing blow, embodying the commendable tradition of eradicating threats entirely. Chapter 52. Another sacred order. As Li Bufan scoured for treasures and executed his grim task, a figure suddenly erupted from the sea of corpses, dashing toward the distance. Ah, someone truly is playing dead. Li Bufan grinned, immediately pursuing the individual. The person possessed considerable prowess, nearing the divine fire realm, and was an elder of the turbid water pavilion. The chase ensued, with both parties racing beyond the island's confines. Spare me, and I shall offer you all the spirit stones and treasures I possess, not to mention the sacred order. This is an object coveted by all the prodigies in the great wilderness. With it, you can enter the sacred cave. The elder implored hastily. Foolish. If I eliminate you, wouldn't all of those treasures then belong to me? Li Bufan retorted with a dismissive smirk. He then recited an incantation, his form resembling a towering mountain, imbued with immense strength. As he summoned the might of the giant spirit god, the formidable deity stepped forth from the void, wielding an axe that cleaved through the elder and a mountain alike, rendering them into halves. Li Bufan approached, collecting the elder's spatial ring and other valuables. Upon inspection, he discovered that, aside from a trove of spirit stones, there lay a resplendent golden token, the very sacred order that all the prodigies of the great wilderness were vying for. Ah, thus I find myself in possession of 2 sacred orders. Li Bufan smiled faintly as he turned back towards the Zhuangshui pavilion. Bai Qian approached him, curiosity evident in her expression. How did it go? Did you eliminate the one feigning death? Indeed, Li Bufan nodded, retrieving a sacred order and tossing it to her. My dear niece, as this is our first meeting, it would be remiss of me not to present you with a token. Consider this sacred order as a gift to commemorate our acquaintance. After all, he already possessed one. Having an extra was merely a waste. Better served as a gesture of goodwill. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. This was a sacred order, a coveted prize fiercely contested by the foremost talents across the vast wilderness. And yet, it was so casually bestowed. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback before hastily responding. Uncle Li, this is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. Though she had previously expressed a desire to seize a sacred order, she was well aware of the minuscule odds of success. Now that it had been so generously placed in her hands, accepting it felt burdensome. The favor was simply too significant, and she feared she would be unable to repay it in the future. Not at all. This humble token is of little consequence. If I wish for more in the future, I can always venture forth to claim additional ones, Li Bufan replied. His words inadvertently instilled a sense of misunderstanding among the crowd. Was acquiring a sacred order truly so simple? Nearby, Shi Yao was on the verge of tears. She and her companions had fought tooth and nail for such an order, yet here Li Bufan was, offering one without a second thought. At that moment, she gazed at Bai Qian, her eyes brimming with envy. Alas, Bai Qian was a master of the divine fire realm, her cultivation far surpassing her own. Moreover, with Li Bufan present, she felt it unwise to act hastily. Despite her advanced age, she still addresses him as uncle. How shameless this woman is. Shi Yao murmured softly. However, Bai Qian, possessing keen hearing, immediately caught the remark and cast a frosty glance in her direction. Li Shu is my father's sworn brother. Is there something wrong with my calling him uncle? She retorted. Indeed, is there a problem? Li Bufan tilted his head and inquired. No problem at all. Shi Yao hastily waved her hand. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. She dared not linger and swiftly made her exit. Meanwhile, after Li Bufan had nearly finished packing the spoils from the Zhuangshui pavilion, Bai Qian also returned to the Tianshan sect. Along the way, everyone was abuzz with excitement. This battle had yielded remarkable rewards, not to mention the sacred decree. The abundant spiritual stones and magical artifacts would suffice for over a decade. Most crucially, with the fall of the Zhuangshui pavilion, their territory would henceforth be governed by the Tianshan sect, ensuring a continuous influx of resources. As they journeyed, Li Bufan and Bai Qian gradually grew more familiar with one another. The latter, now comfortably addressing him as Uncle Li, had shed her initial shyness. The other members of the Tianshan sect held deep respect and admiration for this youthful, yet formidable cultivator. Throughout their interactions, they discovered that outside of the battlefield, he was quite amicable, warm-hearted, generous, and humorous, devoid of any airs of arrogance. In no time, the bonds among the group had strengthened considerably. Upon their return to the Tianshan sect, aside from Bai Mei, the rest of the team had also arrived back, bringing with them significant achievements. The Chasing Star sect had already been annihilated. Now, it only remains for Bai Mei to deal with the Xuelong sect. With the absence of the sect master, the Xuelong sect is hardly worth mentioning. Given the sect master's formidable strength, it can be said that it would be an effortless task, and there is no need for the young sect master to worry, one elder remarked. Bai Qian nodded slightly. Although that was the case, considering the time, her father should have returned by now, yet there was no news. The elder also expressed some confusion. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. Bai Mei, accompanied by his entourage, entered the palace. We are back. Upon seeing him, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Father, why have you returned so late? Bai Qian inquired curiously. I encountered an old friend on the way and was delayed for a bit, which is why I returned later than expected, Bai Mei replied with a smile. Everyone then noticed an elderly man with white hair beside Bai Mei. The old man, with his youthful demeanor and sprightly spirit, was clad in a gray robe, a bagua belt wrapped around his waist, and held a whisk in his hand, exuding an aura of a transcendent being. He certainly appeared to be a person of great stature. However, the crowd exchanged glances, devoid of any recognition. Such a figure exists in the vast wilderness? Allow me to introduce you all. This is Taoist Yun He, hailing from Dewu land. A dear friend I made during my youthful travels across the world, Bai Mei announced with a smile. Taoist Yun He nodded at the crowd, then fixed his gaze upon Li Bufan, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Surely, this must be as Bai Mei described, indeed a person of exceptional talent. A true dragon among men. Indeed. Mai is unparalleled in the world. Bai Mei exclaimed, pride radiating from his expression. Unbeknownst to him, one might mistakenly believe that the Cloud Crane Taoist was extolling his virtues. Li Bufan clasped his hands in respect towards the Cloud Crane Taoist, greeting him with reverence. Oh, no need for such formality, the elder replied. By the way, father, how have matters with the Snow Dragon sect been resolved? Bai Qian inquired. Rest assured, that trifling Snow Dragon sect has already fallen under my control, Bai Mei Taoist chuckled. As everyone had anticipated, the Snow Dragon sect proved to be no match for Bai Mei. Time passed swiftly. Li Bufan had resided within the Tianshan sect for half a month. During this period, Bai Mei Taoist and Cloud Crane Taoist had both been guiding his cultivation, providing him with invaluable insights, while marveling at his innate talent. The three exceptional physiques and numerous exquisite inscriptions alone were sufficient to elevate him among the elite prodigies of the world, not to mention his enigmatic summoning technique. It was no wonder that the Panwu dynasty had issued such a substantial bounty. Cloud Crane Taoist remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Hearing this, Bai Mei Taoist's gaze sharpened. Brother Cloud Crane, do you possess any means to safeguard my sworn brother from the Panwu dynasty? Cloud Crane Taoist rolled his eyes and replied. You know well the nature of the Panwu dynasty. How could I single-handedly ensure his safety? At most, I can shield him from some troubles. But if the Panwu dynasty is truly determined to eliminate him, he would only find refuge within the sacred cave of manifestation. Chapter 53. The Drunken Fairy and the use of favor cards. On this particular day, Li Bufan was practicing his spear technique atop a mountain peak in the Tianshan sect. Surrounding him, dragon shadows danced wildly, roaring with tremendous force that shook the very earth. The entire mountain quaked under the weight of his aura. In the distance, Cloud Crane Taoist and Bai Mei Taoist observed, their eyes filled with admiration. His cultivation technique grows increasingly formidable. Indeed, to speak of nothing else. This supreme spear technique alone suffices to enable him to sweep through the younger generation of cultivators in the vast wilderness. When encountering the prodigies from the other 9 realms, he might yet possess the strength to contend with them. The two exchanged their silent reflections. At this moment, Bai Qian approached slowly and inquired, "Father, Uncle Li has been practicing with the spear for an entire day and night. Is he not weary?" This is precisely the aspect that elicits admiration for your Uncle Li. Despite possessing extraordinary innate talent, his diligence in cultivation surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Yet, should he continue in such a relentless manner, it is feared he may risk losing himself in the process. Indeed, while diligence is commendable, cultivation must also embrace the balance of work and rest. Take him out for a stroll, suggested the white-browed Taoist. Bai Qian's eyes brightened at this thought, as she had intended the same. Having obtained the sacred order, she felt immense gratitude towards Li Bufan and had been pondering how to repay him during this time. As Li Bufan was practicing with the spear, he noticed Bai Qian approaching and, retracting his dragon soul spear and calming his aura, asked, "Niece, do you require something?" Bai Qian's lips twitched slightly at the term. Niece, though she had grown accustomed to calling him Uncle Li, hearing him refer to her as such still felt somewhat awkward. After all, her age far surpassed his by several folds. "No, Uncle Li, I merely believe your rigorous practice with the spear is excessive. I thought to take you out to relax a bit. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Bufan considered her words and found them to hold some merit. He nodded in agreement. Very well. After organizing his thoughts, he followed Bai Qian and departed from Tianshan sect, wandering to a nearby city. They meandered through the scenic landscapes, indulging in a sense of freedom. As night fell, the vibrant streets were adorned with colorful lanterns, and fireworks illuminated the sky, as a grand temple fair was underway. Li Bufan and his companions' eyes sparkled with excitement, deciding to spend the night exploring the city. They enjoyed the cherry blossoms, strolled through the lantern festival, solved riddles, and savored candied hawthorns, immersing themselves in joyous revelry. Occasionally savoring mundane pleasures proved to be an amusing diversion. Bai Qian, holding a skewer of candied hawthorns, smiled gently before taking a bite, her brows lifting in delight. So sweet, so delicious. Li Bufan observed her with a shake of his head, reflecting that despite his niece being many times older than him, in certain aspects, she resembled a little girl, still reveling in the sweetness of candied hawthorns. Indeed, while cultivators may possess longevity, their experiences in the mortal realm often leave their dispositions less mature than that of some children. After his jest, Li Bufan took a bite of his own candied hawthorn. "Hurry up, you little wine enthusiast." At that moment, he noticed an elderly woman with disheveled hair being ejected from a tavern nearby. She fell to the ground, yet clung tightly to a wine jar. "Madam, are you all right?" Bai Qian, with her kind heart, rushed over to assist her. The old woman rose, clutching her jar, and took a large swig, belching contentedly. "Ah, dear girl, would you care for a taste?" Bai Qian shook her head, declining the offer. "However, esteemed elder, I perceive a profound reservoir of magical power within you. How have you found yourself in such a predicament?" Indeed, during her support of the old woman, Bai Qian had already sensed the surging aura of magical energy emanating from her, far surpassing her own. Logically, an individual of such caliber could thrive anywhere. So why had she fallen to the point of being expelled from an inn? Haha, young lady, have you ever heard of the moniker Drunken Immortal? Drunken Immortal. Bai Qian seemed to recall something, gasping in astonishment. One of the 3 extraordinary figures of the great wilderness, the Drunken Immortal? You are the Drunken Immortal? Indeed, the old woman replied, taking another sip of her drink. Li Bufan, standing by, was somewhat taken aback. The 3 remarkable figures of the great wilderness referred to 3 unconventional cultivators, the Drunken Immortal, the Healing Immortal, and the Gambling Sage. Each of these individuals was formidable, yet possessed peculiar temperaments. The Drunken Immortal had a penchant for liquor, often rendering herself inebriated. The Healing Immortal was driven by wealth, demanding substantial fees for her healing services. The Gambling Sage had a passion for gambling, reportedly wagering away even his own life in a single reckless bet. Of the three, only the drunken immortal and the healing immortal remained. Li Bufan had encountered the healing immortal before. He had not anticipated meeting the drunken immortal here today. Esteemed elder, I am the young master of the Tianshan sect. I have long revered your esteemed name. Might I invite you to our sect for a discussion? Bai Qian hurriedly extended the invitation. The drunken immortal was a figure of great renown. It was said her cultivation was on par with, if not superior to, the leaders of the 7 sects of the great wilderness. Forming a connection with her would undoubtedly bring immeasurable benefits to the Tianshan sect. Not going. I wish to find another place to indulge and drink. The drunken fairy shook her head, clutching the wine jar, swaying unsteadily as she prepared to depart. At that moment, Bai Qian suddenly interjected, "We have exquisite wine at Tianshan sect, brewed from the 1,000-year-old snow fruit. It is refreshingly cool upon entry, with a robust aftertaste, rich and clear. Come." Upon hearing of such fine wine, the drunken fairy's eyes sparkled, and she immediately seized Bai Qian's hand, eager to leave. Li Bufan, standing nearby, promptly followed suit. Upon their return to Tianshan sect, the white-browed Taoist caught sight of the drunken fairy, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, drunken fairy, what brings you to my Tianshan sect?" It was evident he recognized her. "Haha, Whitebrow, after all these years, you still remain at the divine realm. Yet to break through to unification?" The drunken fairy laughed heartily. Whitebrow's lips twitched in response. "You strike me as a drunkard right from the start, this old wretch. Humph, you're not faring much better yourself. After all these years, you still appear as this tipsy old crone, and I presume you have yet to make any breakthroughs. Oh, achieving greatness is not so easily attained. I come today solely for the purpose of drinking. I have heard tales of your sect's 1,000-year-old fine brew. If we have it, I shan't share it with you. Don't be so stingy." The drunken fairy persisted, and with no other choice, Whitebrow relented and sent someone to fetch the exquisite wine. Li Bufan observed from the side, finding the scene quite amusing. Indeed, the realm of cultivation is filled with all sorts of peculiar individuals. "Little one, would you care for a drink?" The drunken fairy smiled at Li Bufan. "No, thank you." Li Bufan shook his head. "Very well," the drunken fairy conceded, not pressing the matter further. The next day unfolded. Li Bufan rose early to engage in his cultivation and noticed a figure sprawled on the ground nearby. His expression shifted slightly as he approached to investigate, only to discover the inebriated fairy of drunkenness, utterly unconscious. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief at her state. How much had she truly consumed? Choosing to disregard her, he resumed his practice with the spear. After completing his training, he sat down to rest and opened his system inventory, where a card caught his eye. A favorability card. To whom could this card be applied? Li Bufan took the card into his hands, glancing at the fairy of drunkenness nearby. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Her formidable cultivation level was said to be just a step away from that of a great power. Forming a connection with her might prove advantageous. With this in mind and a spirit of experimentation, he crushed the card in his grasp, targeting the fairy of drunkenness. Chapter 54. The Past of the Drunken Fairy. Becoming siblings, enemies approaching. Favorability card activated. Target locked, the fairy of drunkenness. As the heavily intoxicated fairy was struck by an unseen shimmer of light, her body trembled momentarily before she lapsed back into her stupor. Li Bufan chose not to disturb her, planning to observe the effects of the card once she regained consciousness. Shortly thereafter, the fairy of drunkenness stirred, stretching languidly before her gaze fell upon Li Bufan. She paused, taken aback for a moment. "Oh, how come I never noticed before? This young man is quite handsome." Seeing her awake, Li Bufan fetched a basin of water. "Senior, you're awake. You must have had quite a bit to drink yesterday. Please, freshen up." "Ah, yes, thank you," she replied, exhibiting a commendable degree of politeness. Quite impressive indeed. She washed her face and then curiously inquired, "What brings you here so early in the morning?" "Cultivating," he replied. Rising at such an early hour to practice indeed reflects diligence. The drunken fairy grew increasingly pleased, finding in Li Bufan a resemblance to her late younger brother, hard-working, handsome, well-mannered, and possessing great talent. No, his aptitude far surpassed that of her departed sibling. A wistful expression flickered in her eyes as memories washed over her, stirring a sense of melancholy. She retrieved a jar of wine and took a hearty swig. Drinking so early in the day? Such a manner of indulgence surely raises concerns. A mortal would have met their demise countless times over by now. "Your name is Li Bufan, correct?" "Yes," he affirmed. "Huh, would you care to hear a story?" I am all ears. Li Bufan nodded slightly in response. The world perceives me as someone who is passionately devoted to alcohol, yet few know that I was not inherently fond of drinking. In truth, my former self abstained completely from alcohol. The reason for my current indulgence lies solely in my desire to forget certain memories. The drunken fairy's eyes shimmered with nostalgia and anguish as she reminisced. 120 years ago, I had a brother who, alongside me, entered the realm of immortals and embarked on the path of cultivation. In comparison to me, he possessed extraordinary talent and a penchant for wine. With a cup in one hand and a blade in the other, he earned the title of the Wine Blade, revered for his prowess and expected to achieve great power within a century. However, a prodigy from a formidable force in the Great Qing region set his sights on me, intending to forcefully take me as a concubine. In a fit of rage, my brother, armed with his sword, confronted that power. Although he successfully rescued me, he sustained grave injuries and perished before my eyes. That day remains indelibly etched in my memory, a recollection I wish to avoid. My brother once remarked that drinking could help one forget unpleasant experiences. Thus, I began to drink, progressively increasing my consumption until I became utterly dependent on it, unable to quit even if I wished. The drunken fairy spoke slowly, pouring herself another drink. The mingling scent of alcohol and sorrow enveloped her, evoking deep emotion. Unbeknownst to her, a solitary tear glistened at the corner of her eye. Li Bufan, standing nearby, retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. She accepted it, dabbing at her tear-stained cheek, and inadvertently sneezed. "Thank you," she said. Li Bufan observed the damp handkerchief she returned, accepting it with the tip of his dragon soul spear, and replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. Sigh, it has been decades since I last lost my composure. I cannot fathom why, but upon seeing you, I am reminded of my deceased brother. If you do not mind, would you be so kind as to call me sister?" The intoxicated fairy inquired. "Sister?" Li Bufan was taken aback. The charm card is indeed powerful. How could it lead one to acknowledge a brother so directly? Yet, gazing upon the intoxicated fairy, who appeared to be old enough to be his grandmother, he found it rather difficult to utter the word sister. The fairy smiled gently, channeling her mystical powers as ethereal light enveloped her. When the radiance faded, before Li Bufan stood a tall, fair-skinned beauty with long legs, her hair a lustrous black, and her features exquisitely alluring. Adorned in a crimson garment, a single enchanting tear mole graced the corner of her eye, captivating all who beheld her. Li Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he ever imagine that the enchanting figure before him was the very same intoxicated fairy? Just moments ago, the white-haired old crone had transformed into this stunning enchantress in the blink of an eye. The contrast was staggering. "This is my true form. The old crone was merely a guise I adopted to prolong my lifespan," the intoxicated fairy explained. "Prolong your lifespan? Indeed, though my cultivation is commendable, I suffered grave injuries in a battle a few years ago, resulting in a significant loss of my lifespan. To extend my days, I had no choice but to assume that previous appearance." The fairy shrugged. She had already begun to regard herself as Li Bufan's sister, who possessed such formidable power to injure her sister. Li Bufan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Humph, it was none other than those bald monks from the Xuanqing Buddhist sect." The drunken fairy, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "I have accepted a group of nefarious individuals who claim to have reformed and embraced the Buddhist path. Embrace my foot. What about the innocent lives they have taken?" I could not stand by idly and confronted them, resulting in a fierce battle where I vanquished those scoundrels. Though I too sustained significant injuries. Li Bufan, suddenly enlightened, reflected on his own lack of fondness for the Xiankong Buddhist sect, recalling their previous attempts to provoke him. "Well then, after all this, do you acknowledge me as your sister?" The drunken fairy inquired once more. Li Bufan hesitated briefly, then took a step back, bowing respectfully. "Your younger brother, Li Bufan, pays his respects to you, sister." Not far off, Bai Qian and her companions approached, witnessing this scene and exchanging curious glances regarding the sudden appearance of this elegant woman. "Uncle Li's sister? Father, are you aware of this?" Bai Qian asked. The white-browed Taoist shook his head, admitting he had not heard of such a thing. Moreover, there was something familiar about the aura emanating from her. Wait, could it be the drunken fairy? What? Bai Qian was taken aback. The beautiful woman before her was actually the drunken fairy, that elderly figure? This must be a mistake. Yet upon closer inspection, she could sense the unmistakable aura of the drunken fairy. Is this truly her original form? the white-browed Taoist murmured. Beside him, the cloud-crane Taoist displayed a hint of solemnity, feeling an unexpected sense of pressure from the drunken fairy in her current state. Her strength was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Bai Qian stepped forward to inquire about the circumstances. Upon learning that Li Bufan had acknowledged the drunken fairy as his sister, Bai Qian was momentarily stunned, pondering the situation. How could this Uncle Li so effortlessly win the favor of his elders? He had sworn brotherhood with her father and now formed a sibling bond with the drunken fairy. This. Bai Qian admitted she truly could not fathom the preferences of these venerable figures. Following the establishment of their fraternal ties, Li Bufan swiftly deepened his relationship with her, who generously imparted her cultivation insights to him. On this particular day, under the guidance of the drunken fairy and others, Li Bufan made remarkable progress in his cultivation, reaching the 9th level of the transformation stage. Such a pace of advancement was indeed astonishing. It was on this very day that the skies above the Tianshan sect began to roil, an overwhelming aura descending like a mountain upon the sect. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled. Above the heavens, golden light spread forth, carpeting the ground in gold and forming a resplendent golden avenue. On this majestic path, a carriage drawn by 8 divine steeds raced forward with great haste. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed across the land. Li Bufan, surrender the sacred order and leave your corpse intact. Chapter 55. The Prodigy of the Golden Family, treating others as punching bags. Li Bufan, surrender the sacred order and leave your corpse intact. The domineering voice reverberated. Upon the gilded carriage, divine radiance shone brightly, exuding an unparalleled pressure. Clearly, the visitor was an extraordinary master. Li Bufan, who was practicing with his spear, furrowed his brow upon hearing the proclamation, a cold smile appearing on his face. Who had the audacity to attempt to kill me? With a swift leap, he soared into the air, forgoing further words, and unleashed a spear strike aimed directly at the golden carriage. Bang! The beams of the weapon struck the carriage, and a radiant golden shield erupted forth, successfully deflecting the attack. Ah, the defenses of my 8-dragon divine carriage are beyond your capability to breach, he proclaimed, as his words echoed. Li Bufan raised his brow and summoned his magical energy once more. With a resounding crash, a mightier force surged forth, inscribing runes of power upon the weapon's beams. Instantly, the golden shield was marred by fissures. Break, he uttered in a low voice, and the carriage's protective barrier shattered into fragments. The 8 divine steeds whinnied in panic and fled, while the carriage itself was reduced to splinters, from which a figure emerged, clad in a flowing golden robe. Adorned with an intricately carved golden crown and a jade belt, the newcomer exuded an air of opulence and nobility, reminiscent of a young aristocrat. Yet, as he surveyed the wreckage of the carriage, his expression darkened. He had just asserted that Li Bufan could not breach the carriage's defenses, and now, in a single moment, his words had been starkly contradicted, leaving him feeling humiliated. Li Bufan, weapon in hand, regarded him coolly. State your name. I hail from the Panwu Empire, the Golden Family. As for my name, you are not worthy to know it. The man retorted, brimming with arrogance. It was said that within the Panwu Empire, there were 3 illustrious families, Golden, Amethyst, and Obsidian, all serving the Emperor Zhou Wu. Each family produced exceptional talents, and among the current generation of the Golden Family, 2 stood out. Which one are you? At that moment, the group led by the drunken fairy also appeared, observing the man with thoughtful expressions. The Cloud Crane Taoist, with a hint of indifference, unveiled the identity of the individual. To my surprise, someone recognizes me. Indeed, I am one of the dual prodigies of the Golden Family. Jin Feng. As for you, you are the Cloud Crane Taoist. Jin Feng was acquainted with the Cloud Crane Taoist, who resided in the Great Martial Realm and was a rather renowned rogue cultivator. The Panwu dynasty had even attempted to court him, but alas, he had declined their advances. Ah, Cloud Crane Taoist, this matter pertains to the Panwu dynasty and Li Bufan. Do you wish to intervene? Jin Feng stated coldly. Regrettably, young friend Li is the sworn brother of my dear friend. I cannot turn a blind eye, the Cloud Crane Taoist declared firmly. Enough of this idle chatter. If you intend to harm my brother, you must first seek my permission. The drunken fairy took a swig of her wine, her magical energy swirling around her. Jin Feng, observing the formidable figures before him, wore a faint smile. How amusing. Do they truly believe I am unprepared? Suddenly, figures emerged behind him. Each of them exuded an overwhelming aura. There were 3 in total, two celestial beings and one harmonized one. Upon their arrival, their collective presence focused upon Li Bufan, disregarding the disparity in status, and they launched an assault with a powerful palm strike aimed directly at him. Seeking death, the drunken fairy snorted coldly, stepping forward to shield Li Bufan, delivering a punch that forced the assailant back several paces. To think there exists such a formidable expert within the great wilderness. The opponent was taken aback, yet continued to engage the drunken fairy in combat. The other two celestial beings also faced their respective adversaries. Now, only Li Bufan and Jin Feng remained locked in a tense standoff. You have damaged my carriage, Li Bufan. I demand your life as recompense. With that, Jin Feng charged swiftly towards Li Bufan, his aura more terrifying than that of the divine fire realm. From the pinnacle of De Wu, a prodigious talent emerges, intent on vanquishing Li Bufan. Ah, how fortuitous! Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with resolve, showing no inclination to retreat. In his grasp, the dragon soul spear surged forth like a dragon breaking the surface of the sea, striking with a resounding boom that echoed through the void. Both figures were jolted back by the force of their clash. Jin Feng, taken aback, realized that Li Bufan was at the transformation stage, an equal level to his own. The intelligence had indicated that the opponent was merely at the Dao platform stage. How had he advanced so rapidly? An equal level? Li Bufan's cold laughter rang out. Yet our combat prowess is utterly distinct. With those words, the celestial battle body erupted into action, the Eye of Slaughter awakened, and the Azura demon body activated. With the three formidable physiques unleashed, Li Bufan exuded an aura both divine and demonic, brimming with fervent battle intent and a tidal wave of murderous intent directed toward Jin Feng. Jin Feng's pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine. This is impossible. How could such a prodigy emerge from the humble great wilderness? Possessing three sacred physiques, such a monstrosity was exceedingly rare even in Do Wu. The great wilderness, deemed the weakest among the 10 realms, could not possibly harbor such an existence. The spear, akin to a dragon, lunged forth, its shadow roaring as it sought Jin Feng. Truly the supreme technique, the majestic dragon spear art. Jin Feng's countenance changed dramatically. He retreated at breakneck speed, yet was still grazed by the spear's tip. Suddenly, a golden armor manifested around him. As the armor melded with his being, it absorbed the spear's brilliance. Nonetheless, he was still sent flying, crashing through 2 mountain peaks in rapid succession. Emerging from the rubble, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his shoulder-length hair tousled, clad in golden battle armor. He now wielded a massive golden sword in his hand. Regardless of whether it is the sword or the battle armor, both are exceptional treasures. Cursed be it, Li Bufan. I shall see you dead. His figure surged forth like a cannonball, arriving before Li Bufan, as the heavy sword swung incessantly, unleashing waves of golden sword energy. Li Bufan, armed with a long spear, deflected each surge of sword energy with ease. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Weak, exceedingly weak. Do you dare to claim to be of the same realm as me? Li Bufan mocked, evading a blade of energy. He sidestepped and struck Jin Feng repeatedly with his spear, sending him soaring into the heavens. Swiftly, he pursued, crashing Jin Feng back down towards the ground. Before his adversary could even land, Li Bufan caught up and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying once more. In this manner, Jin Feng was utterly powerless to retaliate. Treated like a mere punching bag by Li Bufan, leaving the disciples of the Tianshan sect in a state of shock. Is this the so-called prodigy of the Panwu dynasty? No, it is not that the prodigy of the Panwu dynasty is too weak. Rather, it is that Taoist Li's prowess is overwhelmingly formidable, rendering him without equal in this realm. No, even those with greater cultivation cannot hope to contend with him. Moreover, he has yet to unleash his summoning techniques. What a terrifying prodigy. Bang! Jin Feng was struck once again, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. The earth immediately caved in, forming a massive crater, within which Jin Feng lay, barely clinging to life, his golden battle armor riddled with cracks. Such an exquisite treasure, reduced to this state, serves as a testament to the terrifying power of Li Bufan. Fool, do you think you can take my life? Li Bufan stood before Jin Feng, his foot pressed firmly against the latter's chest, disdain evident in his voice, his raven hair swirling wildly, radiating arrogance. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Li, my friend, how audacious he is. Such confidence, I absolutely adore it. With such power, who else could be so brazen? Chapter 56. summoning Neza once more, utilizing the super comprehension card. Li Bufan gazed down at Jin Feng, a sinister smile spreading across his face. With a sudden and forceful thrust, his violent magical energy erupted forth. Crack! The chest bones of Jin Feng shattered, and he fell lifeless before the crowd. The few powerful figures from the Golden family stood frozen, their faces ashen as they witnessed the scene unfold. The young master, he is dead? They were, after all, followers of Jin Feng. With his demise, they could not escape the blame. Damn it, damn it! Li Bufan, you shall pay for this. The group, their eyes aflame with fury, sought to charge forward in a desperate bid for vengeance. Yet, they were firmly held back by the drunken fairy and her companions. Tianshan sect, are you courting death? Do you possess the capability to stand against the Golden family? A flicker of light danced in Li Bufan's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. Whether it be the prince or Jin Feng, this deed is solely mine. It bears no relation to anyone else. Tianshan's sect master, drunken fairy, kindly step aside. He refrained from addressing them as elder brother or sister, clearly intending to shoulder the burden alone. The white-browed Taoist's expression shifted slightly as he opened his mouth to speak. However, Li Bufan interrupted him forcefully. I said step aside. Did you not hear? You are merely tools I employ to evade my pursuers. Yet now, I have ascended to the stage of transformation, and I no longer require your assistance. With that declaration, he unleashed a powerful strike with his spear. Bang! The white-browed Taoist and his companions were forced back several steps. Their expressions were laden with complexity, for they understood that Li Bufan was severing ties with them, ensuring they would not be implicated. The more ruthless his actions, the safer the Tianshan sect would be. In the next moment, Li Bufan charged towards the elders wielding his spear. With a low shout, he invoked the summoning technique, calling forth the mountain god, the spirit of Qin Xiong, the giant spirit god, the Wuchang. With his current cultivation level, he no longer needed incantations to summon certain deities. In an instant, a formidable aura of divine presence surged forth. The deities hovered in the air, joining Li Bufan in his assault against the formidable warriors of the Golden Clan, their terrifying presence enveloping the adversaries. A fierce battle erupted. However, these opponents were not weaklings either. Even with the assistance of divine beings, Li Bufan found it challenging to overpower them. The Wuchang's chains lashed out, ensnaring a celestial being. The giant spirit god wielded a colossal axe, brutally cleaving a celestial in two. The mountain god and Qin Xiong each unleashed their spells to shield Li Bufan from the remaining celestial attacks. Yet, as low-tier deities, they faltered after deflecting the blows, their forms swaying precariously. Just then, as Li Bufan had slain several celestials, his magical aura surged dramatically. He had broken through to the 9th level of transformation. The deity, originally destined to dissipate, was empowered by magic and valiantly wielded a weapon to charge forth. The strong man of the harmonization realm, witnessing this scene, wore a countenance as dark as water. No matter how formidable your skills, you are but a mere infant. Today, I shall slay you. With that declaration, he launched his attack. The might of the harmonization realm was boundless and overwhelming. Li Bufan felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him, yet he did not flinch, even displaying a manic smile upon his face. Come forth, come forth. What of the harmonization realm? I shall still strike you down. Before long, his raven hair transformed swiftly into a brilliant white, as he once again sacrificed his lifespan. Behold the might of the Red Lotus Third Prince. Li Bufan laughed heartily, swiftly reciting incantations. Flames blazed fiercely, as 3 heads and 8 arms emerged, wreaking havoc upon the seas and slaying dragons, transcending death through rebirth, transforming into a lotus, devoid of soul and spirit. The Red Lotus Third Prince Neza has arrived. Boom. Flames erupted from Li Bufan, the inferno seemingly intent on incinerating all in its path. Amidst the flames, a colossal fiery red lotus blossomed, within which stood a defiant young figure, suspended in midair. He brandished a fiery spear, stood upon a whirlwind of flames, and was wrapped in a celestial silk. An unprecedented aura emanated forth, causing the elder of the harmonization realm to undergo a drastic change in expression, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Third Prince, eliminate him. Li Bufan spoke in a calm tone. The Third Prince understood the command, his eyes gleaming with an infinite, chilling murderous intent. Neza, at your command. He thrust the fiery spear towards the harmonization realm strongman. Boom. The flames illuminated the heavens. The flames of annihilation seemed poised to reduce the void to ashes. The formidable being of the Unity realm exerted every ounce of strength to resist, yet was unable to withstand the onslaught. The magical barrier shattered continuously, and his body was subsequently engulfed by the blaze. Then, he was reduced to ashes. The host slays a Unity realm expert and acquires a super insight card. An insight card? What could this be? And a super one at that. Does it imply a superiority over ordinary cards? Li Bufan blinked, filled with curiosity. But soon, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted within him. His aura began to ascend rapidly. This was the experience gained from slaying a Unity realm powerhouse. Boom! Terrifying magical energy surged forth from his being. In the next instant, he shattered the bottleneck of the transformation realm, and flames ignited from the magic coursing through him. This is the divine fire realm. Onlookers were left utterly astounded. They were well aware that Li Bufan had only recently advanced to the transformation realm. How could he have transcended to the divine fire realm in such a brief span? This rate of cultivation defied all reason. Extraordinary. In my many years of experience, I have never witnessed such an irrational pace of advancement. This Li Xiaoyu is truly a prodigy. The Taoist Yunhe could not help but exclaim. The white-browed elder and the drunken fairy exchanged astonished glances. With his ascension to the divine fire realm, Li Bufan's power surged dramatically. He turned to the white-browed Taoist behind him and nodded slightly. Elder brother, sister, I must take my leave. I can no longer remain in the Tianshan sect. Who knows what other troubles may arise? The chaos I have caused need not ensnare others. Indeed, I am better suited to wander alone, Li Bufan mused silently. He left before the white-browed Taoist and the drunken fairy could offer any words of persuasion. He extracted a teleportation card and crushed it. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from the spot. The white-browed Taoist opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon seeing the empty void where the figure once stood, he could not help but sigh in resignation. Brother, why go to such lengths? He was also trying to spare everyone from trouble. The drunken fairy patted the white-browed Taoist's shoulder, sharing in his exasperation. She could only hope he would be well. Orders were given, and the Tianshan sect temporarily sealed the mountain. After pondering for a moment, the white-browed Taoist resolved to proceed with the sealing. At that moment, Bai Qian emerged and said, Father, I plan to venture out for a period of training, hoping to see if I can join the sacred cave of manifestation. This is acceptable. The white-browed Taoist did not refuse. A fledgling must eventually take flight. Bai Qian possessed both talent and strength, yet lacked opportunities for experience. With the sacred cave of manifestation about to open, it was indeed a fortuitous moment. Bai Qian bid farewell to the white-browed Taoist and others, embarking on her journey of training. Meanwhile, after leaving the Tianshan sect, Li Bufan sought out a secluded mountain range, diving into its depths and finding a cave to seclude himself. Once he had stabilized his divine fire realm power, he took out the super comprehension card and crushed it, eager to witness just how extraordinary it could be. As the card shattered, it transformed into countless specks of starlight that merged into Li Bufan's body. In an instant, he felt a jolt, as if a large basin of ice water had been poured over his head, sending a chilling sensation through his mind. Then, an endless torrent of the mysteries of the universe surged into his consciousness at that very moment. Chapter 57. The Talents Compete for the Divine Mandate. Who disturbs my seclusion? Endless mysteries of the cosmos continuously emerged within Li Bufan's consciousness. At that moment, he sensed a profound transformation in the world as perceived through his senses. The paths unattainable to ordinary cultivators became vividly apparent to him. What an astonishing insight card! Li Bufan marveled at his newfound clarity. He felt that if any cultivation technique were presented before him, a mere glance would suffice for immediate comprehension. His understanding had transcended all norms. It was utterly unfathomable. Li Bufan swiftly delved into the depths of his acquired knowledge. The Dragon God Spear technique, the Tathagata Golden Body, the Flames of War, the Celestial Combat Skills. Numerous cultivation methods were discerned by him one after another, and within mere breaths, he had comprehended them to their zenith. This sensation was exquisitely enchanting, drawing Li Bufan into a state of blissful reverie. Yet, he knew this was not the end. The effectiveness of the insight card still persisted. Having mastered the cultivation techniques, what should he perceive next? Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. The concept of inscriptions flashed before him. Indeed, I can also comprehend inscriptions. The enhancement of combat prowess through inscriptions is of paramount importance. Resolute in his decision, he began to attune himself to the natural world, capturing the profound essence of the inscriptions imbued with the principles of the Tao. For ordinary cultivators, grasping inscriptions often requires years, if not decades, of dedication. Yet for Li Bufan, it felt as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. In the blink of an eye, he had already comprehended a dozen inscriptions, to a degree that left even him in disbelief. He continued his pursuit of understanding. As time progressed, it seemed he was on the verge of comprehending all 3,000 inscriptions. Meanwhile, outside, tumultuous winds stirred, and the struggle for the divine mandate raged fiercely. As the other 9 territories' prodigies surged in, the prodigies from the Great Wasteland became somewhat insignificant, utterly unable to compete with their counterparts. Only the foremost prodigy of the Great Wasteland, Xiaofeng from the Qiankuan sect, possessed the strength to stand against these outsiders. At this juncture, Xiaofeng had nearly become the embodiment of the Great Wasteland's brilliance, his prestige rising to unprecedented heights. On one fateful day, news spread through a mountain range that a sacred order had manifested, prompting countless prodigies to rush forth in a bid to seize it, including those from the other territories. In the presence of these luminaries, the prodigies of the Great Wasteland appeared dimmed. You of the Great Wasteland are but the weakest among the 10 regions. Your so-called prodigies are trivial in our eyes. What qualification do you have to contest for the sacred order? A dashing young man clad in black, wielding a bronze sword, sent a Great Wasteland prodigy flying with an expression of disdain. Some recognized him, their eyes filled with apprehension. He was Yun Gi, a prodigy from the Wind Territory's Yunhai Immortal Palace. It was said that his strength had reached the pinnacle of the Divine Fire Realm. Just a step away from the Yuan Spirit Realm, his power so formidable that even the older generation of experts could not contend with him. The Divine Fire Realm. In the Great Wasteland, even those who had attained the transformation of Infant's Realm were exceedingly rare, let alone those at the Divine Fire Realm. They were simply no match. The prodigies of the Great Wasteland could not help but shake their heads and lament. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from deep within the mountains. Upon witnessing this, Yun Gi's eyes gleamed with delight. The sacred order has appeared. This treasure shall be mine. Let no one else dare to contest with me. Whoosh! Yun Gi moved with astonishing speed, arriving in the realm where golden light manifested in the blink of an eye. However, he soon discovered that someone had already arrived ahead of him. It was a young man clad in a gray robe, his dark hair billowing, and a fierce aura emanating from his brow, interwoven with the patterns of the Bagua. Upon seeing him, Yun Gi's gaze sharpened. Oh, it is you, Xiaofeng, the Daozi of the Qiankuan sect in the Great Wilderness, the foremost prodigy in the land. Surrender the sacred order, Yun Gi declared coldly. Yet, Xiaofeng, merely indifferent, stowed the sacred order within his storage ring, replying, if you desire the sacred order, you must first defeat me. Xiaofeng, among all the prodigies in the Great Wilderness, you are the sole one who merits my respect. But do you truly believe that this grants you immunity from defeat? After all, your Qiankuan sect pales in comparison to my Yunhai Immortal Palace. To vanquish, you would pose no challenge for me. With that, Yun Gi made his move. His magical power erupted forth, and with a mere gesture, brilliant light surged, weaving a vast sea of clouds in the void, surging towards Xiaofeng. This strike was formidable, shaking the very fabric of space. Yet, Xiaofeng stood resolute, the Bagua swirling around him, profoundly mysterious. Freeze! As the words left his mouth, the surrounding sea of clouds solidified in the air. Yun Gi observed this with a narrowed gaze. You have broken through to the Divine Fire Realm. Indeed. Very well. If that is the case, let us begin. Yun Gi's magical power erupted completely, as if flames enveloped his being. His magic transformed into fire, the might of the Divine Fire Realm resonating throughout the surroundings. Many prodigies who had arrived felt this overwhelming force and couldn't help but express their astonishment. This is infinitely more powerful than the ordinary Divine Fire Realm. Truly, a prodigy of the Cloud Sea Immortal Palace. A hint of solemnity flickered in Xiaofeng's eyes. He raised his hand to summon a Bagua disc, which floated above his head, the swirling patterns around him becoming increasingly vivid, as if they were on the verge of materialization. The battle between the two resumed. One wielded boundless magical power, akin to an endless ocean, while the other unveiled the profound mysteries of the Bagua. encompassing the myriad phenomena of the universe. The clash between them caused the ground to fracture and mountains to crumble. Numerous arriving prodigies witnessed this confrontation, their expressions etched with gravity. Particularly the prodigies from the great wilderness felt an intensified pressure. Compared to Yungi, we are indeed at a considerable disadvantage. Previously in the great wilderness, we were merely frogs in a well. Figures such as Lu Ruxue from the Yinyang Dao sect and Shi Yao from the Peach Blossom Divine Sword sect could not help but express their sentiments. Yet within their hearts surged a fierce fighting spirit. While we may not measure up to them now, the future remains uncertain. On this path of cultivation, no one dares claim they will reach the end. At that moment, high above in the heavens, a beam of golden light descended with great force. Both Xiao Feng and Yun Gi evaded, and with a resounding crash, the golden light struck the ground, creating a deep crater where a figure emerged, clad in golden armor. The newcomer exuded an extraordinary presence. "The manifestation order is mine," he declared, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed upon Xiao Feng. Suddenly, from another direction, a chorus of celestial melodies echoed. Amidst the surging clouds, a figure in a green robe soared forth on a sword, an aura of formidable sword energy enveloping him, causing the swords of those surrounding him to tremble in response. "The manifestation order is yours." "Huh, Jinhua, you are overly confident." The newcomer smiled subtly. Upon seeing him, Jinhua could not help but express his astonishment. "It is you, the Daozi of the Xianyuan Sword Sect, Jian Wuji." The Xianyuan Sword Sect, a premier sect in the great martial land, is hardly inferior to the Panwu dynasty. Two more prodigies have arrived. Xiao Feng might struggle to withstand this. The gazes of the onlookers shifted subtly. As fellow prodigies of the great wilderness, they naturally hoped for Xiao Feng to obtain the Divine Saint Order. However, the current scenario seemed rather bleak. One Yungi was already quite formidable for Xiao Feng to contend with, and now two more prodigies, equally as formidable, had emerged. How could he possibly endure? Xiao Feng himself sensed the gravity of the situation, his expression turning solemn. The three great prodigies fixed their sights on Xiao Feng, their magical energies swirling, shaking the very mountains and rivers around them. Jinhua proclaimed arrogantly, "Surrender the Divine Saint Order, and I shall spare your life." With that, he struck a nearby mountain with a powerful fist. Bang! The mountain crumbled under his might. "Otherwise, you shall face my wrath." Yet at this moment, from the shattered mountain, a formidable and terrifying killing intent erupted, as if it had been transmitted from the depths of the underworld. "Who dares to disturb my seclusion?" Chapter 58. A single blow to vanquish Jinhua. The ambush from behind a cold voice rang out. "Who dares to disturb my seclusion?" From the ruins of the mountain, a figure surged forth with remarkable speed. Clad in black, with long hair flowing, holding a spear, his eyes glowed with a crimson light, sweeping over the gathered crowd like a god of death emerging from hell. It was none other than Li Bufan. His appearance immediately captivated everyone's attention. Is it really him? How did this fellow end up here? Was he in seclusion on that mountain and just happened to be caught in the explosion caused by Jinhua? Such misfortune seems almost absurd. Heh. The crowd exchanged glances, initially finding it amusing, but upon sensing the murderous intent radiating from Li Bufan, they couldn't help but shudder and promptly fell silent. The aura of death was terrifying, rendering them too frightened to even breathe. The eyes of Jinhua and the others instantly turned towards Li Bufan, particularly Jinhua, whose eyes sparkled with an intense light. "You killed the seventh prince. The sacred order in his possession must have fallen into your hands. Hand it over." Another sacred order appeared, igniting the interest of several young prodigies. They had initially thought that one sacred order was insufficient to share among them. "Golden armor, are you from the Golden Clan?" Li Bufan inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "How audacious. You from the Golden Clan dare to rear your heads after I just dispatched one of your own. Do you not grasp the gravity of your situation?" Li Bufan retorted with a cold snort. Seeking death. As Jinhua recalled Jin Feng's demise, he could no longer suppress his murderous rage. He unleashed a powerful punch, his raging mana transforming into a golden fist aura. Li Bufan stood his ground, refusing to retreat or evade, and without even drawing his weapon, narrowed his eyes and retaliated with a punch of his own. Heavenly combat technique. Earth shatter. Boom. Mana blazed like fire, wildly igniting with battle intent that soared to the heavens and struck the earth. Under the terrifying force of that punch, Jinhua's mana was shattered into fragments. and the momentum of the blow continued unabated, relentlessly advancing towards Jinhua. The latter had no strength to resist, being obliterated in an instant. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Could it be true? Could it be? This is one of the distinguished heirs of the Golden family, a prodigy of the divine fire realm. To think he was annihilated with a single punch. The exceptional talents of the Great Wasteland, including Shi Yao and Lu Ruxue, were left utterly astounded, as if their worldviews were shattering before their very eyes. Did I see that correctly? He has ascended to the divine fire realm. My heavens, what in the world is happening? Wasn't he just at the transformation stage? How has he suddenly transformed into the divine fire realm? What kind of cultivation has this individual undertaken? What transformation? Was he not merely at the Dao platform stage? It has only been a few months since Li Bufan departed from the Black Fiend Forbidden Zone, and the crowd's impression of him still lingered at the Dao platform stage, even considering the fact that he had burned his lifespan at that level. Yet now, he has effortlessly broken through to the core formation, then the transformation, spanning two major realms to directly attain the divine fire realm. Such a pace of cultivation could hardly be overstated, even likened to riding a rocket. What? Jinhua was killed with a single punch. Yun Gi and Jian Wuji could not help but narrow their eyes in disbelief. Although Jinhua was the weakest among them, he was nonetheless a being of the divine fire realm, and yet he was so easily slain. This is utterly absurd. To think that apart from Xiaofeng, there exists such a terrifying prodigy in the Great Wasteland. No, he surpasses Xiaofeng by a considerable margin. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the wariness reflected in each other's eyes. Who dared disturb my seclusion? Li Bufan's gaze swept over the remaining exceptional talents. Under the chilling aura of his killing intent, several of them instinctively took a step back. It is Jinhua. He has now been slain by you, Jian Wuji remarked with a hint of detachment. Oh, is that so? Li Bufan expressed his skepticism, glancing at Shi Yao amidst the crowd. Having encountered her several times, he inquired, "What do you say? Are you asking me?" Shi Yao pointed to herself, somewhat taken aback. "Of course, speak up. Is what he said true?" Suddenly called upon. Shi Yao felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, and with a reluctant nod, she confirmed that indeed, it was Jinhua who shattered that mountain. Humph. So it seems I have not erred, Li Bufan smirked, then turned his attention to Yun Gi and Jian Wuji. He perceived their prowess to far surpass that of the other prodigies, yet he paid them little mind and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a beam of sword light surged toward his back with astonishing speed. It was Jian Wuji making his move. As a prodigy, he actually dared to launch a sneak attack from behind. Such conduct evoked disdain from the onlookers. What is wrong with this person? The prodigy of the Xianyuan sword sect is certainly losing face here. Sensing the chilling sword light approaching from behind, Li Bufan narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, thinking, how foolish. He swiftly retaliated with a thrust of his spear. In an instant, the dragon's shadow coiled and surged forth. Boom! Their strikes collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of magical energy that shattered the surrounding mountains. Li Bufan, do you think you can simply walk away? Hand over the sacred order. Failing to achieve his surprise attack, Jian Wuji felt no shame. Rather, his expression remained unsettlingly calm. He raised his sword high, his magical energy blazing like a fierce fire. While around him, streams of sword aura spiraled outward, forming a torrent of sword energy in the high skies. Within 100 miles, the swords held by numerous swordsmen trembled as if they were eager to submit to him. It is rumored that Jian Wuji possesses the sacred body of the sword Dao. And indeed, it is true. Such terrifying sword intent. On the other side, upon witnessing Jian Wuji's move, Yun Gui also sprang into action. He formed profound hand seals, his magical energy surging like an ocean of clouds, merging with the torrent of sword energy. The sword aura intertwined with the cloud energy, exuding an unparalleled might. In an instant, the mountains and rivers trembled. This strike surpassed the power of gold and fire by several dozens of times. Li Bufan observed this scene and grinned widely. It was the perfect opportunity to test the results of his seclusion. As Li Bufan planted his spear firmly, intricate runes began to manifest upon his body. Runes of the stars, fire, wind, beasts, water, battle, slaughter, ice. A myriad of rune energies continuously radiated outward. 100, 200, 300. Countless runes swirled around Li Bufan, creating a resplendent display of luminous runic brilliance. The gathered prodigies were utterly flabbergasted. It was their first time witnessing someone adorned with such an abundance of runes. What in the world is this? How could he possibly possess so many runes? This is unimaginable. Even Yun Gui and Jian Wuji were taken aback. No longer hesitating, the two of them let out a low roar, channeling their magical energies to their utmost limits. In an instant, amidst the swirling sea of clouds, a myriad of sword energies surged forth, transforming into a tumultuous tide that swept across the landscape. Before they could descend, the ground surrounding Li Bufan erupted violently. Clenching his fists, his fighting spirit soared. Skyward combat technique, blood-flowing star. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch, casting a crimson radiance that reverberated through the void. Interwoven within were the powers of hundreds of inscriptions, exuding an unparalleled might. The collision of his attack with those of the two formidable prodigies sent shockwaves through the mountains and rivers, creating a vast chasm in the ground between them. The force of the impact radiated outward, striking the two prodigies directly, causing them to spew blood and be propelled backward. Chapter 59, The Power of Inscriptions. You truly disgust me with a splatter. The two prodigies were sent flying, their faces as pale as parchment, as they turned their gaze towards the epicenter of energy. Amidst the swirling dust and chaos stood a figure, proud and resolute, resembling a celestial being, enveloped in an aura of boundless inscription light. It was none other than Li Bufan. Remarkably, he remained unscathed. How could this be? Our combined attacks could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. This is dire. We must flee. The two had already lost their will to fight. Without a word, they hastily retreated into the distance. Yet, Li Bufan would not allow their escape so easily. With a swift motion, he hurled the Dragon Soul Spear, which shot through the air like a meteor, piercing Jian Wuji's body and pinning him to a mountain. As for Li Bufan himself, he took a single step forward, moving with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, caught up with Yun Gi, slamming the back of the opponent's head into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered with a deafening roar, and Yun Gi's face was left a gruesome mess, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Li Bufan unleashed two powerful punches, shattering his opponent's skull, and then seized the storage ring from the fallen foe. He then ascended the peak and drew the Dragon Soul Spear. The Xian Yuan sword sect will not let you go. Yun Gi, still clinging to life, uttered with a faint breath. Oh, still alive, are we? Li Bufan replied with a faint smile, swiftly obliterating the opponent's head with a single thrust of his spear. The onlookers were left in a state of shock and trepidation. How brutal. They had long been aware of Li Bufan's extraordinary prowess and his propensity for violence, a veritable killing machine in the eyes of countless souls. Yet, witnessing his ferocity firsthand revealed the true extent of his terrifying nature. Even the two prodigies of the Divine Fire Realm were rendered incapable of fleeing before him. How had he grown to such formidable heights in such a short span of time? Lu Rushua murmured, her eyes reflecting astonishment and dismay. In the face of other prodigies from the 9 regions, she acknowledged that she still had much to prove, yet her spirit remained undaunted, eager to compete. But against Li Bufan, she could not muster even a shred of competitive spirit. This individual was no mere prodigy. He was a monster, a prodigious aberration. Li Bufan paid no heed to the crowd, grasping his spear as he turned to depart. Truly terrifying. As he watched Li Bufan's retreating figure, Xiao Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Compared to me, this person is indeed the foremost prodigy of the great wilderness." He glanced at the sacred order in his hand, determination gleaming in his eyes. Only by entering the sacred cave could he hope to contend with such a formidable opponent. Li Bufan left the mountain range and entered a city, where he ordered a feast of food and drink, devouring it ravenously. Having been in seclusion for over half a month, he felt as though he were on the brink of starvation. After a satisfying feast, he retrieved several storage rings belonging to the exceptional individuals and began to assess his spoils. Lo and behold, the treasures were abundant, with spirit stones alone amounting to over 100 million, not to mention a plethora of rare and exquisite artifacts contained within. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Subsequently, he commenced introspection into his own powers. During this seclusion, he utilized a super comprehension card to delve into the intricacies of inscriptions, grasping a remarkable 2,880 types in one breath. Coupled with those he had previously acquired, the total reached 3,000 inscriptions. These 3,000 inscriptions represented his greatest asset at this moment. In his earlier battle against two formidable opponents, he had only employed a few hundred types. According to ancient texts, The maximum number of comprehended inscriptions rarely exceeded 100, thus possessing 3,000 inscriptions. Surely, I stand alone throughout history. Li Bufan could not help but smile faintly. Suddenly, several flashes of blades surged towards him, intent on his demise. Yet, in the face of these lethal strikes, he remained utterly composed, continuing to enjoy his drink. As the blades were about to descend upon him, a barrier of magical energy spontaneously formed, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. The eyes of several nearby cultivators sharpened. This notorious slayer was indeed not to be trifled with. Naturally, otherwise, how could the Panwu dynasty afford to offer such a hefty bounty? These individuals had come solely for the reward. Li Bufan cast a glance at them, shaking his head. Greed leads to peril, yet regrettably, you have mistaken your target. The world is rife with those blinded by avarice. These individuals, driven by the allure of the bounty, were willing to take risks. With that, they brandished their long knives and struck forth. Li Bufan wielded his palm as a blade, effortlessly sending several individuals flying, most of whom perished on the spot. Only one cultivator, whose hand had been severed, remained gasping for breath. He glanced at Li Bufan, then at the lifeless bodies of his companions, his complexion paling. Fear gripped him, regret washed over him. Alas, the footsteps of the god of death would not pause for his remorse. Li Bufan, no, my esteemed friend, the valiant hero, I implore you to spare my life. I shall never dare again. I have an elderly mother at home and a child to support. For their sake, please grant me this one mercy. The man knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Yet, Li Bufan remained unmoved, delivering a palm strike to the man's head. Bang! The skull shattered, blood splattering forth. Having completed this grim task, Li Bufan returned to his drink. Amitba, a voice resonated. A monk clad in a robe, bearing a scar across his face, approached Li Bufan and said, "Benefactor, your sins of slaughter are too great. Inevitably, they will bring you ruin. Why not return with me to the Xianxin Buddhist sect to cleanse your karma and be reborn? Begone." Li Bufan coldly retorted, casting a frosty glance at the monk. Once again, the Xianxin Buddhist sect. He had dispatched several of their members already. The monk, rebuffed, felt his expression darken slightly. However, upon contemplating the disparity in their strengths, he refrained from further confrontation. "You should heed your own advice," he remarked, picking up his staff and departing. After finishing his drink at the tavern, Li Bufan left behind a substantial sum of spirit stones for the tavern keeper to repair the establishment and, armed with his dragon soul spear, set off. Yet, halfway through his journey, he heard a cacophony of battle cries not far away. A woman was engaged in a fierce battle with a monk, clad in white garments. She possessed a striking beauty and an extraordinary aura, standing merely a step away from the realm of divine fire. The monk she fought against, known as Li Bufan, was none other than the scar-faced monk who had urged him to embrace the Buddhist faith earlier in the tavern. "Knife demon, you have slaughtered my entire family. Today, I shall exact vengeance upon you." Alas, Amitba, those are bygone events. This humble monk has now taken refuge in Buddhism, dedicating himself to virtue. Can you not grant me a chance, and likewise, provide yourself an opportunity for redemption? The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore, the monk replied. "Cease your absurdities." The woman scoffed in anger. With her sword raised, she unleashed waves of sword energy, relentlessly striking at the scar-faced monk. Yet, the monk's prowess was formidable. Wielding his staff with great force, he countered her attacks, ultimately sending her flying through the air. Coughing, she spat out blood, yet her murderous intent remained undiminished. Observing her condition, the monk furrowed his brow, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. "My dear, do you truly refuse to forgive this humble monk? You have slaughtered my family. Now that you've entered the profound heart of Buddhism, do you expect everything to be forgotten? There is no such ease in this world. You would do well to kill me, otherwise, I shall seek vengeance." She retorted coldly. "Amitba, it is disheartening to witness your unwavering obsession. Very well. Rather than allowing you to drown in hatred, I shall liberate you," the scar-faced monk proclaimed, raising his staff with a look of compassion, preparing to strike her down. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, piercing through his chest with alarming speed. Li Bufan approached slowly, grasping the dragon soul spear, and with a decisive movement, he unsheathed it. He regarded the incredulous scar-faced monk with a detached demeanor and remarked, "You truly disgust me." Chapter 60. The village is massacred. The 7 heroes of the heavenly blade Li Bufan observed the monk's disbelief, his gaze unwavering. After extracting the dragon soul spear, he delivered a lethal shot to the opponent. Bang! The monk's head erupted, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. The woman, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. She had anticipated her inevitable demise, but was unexpectedly saved by Li Bufan's timely intervention. "Thank you, young master," she said, rising and hastily bowing to him. "It is of no consequence. I merely find his actions intolerable. To murder an entire family while feigning compassion is utterly revolting," Li Bufan replied, his tone indifferent. He then readied his spear to depart. The woman pondered for a moment before following him. "Young master, I am Luo Qing. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Li Bufan." "Ah, so you are the esteemed Taoist Li." "What? You are Li Bufan?" Luo Qing gasped in shock, her complexion shifting dramatically as she took 2 steps back. Clearly, she was aware of Li Bufan's notorious reputation as a ruthless killer. Li Bufan cast her a sidelong glance and asked coolly, "Are you afraid?" "Not at all." Merely taken aback, Luo Qing quickly shook her head. "Very well. Although I have saved you, there is no need for you to accompany me. Depart." Li Bufan gestured dismissively. "I once vowed that whoever assists me in avenging my grievances, I would dedicate myself to them. Now, since young Master Li seeks retribution, it is only fitting that I serve you," she insisted. Upon hearing this, Li Bufan's lips twitched slightly. "Goodness, how cliché. I have no need for that." With that, Li Bufan's figure flickered like lightning as he swiftly departed. Even if Luo Qing wished to pursue him, she would be unable to catch up. 3 days passed. Li Bufan traversed various locales, relentlessly honing his skills while awaiting the manifestation of the sacred cave. He settled in a nearby village, nestled close to a mountain range notorious for its ferocious beasts. However, ever since Li Bufan's arrival, these fearsome creatures had transformed into mere sources of experience for him, and the village flourished in peace due to his presence. The villagers were oblivious to Li Bufan's infamous reputation outside. They only knew that as long as he was there, the village would remain untroubled by wild beasts. Consequently, they treated him with utmost warmth and hospitality. Neighbors, regardless of their culinary delights, would always think of him first and bring offerings to share, their simple, rustic charm gradually soothing Li Bufan's restless heart. He had grown fond of this village. A year passed in this manner. "Brotherly, you're back." As Li Bufan returned to the village carrying the dragon soul spear, a young girl named Sohua was already waiting at the entrance, holding out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. It was evident to anyone that her feelings for Li Bufan were far from ordinary. Li Bufan, too, sensed this and replied with a gentle smile, "Tawa, it's sweltering in this summer heat. Aren't you hot waiting here? Please refrain from doing so in the future." This was his subtle way of rejecting her affections. Upon hearing this, Suehua felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she did not relent. "It's all right. I never have much to do anyway. By the way, brotherly, what have you gained today?" Suehua inquired, glancing behind Li Bufan. There, he was dragging the corpses of several ferocious beasts. For the villagers, these creatures represented a fortune, either to be sold in the city or kept for sustenance. After each hunt, Li Bufan would return with a few carcasses, though these were merely a trivial few. "Wow, what a significant harvest!" Suehua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the beasts. She hurried over to assist with the dissection. That evening, the villagers prepared a bonfire celebration to commemorate their bounty. They exchanged cups and reveled in joyous camaraderie. Besides Suehua, many young women in the village cast flirtatious glances at Li Bufan, yet he feigned ignorance to their attention. The gazes of the crowd grew ever more forlorn. Alas, he truly lacked an appreciation for romance. The following day, as was his custom, Li Bufan ventured into the mountains to hunt more beasts. He effortlessly subdued a beast at the core formation stage. Observing the multitude of carcasses strewn about, he murmured, "I have nearly exterminated all the beasts within this mountain range, and my cultivation has reached the 9th level of Divine Fire Realm. There is no longer a need to linger here. The outside world holds far more territories for me to explore. Though this place is pleasant, it is ultimately not my true home." He resolved to depart in a few days, for if he remained complacent in such tranquil times, his skills would undoubtedly grow stale. Soon, he returned to the village, dragging several more beast carcasses behind him. Even before entering the village, a pungent odor of blood permeated the air, causing him to furrow his brow. He hastened his pace, and the scene that unfolded before him sent a tremor through his body. his eyes erupting with boundless ferocity. Blood, corpses, dismembered limbs. Not a single soul remained alive within the village. The villagers' simple smiles from yesterday replayed in his mind, now replaced by lifeless bodies. The entire village was drenched in blood, resembling a veritable inferno. He scoured the village, hoping to find any survivors, but there were none. Not a single one. When he saw Tsuehua's corpse on the ground, the boiling intent to kill within him finally reached its zenith. Without a word, without a roar, he raised his dragon soul spear and pursued the faint trace of remaining aura. No matter who, the slaughterer of the village must die. In a mountain range, several swordsmen were gathered together. Who would have thought that we, the 7 fiends of Heavenly Sword, would encounter such a predicament? Our eldest and second brothers were captured by the Xuanxin Buddhist sect. I've heard that this sect has peculiar methods, capable of making people relinquish their bloodlust. Relinquish their bloodlust? Huh, I've heard it's more like brainwashing. The men discussed among themselves. Suddenly, they seemed to sense something, their gazes hardening. An unprecedented wave of murderous intent was rapidly approaching their direction. When they saw the source of the killing intent, their eyes narrowed. The newcomer was none other than Li Bufan. Dressed in black, the dragon soul spear in his hand emanated a rolling aura of malevolence, his eyes bloodshot. Like a demon crawling out of hell, the men were instantly dumbfounded. This person was terrifying. It is you, precisely you. Li Bufan's gaze fixated upon the several swordsmen, an inexorable homicidal intent surging within him. Since his departure from the village, he had been in relentless pursuit of their scent for 3 days and nights. At long last, he had located these very culprits. Their aura was identical to that which lingered in the village. Indubitably, these were the perpetrators. Who might you be? And what is the purpose of seeking out the 7 fiends of Heavenly Blades? One of the swordsmen inquired. The 7 fiends of Heavenly Blades. These 7 individuals did not originate from the Great Wilderness, but rather from the Great Wind region. They were a notorious band of brigands, reputed for their acts of arson, murder, pillage, and general depravity. Yet they had consistently evaded justice due to their formidable cultivation. Was it you who slaughtered Cloud Village? Li Bufan inquired with a tranquil tone. Cloud Village? Are you referring to that small village 500 miles away? So, you've come to avenge those lowly commoners. Humph, those wretches deserve their fate. They guarded a mere pittance of spirit stones as if their lives depended on it, so I was left with no alternative but to personally escort them to their demise. They were quite valiant, daring to resist us. The 7 fiends of Heavenly Blades guffawed in unison, displaying not a trace of remorse. On the contrary, their faces bore expressions of relish. Li Bufan, gripping his spear, refrained from immediate action and further inquired. There are supposed to be 7 of the 7 fiends of Heavenly Blades, yet there are only 5 of you here. Where are the other 2? None of your concern. Chapter 61. Buddha's Golden Body. A bloody path of carnage, none of your concern. Swoosh. Seizing the moment during Li Bufan's inquiry, one of the swordsmen could no longer restrain himself, his long blade cleaving through the void directly towards Li Bufan. The might of this strike was extraordinary. He possessed strength comparable to that of an extraordinary divine fire realm. With such cultivation, it was no wonder that the 7 blades of heaven had been able to act with impunity over the years. However, today, they found themselves facing Li Bufan. As the blade swung toward him, Li Bufan did not evade. Instead, he extended his fingers, seizing the blade with unwavering resolve. With a powerful yank, the swordsman's body was uncontrollably drawn toward him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 punches were unleashed, exploding the swordsman's head, chest, and abdomen in succession. Li Bufan discarded the lifeless body onto the ground, then coldly directed his gaze at the remaining 4 swordsmen, commanding them to bow and apologize to the villagers. Whoosh. With that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear amidst the group. As they regained their senses, their eyes glinted with malice, and they charged at Li Bufan from all directions. Some aimed for his head, while others targeted his limbs. In the face of this onslaught, Li Bufan planted his spear firmly. A torrent of magical energy coalesced into a dragon form, swirling fiercely. Boom. Several of them were instantly sent flying. Grasping one swordsman by the head, he slammed him down onto the ground, shattering the skull into fragments. Then, with another thrust of his spear, he pierced the heart of another swordsman before he even had a chance to react. The remaining 2 swordsmen, witnessing Li Bufan's overwhelming prowess, recognized their inferiority and dared not continue the fight. They attempted to flee. Yet, their speed was no match for him. Whoosh. Li Bufan swiftly pursued from behind, an aura of dread emanating from him, pinning the two to the ground, rendering them immobile. Terror gripped their hearts as they hastily begged for mercy. Please, don't kill us. I can offer you all my treasures. With a malevolent grin, Li Bufan advanced towards a brigand, his spear piercing the man's arm. Another thrust severed the tendon of his foot. Where are the remaining two? He demanded. They were taken by the Su NXN Buddhist sect. Huh, the Su NXN Buddhist sect, you say? How intriguing. Li Bufan continued his relentless assault, impaling the two until they were unrecognizable. After his departure, only two mangled corpses remained. A passing cultivator, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, recoiled in horror. Heavens, who suffered such a ghastly fate? After some deliberation, he recognized the fallen. Good heavens, the seven fiends of heavenly blades. Who possesses such formidable power? A figure soared across the sky, Li Bufan. He was en route to the Su NXN Buddhist sect, driven by a singular purpose, to avenge the slaughter of the entire village. Eldest and second of the seven fiends of heavenly blades, did you truly believe that conversion to Buddhism would absolve you of your sins? A preposterous notion. And as for the Su NXN Buddhist sect, I implore you not to impede my path. For whether deity or Buddha, I shall obliterate any who stand in my way. A murderous intent surged within Li Bufan, reignited after a year of dormancy, now surpassing all previous levels of intensity. As he approached the Su NXN Buddhist sect, temples and monks became ubiquitous, their chanting resonating throughout the heavens and earth, creating an atmosphere of serenity and peace. In such an atmosphere, the murderous intent emanating from Li Bufan, resembling that of a demon, rendered him an incongruous presence. Wherever he ventured, countless monks turned their attention towards him, perceiving a surging malice that evoked the image of a malevolent spirit, an entity beyond even the Buddha's salvation. Alas, the sudden arrival of such a being at the Shinkin Buddhist sect bodes ill. One fears that the visitor harbors nefarious intentions. With such an intense aura of violence, transformation would not come easily. Soon, Li Bufan beheld a resplendent temple atop a mountain, adorned with golden splendor, and before its entrance, for grand characters proclaimed, Shinkin Buddhist sect. At last, he had arrived. With a sinister grin, he landed before the mountain gate and bellowed like rolling thunder. Heavenly Blade's seven monsters, come forth to meet your demise. This proclamation drew countless gazes, leaving the monks astonished and perplexed. An elder emerged from the Shinkin Buddhist sect and calmly inquired, Benefactor, the Heavenly Blade's seven monsters have already taken refuge in the Buddhist path. Might I ask what grievances you hold against them? They have slaughtered an entire village, and I have come to exact my vengeance. That village was comprised of mere mortals, was it not? Indeed. Ba, mortals, unversed in the ways of cultivation, possess limited lifespans, endlessly pursuing fame and fortune, oblivious to their suffering in the sea of anguish. Rather than allowing them to drown in despair, it is far better for them to attain rebirth in the Pure Land sooner. This, too, is a kindness. The old monk radiated a serene Buddhist light, his words chilling the hearts of those present. Yet, the surrounding monks found nothing amiss. On the contrary, they echoed in agreement, soon to the Pure Land. Soon to the Pure Land. Li Bufan remained silent, for in his eyes, the Su NXN Buddhist sect was no longer a true Buddhist order, but a demonic cult masquerading under the guise of Buddhism. He deemed them even more deserving of annihilation than the seven fiends of the Celestial Blade. If that is the case, I shall grant you all passage to the Western Paradise. Li Bufan thrust his spear towards the old monk, who responded with a palm strike. The impact of their powers sent the monk staggering backward. Benefactor, he said, your heart is fraught with such intense murderous intent, possessed by demonic influences. It would be wise to join our Buddhist order, purify your bloodlust, and attain enlightenment. Sensing Li Bufan's formidable strength, the old monk sought to convert him. As he spoke, a multitude of monks emerged from all directions, encircling Li Bufan. They chanted scriptures, filling the air with countless verses, exuding an aura of serenity. Listening to these sacred words, Li Bufan felt his own murderous intent waning. Ah, so this is your method of indoctrination? Alas, it will not save you. Li Bufan's eyes turned crimson, as he unleashed the full power of his eyes of carnage. His murderous intent surged forth like a raging torrent, shaking the very foundations of the surroundings. The chanting monks felt their bodies tremble, and they coughed up blood under the onslaught of his killing intent. Such terrifying bloodlust. Truly, a god of slaughter. This man is far too formidable to be converted. Since we cannot guide him to enlightenment, we must resort to extermination. The monks raised their hands, unleashing various Buddhist techniques. However, to their astonishment, at this moment, a radiant aura of Buddhist light emanated from Li Bufan, intertwining around him to form a colossal illusion of the Buddha. The figure of the Buddha hovered above his head, casting down myriad beams of light. The attacks from the onlookers struck upon this luminous manifestation, yet they could not even disturb it in the slightest. I, too, am versed in the ways of the Buddhist teachings. Today, I shall vanquish the very essence of Buddhism, Li Bufan declared coldly. What he unleashed was the golden body of the Tathagata. This technique had never before been employed in combat, and he had not anticipated that it would be used against the Xuanxin Buddhist sect, which also adhered to the Buddhist path. Kill. Li Bufan activated the golden body of the Tathagata for defense, while simultaneously unleashing his spear with the Dragon God Spear technique for offense. With the manifestation of these two supreme techniques, combined with his peak mastery of divine fire, he swept through his adversaries with unparalleled ferocity. Reducing numerous monks to mere crimson mist, he advanced toward the mountain gate, forging a path of slaughter through the Buddhist ranks. Within the Xuanxin Buddhist sect, Li Bufan stood adorned with the golden body of the Tathagata, establishing an invincible defense. The assaults directed at him were rendered utterly ineffective, even those from beings of the divine fire realm. His combat prowess far surpassed that of others within the same realm. At that moment, deep within the recesses of the Xuanxin Buddhist sect, an overwhelming aura erupted. Amidst the celestial Buddhist light, three figures emerged slowly, clad in golden robes. One wielded a staff of meditation, another brandished a demon-subduing pestle, and the third held a golden alms bowl, their presence commanding far greater authority than the other monks. Indeed, it is the three Buddhas. The arrival of the three Buddhas signals the end for this demon. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly of monks. The three Buddhas had arrived. Within the Xuanji Buddhist sect, apart from the sect leader, three of the most formidable practitioners stand at the pinnacle of celestial divinity, each possessing unparalleled prowess. They are but a step away from achieving unity. The mere presence of these three instills a profound sense of assurance among the monks, who gaze upon Li Bufan, bathed in the radiance of the Buddha, yet exuding an aura of boundless malice, with disdainful smiles. In their eyes, although he is formidable, he remains merely at the realm of divine fire. Yet the three Buddhas before them are celestial beings. The existence of beings at the celestial level could hardly be rivaled by one of divine fire. Amitabha, practitioner, your sins are exceedingly grave. Since the Buddhist sect cannot enlighten you, we shall ensure your passage to the afterlife. Among the three Buddhas, a middle-aged monk wielding the demon-slaying pestle spoke calmly, his countenance imposing as he stepped forward, advancing towards Li Bufan. The other two Buddhas observed, choosing not to intervene, for they believed that this single monk could easily deal with Li Bufan. Demon-slaying technique. The monk wielding the pestle swung it down upon Li Bufan's head, the force of his strike causing the very air to tremble. Yet Li Bufan stood his ground, his spear thrusting forward with unyielding might. Bang! At the moment of collision between spear and pestle, the ground beneath Li Bufan began to cave in, fissures spreading like veins. Amitabha, practitioner, it is time for you to transcend. The monk summoned forth his power, the immense force of celestial divinity intertwining behind him, coalescing into a divine visage that threatened to bend Li Bufan's form as if to suppress him with this singular blow. Yet, at this moment, a terrifying crimson light emanated from Li Bufan's eyes. You think to send me to the afterlife? How preposterous! Boom! In an instant, a torrent of runic power surged forth from Li Bufan, manifesting in waves. 10, 100, 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The 3,000 runes radiated an infinite brilliance, illuminating the heavens and casting Li Bufan as a youthful emperor. The expression of one among the three Buddhas shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon his face. In that moment of shock, as the 3,000 runes unleashed their might, his demon-slaying staff was uncontrollably sent flying from his grasp. Stunned, Li Bufan closed the distance with remarkable swiftness. With a technique of the heavens, he struck the earth. A punch was unleashed, the monk receiving the force directly to his chest, causing bones to shatter instantly. As the monk's body was propelled backward, Li Bufan followed up with another blow. The heavenly technique, Blood Meteor. The fist's brilliance, akin to a blood-red meteor, cut through the void and descended upon him. With a resounding thud, the monk's entire skeletal structure nearly disintegrated, collapsing to the ground, breathless. Under the overwhelming force of 3,000 runes, he had been brutally slain. Li Bufan had vanquished a celestial being with the power of divine fire. Host has slain a celestial being, receiving a weapon enhancement card. This spectacle left all witnesses in profound shock, their worldviews seemingly shattered, gazing intently at Li Bufan. How could this be possible? 3,000 runes? In this world, how could anyone possibly master 3,000 runes? This was utterly inconceivable. The crowd gasped in astonishment, questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. Yet, as Li Bufan harnessed the 3,000 runic powers and unveiled his hidden prowess, his aura surged to new heights, directly transcending the realm of divine fire. He ascended to the realm of the primordial spirit. Behind him, a shadowy figure, strikingly similar in form, slowly coalesced, emanating a formidable aura that stirred the winds and clouds. Akin to a deity of death from the infernal realms. This was none other than his primordial spirit manifestation. The experience points garnered from vanquishing a peak celestial being shattered the barrier of his 9th layer of divine fire, propelling him into the realm of primordial spirits. As his primordial spirit manifestation emerged, complemented by the formidable power of 3,000 inscriptions, Li Bufan's presence became overwhelmingly terrifying, resonating throughout the Xuanqin Buddhist sect. Die! With a sweeping motion of his lance, the dragon spirit spear technique was unleashed. Waves of dragon phantoms radiated outward from him, annihilating monk after monk beneath the terrifying spear light. Suddenly, the other two of the three Buddhas made their move. Their staffs and golden bowls emanated a brilliant radiance, revealing their status as extraordinary artifacts. The staff, imbued with celestial might, descended upon Li Bufan, while the golden bowl soared into the air, expanding against the wind. Intent on suppressing him, two powerful artifacts attacked simultaneously, augmented by celestial enhancement. Yet Li Bufan, having transcended to the realm of primordial spirits and wielding the power of 3,000 inscriptions, laughed heartily. Come forth. Whoever dares to obstruct me today shall perish. His dragon soul spear thrust forward, clashing violently with the staff. With a resounding crash, sparks erupted, and the staff was sent flying, causing the celestial being wielding it to recoil in astonishment, his pupils constricting. Initially believing that the demon-subduing Buddha had been careless in his demise, he was now struck with disbelief at the sheer terror of this young man's strength. 3,000 inscriptions. Could there truly be someone in this world capable of such a feat? The monk wielding the staff swallowed hard. Just as Li Bufan repelled him, the golden bowl above his head descended, engulfing him within its confines. Assist me, suppress this demon. The monk urged loudly, as the crowd hastily began to channel their spiritual energy into the golden bowl. Within the depths of the bowl, Li Bufan felt himself engulfed by darkness, an invisible force surging towards him, threatening to crush him. I shall see whether this golden bowl is truly formidable, or if my dragon soul spear possesses sufficient strength. Li Bufan retrieved the weapon enhancement card he had just acquired. As its name suggests, it serves to augment weaponry. He crushed the card and applied it to the dragon soul spear. In an instant, the spear erupted with a radiant brilliance, the white dragon adorning it seemingly coming to life, swirling along the shaft. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the enhancement of the dragon soul spear was successful. At that moment, the dragon soul spear transcended its status as a mere treasured artifact and became a supreme weapon. Li Bufan was eager to test its might. With a sweeping motion of the spear, dragon shadows spiraled around him. The power of 3,000 inscriptions surged to its zenith, complemented by the explosive force of his 3 physical forms. Boom, boom, boom. The force hammered against the golden bowl, causing it to emit thunderous echoes. The monks outside the bowl sensed the immense resistance. They murmured in unison, unwilling to underestimate the situation and push their power to the utmost. Break from me. A muffled groan resonated from within the bowl. Suddenly, a black spear tip pierced through the golden bowl, a beam of light erupting forth and obliterating a monk's head. The spear tip was retracted, only to thrust out again from another direction. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine golden bowl was reduced to a state of utter ruin. The assembled monks were left dumbfounded. How is this possible? The golden bowl has been shattered. This is indeed an extraordinary treasure, unyielding and indomitable. How has he accomplished this? Chapter 63. The Dragon Subduing Arhat. The Destruction of the Xuanxin Buddhist Sect. The Dragon Soul Spear struck repeatedly. The exquisite treasure, the golden bowl, was ruthlessly battered, leaving it riddled with countless wounds. With a resounding explosion, the golden bowl shattered. Li Bufan emerged from within, a grin spreading across his face as he addressed the assembled monks. Gentlemen, we meet again. At this moment, a chilling dread gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Some took note of the distinctly different dragon soul spear in his grasp, sensing the potent vibrations emanating from it, and swallowed hard. That spear. No, it was not merely an exquisite treasure. It was a supreme artifact. Upon the utterance of the word supreme artifact, a shiver ran down the spines of the crowd. A supreme artifact, a remarkable possession in the realm of 10 lands. Even a grand sect like the Xuanxin Buddhist sect lacked such an item. It is a supreme artifact. No wonder he was able to shatter the golden bowl. If one could claim this item for oneself, the Xuanxin Buddhist sect would eclipse the other 6 sections. Greed flickered in the eyes of some. Li Bufan, observing this, let out a cold chuckle. If you desire a supreme artifact, you must first consider whether you possess the means to survive. He struck once more. Empowered by the supreme artifact, his combat prowess surged dramatically. Ordinary monks, unable to approach him, were obliterated by the spear's radiance. Even the 2 of the 3 Buddhas, whose cultivation surpassed his, dared not confront him directly. Yet, at that very moment, above the heavens, golden clouds swirled as a resounding chant echoed. A monk, clad in a robe and adorned with a golden crown, descended gracefully through the air. His arrival instantly caused the statues within the Xuanxin Buddhist sect to emanate boundless radiance, as if a myriad of Buddhas were welcoming him, a truly extraordinary sight. The newcomer was none other than the master of the Xuanxin Buddhist sect, known in the Great Wasteland as the Unification Master, Su Nf. Amitabha, young one. You disturb the purity of my Buddhist domain. You must perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Nf raised his palm and brought it down. The intertwined mystical forces formed a colossal golden palm imprint that descended with overwhelming might, akin to the collapse of the heavens, exerting immense pressure upon Li Bfn. Gripping the dragon's soul spear tightly, he unleashed a full-powered thrust. The spear's brilliance surged forth like a golden dragon, colliding thunderously with the giant palm. The heavens trembled and the earth shook. The colossal palm and the spear's radiance dissipated, and Li Bfn staggered back several steps. His bones and organs vibrating from the impact, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he marveled at the might of the unification realm. The opponent was far beyond the reach of mere celestial beings. With his current strength, he could vanquish celestial beings. And even the pinnacle of celestial beings such as the 3 Buddhas would be no match for him. Yet, in the face of unification realm, he found himself at a disadvantage. With such innate talent and strength, Li Bfn, you should not tread the path of darkness. Su Nf lamented as he regarded Li Bfn. Ha, the path of darkness? What is the path of darkness? There is no distinction between righteousness and evil. It solely depends on the practitioner's intent. As long as my actions are not in conflict with my conscience, what does it matter if I am deemed a figure of darkness in your eyes? It is you, Xuanxin Buddhist sect, who, without discerning right from wrong, harbor malefactors. With a mere utterance of repentance, they have their past transgressions wiped clean. What right do you have to do so? In my eyes, you are the true figures of darkness. Here, there is no Buddha. Only a group of spectral beings clad in robes. Li Bufan laughed heartily. Despite being suppressed by the Su Nf, he felt not the slightest fear. His words, however, darkened the countenance of Su Nf, who retorted with a fierce glare. Li Bufan, you are exceedingly audacious. Upon uttering these words, he unleashed the full force of his combined realm, intent on utterly subduing Li Bufan. In the face of such overwhelming power, Li Bufan found it rather difficult to maintain a low profile, yet he was not without recourse. Buddha? Let me show you what a true Buddha is. Li Bufan immediately activated his divine summoning talent. A pure, sacred light of the Buddha radiated from him. The foremost of the 18 Arhats, the dragon subduer. Come forth. Li Bufan summoned all his strength. A rift opened in the void, and a dragon's roar reverberated from within as a monk donned in a resplendent golden-red robe emerged. His eyes sparkled with golden light, and the Buddha's radiance flowed around him. Exuding both compassion and supreme majesty, evoking an irresistible urge to kneel in reverence. Dragon Subduer. Let these false Buddhas witness what a true Buddha embodies. Li Bufan spoke coldly. Dragon Subduer, obey my command. The dragon subduing Arhut smiled faintly. With a single step, he unleashed a powerful strike, transforming the Buddha light into a golden dragon shadow. The overwhelming force compelled Su Nf to involuntarily narrow his eyes, and though he attempted to resist with all his might, he was effortlessly repelled several dozen paces. The dragon subduing Arhut smiled slightly and struck again. Each move was imbued with tremendous power, akin to a wrathful Vajra, subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Li Bufan took out a restoration card and crushed it. His previously waning magical energy, due to the summoning of the dragon subduing Arhut, surged back to fullness. He gazed at the crowd with a cold smile. Subsequently, his magical energy surged forth, and he summoned his divine talents once more. Guardian spirits, the black and white impermanents, mountain deities, the giant spirit, come forth. Having ascended to the realm of the nascent soul, he effortlessly summoned several deities. The divine beings regarded the assembly of false monks with indifference and unleashed their full power. Under the might of the deities, most of the monks offered no resistance. Do not kill me, please. Seek vengeance upon the 7 blades of heaven instead. One individual, gripped by fear, revealed the whereabouts of the 7 blades. Li Bufan turned his gaze to see 2 monks lurking, attempting to flee stealthily, their aura unmistakably akin to what he had sensed in the village. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he sneered. At last, I have found you. In an instant, he darted forward like a flash of lightning. The 7 blades of heaven turned pale at his approach. Without a trace of hesitation, Li Bufan thrust his spear, swiftly severing the limbs of both men, leaving them powerless and collapsed upon the ground. He continued to strike again and again, soon piercing their bodies with countless wounds. Their anguished cries filled the air as they begged for a swift end. Yet, Li Bufan merely chuckled coldly, prolonging their suffering until they were utterly unrecognizable, before severing their heads. Thus, the 7 blades of heaven met their demise. Yet, as he gazed around at the panicked faces of the monks, he showed no intention of halting his actions. The Shinkin Buddhist sect had, over the years, absorbed countless nefarious individuals, transforming them into so-called enlightened masters. Today, I shall eradicate you all in one fell swoop. From this day forth, the Great Wasteland shall no longer be plagued by the Shinkin Buddhist sect. Upon hearing Li Bufan's intent to annihilate their order, the monks' expressions shifted dramatically, and they fled in a frenzy. However, it was too late. The dragon subduing Arhut, after engaging in a fierce battle with the Shinshur Buddha for over 100 exchanges, ultimately vanquished him. Li Bufan then felt a tremendous surge of warmth coursing through his body. The power he had just attained upon ascending to the primordial spirit realm surged once more. Primordial spirit 2nd level, primordial spirit 3rd level, primordial spirit 4th level, until it finally stabilized at the primordial spirit 9th level. The massacre continued unabated. A cold smile adorned Li Bufan's face as he pondered whether the complete destruction of the Shinkin Buddhist sect would elevate his cultivation to the celestial deity realm in one fell swoop. He felt a sense of anticipation. The celestial deity realm was undoubtedly a mark of strength in the Great Wasteland, with his various hidden trump cards. Once he ascended to the celestial deity realm, he would be an overwhelming force not only in the Great Wasteland but throughout the entirety of the 10 regions. Chapter 64. Ascending to the celestial deity, the crown prince of the Panwu dynasty. The slaughter of the divine continued. The mountain god, the black and white impermanents, the giant spirit god, under their might, the remaining members of the Shinkin Buddhist sect were utterly powerless to resist. As the death toll mounted, the power within Li Bufan only grew, leaving him but a hair's breadth from the celestial deity realm. Devil, you wretched devil. You are the very source of chaos in this world, you fiend. Amidst the relentless carnage, a profound sense of panic gripped the multitude of monks. Their eyes reflected the deep-seated terror as they witnessed the murderous intent radiating from Li Bufan. Oblivious to their fear, he wielded his spear with sweeping ferocity. Time became an indistinct blur, and the Xuanxin Buddhist sect lay nearly obliterated in his wake. Venturing deeper into the temple, he commenced his plunder of treasures. As he passed a grand hall, he was met with a series of low growls emanating from within. Damn it, Xuanxin Buddhist sect, do not think you can brainwash me. I shall never become your puppet. Curiosity piqued, Li Bufan entered the hall. The walls were adorned with countless inscriptions, each radiating a soft golden glow, exuding an aura of tranquility that beckoned one to serenity. However, ominously, the power of these scriptures began to infiltrate his mind, gradually etching an insidious message: convert to the Xuanxin Buddhist sect. With unwavering resolve, Li Bufan centered himself, fortifying his spirit against the encroaching influence. He murmured, "Is this a place designed for brainwashing?" Upon surveying the surroundings, he noticed several figures ensnared within cages, their bodies brimming with malevolent energy as they resisted the scripture's force. One among them, recognizing the swirling malevolence surrounding Li Bufan, called out, "Young brother, please free us. I can offer you a sum of 100 million spirit stones." The promise of 100 million spirit stones suggested the speaker's considerable wealth. Sensing Li Bufan's skepticism, he added, "You must trust me. I am the notorious thief of the North Sea, with spirit stones in abundance." The notorious pirate known as the Northern Sea Bandit was a name that Li Bufan recognized well. This infamous thief specialized in plundering merchant ships traversing the seas. And it was not enough for him to merely seize their spirit stones. He often slaughtered everyone aboard. "Brother, let me go. I, from the 36 strongholds of Mianshan, will surely repay you, spirit stones, beautiful maidens, whatever you desire," pleaded one after another, each voice filled with desperation. With every name uttered, a trail of blood debts followed, revealing that these individuals were far from virtuous. Had Li Bufan not arrived today, the Xianxin Buddhist sect would soon have a new batch of seemingly pious monks. A cold smile crept across Li Bufan's lips as he contemplated this. "I shall grant you release." With a swift motion, he thrust his spear, piercing through one man's chest. The victim's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why? You didn't want to be brainwashed, did you? Death is the solution. The dead cannot be indoctrinated." Li Bufan withdrew his spear and advanced towards the remaining prisoners. These wicked souls, confined within their cages, were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly devoid of the means to resist. Shortly thereafter, one by one, the evildoers met their end at his hands. Blood flowed abundantly throughout the great hall, staining the sacred scriptures and transforming the once serene palace into a scene of grim ferocity. With a thunderous roar, after dispatching the last of the malevolent, Li Bufan suddenly felt his magical power surge dramatically, shattering the barriers of his original spirit realm. He had ascended to the divine realm. Li Bufan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Ha ha, I have finally ascended to the celestial realm. Now, even the Panwu dynasty cannot challenge me." He laughed heartily, brimming with exhilaration as he turned away from the Xuanji Buddhist sect. Shortly after his departure, others arrived at the sect, only to be met with the horrifying sight of fallen monks strewn across the ground, leaving them in a state of shock and disbelief. The Xuanji Buddhist sect has been annihilated. How can this be possible? It is one of the 7 sects of the Great Wilderness. Who possesses such power to obliterate the Xuanji Buddhist sect? Not even the other 6 sects could achieve this. They gasped in astonishment. As they approached the Grand Hall, they discovered a chilling inscription etched beside the Buddha statue in the Mahavira Hall: "The annihilator of sects, Li Bufan." The mere mention of his name caused gasps of disbelief among the crowd. Is it truly Li Bufan who has destroyed the Xuanji Buddhist sect? But how can that be? He is merely a young prodigy. Where could he possibly acquire such terrifying strength? I refuse to believe it. It is inconceivable that he possesses such power. Soon, news of the Xuanji Buddhist sect's destruction spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the Great Wilderness. Upon learning that the destroyer was none other than Li Bufan, the crowd was engulfed in a mix of astonishment and skepticism. While some were awestruck, many remained doubtful. They recognized Li Bufan's remarkable prowess, acknowledging that even ordinary geniuses could not rival him. Yet, the notion that he could annihilate an entire sect was simply too outrageous. Even the pinnacle of Unity Realm experts would struggle to accomplish such a feat. What could possibly justify Li Bufan's capability to do so? Consequently, few individuals harbor belief. Within the Tianshan sect, both the white-browed Taoist and the drunken fairy have come to learn of Li Bufan's news. Initially, like others, they were filled with skepticism. Yet, upon reflecting on Li Bufan's myriad extraordinary feats, they recognized that while others could not achieve such wonders, their sworn brother might indeed possess that capability. His abilities are remarkable, truly unfathomable. No one can transcend several realms in mere days, yet he has done so. While it seems implausible for anyone to annihilate the Xuanzhen Buddhist sect, for him, it is entirely within the realm of possibility. The white-browed Taoist stroked his beard, speaking thoughtfully. The drunken fairy, holding a jug of wine, smiled softly in agreement. At that moment, the cloud-craned Taoist approached the two, his demeanor tinged with gravity. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "I have just received alarming news. The crown prince of the Panwu dynasty has arrived in the Great Wasteland." The cloud-craned Taoist's voice was laden with apprehension. "Is this crown prince truly formidable?" "Indeed. He is exceptionally powerful. He is one of the few in the history of the Panwu dynasty to cultivate 3 supreme arts simultaneously, having reached the primordial spirit realm before the age of 50. It is said he possesses a terrifying record of vanquishing celestial beings." The cloud-craned Taoist inhaled deeply, his words deliberate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the white-browed Taoist and the drunken fairy shifted noticeably. Cultivating 3 supreme arts? A primordial spirit before 50? Slaying celestial beings? Such accomplishments are indeed fearsome. It is rumored that prior to embarking on his journey to the Great Wasteland, he declared his first order of business would be to eliminate Friendly, in tribute to his deceased brother. It appears that this time, Li Xiaoyu is in grave peril. The cloud-craned Taoist remarked, shaking his head. The first prince of the Panwu dynasty holds immense prestige in the realm of Dao. Despite having witnessed the extraordinary talents of Li Bufan, he does not believe that the latter can rival this esteemed prince. The disparity in their cultivation levels is significant. At the time of his departure, Li Bufan was merely at the transformation stage, whereas the prince had already ascended to the nascent soul stage and may now even be at the celestial god level. Chapter 65. The emergence of the celestial sanctuary. The news of the prince's arrival in the great wilderness has reached even the wandering Li Bufan, as many are abuzz with discussions about it. This prince, revered throughout the 10 lands, is a formidable figure, having attained the nascent soul stage before the age of 50. He is now possibly a young prodigy at the celestial god level. Even veteran powerhouses find themselves humbled in his presence. His arrival in the great wilderness instills a palpable sense of pressure among the aspiring elites vying for the sacred order, intensifying their competition. Many hope to seize a sacred order before the prince's arrival, seeking to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Li Bufan senses the trepidation among these elites, and a flicker of anticipation ignites within him. "I wonder how many of my moves this prince can withstand." A slight smile graces Li Bufan's face, filled with confidence in his current self. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On this day, a radiant pillar of light ascends from the heart of the great wilderness, piercing the heavens. This pillar transforms into a colossal vortex, revealing breathtaking scenes within: majestic mountains, flowing rivers, rare beasts, and ethereal mists, creating an otherworldly paradise. Indeed, the sacred cave of manifestation has emerged into the world. In an instant, all the illustrious individuals endowed with the sacred decree hasten towards it. At long last, the moment we have awaited has arrived. As each prodigy gathered at the site of the sacred cave, they beheld the colossal vortex before them. One among them, clutching the sacred decree, ventured forth. Yet, at that moment, a fierce blast of sword energy surged forth, sending the one with the decree sprawling backward. A young man stepped forward, charging at the prodigy, demanding the sacred decree with the promise of sparing their life. Dream on. The two engaged in a fierce battle. This scene served as a stark reminder to all present. Although the sacred cave had manifested, the trials were not yet concluded. Those without the sacred decree remained outside the cave, poised to seize the decrees from those who possessed them. These contenders were formidable in their own right. Their lack of a decree could merely be attributed to unfortunate circumstances. Now that the sacred cave has appeared, those bearing the sacred decree converged, for within lay an abundance of decrees. A tumultuous contest for supremacy was on the brink of unfolding. Apprehension flickered in the eyes of the onlookers as they exchanged wary glances. Suddenly, it was unclear who struck first, but one of the prodigies lunged at a nearby rival, exclaiming, "I recall you possess a sacred decree. Surrender it. To claim the sacred decree, you must wager your lives. Kill." Like a cascade of dominoes, one by one, the prodigies plunged into the final struggle for the sacred decree, plunging the scene into utter chaos. One day, the prodigies understood that only by entering the sacred cave could their journey be deemed complete. Thus, some among them disregarded the allure of battle, hastening towards the sacred cave. only to be obstructed by other exceptional individuals outside the cave. Lacking sufficient strength, they found themselves incapable of even entering. Bang! Li Bufan witnessed a graceful figure being sent flying, blood trickling from her lips. It was Bai Qian. At that moment, she was being assaulted by two distinguished prodigies from the great wilderness. One was enveloped in the power of the stars, while the other commanded the 5 elemental forces with a mere gesture. Their presence was extraordinary. Bai Qian's cultivation was comparable to theirs, yet under their relentless siege, she found herself in dire peril, on the brink of defeat at any moment. Bang! Another strike landed. Unable to withstand the combined might of the two prodigies, Bai Qian was sent reeling once more. Bai Qian, surrender the sacred token, lest you suffer grievously. Indeed, you are no match for us. Bai Qian gritted her teeth. In your dreams. Then do not blame us, the prodigy clad in white declared coldly, as a resplendent aura of 5 colors radiated from him. The powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth swirled around him, coalescing into a colossal 5-colored hand. 5 elements, overarching palm. The other individual, surrounded by shimmering starlight, summoned a magnificent constellation. The vast star, a spectacle of grandeur, hurtled towards Bai Qian. Falling star. The combined force of the two prodigies was overwhelming. Though Bai Qian possessed the strength of the divine fire realm, she felt as if her life hung by a thread. But just then, a beam of spear light pierced through the air. Boom! In an instant, the power of the 5 elements shattered, and the star was reduced to ashes. A youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in black attire, stood resolutely before Bai Qian. His demeanor cool and indifferent as he gazed at the two prodigies before him. How audacious you are, daring to bully even my niece. The mention of niece left the two prodigies utterly bewildered. Uncle Li, Bai Qian exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Li Bufan. A wave of profound security washing over her. Not far away, Shi Yao, Lu Ruxue, and other prodigies from the great wilderness also spotted Li Bufan, though they were taken aback. If I remember correctly, Bai Qian is nearly 60 years old. How has she become Li Bufan's niece? Lu Ruxue remarked with a peculiar expression. Shi Yao explained, it seems that Li Bufan formed a brotherly bond with the White Brow Taoist, and since Bai Qian is the daughter of the White Brow, she thus became his niece. Oh, Lu Ruxue understood at last, but her gaze shifted back to Li Bufan, eyes glimmering with insight. Hasn't it been only a year? It appears his cultivation has made remarkable progress. Shi Yao, too, bore a grave expression, sensing that standing before him now, she might lack even the courage to resist. What a formidable individual he is, murmured Xiao Feng, the foremost prodigy of the great wilderness. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the two prodigies attacking Bai Qian were unconcerned with such matters. Perfect. You, Li Bufan, possess the holy order as well. If we eliminate you, that makes 2 for us. 1 for each of us. The youth in white proclaimed as he charged forward, followed closely by his companion. They both unleashed their powers simultaneously, causing a terrifying surge of magical energy that trembled through the void. One was enveloped in a radiant aura of the 5 elements, pulsating with unending vitality. The power of the stars surged forth, transforming into a vast expanse of celestial rivers. Merely the magnitude of this force was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of those at the ordinary divine fire realm. Yet, Li Bufan did not even spare a glance. He thrust forth with a single spear strike, without employing any intricate techniques. The sheer brilliance of his unleashed magic surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering both the celestial rivers and the elemental forces with unrelenting ferocity. The terrifying spear radiance enveloped the two prodigies. Boom, boom. In their horror, they were instantly reduced to 2 clouds of crimson mist, utterly perishing. Shi Yao, Lu Ruxue, and Xiao Feng's expressions changed dramatically, disbelief etched on their faces. Such power. Was it the primordial spirit? How on earth had he cultivated to achieve such a level? No. It seemed far more profound than merely the primordial spirit. If it was not the primordial spirit, could it possibly be that of a celestial being? They swallowed hard, gazing at Li Bufan as if he were a monstrous entity. In just 1 year, from the transformation into an infant, he had breached the divine fire and primordial spirit realms, ascending to the celestial domain. What sort of infernal cultivation speed was this? Not only they, but even Bai Qian's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Li, uncle, you've ascended to the celestial realm? I am your Uncle Li, not Li. Uncle, Li Bufan replied, playfully tapping her forehead with a smile. Chapter 66. Confronting the Grand Prince. A disappointment, the news of Li Bufan's ascension to the celestial realm spread across the battlefield. Those who were aware of his existence were left dumbfounded, deeming it utterly absurd. Many still harbored impressions of him as being merely at the core formation or infant transformation stages. Yet, how much time had passed? He had now reached the celestial realm? Such a rate of cultivation was more exaggerated than riding a rocket. This individual is truly a monster. I suspect he has been concealing his true power until now. Otherwise, how could he have progressed so swiftly? I even wonder if he might be the reincarnation of an ancient being. It makes sense. Did you not hear Bai Qian refer to him as Uncle Li? He may very well be a practitioner from Bai Mei's generation, which would explain their association. Indeed, the crowd buzzed with speculation, each finding merit in their conjectures. However, amidst their discussions, some talented individuals seized the opportunity, swiftly entering the sacred manifestation cave while others were distracted. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, and they ceased to regard Li Bufan. Everyone resumed their scramble for the sacred decree. Li Bufan glanced at Bai Qian and calmly remarked, Uncle Li will keep these individuals at bay. You should proceed into the cave. Uncle Li, why not enter together? I wish to linger a bit longer, Bai Qian replied. Li Bufan offered a slight smile. The battlefield is an excellent arena for his growth. He had no desire to depart so soon. He yearned to hunt a few more prodigies to accrue experience and rewards. Bai Qian, unperturbed, dashed toward the sacred manifestation cave. Some foolish practitioners attempted to intervene, but were easily dispatched by a single sweep of Li Bufan's spear, annihilating them effortlessly. With his divine realm cultivation, he could easily overpower the majority of the gathered prodigies. Even the elite from the other realms found it difficult to contend with him. Recognizing that Bai Qian was under Li Bufan's protection, the others hesitated to act further. Bai Qian successfully entered the cave. Li Bufan stood still, casually toying with the sacred decree, keen to discern if anyone harbored ambitions for the treasure in his grasp, contemplating an attempt at theft. Alas, upon casting a glance, none dared to approach, fully aware of his formidable prowess, who would willingly court death. With no challengers in sight, a sense of ennui began to envelop Li Bufan. He was not one to indiscriminately spill blood. He would not strike unless provoked. Perhaps it was best to enter the sacred cave, for lingering any longer seemed rather tedious. However, just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth from a distance. The heavens above roiled with golden clouds, and the resonant roars of dragons echoed in all directions. A chilling golden figure strode through the air, surrounded by a radiant divine light, its mastery of magic capable of shaking mountains and earth. The very moment of his arrival cast an oppressive and dreadful pressure over the battlefield. Many of the talented individuals trembled slightly, their eyes wide with astonishment at the newcomer. Such an aura was truly fearsome. Who could this person be? The crowd scrutinized the figure closely. He was adorned with a golden crown and draped in a resplendent dragon robe, exuding an air of nobility and an innate authority. Notably, his eyes, one black and one white, shimmered with divine light, intertwining the energies of yin and yang, forming intricate patterns of profound pathways. Those eyes were the eyes of yin and yang. As far as I am aware, there is but one individual within the 10 lands possessing such eyes, and that is the Crown Prince Zhou Xian of the Panwu dynasty. Indeed, he has arrived in the Great Wasteland. This promises to be an extraordinary spectacle. The crowd exchanged glances between Zhou Xian and Li Bufan. It is known that there exists a long-standing feud between these two individuals. Li Bufan has slain the 7th prince of the Panwu dynasty, while Zhou Xian had previously proclaimed his intent to eliminate his adversary in the Great Wasteland. Now that they have encountered one another, a confrontation is inevitable. This is a clash between the most elite prodigies within the realm. Many have paused their activities, preparing to witness the spectacle. At last, I have found you. Zhou Xian's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he casually raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that transformed into a golden dragon apparition. This was none other than the Wide-Long Divine Palm, one of the 3 supreme arts of the Panwu dynasty. The 7th prince, Zhou Yuan, also possessed mastery over this supreme technique. Yet he was vastly inferior to Zhou Xian. One was in the heavens, the other in the earth. Ah, this is rather intriguing. Li Bufan, armed with his spear, executed a powerful thrust. The Wide-Long Divine Spear technique was unleashed, with the spear's radiance morphing into a dragon's silhouette. Under the impact of the twin dragons, it seemed as though the very void would be torn asunder. The cascading waves of magical force surged forth like relentless tides, overwhelming many who found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught and were forced to retreat. Such power. The realm of the celestial god. The Crown Prince is indeed a being of celestial god caliber. How could one attain such a level so effortlessly? These two monsters. Although the celestial god is formidable, I find myself not overly astonished. After all, Li Bufan has shattered several major realms in just a year to become a celestial god, rendering Zhou Xian's ascent to such a status as a mere royal prince of the dynasty unsurprising. Zhou Xian's demonstration of celestial god power startled some, even though they had anticipated it. However, upon recalling that Li Bufan too was a celestial god, and one who had achieved this status in an exceedingly brief period, the shock diminished significantly. In the realm of celestial beings, Zhou Xian's gaze sharpened, a hint of astonishment flickering across his countenance. Was it not said that his opponent was merely at the transformation of infant stage? How had he ascended to the divine realm? The chasm between transformation of infants and celestial divinity was vast, encompassing the realms of divine fire and primordial spirit. Whose intelligence was this? Zhou Xian's expression soured momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. Though the revelation of Li Bufan as a celestial being was shocking, he remained steadfast in his confidence. He was no ordinary celestial being. Li Bufan, today you shall witness the might of the three supreme techniques of the Panwu dynasty. Prepare yourself. He unleashed a punch, channeling his power into the form of a dragon's head. With a resounding roar, the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of shattering. Faced with this formidable strike, Li Bufan merely smirked, brandishing his spear. The golden body of the Tathagata manifested, radiant Buddhist light enveloping him as he transformed into a golden Buddha. The dragon's head collided with him, yet failed to budge him even a fraction. Moreover, with a swift motion, Li Bufan unleashed a sweeping strike that sent Zhou Xian staggering back several paces. You possess two supreme techniques. Is that truly surprising to you? Li Bufan scoffed, and then unleashed the techniques of the celestial battlefield. A punch erupted, resonating with martial intent that shook the heavens, causing mountains and rivers to fracture. The blood-red aura of his fist morphed into a meteor, a blood meteor. Two formidable techniques, one to the left and one to the right, surged toward Zhou Xian. With a low growl, Zhou Xian exerted his power to its utmost, manifesting scales of dragon armor around him. This was the third supreme technique of the Panwu dynasty, the Dragon Scale Defense. The Dragon Scale Defense absorbed Li Bufan's assault. Zhou Xian spoke coldly. You are not the only one with a defensive supreme technique. Before me, you are destined for defeat today. Is it so? Li Bufan replied with a chilling smile, launching another strike. The Eye of Slaughter was activated, enhancing his combat prowess. The long spear continuously lashed out, crashing against the dragon scales enveloping his opponent. The adversary neither retreated nor evaded. It was futile. Before Zhou Xian could finish his words, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Suddenly, the dragon scales surrounding him shattered. The supreme law was breached. His expression shifted dramatically as a suit of golden armor rapidly materialized around him, deflecting the dragon's soul spear. However, the overwhelming force still sent him hurtling away, crashing through several mountain peaks, until he was buried beneath the rubble, his fate uncertain. Is this the extent of your power? The Crown Prince of the Panwu dynasty was a disappointment. Chapter 67. The Supreme emerges. You do not deserve the sacred cave amidst the wreckage. A brilliant golden light erupted. A figure surged forth from the debris. Zhou Xian, who had just been sent flying. His hair cascaded over his shoulders, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet in the next moment, the golden armor upon him radiated a dazzling brilliance, adorned with countless mysterious runes that exuded an aura of impenetrable strength. Clearly, this was a treasure of considerable caliber, an artifact of the Supreme. The fact that a prodigy possessed such a supreme artifact showcased the profound heritage of the Panwu dynasty. But that was not the end. Zhou Xian's eyes were suffused with the intertwining energies of yin and yang, surrounded by a radiant black and white divine light, transforming into a colossal Taiji diagram. The yin-yang divine eyes. In the crowd, Lu Rushue's gaze sharpened. She possessed a yin-yang physique and could manipulate the forces of yin and yang. However, in comparison to these divine eyes, she fell short. This was a pinnacle physique, surpassing ordinary sacred bodies. Li Bufan, you are the first to compel me to unleash my full strength at this level. Very well, very well. I commend you. However, I shall ensure your demise is most tragic. Zhou Xian's tone was imbued with indifference. Clad in supreme attire and activating his yin-yang divine eyes, he resembled a youthful deity, exuding an overwhelming aura of might. In a flash, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was at Li Bufan's left side, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed a dominating dragon shadow, intertwined with the forces of yin and yang. Its potency surpassed that of before. Splendid indeed. Li Bufan neither retreated nor evaded, striking back with a punch of his own. Boom. The three formidable physiques activated simultaneously. With a thunderous clash, their fists collided, shattering the very landscape. The ground beneath them caved in, creating a colossal pit, with cracks radiating along its edges for dozens of miles. Futile. Li Bufan, your three saint-level physiques are indeed impressive, yet there are distinctions among saint-level physiques. My yin-yang divine eyes are of the pinnacle, surpassing your three physiques, Zhou Xian declared coldly, as a vast Tai Chi diagram manifested beneath him. The diagram enveloped both him and Li Bufan. In an instant, an unprecedented pressure bore down upon Li Bufan, restricting his magical power and suppressing his physique. Yin-yang divine eyes, yin-yang diagram. This is the sacred body, divine ability. Li Bufan narrowed his eyes, aware that his three physiques could not contend with the yin-yang divine eyes, yet he felt no trace of fear, for in the very next moment, an array of inscriptions began to radiate outward from his center. 100, 200, 500, 1,000, an ever-increasing multitude of inscriptions, densely packed, shrouding the heavens. The onlookers stared in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes, until all 3,000 inscriptions manifested, prompting gasps of disbelief. Buzzing. Under the assault of the 3,000 inscriptions, the yin-yang diagram began to fracture. How could this be possible? Doubt was etched across Zhou Xian's face. Boom. The yin-yang diagram collapsed. The force of the 3,000 inscriptions surged forth like a tempest. Zhou Xian was thrust back several dozen feet by this overwhelming power. Yet he seized the opportunity to soar into the air, bellowing fiercely as the essence of yin and yang coalesced within his eyes. It was the second divine ability of the yin-yang divine eyes, the yin-yang divine light. A beam of black and white light, interwoven, surged towards Li Bufan. Wherever it passed, the void itself seemed to distort. Confronted with such might, Li Bufan did not retreat or evade. Instead, he thrust his dragon soul spear directly towards the divine light, gathering the force of the 3,000 inscriptions at its tip, then unleashing it. Boom! The black and white divine light shattered. The power of the 3,000 inscriptions sliced through the void with the ferocity of a battering ram, crashing into Zhou Xian. Despite the protection of his supreme artifact, he was still forced to spit blood, his organs feeling as though they were being shattered, especially those divine eyes, from which blood streamed forth. There was no doubt. Zhou Xian was defeated, dead. Seizing the moment of his adversary's injury, Li Bufan charged forth to claim his life. After all, he was already locked in a deadly struggle with the Panwu dynasty. He would not hesitate to eliminate a few more princes. Nor would he spare Zhou Wuhuang. You dare! Stop this at once. At this moment, several thunderous shouts echoed through the void. Figures imbued with formidable auras surged towards Li Bufan. These individuals were none other than the guardians of Zhou Xian. Li Bufan had anticipated their presence long before. With a mere thought, he invoked the divine summoning technique. The giant spirit god was summoned. The dragon suppressor was called forth. Two divine beings materialized before Li Bufan, radiating boundless divine light as they charged towards the assailants. Particularly, the dragon suppressor, exuding an aura even more powerful than that of an average harmonious Unity Realm practitioner, left several guardians in awe. The crowd marveled at the spectacle. His summoning technique was unparalleled, evoking a sense of wonder regardless of the moment it was observed. Lu Ruxiu sighed, remarking that it appeared even the crown prince of the martial emperor dynasty could not escape calamity. Shi Yao shook her head in response. Just as Li Bufan was about to vanquish Zhou Xian, a beam of divine light descended rapidly from the sacred cavern in the heavens. It was a radiant manifestation of yin and yang. Li Bufan's brow furrowed. The might of this strike was formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the summoning technique once more. The four symbol divine beasts, the tortoise and serpent united, the Xuanwu was summoned. A roar reverberated through the void. Subsequently, before Li Bufan stood a colossal beast, a fusion of tortoise and serpent, with streams of water swirling in the air, forming barriers. This was indeed the Xuanwu, known for its exceptional defensive capabilities among the four great divine beasts. The divine beast, a manifestation of divinity itself, faced the onslaught of the yin and yang divine light, which struck against the barriers, causing the void to erupt with thunderous sounds. Eventually, the divine light and the Xuanwu vanished together. Li Bufan's current magical prowess is insufficient to summon a complete Xuanwu. What a remarkable lad! What a masterful summoning technique! At this moment, within the cave heaven, a white-haired elder slowly emerged. Upon glancing at the severely injured Zhou Xian, his expression turned ashen, and he coldly declared, "To inflict such harm upon my chosen disciple, you are courting death. I hereby announce that you have lost your qualification to enter the sacred cave of manifestation." "Oh, on what grounds?" "Simply because I am one of the four supreme beings of the cave." The elder's indifferent declaration was accompanied by a formidable aura that swiftly swept in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding landscape trembled for 1,000 miles. Countless beings prostrated themselves in terror, quaking with fear, and the young prodigies were utterly astounded. "Supreme, my heavens, there truly exists a supreme within the sacred cave of manifestation. The supreme is the epitome of true strength. Not only in the 10 lands, but even in the 9 heavens, such beings are of the highest caliber. With a mere thought, they can obliterate countless lives." Li Bufan also sensed the terrifying might emanating from the elder, surprised to discover that Zhou Xian had already been designated as a supreme disciple. Many gazed at Zhou Xian with eyes filled with envy. Li Bufan scoffed, issuing the sacred order, inciting the prodigies to turn against one another. "And now, with just a single word, you strip me of my qualification. The sacred cave of manifestation truly considers itself the sovereign of the 10 lands, capable of dictating the fate of any individual, does it?" With that, he produced the sacred order and gripped it fiercely with his 5 fingers. Crack! The sacred order shattered instantly. "Listen closely, it is not a matter of my qualifications, but rather that you, the sacred cave of manifestation, are unworthy." Chapter 68. Preparing to strike at the 4 symbols sect and the starry sect. "It is not a matter of my qualifications, but rather that you, the sacred cave of manifestation, are unworthy," Li Bufan declared with resounding conviction. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was an outright provocation against the sacred cave of manifestation. Such audacity, such defiance. Lu Ruxue, Shi Yao, Xiao Feng, and other prodigies from the great wasteland could not help but swallow hard. This individual was undoubtedly a madman. How dare he? The venerable elder's expression turned increasingly frigid, as his aura surged forth like a torrent, shaking the heavens and the earth. Above him, the dual energies of yin and yang coalesced into a colossal Taiji diagram, and even the mere release of his aura instilled profound trepidation in the hearts of those present. He spoke coldly, "Very well. I, the supreme of yin and yang, have cultivated for millennia and have never encountered a youth as arrogant as you. Today, I shall make you aware that there are always greater beings beyond you, and skies beyond the heavens. Prepare to perish." With that, he struck down towards Li Bufan with a single hand. His magical energy surged through the void, forming a gigantic hand. Observing this, Li Bufan smiled coldly and swiftly produced a card, shattering it. A radiant light enveloped him, and a peculiar spatial fluctuation emerged. "Sacred cave of manifestation. We shall meet again by fate." With a hum, Li Bufan's figure vanished in an instant. That was a teleportation card. The supreme of yin and yang was taken aback. How could this be? The surrounding space had been shrouded by my aura, and yet he managed to teleport away. Could it be that this was a teleportation talisman crafted by a being of supreme power? The young man possesses such a treasure. The supreme yin-yang revealed a moment of contemplation. "Master, I am truly grateful for your timely appearance. Otherwise, I fear for my very life," Zhou Xian said, supporting his injured body as he approached the supreme yin-yang. A deep sense of unwillingness flickered in his eyes. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had always sailed smoothly and advanced triumphantly, never having been defeated by any prodigy, let alone being utterly crushed. With this thought, a tide of rage surged within him. "Do not be concerned. Your innate talent is remarkable. Once you enter the sacred manifestation cave under my guidance, given time, you shall surely surpass this individual. As for him, Without joining the sacred manifestation cave, no matter how exceptional his talent may be, he shall struggle to make his mark, let alone ascend to the skies and compete with the prodigies of the nine heavens, the supreme Yin Yang stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian took a deep breath and replied, I shall not disappoint my master's expectations. I will strive diligently and ascend to the nine heavens. Good. The supreme Yin Yang nodded slightly and then addressed the gathered prodigies with indifference, saying, all those who hold the sacred manifestation order, enter the cave. A wave of joy swept through the crowd as they rushed toward the cave. The sacred manifestation cave, a crucible for the strong. Once inside, our cultivation will surely soar. Shi Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. Perhaps, catching up to Li Bufan may not be impossible after all. Alas, what a pity. This individual's talent and abilities are undoubtedly unparalleled in the great wilderness. If he were to enter the sacred manifestation cave, his future would be limitless. Yet, who could have anticipated such an outcome? Xiaofeng lamented. Yet they no longer pondered further, swiftly entering the sacred cave. Thus, the contest for the sacred edict reached a temporary conclusion. What remained was the clash of the prodigies within the sacred cave. Yet none of this bore any relevance to Li Bufan. To the other prodigies, his absence from the sacred cave signified that he would inevitably fall behind, perhaps even fading into obscurity. On a mountain peak, Li Bufan's figure materialized. He utilized a teleportation card to evade the Supreme's assault and departed from the cave. Unable to join the sacred cave, he began to contemplate his next course of action. I am still being hunted by the Panwu dynasty, and the peril is ever present. I must rapidly enhance my strength. Furthermore, the prodigies who have entered the sacred cave will undoubtedly experience swift advancement. I cannot allow myself to lag behind. I possess a system. As long as there is slaughter, I can continuously grow stronger. This is a unique path of growth that belongs solely to me. Perhaps, the battlefield is more suited to me than joining the sacred cave. Li Bufan resolved to venture into various forbidden zones for battle training. Only in this manner could he expedite his improvement. However, the forbidden zones and battlefields within the Great Wasteland no longer appealed to him. He set his sights on the Great Wind region. The Great Wind region and the Great Martial region are two territories adjacent to the Great Wasteland. Among them, the Great Martial region is the domain of the Panwu dynasty. If he were to venture there and be discovered, he would undoubtedly find himself in peril. Thus, the Great Wind region emerged as the optimal choice. Moreover, it is rumored that the Great Wind region is rife with numerous dynasties and ceaseless warfare, making it the ideal environment for his growth. Very well, I shall proceed to the Great Wind region. After reaching a resolute decision, Li Bufan immediately set his plans into motion. He first returned to the Tianshan sect to meet with the white-browed Taoist and the drunken fairy. Elder brother, sister, brother. Upon seeing Li Bufan, both were filled with joy. They soon noticed that, compared to when he departed, Li Bufan's cultivation had significantly advanced, leaving even the white-browed Taoist somewhat perplexed. Brother, I heard you did not enter the sacred cave of manifestation? Indeed. A supreme within the sacred cave took Zhou Xian as his disciple, harboring intentions of harm towards me. Thus I chose to leave. Li Bufan replied with a slight nod. Ah, I see, the white-browed Taoist remarked, his expression shifting to one of concern. Without joining the sacred cave, what are your plans now? I have heard that the bounty from the Panwu dynasty has increased, and many are likely to have set their sights on you. Let them come, Li Bufan declared, gripping his spear without a hint of fear. Haha, trust in your brother. After all, he is capable of dealing with even the Xiankong Buddhist sect. As long as no formidable power intervenes, I believe no one can contend with him. Indeed, the white-browed Taoist nodded slightly, visibly relieved. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from outside the Tianshan sect. White-browed Taoist, the 3 days have passed. What is your decision? Hearing this voice, Li Bufan furrowed his brow, while the white-browed Taoist's expression darkened. Brother, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Brother, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Very well. After he departed, Li Bufan gazed at the drunken fairy, his eyes filled with inquiry. The latter did not conceal the truth from him. It was the Four Symbols sect, along with members of the Starry sect, who sought the Tianshan sect's submission. Failure to comply would result in war. Is it because of me? Li Bufan remarked with a hint of detachment. Well, it's not entirely due to you. These two sects have long coveted the Tianshan sect. You are merely a pretext. She clarified. Li Bufan had slain the disciples of the Starry sect and the Four Symbols sect. Naturally, these two powerful factions would not take this lightly. Unable to contend with Li Bufan directly, they turned their attention to the Tianshan sect. After all, it was well known that the white-browed Taoist was on amicable terms with Li Bufan. They sought to annihilate the Tianshan sect in a bid to curry favor with the Panwu Empire. Soon, a commotion erupted outside, indicating that the negotiations had broken down. Leaving both parties dissatisfied, Li Bufan observed from the shadows, refraining from revealing himself. Offending the Panwu Empire and the Divine Manifestation Cave at this juncture would only jeopardize the Tianshan sect, the Four Symbols sect, and the Starry sect. Regardless, I must depart soon. It may be best to resolve this matter with them now. Chapter 69. The Four-Symbol Divine Beast Array. What are the four divine beasts? In truth, Li Bufan had long since blacklisted the Four Symbols sect and the Starry sect. Now that these two factions had chosen to trouble the Tianshan sect while he was being pursued by the Panwu Empire, he recognized the necessity of rapid growth. If he did not eradicate these two sects, it would be an affront to himself. Before long, the white-browed Taoist returned, his countenance revealing evident displeasure, clearly having left the meeting with the Four Symbols sect and the Starry sect in discord. The drunken fairy approached him and inquired, "What transpired? Are we on the verge of war?" "It is highly probable. I had originally intended to depart, but given the circumstances, I shall linger for a few more days," remarked the drunken fairy. Upon hearing this, the white-browed Taoist's eyes sparkled with delight. The prowess of the drunken fairy was formidable. With her assistance, they would possess a greater advantage against the two major sections. He then turned to Li Bufan and said, "Brother, in this battle, you need not intervene. The bounty from the Panwu dynasty has escalated once more. Should you make a move, your whereabouts may be exposed, and you cannot fathom how many would come seeking you." "Very well, I understand. In fact, I am planning to journey to the Great Wind Territory." "The Great Wind Territory?" "I have heard that it is a place of great turmoil, where the various dynasties are in perpetual conflict, particularly with one known as the Feather Transformation Dynasty, which seeks to engulf the Great Wind's numerous dynasties. Should they succeed, another dynasty will emerge, rivaling the Panwu dynasty in strength," the white-browed Taoist stated. "Indeed, I wish to hone my skills on the battlefield." That seems well enough." The white-browed Taoist did not dwell on it further. After a few days, Li Bufan departed from the Tianshan sect. However, before leaving the Great Wasteland, he visited the Four Symbols sect. Being one of the 7 sects of the Great Wasteland, locating them was not a daunting task. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the Four Symbols sect. At this moment, the sect was in a state of heightened tension. As they were preparing for battle against the Tianshan sect, all the prominent experts had been summoned back, and a palpable air of hostility enveloped the sect. Li Bufan's arrival quickly drew attention. "Li Bufan, what brings this fellow to the Four Symbols sect?" "Just in time. This man has slain our Daozi and has also offended the Panwu dynasty," and Ta Prodigy from the Four Symbols sect narrowed his eyes, and with fierce determination, he launched an attack. His imposing aura surged forth, and a vividly animated white tiger lunged at Li Bufan. However, Li Bufan made no attempt to evade. He casually unleashed a punch. Bang! The white tiger disintegrated. The attacker was similarly obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. "Pathetic," Li Bufan scoffed. Some disciples stood in stunned silence, indeed witnessing the explosion. Soon, they regained their composure, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Li Bufan had come to the Four Symbols sect to provoke. He was courting death. Did he truly believe this was a place where he could act with impunity? The profound heritage of the 7 great sects of the wilderness is not to be trifled with. The crowd surged forward, intent on exterminating Li Bufan. Yet, he planted his spear firmly, unleashing the terrifying power of the celestial realm, sending disciples flying under the force of his magical energy. "I am Li Bufan. I have come today to annihilate your sect. If you wish to live, retreat at once." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the Four Symbols sect. Experts emerged, their gazes icy, especially the elders of the nascent soul and celestial realms, whose murderous intent boiled over. How audacious for a mere junior to act with such arrogance. "We have yet to seek you out, yet you dare to present yourself so willingly. Prepare to die." The elders struck without hesitation. Li Bufan, undeterred, activated his magical power, awakening 3 formidable physiques, radiating boundless divine light. Then, the power of 3,000 inscriptions surged forth like a raging tide. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. Several elders, caught off guard by this tremendous force, were forced to retreat. What a terrifying power! The strength of 3,000 inscriptions. Can it truly be wielded by someone in this world? How did this individual achieve such mastery? To what extraordinary degree does his comprehension extend? As the elders stood in astonishment, Li Bufan unleashed another formidable technique, the Tathagata Golden Body and the Divine Dragon Spear technique. The dual supreme arts manifested simultaneously, with spear lights swirling into dragon shadows. Enveloped by the golden body and myriad sacred lights, his defense was as impregnable as a fortress. The elders found themselves continuously being pushed back. Altogether now, at this moment, within the four-symbol sect, more elders surged forth, their magical prowess equal to that of celestial beings. Faced with such a multitude of divine spirits and the onslaught of celestial beings, even with his two supreme techniques, Li Bufan felt a hint of pressure. Yet, he remained undaunted. Do they believe that numbers alone can intimidate? Do they think they are the only ones with allies? Qinxiong, black and white impermanence, giant spirit god, mountain god, descending dragon, come to me. With a thunderous roar, he invoked the summoning technique. Terrifying waves of energy rippled through the void as 5 divine beings emerged, particularly the presence of the descending dragon, which was astonishingly formidable, reaching the realm of unity. The faces of the four-symbol sect members turned pale with fear. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sound of magical assaults echoed through the air. The battle between the divine beings and the four-symbol sect raged on. Li Bufan wielded his spear, claiming the lives of countless disciples of the sect. And soon the ground beneath him was strewn with innumerable corpses. In the frenzy of slaughter, his aura continually surged. In the realm of the celestial deity, the first and second levels. Slaying the elder of the four-symbol sect, Li Bufan obtained a card granting him the experience of the unity realm. Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the card. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, and before the astonished gaze of the crowd, Li Bufan leapt into the unity realm. The onlookers were bewildered. Not only did he exhibit no signs of fatigue, but he also grew increasingly formidable in battle. He was nothing short of a monster. At that moment, for beams of light ascended from the four corners of the four-symbol sect, intertwining in the void to form a colossal protective dome. Within this dome, countless runes swirled and danced. As the magical energies converged, the silhouettes of 4 majestic beasts materialized: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. This was the grand formation of the 4-symbol divine beasts. Haha, the sect master has activated this formation. Once it emerges, even formidable beings may find it challenging to breach. Li Bufan, your demise is imminent. The initially apprehensive elders of the four-symbol sect gazed upon the imposing spectral forms of the divine beasts, their confidence soaring. They regarded Li Bufan as though he were a doomed soul. From the center of the 4 divine beasts, a white-haired elder stepped forth, unleashing the full force of the unity realm and forcing the dragon to take 2 steps back. He was none other than the sect master of the four-symbol sect. Li Bufan, you have trespassed upon my domain. You must perish. A fierce murderous intent flickered in the sect master's eyes. The dragon, retreating to Li Bufan's side, spoke calmly. This formation is indeed remarkable. With your current level of cultivation, you cannot summon my true form. The power you can wield is insufficient to destroy it. What do you intend to do? The 4 divine beasts formation. A cold smile appeared on Li Bufan's face as he faced one of the 4 symbols. The white tiger. With a swift motion, he swept his spear, forcefully repelling it. How could this even be deemed as the 4 great divine beasts? Allow me to demonstrate what the true 4 divine beasts are. With his spear firmly grounded, he summoned his inner power to its utmost limit. Invoking the art of divine summoning, the eastern azure dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, and the northern black tortoise. The 4 divine beasts are summoned. As Li Bufan's words resonated through the air, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted forth, accompanied by resounding roars echoing through the void. The roar carried an unfathomable and majestic might. For beastly silhouettes emerged from the ether: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. They were indeed the ancient 4 great divine beasts. The imposing aura radiating from them was incomparably more powerful than the illusory figures simulated by the 4 symbols divine beast formation. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. instilling a sense of terror among all cultivators within the Four Symbols sect. Those of slightly lesser cultivation trembled uncontrollably. Such an intimidating presence. Could he have summoned the true four divine beasts? No, that is impossible. The true four divine beasts are entities on par with emperors. How could he, a mere young novice, possibly summon them? The crowd's pupils quivered in disbelief. Shock, fear, and panic engulfed the atmosphere. In response, the master of the Four Symbols activated the formation, summoning the ethereal images of the four symbol beasts, which charged forth to confront the four divine beasts summoned by Li Bufan. However, under the violent clash, the spectral forms of the four symbol beasts summoned by their master crumbled instantaneously, offering no resistance whatsoever before the true power of divine beasts. The master of the four symbol spectral beasts appeared nothing more than a jest, utterly insignificant. How could this be? The master's pupils constricted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Bufan wore a subtle smile and commanded, for divine beasts, rend him asunder. Obeying the order, the four divine beasts surged forward. The white tiger roared, emanating an aura of ruthless slaughter. The azure dragon's fury echoed, shaking the very heavens and earth. The vermilion bird spread its wings, enveloped in flames that seemed capable of annihilating worlds. The black tortoise stomped the ground, shaking mountains and rivers, stirring up tumultuous waves. The four divine beasts, each showcasing their extraordinary might, left a profound impact upon the universe. Wherever they traversed, whether against those of the spirit realm or the celestial realm, all appeared feeble before the might of the four divine beasts, being torn apart in an instant. Even the master of the Four Symbols, a being of the unification realm, felt a chilling dread as he beheld the oncoming four divine beasts, his body trembling uncontrollably. For Symbols technique, he channeled his magic to its utmost, invoking the Four Symbols technique. Harnessing the power of the formation, he attempted once more to summon the ethereal images of the four divine beasts. Yet the outcome mirrored the previous one, collapsing in an instant. Cursed! Cursed! I refuse to accept this. The master of the Four Symbols wailed in despair as his body was gradually torn apart by the four divine beasts. The unification realm has fallen. Slay the master of the Four Symbols to obtain a body fusion card. Body fusion card. Could it be? Li Bufan had already formed a certain conjecture regarding the function of this card. With the fall of the Lord of the Four Symbols sect, the remaining cultivators posed no threat to him whatsoever. Those who perished had perished, and those who fled had fled. After a span of half a day, the once grand Four Symbols sect had been reduced to mere ruins. Standing amidst the debris, Li Bufan felt the surging power within him. This massacre had significantly elevated his cultivation. He had ascended to the seventh heavenly realm. Furthermore, he had accrued a plethora of rewards. Next on his agenda was the Starry Sky sect. A cold light flickered in Li Bufan's eyes. However, before seeking trouble with the Starry Sky sect, he first retrieved the physique synthesis card obtained from slaying the Lord of the Four Symbols sect. Previously, he had acquired a weapon synthesis card, which allowed for the fusion of magical treasures. This physique synthesis card should serve a similar purpose. With that thought in mind, anticipation gleamed in his eyes as he activated the physique synthesis card, merging the celestial battle physique, the Shura demon physique, and the Eye of Slaughter. In one breath, he aimed to fuse the three formidable physiques. Instantly, the physique synthesis card transformed into countless dots of light, flowing into his body. The three streams of physique power began to gradually merge, and a radiant divine light erupted from Li Bufan's form. Every inch of his flesh, bones, and skin pulsated with the profound power of mysterious inscriptions, an infinite might that began to radiate outward. Buzz, buzz. The void trembled. The mountains and rivers quaked. The entire Four Symbols sect gradually disintegrated beneath his overwhelming aura. Boom, boom, boom. Above him, the clouds churned and slowly coalesced into a massive vortex of spiritual energy, with bolts of lightning swirling within. The resplendent might of the heavens reverberated through the world. This was the heavenly tribulation. As Li Bufan, who was merging the three major physiques, sensed the impending heavenly tribulation, his eyes narrowed slightly. How intriguing. My soon-to-be formed new physique has, it seems, attracted the heavenly tribulation itself. Very well, let it come. He stood steadfast, exuding a chilling aura. The spear in his hand emitted a series of dragon roars, as if challenging the heavens. Boom! From within the swirling vortex, the first bolt of thunder descended. as thick as a water barrel. Li Bufan did not flinch. He thrust his spear forward, unleashing a dragon shadow that surged forth. Bang! The forces collided, shattering the dragon shadow and dispersing the thunder. Yet, almost immediately, the second bolt of thunder followed suit. Li Bufan laughed heartily, sweeping his spear across, empowered by the force of inscriptions to once again shatter the thunder, remaining unyielding. Is the power of the heavenly tribulation merely this? Li Bufan exclaimed with laughter. As if provoked by his audacity, the thunder within the tribulation emitted a deep, resonant growl, echoing the roar of a thunderous beast. Soon, a myriad of thunders converged, and a colossal beast radiating azure lightning burst forth from the vortex, plunging toward Li Bufan. This strike was far mightier than the previous tribulations, tenfold in strength. Excellent. Li Bufan summoned his magical energy to its peak and unleashed a single, formidable thrust of his spear. 3,000 inscriptions coalesced into a dragon shadow. With a resounding explosion, the very fabric of the void seemed on the brink of rupture, the residual waves of magical energy tearing apart the ground of the Four Symbols sect, causing the entire mountain range to crumble into disarray. Amidst the billowing dust, Li Bufan's figure emerged. At this moment, he grasped his spear firmly, arcs of electricity dancing around him, while the inner layer of his adamantine armor lay in tatters from the force of the thunder. Yet at that moment, an immense suction force erupted from his body, drawing the thunderous power within him. It is a completely new constitution. It is devouring the power of thunder, accelerating its metamorphosis. Upon witnessing this, Li Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he let out a hearty laugh. Well, since you wish to absorb the power of the tribulation, then indulge yourself to the fullest. With that, he forcefully propelled himself upward, directly entering the heart of the tribulation, channeling his magical energy to actively absorb the power of the thunderstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning struck him. If it were any other cultivator, even the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, they would have been reduced to ashes under such might. Yet, Li Bufan shimmered with divine light. The lightning caused him merely slight harm before being drawn into his body, nourishing his new constitution and hastening its transformation. This scene was truly awe-inspiring. Throughout history, there has been no record of anyone transcending a tribulation in such a manner. Gradually, he absorbed the majority of the tribulation's power, and the new constitution within him began to take shape. An overwhelmingly domineering wave of energy radiated from him, causing the very heavens to tremble. The mighty beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths sensed something extraordinary. A supreme sacred body has been born in this world. What a terrifying aura of sanctity. Quickly, send forth emissaries to locate this individual. Such a supreme sacred body could potentially challenge the emperors in the future. It must be under our control. In an instant, the great powers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths sprang into action. Chapter 71. Ascending to the Starry Sect, the power of the dominant body. Within the domain of the Four Symbols sect, a brand new and terrifying wave of constitution radiated forth. In the vast expanse, countless beings, sensing the tremors of this formidable aura, prostrated themselves in terror and astonishment. Amidst the tribulation, Li Bufan felt an entirely new force surging within him. Unable to contain his exhilaration as he chuckled heartily and gripped the dragon soul spear with determination. Break for me. With a sweeping strike, the essence of his physique merged with 3,000 inscriptions, unleashing boundless magical energy that manifested as a torrent of spear radiance, shattering the immense tribulation into fragments. The dark clouds above dispersed, revealing the light once more. Li Bufan stood suspended in midair, radiating a divine brilliance beneath his jade-like skin. Runes pulsed alongside the vitality akin to that of a true dragon. This novel physique bestowed upon him not only a transformation in magical prowess, but also significantly bolstered his corporeal form. He harbored but one thought regarding this physique. It was tyrannical, an unprecedented dominance. The emergence of this physique even summoned the heavens to unleash a tribulation, a testament to its formidable nature that even the celestial realm must regard with trepidation. Thus, he aptly named it Celestial Tyrant Body. Having bestowed a fitting name upon this new physique, he pondered what further powers it might harbor, awaiting the trials of future battles to unveil its secrets. Glancing at the chaotic surroundings wrought by his tribulation, he rummaged through the treasures of the Four Symbols sect before making a swift exit. His next target, the Starry Sky sect. It was fortuitous, as he intended to test the might of the tyrant body against them. Before long, news of the annihilation of the Four Symbols sect spread like wildfire, causing a stir throughout the vast wilderness. Within the Tianshan sect, the white-browed Taoist was preparing for battle when he suddenly received word of the Four Symbols sect's downfall, leaving him bewildered. How could such a formidable sect be obliterated so suddenly? Someone has seen it. It was indeed the hand of my sworn brother. The drunken fairy inhaled deeply. Upon hearing this, the white-browed Taoist was taken aback, moved by the realization that his sworn brother had single-handedly stormed the Four Symbols sect for the sake of the Heavenly Mountain sect. Is he injured? The drunken fairy shook her head, indicating that she was unaware. The white-browed Taoist pondered for a moment and declared, "Since my sworn brother has attacked the Four Symbols sect, he will undoubtedly not spare the Starry sect either. Summon the troops to the Starry sect at once. We cannot allow my brother to fight alone." Upon learning of the annihilation of the Four Symbols sect, the morale of the Heavenly Mountain sect soared. Now, with the advance on the Starry sect, everyone was brimming with confidence. In stark contrast, the members of the Starry sect were engulfed in panic. "Have you heard? The Four Symbols sect has been destroyed. How could this happen? Wasn't it said that they were preparing to ally with us to assault the Heavenly Mountain sect? How could they be wiped out so easily? It is said that it was the work of Li Bufan. Oh my heavens! One of the 7 great sects of the wilderness, annihilated at a whim. Has Li Bufan's power reached such a level? I heard that the Xuanxin Buddhist sect was also eradicated by him previously. This is simply terrifying. His next target couldn't possibly be our Starry sect, could it? It is not out of the realm of possibility." The entire Starry sect buzzed with speculation. Subsequently, the sect master of the Starry sect announced a state of heightened alert. Soon after, a dark figure appeared before the gates of the Starry sect, clad in black, wielding a long spear, with hair flowing like the wind. Upon seeing him, the disciples of the Starry sect could not help but swallow hard. It was indeed Li Bufan. He had finally arrived. As anticipated, he had sought them out. The disciples quickly drew their weapons, on high alert. Yet, Li Bufan regarded them with indifference, stepping gracefully through the mountain gate, emanating an intangible wave of energy. This aura was imbued with an unparalleled terror, a dominating presence that proclaimed his supremacy. Wherever this aura spread, disciples found themselves succumbing to dizziness, their eyes rolling back as they fainted, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity. Such a formidable presence. To incapacitate others merely through one's aura. This kind of dominance is truly unparalleled in the world. Li Bufan gazed upon the fallen disciples of the Starry sect with a faint smile. This was one of the abilities of the celestial tyrant body, an unmatched aura. Such a presence is beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. Suddenly, figures surged forth from within the Starry sect, moving without hesitation. Upon reaching Li Bufan's position, they swiftly formed a formation. In an instant, the sky above Li Bufan turned pitch black, with stars twinkling ominously. Upon closer inspection, those were not mere stars, but cultivators wielding magical powers that shimmered like starlight. Their formidable auras were palpable, their cold gazes fixed intently upon Li Bufan. Li Bufan, coming to the Starry sect is the greatest mistake of your life. The leading cultivator, adorned with a purple golden crown and flowing white hair, exuded an ethereal aura, yet his eyes brimmed with a chilling intent to kill. He was none other than the master of the Starry sect. Without further ado, he prepared to demonstrate the might of the Starry formation. He immediately summoned the power of the formation alongside the other monks. Beams of starlight shot forth from all directions towards Li Bufan, exuding an overwhelming might. Each ray of starlight possessed the lethal force capable of vanquishing celestial deities. Countless beams of light, even for those at the Unity realm, would find it arduous to withstand. Yet, Li Bufan stood resolutely, neither retreating nor evading. As the aura of the celestial tyrant body surged around him, transforming into a layer of black dominion that enveloped him, the starlight fell upon this aura, struggling to penetrate even a fraction. This was the second ability of the celestial tyrant body, an invincible defense. The multitude of starlight capable of slaying celestial beings could not inflict the slightest harm upon Li Bufan. Such formidable defense left the sect master of the Starry sect utterly astounded. What manner of physique is this? Recently, it seemed a certain physique intolerable to the heavens had emerged, attracting heavenly tribulations. Could it be that he is that individual? Damn it! A monster of this caliber has appeared in the great wilderness, and we have unwittingly provoked it. The onlookers' pupils trembled in disbelief. The sect master of the starry sect clenched his teeth. At this juncture, there was no alternative. Today, it would be either his demise or the annihilation of the starry sect. Strike! The starry great formation once again activated. An immense figure coalesced from countless beams of starlight, akin to a celestial deity descending, and it hurled a fist towards Li Bufan. This fist resembled a river of stars cascading forth, its might shaking the very fabric of the void and earth. Li Bufan gripped the dragon soul spear, channeling the power of his tyrannical body. Break! With a cold shout, the spear thrust forward, executing the dragon soul divine spear technique. A ferocious golden dragon silhouette, entwined with black dominion, collided with the celestial deity, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The celestial arm shattered, causing the entire star formation to tremble. The cultivators, caught in the backlash of the formation, continuously spat blood. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bufan surged forth. Wielding his spear with abandon, each sweep infused with an overwhelming aura and arcane energy, rendering him invincible in a single strike. A mere brush against him would result in severe injury or death. This was the third ability of the celestial titan body, Aura Entwined. By merging his formidable aura with arcane prowess, every move Li Bufan executed radiated extraordinary potency. Each casual blow possessed the might comparable to the techniques of the heavens, elevating his combat prowess to an unfathomable degree beyond his peers. In the star sect, Li Bufan, enveloped in his formidable aura, unleashed his arcane energy. With his spear sweeping horizontally, he resembled a world-defying war god. Wherever he went, cries of despair echoed, and none could withstand his onslaught. This monster, such terrifying might. We are utterly no match for him. Even the star formation holds no sway over him. How could this be? He has only been on the path for less than 2 years, yet possesses such unfathomable strength. How has he achieved this? The onlookers gazed at Li Bufan, their hearts filled with astonishment. Amidst the crowd, Li Bufan moved as if in a realm devoid of opposition, unstoppable in his advance. How infuriating! At that moment, the star sect master roared, gathering the power of the entire star formation, transforming it into a brilliant beam of starlight that surged forth. In the face of this strike, Li Bufan neither retreated nor evaded. A cold smile graced his lips. The desperate struggle could not alter the inevitable downfall of the star sect. He thrust his spear fiercely forward. The supreme artifact's power erupted, and the supreme technique was subsequently activated. The spear's light surged like a dragon, shaking the very foundations of the universe. The starlight shattered upon this strike. The overwhelming force caused the master of the star sect to retreat in defeat, step by step. With a cough, he spat blood, his complexion as pale as paper. In that moment, he truly felt fear. The fear of the impending doom of the star sect. After thousands of years of existence, who could have imagined that it would ultimately perish at the hands of a mere junior? I cannot accept this. I cannot bear it. The master of the star sect let out a sorrowful howl towards the heavens. Then, he struck his palm against his chest, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood that splattered onto the ground of the star sect, instantly causing runes to swirl forth. He snarled, Li Bufan, even in death, I shall take you down with me. With a hand forming the incantation, the spilled blood activated a hidden formation within the star sect, sending beams of starlight soaring into the sky. These then transformed into ancient figures in the void, their gazes indifferent and cold, fixating upon every disciple of the star sect. Ancient star spirits, I offer the entirety of the star sect as a sacrifice. I implore you to take action and eliminate Li Bufan, declared the master of the star sect. Upon hearing this, the faces of all disciples turned ashen. Surely, they could not have heard correctly? The master was actually proposing to sacrifice them. Agreed, replied the ancient star spirits with indifference. Subsequently, the bodies of the disciples of the star sect exploded, their magical energy and flesh converging towards the star spirits. Gradually, these star spirits began to take form. Some donned bronze armor, while others bore stern countenances, wielding long swords. Some possessed an ethereal grace, their beauty captivating. Yet, without exception, they all radiated a dazzling starlight. The ancient star spirits manifested in this moment. Though not their true forms, their presence was equally formidable. After absorbing the flesh and magical essence of the entire sect's disciples, their gazes turned towards Li Bufan, filled with cold, murderous intent. Li Bufon's eyes narrowed slightly. Star spirit power? How intriguing. I, too, possess a star spirit. You might as well take a look. With that, he channeled his magical energy, invoking the summoning technique. In an instant, a pristine white moon floated above Li Bufon's head, casting its luminous glow across the heavens, instilling a chilling sensation that made one's heart race. The star spirit's pupils constricted in shock. This aura, it is indeed star spirit power. Moreover, it is extraordinarily terrifying star spirit. Who could it be? The star spirits fixated their gaze on Li Bufon. Some reacted swiftly, charging towards him with the intent to eliminate him first. However, it was already too late. Li Bufon spoke indifferently. Bright moon, radiant and pure, supreme lunar radiance. Accompanied by the jade rabbit, enchanting celestial beauty, the fairy of the vast cold, Chang'e. I summon you. Boom. From the moon behind Li Bufon, an overwhelmingly potent aura erupted, causing the very void to ripple. Within the moon's embrace, a graceful figure slowly emerged, an indescribable elegance that transcended words. With skin as smooth as jade, cascading black hair, brows like distant mountains, star-like eyes, a curvaceous silhouette, standing tall and poised, cradling a jade rabbit in her arms. Her gaze tender. The celestial beings, including the Lord of the Star Realm, stood in rapt astonishment. The divine maiden. Indeed, she was a true goddess. The Lord of the Star Realm, lost in reverie, proclaimed, "Let the fairy of the moon demonstrate her powers and vanquish the celestial beings." Li Bufon spoke calmly. Chang'e. You have permission. The fairy Chang'e nodded slightly, then turned her gaze upon the celestial beings. Her once gentle eyes now transformed into a chilling void that instilled dread in their hearts. She stepped forward, her flowing sleeves dancing gracefully. As her garments billowed, they enveloped the ethereal power of the moonlight, unseen before. The moon, also known as the Aeon star, holds an unparalleled position among the celestial bodies. As one of its most illustrious representatives, the moonlight power that Chang'e could wield was indeed formidable, rendering the celestial beings utterly defenseless. Most significantly, the moonlight exerted a tremendous suppressive force upon them. After all, their celestial powers paled in comparison to that of the Aeon star. With a series of resounding explosions, the celestial beings' forms disintegrated, scattering into countless stardust particles. Yet, some celestial beings remained entranced, captivated by Chang'e's breathtaking beauty. In that moment, Chang'e moved across the moonlit expanse, her movements reminiscent of a graceful dance, a dance of slaughter. In a brief span, the Lord of the Star Realm sacrificed the multitude of celestial beings summoned to his aid, all of whom fell before Chang'e's might. Well done, Li Bufon exclaimed, cradling the jade rabbit in his arms, marveling at the spectacle. The jade rabbit squirmed playfully, showing no signs of decorum. It was merely a dance. The ordinary person, retrieving the jade rabbit from Li Bufon's embrace, nodded slightly. Until we meet again, summoner. Upon concluding her words, her figure transformed into countless specks of light, dispersing into the ether. Li Bufon turned his gaze towards the master of the star sect, a sly grin adorning his face. Only you remain. Prepare to meet your demise. The master of the star sect attempted to flee, but at that moment, a surge of magical energy struck him, hurling him back. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bufon thrust his spear forward, piercing through the opponent's chest. The overwhelming force of his magic erupted forth, effortlessly tearing the adversary asunder in an instant. Having slain the master of the star sect, Li Bufon acquired the Northern Dipper 7-star technique. The Northern Dipper 7-star technique, a profoundly intricate spell, materialized within Li Bufon's mind. It transcended the realm of supreme magic, categorizing itself as a saintly art. Li Bufon's breath grew heavy with awe. Indeed, within the vast expanse of the 10 domains, supreme magic was exceedingly rare, let alone saintly arts, which likely only existed in the 9 heavens. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he turned to observe the source of the magical energy, and upon closer inspection, he recognized that it was the arrival of the white-browed Taoist and his companions from the Tianshan sect. Li Bufon cast a glance at them before turning to depart. The white-browed Taoist, watching him retreat, understood that Li Bufon wished to distance himself from the Tianshan sect to avoid entanglements with the Panwu dynasty. He then directed his gaze towards the remnants of the Star sect. Surveying the battlefield littered with corpses, he swallowed hard. Good heavens! Was all of this the work of Li Bufon? My sworn brother is astonishingly formidable. having annihilated the Four Symbols sect and the Star sect. His current strength has far surpassed my own, the white-browed Taoist murmured, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 73. The Great Wind and the Black Feather Army. The god of death descends after obliterating the Star sect. Li Bufan departed without hesitation. As for the subsequent matters, I trust that the white-browed Taoist and his companions are more than capable of managing them. At present, what he needs is to continue his pursuit of strength. He must first establish a modest objective, to eradicate the Panwu dynasty and eliminate Emperor Zhou. A cold glint flashed in Li Bufan's eyes. Emperor Zhou is a formidable being, classified among the 5 tiers of great powers: the Marquis, the Emperor, the Supreme, the Sage, and the Great Emperor. Emperor Zhou belongs to the 2nd tier, the Emperor. Do not be deceived by his mere 2nd-tier status. He is indeed a great power and ranks among the most elite in the realm of 10 lands. Even in the 9 heavens, he would not be considered weak. To confront a being of the Emperor tier, I must at least attain the Harmony or even the Marquis tier. Only then can I possess a reasonable assurance. No, in order to ensure a decisive strike, perhaps I should first elevate my cultivation to the Emperor tier. At that time, I wonder if I will be able to summon Qiyu once more. Li Bufan pondered silently. Previously, during his sacrificial summon, he could only manifest a hand of Qiyu. Once he reaches the Emperor tier, perhaps he will be able to summon Qiyu in full. Even if not in his true form, a mere projection would suffice to subdue Emperor Zhou. Li Bufan harbored quiet anticipation. Time flowed on, and 3 months passed. During this period, Li Bufan journeyed and honed his skills, finally departing from the Great Wasteland and arriving in the Great Wind Realm. As he had previously learned, chaos reigned in the Great Wind Realm, with nations embroiled in unending conflict. Upon his arrival, he was immediately drawn into the throes of war. On the battlefield, soldiers clashed with one another, the scene bloody and brutal. Caught in the fray, yet not belonging to either faction, Li Bufan became a target for both sides, each believing him to be an ally of the other. Confronted by the dual assault, Li Bufan did not passively endure their attacks. "Since you dare to strike at me, you should be prepared to face the consequences," he exclaimed. "Then, let us engage in a deadly battle." Li Bufan erupted in laughter, activating his celestial overlord physique. A domineering aura surged forth, causing ordinary soldiers to collapse, overwhelmed by the sheer force. Those with some cultivation stared in disbelief at Li Bufan. Who is this person? They wondered. To be able to stun an entire army with mere aura? Terrifying. When did the Great Qi dynasty produce such talent? Damn it. The Great Wei dynasty actually possesses such a general? Both sides, each mistaking Li Bufan for an adversary, were struck by the same thought. Kill him. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly become a major threat. Kill. Dozens of generals charged towards Li Bufan, their power overwhelming. Excellent. Li Bufan, without hesitation or explanation, responded in the only way he knew to those who sought his demise. An eye for an eye. Mighty Dragon Divine Spear Art. With a thrust of his spear, dragon shadows danced, tearing several generals asunder. Regardless of whether they were from Great Wei or Great Qi, he showed no mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Before long, over a dozen generals had met a gruesome end at his hands. The generals from both nations began to realize something was amiss. This person is not one of theirs. Esteemed friend, please cease your attack. This is a misunderstanding, a general shouted. Li Bufan, however, paid no heed, blasting the speaker away with a single spear strike. I am in the midst of a satisfying slaughter. Misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding. The sentiment remains the same. If one chooses to strike, one must be prepared for the consequences of death. To discover mid-battle that one is outmatched, and to seek mercy, is utterly preposterous. With a disdainful snort, Li Bufan's killing intent surged forth, and as he invoked the Dragon God Spear technique alongside that Sangtian Dominance body, each move he executed seemed imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Amidst the chaos of battle, he unleashed his formidable prowess to its fullest extent, resembling an unparalleled deity of destruction. Before long, he had decimated 2 armies, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses, piled high like mountains, and rivers of blood flowing freely. Only those ordinary soldiers, initially rendered unconscious by his overwhelming aura, remained alive, having not engaged him in combat. Li Bufan, however, deemed them unworthy of his blade, for their cultivation was far too weak to withstand even his might. Slaying them would yield little in terms of experience, and since they had not attacked him, They did not qualify as true foes. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. A formidable black army approached, led by a flag of black adorned with silver patterns, upon which a single character was inscribed, Feather. During his time in the Great Windland, Li Bufan had conducted thorough investigations and understood the significance of this banner. It represented one of the most powerful dynasties of the Great Windland, the Black Feather Army of the Yuhua dynasty. It was said that the Black Feather Army comprised elite warriors, each capable of taking on 10 or even 100 adversaries. The commander of the Black Feather Army, General Heyu, was a formidable presence, a master of the Unity Realm. Stop! At that moment, the leader of the Black Feather Army raised his hand. Upon hearing his command, the troops halted immediately, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Orders were to be followed without question. The proficiency of the Black Feather military is abundantly evident. General Black Feather gazed upon the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, his brow furrowed. The Great Qi and the Great Wei were embroiled in conflict, and astonishingly, both had suffered grievous losses. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that most had succumbed to an unseen force, rendered unconscious, while the remaining commanders fell victim to a singular form of magic. Who possesses such formidable power? As General Black Feather surveyed the countless bodies, the other members of the Black Feather Army also scanned their surroundings. Ultimately, they discovered a towering mound of corpses at the epicenter of the scene, upon which stood a young man. Clad in black, he brandished a long spear, with remnants of blood adorning his face. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, palpable enough to be tangible. It was you who slayed these individuals. General Black Feather stated calmly. Li Bufan, upon hearing the inquiry, cast a glance at them. In an instant, an icy dread surged within the hearts of the Black Feather soldiers. What manner of gaze was that? Cold, brutal, and merciless. Was that the gaze one should possess? Even a malevolent spirit could not be so terrifying. Many horses seemed to sense the murderous aura surrounding Li Bufan, whinnying in fear and retreating in haste. Even the general's steed, renowned as one of the 10 divine horses of the Feather Transformation dynasty, emitted a series of anxious low growls. It was I who killed them. What of it? Li Bufan replied nonchalantly. What of it, indeed? I am merely curious. Did they bear a grudge against you? None. Then why did you slay them? They sought to kill me, so I killed them. It is as simple as that. Do you wish to kill me as well? Li Bufan spoke calmly. However, the seasoned general of the Black Feather Army felt a shiver run through him. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the youth before him. It seemed that should he utter a single word of affirmation, he and his 100,000 Black Feather troops would be plunged into calamity. No, we do not wish to be your adversary. Which nation do you hail from? From none. I come from beyond the land of the Great Wind. Oh, then allow me to pose one final question. My Yuhua dynasty seeks to unify the Great Wind and is in dire need of talent. Would you be willing to join us? Very well. Li Bufan answered without a moment's hesitation. The ambition of the Yuhua dynasty to unify the Great Wind would undoubtedly lead to continuous expansion, which implied relentless warfare, precisely what he sought at this juncture. Thus, a legendary figure, destined to be known as the God of Death across battlefields, was on the brink of emergence. Chapter 74. I truly am of the divine realm in the land of the Great Wind. The Yuhua dynasty was rapidly extending its reach. The reigning Yuhua king harbored grand aspirations to unify the Great Wind and establish a second dynasty, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Panwu dynasty. Meanwhile, within the barracks of the Black Feather Army of the Panwu dynasty, a large contingent of new recruits was reporting for duty, among whom was Li Bufan. Although the Black Feather general recognized his extraordinary potential, Li Bufan had only just enlisted and lacked any battle achievements, rendering him unable to ascend the ranks. He would have to start as a mere foot soldier. However, this did not concern Li Bufan. He was not there to seek authority. His singular purpose had always been one, to grow stronger through slaughter. After completing his registration, he received a military uniform and arrived at the recruit camp to rest. Apart from him, there were tens of thousands of new recruits in this camp, which was merely one among many. All rookies, rise. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed. A scarred man entered the recruit camp, exuding an intimidating aura. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am your instructor, Zhang Hen. You have 10 breaths to gather at the training ground. Anyone who fails to show up will be expelled." Having spoken, Zhang Hen strode out without a glance back. The recruits were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their senses, hastily donning their uniforms and rushing towards the training ground, some neglecting to put on their shoes entirely. Li Bufan merely curled his lips in disdain. Upon reaching the training ground, he casually selected a spot. Zhang Hen observed the recruits with a chilling smile before commencing the training. His regimen was straightforward yet brutal, pushing them to their limits. By the end of the day, the recruits were filled with grievances. Returning to their quarters, they were utterly exhausted. Li Bufan, however, remained relatively unfazed, given his cultivation level. This intensity of training was mere child's play, and his ease did not go unnoticed. A recruit approached Li Bufan, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "I am Shengwan Jing. May I ask how to address you, my friend?" Li Bufan. "Brotherly, you seem to handle today's training with remarkable ease. Your cultivation must be extraordinary," Shengwan Jing inquired. His curiosity piqued. "Before inquiring about another's cultivation, you should first introduce your own." "Ah, I am at the transformation stage." Upon hearing this, a ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. In the realm of military prowess, Hua Ying is undoubtedly a master. Observing the age of the individual in question, one cannot help but exclaim, "What a prodigy! I recognize him. He is Shengwan Jing, hailing from the illustrious Shengwan family." The Shengwan family stands as one of the three esteemed double surname families of the Yuhua dynasty, holding a position of great respect. It is quite unexpected to see him at the new recruits camp. The crowd gazed at Shengwan Jing with a mix of surprise and admiration. However, he merely smiled gently, offering a courteous gesture to the onlookers. "At this pivotal moment of expansion for the Yuhua dynasty, I have enlisted to carve out my own achievements, seeking not to rely on my family's influence. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "Indeed, it is our honor to fight alongside a scion of the Shengwan family," they responded, showering him with compliments. Shengwan Jing then turned his gaze toward Li Bufan, curiosity evident in his eyes. "I have disclosed my cultivation level. Might I inquire about yours, brotherly?" "Of course, I am at the divine realm," Li Bufan replied nonchalantly. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The divine realm? How can that be? How many divine realm warriors exist within the military? Each one occupies a significant position, at the very least a commander. And now, you claim that a divine realm warrior is but a new recruit? Skepticism washed over the group. They clearly doubted Li Bufan's words, perceiving them as mere jest directed at Shengwan Jing. What nonsense is this? The divine realm? Has he lost his mind? Daring to mock a member of the Shengwan family? As Shengwan Jing's lips twitched slightly, he discerned that Li Bufan was merely toying with him. His expression gradually darkened. "Brotherly, even if you wish to conceal your cultivation level, there is no need to fabricate such a clumsy lie." "I never lie." How amusing. How could a celestial being possibly deign to serve as a recruit?" "Very well, since you are reluctant to speak, I shall not press you further." Shengwan Jing took a deep breath and then swept away, his sleeves fluttering. Li Bufan shook his head. Even speaking the truth garnered no belief. He chose not to elaborate further and instead laid down on his bed, preparing to sleep. The following day, before dawn had even broken, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. "Get out of bed, you rookies." The voice boomed like rolling thunder. All the new recruits were jolted awake, their bleary eyes cursing under their breaths. "Damn it. Are we not allowed a moment's peace? It's still dark outside. How cruel. This training is utterly exhausting." While they grumbled, they dared not delay and hastily rose to their feet, making their way to the training ground. Zhang Hen stood awaiting them, his voice icy. "Look at you. Taking so long just to rise from your beds. Do you expect to march into battle? Run 10 laps around the camp. No breakfast until you finish." The recruits lamented their fate, but complied without question. By the time they completed the 10 laps, the sun had fully risen, yet many were left dizzy and breathless. After breakfast, they commenced a new round of training. Upon completing today's practice, you will be divided into teams. Individuals will be assigned to record your cultivation levels, and training intensity will be tailored accordingly. Remember, no concealment is permitted, Zhang Hen coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of affirmation. Yes. Returning to the camp, everyone collapsed onto their beds to rest. Shortly after, someone arrived to record their cultivation levels. A glance was cast at Li Bufan, accompanied by a mocking laughter. "You wouldn't dare to claim you are at the celestial realm, would you?" Li Bufan nodded slightly, reporting the truth. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Could it be that this person truly claimed to be a cultivator of the celestial realm? Unthinkable. Unless he was courting death. The following day, the assembly gathered on the training grounds, where soldiers of various cultivation levels were divided into different teams. As each soldier was allocated, only one person remained on the field, Li Bufan. The sight caused the onlookers' pupils to quiver slightly. Did he genuinely declare himself to be a celestial realm cultivator? Insanity. Zhang Hen approached Li Bufan, his voice icy as he stated, "Among the tens of thousands of new recruits, apart from you, the highest reported cultivation level is that of the transformation stage. You claim to be a celestial. I require an explanation." Standing his ground, Li Bufan calmly replied, "I truly am a celestial." What a jest! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhang Hen, a manifestation of the spirit realm. Under the weight of this presence, many soldiers felt their bodies tremble. "I shall grant you one last opportunity. Answer me. What realm do you truly belong to?" Zhang Hen pressed, his icy demeanor intensifying as he elevated his imposing presence. Li Bufan sighed and shook his head, taking a step forward. In the next instant, a formidable and overwhelming aura, seemingly capable of tearing the very heavens asunder, suddenly emanated forth, causing many to collapse to the ground in an instant. Even Zhang Hen found his knees weaken, resulting in him kneeling half-heartedly. "I shall reiterate, the divine realm," Li Bufan declared with resounding firmness. The numerous soldiers pressed to the ground quivered in disbelief. Could it be true? He is indeed a deity? Am I merely dreaming? A divine being among the recruits? Good heavens. Chapter 75. Taking the general's head from the midst of 1,000 troops is as easy as reaching into one's pocket. The divine pressure surged forth, radiating in all directions, compelling soldiers to bow before it. Zhang Hen, kneeling on the ground, wore an expression of sheer incredulity as he swallowed hard. Is this some sort of mistake? A deity joining as a recruit? I believe now. Please temper your might." Zhang Hen stammered. Only then did Li Bufan retract his overwhelming presence. However, Zhang Hen soon found himself in a quandary. A divine recruit was an unprecedented occurrence. Which unit would he be assigned to? Your situation is unique. I shall report to the higher-ups. Until they provide further instructions, you need not participate in training. Very well. Li Bufan nodded slightly. This indeed simplified matters, allowing him to attend to his own affairs. After Zhang Hen departed, the gazes of the other recruits towards Li Bufan had transformed entirely, from initial mockery and skepticism to a profound respect. "Brotherly, it turns out you truly are of the divine realm. Please forgive my lack of discernment, and I beg for your understanding." Su Guanjing stepped forward to apologize. Li Bufan chose not to dwell on the matter. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hen reported Li Bufan's circumstances, receiving but a single response, to allow him unrestricted freedom. In turn, Zhang Hen conveyed this information to Li Bufan. Freedom of movement, indeed? Quite agreeable. The exemption from tedious training was a boon for him. Thus, while other recruits toiled day after day in rigorous drills, Li Bufan leisurely roamed the military camp, provoking envy among many. Some recruits, however, expressed discontent. "Instructor, why is that recruit exempt from training? If you possessed his prowess, you too could forego training." "What prowess does he possess?" "He is a celestial." "Hiss! How could that be possible?" "It is indeed possible. Now, all of you, return to your training diligently." The news of a celestial emerging from the recruit camp swiftly spread throughout the Black Feather Legion, igniting curiosity about Li Bufan. Meanwhile, within the general's tent of the Legion, General Heyu perused a report, his heart racing with each line. Li Bufan, no wonder this name sounds familiar. He is the one sought after by the Panwu dynasty. He has annihilated several sects and slain a prince of the Panwu dynasty, truly audacious. General Heyu murmured to himself, understanding the gravity of the situation. He promptly submitted the intelligence concerning Li Bufan to the royal palace. Within the palace, the reigning monarch of the Yuhua dynasty, upon reviewing the report on Li Bufan, could not help but chuckle lightly. The Yuhua dynasty has no ties with the Panwu dynasty. Their bounty on him is of no concern to us. He is indeed a talent. It is imperative to keep him. Perhaps he can assist me in achieving greatness. After receiving the directive, General Heyu felt assured in retaining Li Bufan. As time flowed on, 3 months elapsed, and soon it was the moment for the new recruits to face the battlefield. At last, the time had come. A glimmer of determination shone in Li Bufan's eyes. Their adversary in this battle was the Dechu dynasty. "This is your inaugural confrontation. Muster all your spirit," Zhang Hen proclaimed during the pre-battle mobilization. Armed with weapons, the soldiers felt their hearts swell with fervor. They arrived at a city. and beyond its walls lay a formidable army, advancing with great haste, enveloped by swirling dust and sand. The Yuhua dynasty sought to unify the vast expanse of Fengdi, frequently engaging in external conquests. Naturally, the other dynasties would not remain passive. Numerous dynasties actively launched assaults against Yuhua, with the Daichu dynasty being one among them. The new recruits ascended the city walls, gazing at the tens of thousands charging forth, unable to suppress their nervous gulps. Those with lesser psychological resilience broke into a cold sweat. Li Bufan observed, realizing it was nearly impossible to maintain composure among these novices facing battle for the first time. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his gaze toward the Chu army. There stood a general clad in golden armor, drawing his bow to aim at the city walls. With the release of his arrow, the projectile soared like a meteor, imbued with tremendous magical power. The arrow was aimed directly at the flag of the Heiyu army. Should the flag fall, the morale of the troops would suffer a catastrophic blow. Moreover, the power of this arrow is formidable, likely capable of causing far greater devastation than merely bringing down a military banner. Should it fall into a crowd, the ensuing casualties would be significant. It is the mountain-cleaving arrow. Zhang Hen's pupils constricted slightly. The mountain-cleaving arrow, a renowned siege artifact of the Great Chu. It is said that this weapon possesses extraordinary might, capable of obliterating a towering mountain with a single shot. Whoosh! Li Bufan stepped forward, approaching the mountain-cleaving arrow, his fingers extending fiercely as his magical power surged forth, clashing violently with the arrow. Boom! The two forces collided, generating ripples of energy in the void. Yet, Li Bufan stood firm upon the city wall, not retreating an inch, rendering the arrow unable to advance any closer, ultimately causing it to plummet to the ground, where he crushed it beneath his foot. The crowd, already intimidated by the name of the mountain-cleaving arrow, was further astonished as Li Bufan single-handedly thwarted it. Such strength left them in awe and invigorated. How formidable! The mountain-cleaving arrow is nothing extraordinary. Indeed, with a celestial being like Li Bufan among us, victory is assured. The previously diminished morale surged with renewed vigor due to Li Bufan's intervention. But this was not the end. Standing atop the city wall, Li Bufan leaped down, charging alone towards the throngs of soldiers. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Was he truly attempting to confront an entire army single-handedly? A reckless endeavor. The great Chu general, who had unleashed the mountain-cleaving arrow, felt a surge of murderous intent at this sight, prompting countless soldiers around him to rush towards Li Bufan. Yet, in the next instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from Li Bufan, causing soldiers to collapse, rendered unconscious by the sheer force of his presence. In his grasp, the spear resembled a dragon emerging from the depths of the ocean, zeroing in on the general. What? The general's pupils constricted in shock, and he hastily drew his sword from his waist, attempting to parry the thrust. At the moment of collision between sword and spear, a resounding clang echoed. The long sword shattered, and the dragon's soul spear pierced through the general's neck with unstoppable force. Li Bufan exerted a forceful lift, raising the entire body of his adversary high above. Those on the distant city wall were left in a daze. To seize the head of a general amidst countless troops was akin to plucking an item from a pouch. A divine general, truly a divine general. With a single strike, he achieved the feat of slaying a commander. This individual was formidable beyond measure. One man could not be contained by the myriad of soldiers. Fellow warriors, what are you waiting for? Charge forth. Li Bufan's decisive action in slaying the general ignited the spirits of the multitude. In an instant, the city gates swung open, and countless soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave, charging towards the Chu army. With a violent tremor of his arm, the corpse of the slain Chu general exploded, showering the battlefield in a torrential rain of blood. Li Bufan surveyed the surrounding soldiers with an icy gaze, his killing intent radiating as if he were a hellish fiend. Thus, let the slaughter commence. Without further ado, in a flash, the spear in his hands transformed into a primordial beast of terror, leaving a path of carnage in its wake, countless lives extinguished. As the massacre unfolded, streams of magical energy surged into his being. Li Bufan sensed the subtle loosening of the bottleneck in his divine realm. Chapter 76. Promotion to the rank of general, on the verge of annihilating Chu. Kill. On the battlefield, Li Bufan led the charge, engaging in slaughter, and after vanquishing the enemy general, he plunged into the throng, nearly impervious to opposition. He seemed to transform into a meat grinder, whereupon he arrived. A torrential rain of blood ensued. One soldier after another fell beneath the thrust of his spear, their lifeblood spilling forth. The sheer terror of his prowess instilled fear not only in the enemy, but also in his allies. The minds of the new recruits in the Black Feather Army were consumed by a singular thought. Thank heavens this fellow is not our adversary. Uncertain of how long the slaughter had continued, over half of the 100,000-strong army lay vanquished. The remaining soldiers fled in disarray. Amidst the battlefield, Li Bufan stood resolutely with his spear, a warm current perpetually coursing through his body. After annihilating the Xingqian sect and the Four Symbols sect, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Celestial Realm. Following 2 additional battles in the Great Wind territory, his inner power had finally reached its zenith. Boom! Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, a terrifying force erupted from within him. His Dao platform, golden elixir, and nascent soul had astonishingly fused together, manifesting an unprecedented wave of magical energy, the Unity Realm. At last, he had breached the Unity Realm. The next step would be to attain true power. Li Bufan's gaze was piercing. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhang Hen sensed the formidable energy radiating from Li Bufan and was struck with disbelief, exclaiming, He has broken through? Is this for real? This fellow is simply extraordinary. After just finishing a battle, he has already ascended to the Unity Realm? Zhang Hen swallowed hard. It was well known that the commander of the Black Feather Legion was merely at the Unity Realm. Yet now, this new recruit, Li Bufan, stood at the same level as the commander. Is there any justice in this? Zhang Hen dared not delay and approached to extend his congratulations. Li Bufan nodded slightly and inquired, How severe are the casualties from this battle? The casualties were significant, yet your presence has rendered them far less than I had anticipated. Brotherly, truly, you are an unparalleled warrior. After this battle, when the commander bestows rewards, you are destined to soar to great heights, Zhang Han remarked with deep emotion. In the military, promotions are earned through merit in battle. This time, with Li Bufan's notable achievement of slaying generals and his own mastery at the Unified Realm, General Heyu would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Indeed, shortly thereafter, upon returning to the military camp, General Heyu commenced the ceremony of merit and reward. Shangguan Jing, in this battle, you displayed exceptional valor, defeating over 1,000 foes. Thus, you are awarded 100,000 spirit stones and promoted to the rank of 100 Captain. In the ranks of the Black Feather Army, and indeed throughout the entire Yuhua dynasty, the titles were categorized as follows: 10 Captain, 100 Captain, 1,000 Captain, 10,000 Captain, Commander, and General. Above the generals were the 5 great corps commanders. As a new recruit, Shangguan Jing achieved the rank of 100 Captain on his very first battlefield encounter, making him one of the most outstanding new soldiers in history. Perhaps this was also aided by his lineage from the Shangguan family. Li Bufan. At this moment, the general called out Li Bufan's name for the commendation. The crowd immediately focused their attention, knowing full well that he was the greatest contributor in this battle. Compared to Shangguan Jing, his reward would be considerably greater. Li Bufan exhibited unmatched bravery in this conflict, deflecting arrows and defeating enemy generals. With his tally of slain foes being incalculable, he was awarded 100,000 spirit stones and elevated to the rank of 10,000 Captain. As the title suggests, it denotes the authority to command a contingent of 10,000 soldiers. As a neophyte, to ascend to the esteemed rank of a 1,000-man commander upon his inaugural foray into battle is a feat that transcends mere excellence. It is nothing short of prodigious. It is the first instance I have heard of someone achieving such a title on their maiden engagement in warfare. Surely, this is a historic first since the founding of our nation. Oh, this individual may even have the potential to vie for the position of a Legion commander in the future. Not to mention, his current prowess already parallels that of a Legion commander. With a few more commendable exploits, his rank is bound to soar. I wonder when he will establish his own battalion. Should that day come, I shall be the first to enlist. For being by his side promises a future replete with boundless opportunities. The gazes of the crowd upon Li Bufan gradually ignited with fervor. After the accolades were bestowed, the general took his leave. Before departing, he cast a glance at Li Bufan and, with a smile, remarked, "Young man, persevere with your talents. Attaining nobility and high office in the future will be a mere formality." Li Bufan nodded slightly. Nobility and high office? Such ambitions were not his objectives. From the very beginning, He harbored but a singular aspiration: to grow stronger, to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. Shang Wanjing approached Li Bufan and with a respectful gesture said, "Brotherly, congratulations on your promotion to 1,000-man commander. In comparison, my humble rank of 100-man commander seems utterly insignificant. I wonder when you shall form your own troop." Shang Wanjing was keen to align himself with Li Bufan. Firstly, the latter's formidable strength provided a greater sense of security on the battlefield. Secondly, he sought to cultivate a closer relationship with him. The other party will undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in the Yuhua dynasty in the future. It is wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with them now, as the rewards to come will be immense, both for him and for the Shangwan family. However, upon hearing this, Li Bufan merely shook his head. "I do not currently have any intentions of forming a team. Assembling a group is far too cumbersome. A team lacking in strength will only hinder my efficiency in battle." Shang Wanjing was somewhat taken aback by Li Bufan's response. It is well known that establishing one's own foundation is a customary practice for every commander in the military, yet Li Bufan seemed disinclined to do so. "Brotherly, you have recently joined the army and already hold the rank of a 1,000-man commander. This is an opportune moment to cultivate your own cadre. When you eventually rise to the rank of a leader or general, expanding your foundation will be essential to vying for the position of Legion Commander," Shang Wanjing urged. Yet Li Bufan remained resolute, replying, "I have grown accustomed to operating alone." Recognizing Li Bufan's firm resolve, Shang Wanjing refrained from further persuasion. The new recruits had just endured a battle and were feeling fatigued. After a few days of rest, they began to discuss the current situation. Presently, numerous dynasties were mounting attacks against them. Although they possessed formidable strength, surviving under such a barrage of assaults from multiple dynasties was no easy feat, let alone sweeping across the nations to unify the realm. "I beg to differ," one remarked. "His Majesty is a man of extraordinary talent, and the 5 Legion commanders are seasoned veterans of the battlefield. The Yuhua dynasty is currently brimming with formidable generals and countless soldiers, its strength at an unprecedented zenith. Although various dynasties besiege us, they are not united in purpose and will ultimately face defeat." The new recruits boast and chatter, while Li Bufan, with his eyes closed, appears to be in deep meditation, seemingly oblivious to their discussions. To him, the broader situation holds little significance. He is merely eager for a grand battle that would facilitate his rapid growth. "Attention, everyone! The latest directive has arrived. The Black Feather Legion will march towards the Great Chu to initiate a war of annihilation." At this moment, a soldier entered the camp and announced. The atmosphere shifted, and the crowd's demeanor turned solemn. "In 3 days, you will accompany General Zhao to Great Chu. The higher-ups have decided to grant you a short reprieve, so make sure to prepare well." With that, the soldier departed. The group immediately resumed their discussions. "I knew they would target Chu. Ah, General Zhao. Is he not one of the Black Feather General's right-hand men, the famed Zhao Feng, known as the White-Clad General? It must be him." Li Bufan took out a cloth to polish his dragon soul spear, his gaze sharpening. "It appears we're headed to eradicate Chu. It seems you will be put through your paces soon, my friend." Chapter 77. A wise ruler's analysis of the feathered ascendancy. The onlookers shivered as they observed Li Bufan meticulously cleaning his dragon soul spear, even in the height of summer. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The crowd then began to discuss their plans for leisure during the 3-day holiday. The following day, many new recruits seized the opportunity to venture out and enjoy themselves, seeking relaxation before the impending battle. Meanwhile, Li Bufan, too, did not remain idle within the military confines and decided to take a stroll. Nightfall descended upon the capital of the feathered ascendancy. The streets bustled with activity, adorned with vibrant decorations, and the banks of the river echoed with the melodies of songbirds and the dance of swallows, creating a scene of harmonious celebration. Within a lavish tavern, Li Bufan was indulging in his solitary revelry, with dancers gracefully performing below and musicians serenading the atmosphere. Beside him, a group of literati engaged in fervent discussions, some subtly expressing their grievances towards the feathered sovereign. Rumors had spread that the king was preparing to mobilize forces against the Great Chu. How do the nations perceive the feathered dynasty now? They label us as a ferocious army, branding the king as a tyrant. Alas, with such frequent campaigns, can the feathered dynasty truly withstand the strain? Presently, all countries seem to conspire against the feathered dynasty, yet the king shows no inclination towards reconciliation, even contemplating to strike first. It is perplexing what he envisions. Is he truly intent on leaving the feathered dynasty with a tainted legacy for eternity? Hush, speak softly, lest we attract unwanted attention. The previously boisterous group became cautious when discussing the feathered king, wary of eavesdroppers. However, Li Bufan, with his remarkable cultivation, comprehended their whispers with clarity. These sentiments were not new to him. Since his arrival in the land of the Great Wind, he had encountered numerous similar sentiments. The common folk across the nation spoke of the current feathered king as a tyrant, rampant in his military endeavors and merciless in his rule. Li Bufan, however, chose to remain silent on the matter. At that moment, a man clad in exquisite robes approached him with a subtle smile. "Might I take a seat here?" he inquired. Li Bufan surveyed the surroundings, noting several vacant spots, and replied coolly, "I do not know you. Why would you wish to sit here?" The man responded, "I simply find your demeanor remarkable and wish to make your acquaintance." Li Bufan retorted, "I do not easily forge connections with others." "Oh, is it others who lack the qualifications, or perhaps the capability? Yet, it is merely a matter of temperament." "So it is." As the man spoke, he had already taken a seat before Li Bufan. Li Bufan cast a glance but chose to ignore him, indulging instead in his drink. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, ensuring that the effects of the alcohol did not cloud his senses. He could keenly discern that the man before him was extraordinary. His cultivation level, he suspected, was not beneath his own. Of course, he was not intimidated by this fact. "Ah, I am Yiyu. May I inquire your esteemed name, brother?" Li Bufan. Indeed, he was true to his name, remarkable in every sense, Yiyu complimented. He then began to converse with Li Bufan as if they were old acquaintances. Yiyu was undeniably learned, possessing knowledge of celestial phenomena and geographical intricacies, as well as a profound understanding of the customs and cultures across vast lands. It seemed he could speak endlessly on myriad topics. Li Bufan listened, finding the exchange rather amusing. What a fascinating individual, he mused inwardly. By the way, everyone speaks of the feathered ascendancy as a band of wolves and tigers, and the feathered king as a tyrant without virtue. I wonder, what is your perspective on this, Brother Li? Yiyu inquired with curiosity. I have not encountered the feathered king, thus I cannot offer a judgment. Yet, in my humble opinion, it is more fitting to regard the current feathered king not as a tyrant, but rather as an enlightened sovereign with grand aspirations. Among the various kingdoms of the Great Wind, there are indeed benevolent and wise rulers, but the enlightened monarch can only be found in the feathered king. Li Bufan replied lightly. Upon hearing this, Yiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is there truly a distinction between a wise ruler and an enlightened sovereign? Naturally, a wise ruler embodies benevolence and righteousness, adept in recognizing and utilizing talented individuals, gravitating towards the virtuous while distancing from the base. A sagacious sovereign harbors grand ambitions, possesses profound insight into the dynamics of the world, and embodies the principle of internal sanctity and external sovereignty. A wise ruler may safeguard a dynasty, yet an enlightened monarch has the potential to expand territories. Well said, exclaimed Yiyu, striking the table with fervor. Li Bufan cast a sidelong glance at him. What has you so excited? It is not as if you were the subject of discussion. Cough, cough, Yiyu replied. I merely find the discourse of wise and enlightened rulers by Brother Li deeply stirring, which has led to my momentary lapse in composure. However, Brother Li, you assert that the Emperor Yu Hua is an enlightened monarch, yet why does he face universal condemnation within the realm, with even some of our own citizens expressing dissatisfaction? Yiyu inquired, a glimmer of melancholy in his eyes. Li Bufan replied calmly. That is because Emperor Yu Hua is undertaking a task that even the most enlightened of rulers would find arduous, a monumental endeavor that may be deemed a transgression in the present, yet will be revered for centuries to come. In this undertaking, his actions may be criticized by contemporaries, yet future generations will regard him as an eternal sovereign. Yiyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to learn more. Emperor Yu Hua frequently engages in external conquests, appearing tyrannical and unjust, yet in truth, he is achieving a feat unparalleled in history, the unification of the Great Feng territory. This may seem a mere slogan, yet throughout the ages, no dynasty has harbored the ambition to sweep across nations, nor possessed the might to unify the realm. Yet the Yuhua dynasty does, and Emperor Yu Hua is in the process of accomplishing it. Historically, even without the Yu Hua dynasty, the strife among nations has been far from scarce. To my knowledge, prior to the Yu Hua dynasty, warfare among nations persisted for 8 centuries. Never shall we cease. If the feathered dynasty succeeds in unifying the realm, then the flames of war shall truly be extinguished. Without a unified world, how can there be peace? Many proclaim the feathered king to be tyrannical and unjust. Yet they only witness the wars he has initiated, failing to envision the era of true peace he could forge upon unification. They have never perceived the situation from the elevated perspective of the feathered king, and thus have no right to judge him. Therefore, while others label him a despot, I regard him as a sagacious ruler. After Li Bufon's eloquent discourse, Yi Yu was visibly moved, his face flushed and eyes glistening with unshed tears. He rose and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Brother Li, you are indeed a remarkable talent. Your profound analysis of the feathered king qualifies you as his confidant. What are you so excited about? You are not the feathered king," Li Bufon teased. I merely pondered that if the feathered king were to hear your words, he would likely be even more exhilarated. He has been misunderstood for far too long, and at last, someone comprehends him. Yi Yu inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Yet his gaze towards Li Bufon was aflame with fervor. "I have not yet finished my thoughts. Even if the feathered king is indeed a wise ruler, it is contingent upon his ability to conquer the nations and unify the realm. Should he fail, history shall remember him merely as a tyrant. For history is penned by the victors. You speak wisely, but with Brother Li and the countless valiant soldiers of the feathered dynasty, I firmly believe that success is within our grasp." Let us hope so." Li Bufon calmly finished his last drink before turning to leave. Watching his departing figure, Yi Yu called out, "Brother Li, if fate permits, let us share a drink and discuss the affairs of the world again." Without looking back, Li Bufon waved his hand dismissively. "The affairs of the world do not pique my interest, but if there is fine wine, I would be glad to keep you company." "It is a promise." Yi Yu laughed heartily. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yi Yu. "Your Majesty, the night is deep. It is time to return to the palace." Chapter 78. The white-clad General Zhao Feng. "You are not bad, Yi Yu." The current emperor of the Yuhua kingdom smiled faintly and then returned to the royal palace. His mood exceptionally buoyant, a broad smile gracing his face. Noticing his demeanor, his beloved consort inquired curiously, "Your Majesty, I have heard you ventured outside the palace today. What brings you such joy? Did you gain something of value?" "Indeed, I have found a kindred spirit today." "A kindred spirit?" "Yes, such souls are rare to find. In this vast land of Dafeng, he is likely the only one who truly understands me. His arrival in the Yuhua kingdom is a stroke of fortune for the dynasty. Our conversation today has only strengthened my resolve to unify the lands of Dafeng." Meanwhile, as for Yi Yu, upon returning to the military camp, others gradually trickled back. The holiday was brief, and after a moment of relaxation, they prepared to head to the battlefield. This time, they were set to launch an offensive against the Great Chu, engaging in a war of annihilation, led by General Zhao Feng, a pivotal figure in the Black Feather Legion and the right hand of its commander. When Li Bufon beheld the figure before him, he was struck by the sight of a man clad in white light armor, wielding a halberd and mounted upon a magnificent white steed. The stranger's countenance was strikingly handsome, yet his gaze was distant and indifferent, exuding an air of solemnity that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. This individual was Zhao Feng, renowned for his penchant for white attire, earning him the moniker of the white-clad general. It was rumored that he had attained the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, a level of prowess that positioned him among the elite within the entire feathered ascendancy. Zhao Feng was not only formidable in strength, but he also maintained an iron grip over his troops. There was an instance when a soldier was caught clandestinely imbibing alcohol within the ranks. Zhao Feng publicly punished him by exposing him to the elements for 3 days. Beside Li Bufon, Zhang Hen whispered in hushed tones, but abruptly fell silent as Zhao Feng seemed to sense something amiss and cast a fleeting glance in their direction. Zhang Hen immediately composed himself, adopting a demeanor of earnestness befitting a soldier. Zhao Feng, dismissing the moment, shifted his attention to Li Bufon, his eyes revealing a flicker of intrigue before he resumed leading his forces onward. As time progressed, Li Bufon and his companions traversed beyond the borders of the feathered ascendancy, gradually nearing the frontier of the Great Chu. The Great Chu had long anticipated their arrival and was prepared for confrontation. "Release the arrows," commanded the captain stationed at the border upon spotting the Black Feather Army, without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, a torrential rain of arrows surged forth, piercing the air with deadly intent. "Defend," Zhao Feng intoned with an air of detachment. One by one, soldiers stepped forward, channeling their magical energies to conjure spells, raising their shields above their heads to intercept the barrage of arrows. Charge! Zhao Feng issued his next command with resolute authority. The troops, shielded and steadfast, surged toward the city walls, with Zhao Feng leading the charge at the forefront, embodying the spirit of a true commander. Beside him stood a shadowy figure clad in black, gripping a long spear with palpable eagerness. Indeed, it was Li Bufan. Together, they surged to the forefront, exchanging a glance that ignited a fervent battle spirit within their eyes. Zhao Feng declared, "Let us see who can enter the city first." "Very well." Li Bufan responded without hesitation, readily accepting the challenge. They quickened their pace. At the city gates, soldiers poured forth, including several cultivators of the divine realm, unleashing a barrage of spells aimed at Li Bufan and Zhao Feng. Merely trifles. "Break for me." With a simultaneous thrust of their weapons, the long spear and the Fang Tianhua halberd pierced forward. In an instant, their magical energy surged forth like a torrential flood, shattering the incoming spells upon impact. "Is that all?" Li Bufan grinned. And just as the group of cultivators was about to launch their second offensive, his gaze sharpened, exuding a formidable aura. Under the weight of this imposing presence, the cultivators trembled, their pupils constricting, their movements momentarily slowed. In the chaos of battle, that fleeting moment could dictate the outcome of many events. Li Bufan and Zhao Feng plunged into the fray almost simultaneously. Their long spear and halberd swept through the air, weaving a tapestry of sharp, lethal brilliance that tore through the ranks of cultivators. Divine Dragon Spear Technique. Li Bufan's spear whirled, transforming into a flurry of dragon shadows. Wherever it passed, no cultivator could withstand its force. Breaking Army Halberd Technique. Zhao Feng matched his intensity, his halberd enveloped in a layer of dark magical energy. The technique was utterly ruthless, effortlessly rending cultivators apart. What exceptional spear techniques! The art of martial prowess. Witnessing each other's remarkable performances, the two could not resist engaging in mutual commendation. With a shared glance, they resumed their assault. Under their valiant leadership, the formidable forces at the city gates were swiftly overwhelmed, and both warriors surged into the city simultaneously. Following closely behind, countless soldiers poured in as well. In no time, the city was breached. After this fierce battle, the troops took a moment to regroup. Reporting to the general, "We have slain over 100,000 enemies, while sustaining casualties of nearly 1,600. A soldier relayed the battle losses to Zhao Feng, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Such an astonishing ratio of casualties was a sight he had never witnessed before. Zhao Feng, however, was deep in thought. He understood that the minimal losses incurred in capturing the border city were largely attributable to Li Bufan, aside from his own efforts. Without their seamless cooperation, the conquest would not have proceeded so smoothly. Especially the overwhelming aura exuded by Li Bufan, it lingered vividly in his memory. At that moment, the defenders were momentarily daunted by his commanding presence, and that fleeting instant ultimately sealed their disastrous fate. Li Bufan truly extraordinary. Within the military camp, Li Bufan sat by the flickering campfire, quietly polishing his spear. In today's battle, he had slain numerous foes, and his magical prowess had seen a slight enhancement. Yet, after reaching the realm of unification, the benefits derived from vanquishing these ordinary cultivators had diminished significantly compared to before. He yearned for more formidable adversaries. The foundation of the Great Chu was remarkable. It was said that many celestial beings resided within. In today's skirmish, only 2 or 3 had made an appearance. Perhaps, within the grand capital of the Great Chu, there exists even more. The celestial beings, in unison. These are the most exalted cultivators among the mighty. Yet, in the 10 domains, the number of such powerful beings is scarce. For Li Bufan, seeking a formidable opponent to vanquish is no simple task. Brother Fan, your performance today was truly valiant. At this moment, Zhang Hen, Shang Wanjing, and a few others approached Li Bufan. Brother? Li Bufan rolled his eyes, noticing that these individuals were older than himself. Nevertheless, their call was genuine and heartfelt. Today, you and General Zhao led the charge and breached the city gates. We all witnessed it. Everyone is saying that with your prowess, you will undoubtedly achieve even greater accomplishments than General Zhao in the future, Shang Wanjing remarked with a smile. Oh, is that so? At that moment, a voice resonated. Zhao Feng slowly approached. Shang Wanjing immediately stiffened, mechanically turning around and chuckling awkwardly. General Zhao, what brings you here? I was merely jesting. Rest assured, I am not that petty, and I believe what everyone says is true. With Li Bufan's abilities, he is certainly capable of surpassing my achievements, Zhao Feng stated calmly, unperturbed. Shang Wanjing sighed in relief and continued, General Zhao, you must have matters to discuss with Brother Fan. We shall take our leave. The group hastily departed, leaving only Zhao Feng and Li Bufan by the campfire. Today's battle was commendable, Zhao Feng smiled. You did well too, Li Bufan acknowledged with a glance, resuming his maintenance of the long spear. Chapter 79, Zhao Feng injured. Within 10 days, annihilate Chu. As I observed you in battle, your murderous intent surged, and there appeared to be a semblance of a smile upon your face. Forgive my audacity, but you resemble a madman, Zhao Feng remarked lightly. Li Bufan, upon hearing this, did not take offense. The battlefield is indeed a realm of chaos. One must embrace madness to survive. Do you, perchance, revel in slaughter? It matters not whether I do or do not, when others seek to take my life. I cannot simply stand idle. Moreover, bloodshed serves as a means for me to hone my own skills. You are truly unique. What, pray tell, does the esteemed general in white find wearisome about slaughter? Li Bufan countered. Zhao Feng, not taking a seat beside him, gazed into the distance at the soldiers tidying the battlefield, observing the civilians huddled in the corners. He spoke softly, to speak candidly, yes. I have long grown weary of it. Yet, the emperor relentlessly pursues conquest, and as a general of the Ascendant dynasty, I must comply. Do you not hold affection for the Ascendant emperor? Your question leaves me at a loss for words. Should I answer in the affirmative? I might as well turn around and hand you over, leading to my own demise. Zhao Feng chuckled softly, then continued, it matters not whether I harbor fondness. To reside within the Ascendant dynasty is to obey his commands. Then strive diligently. Strive for what? To conclude battles swiftly, to unify the vast lands, thus bringing an end to the carnage and ushering in an era of peace. Li Bufan stated calmly. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment and replied, you speak wisely. The following day, the army set forth, continuing their march toward the next city. For 10 consecutive days, they pressed on. The Black Feather Army surged forward like a raging tide, conquering over 30 cities in quick succession, their momentum unstoppable. The distance to the capital of the great Chu kingdom diminished rapidly. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the capital, King Chu paced anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. My esteemed ministers, the Black Feather Army approaches with great ferocity, now less than 1,000 miles from the capital. What strategies do you propose? Speak swiftly. The ministers exchanged glances, finding themselves at a loss against the might of the Black Feather Army. Frustrated, King Chu exclaimed, you are the pillars of Great Chu. In this critical moment, you cannot even devise a single plan? What use are you to me? At that moment, an elder stepped forward, stating, alone, Great Chu cannot withstand the Black Feather Army. I believe we must seek external assistance. Assistance? From which nation? King Chu replied helplessly. The Yuhua dynasty has dispatched millions, marching toward various nations. Who among them has the resources to aid Great Chu now? King Chu's tone reflected his despair. The Yuhua dynasty is determined to sweep through the nations and unify the vast lands. Such madness can only be conceived by the ruler of Yuhua. The elder fell silent for a moment. Just then, another individual rose to speak, Your Majesty. There is another way to confront the Black Feather Army. Capture the leader to defeat the army. It is said that the white-clad general leads the Black Feather Army in this campaign against Chu. If we can eliminate him, the army will be left leaderless and will undoubtedly collapse. Kill the white-clad general? He is of the harmonious unity realm, who in Great Chu possesses such capability. King Chu furrowed his brow, deeming it another futile suggestion. Yet, the man smiled faintly, saying, though Great Chu may lack such an individual, there exists a place that does. Where's that? The preeminent assassination syndicate in the Great Wind region. Blood River. The mere utterance of Blood River instilled trepidation in all those present. Blood River, the foremost assassin organization in the Great Wind region, was rumored to eliminate anyone for a sufficient sum, even the sovereigns of nations. To collaborate with Blood River was akin to consorting with a tiger for its pelt. Yet, under the present exigency, there appeared to be no alternative. The king of Chu acquiesced, promptly dispatching emissaries bearing copious treasures to Blood River, soliciting their services to assassinate the white-clad General Zhao Feng. Subsequently, the king of Chu retreated to the ancestral hall, his gaze hardening as he surveyed the memorial tablets of his royal forebears. Should Blood River fail to resolve this crisis, he resolved to embrace mutual destruction. Night fell, with the radiant moon suspended high above, amidst a panoply of stars scattered like pieces on a celestial chessboard. Around crackling bonfires, soldiers animatedly discussed the impending battles. Under General Zhao's command, the capture of the Chu capital seemed imminent. Indeed, the vulnerability of Great Chu had exceeded all expectations. Jubilant, they anticipated lavish rewards from their sovereign upon the conquest of Great Chu, which they deemed a foregone conclusion. Absent external intervention, Great Chu was, in all likelihood, doomed. Reports indicated that the kingdoms of Great Qi, Great Wei, and others were on the verge of collapse under the onslaught of other generals. The unification of the Great Wind region was no longer a mere aspiration. The protracted epic of strife, spanning millions of years, appeared poised to culminate in this generation. Our esteemed sovereign is truly formidable. Amidst the conversations of the crowd, a sudden and terrifying explosion erupted from a nearby tent, unleashing a torrent of chaotic magical energy. Who? A thunderous voice exclaimed as a dark figure shot forth from the tent. The onlookers swiftly encircled it, yet the figure exhibited remarkable prowess. After hastily retrieving and tearing apart a talisman, it vanished into thin air. A teleportation talisman. This is dire. We must check on General Zhao. Zhang Hen's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed toward the shattered tent. Inside, he found Zhao Feng half kneeling on the ground, a sinister black dagger embedded in his chest. His complexion as pale as parchment. The crowd's faces turned ashen. Hastily, they called for the military physician. Zhao Feng channeled his magical energy to expel the dagger, but the blood oozing from the wound was a dark purple hue. The dagger is poisoned. Upon the physician's arrival and subsequent examination, his expression grew increasingly grave. This is the bone-penetrating blood poison, a lethal toxin unique to the Blood River. Those afflicted, even if they are cultivators of the Unity Realm, are unlikely to survive. Hearing this, the crowd's faces shifted once more. Damn the Blood River assassins. They must have been sent by the Great Chu. Physician, you must save General Zhao. The Great Chu has yet to conquer. He cannot fall, or it will shatter the morale of our troops and render our efforts futile. Surrounded by the anxious crowd, the physician sighed in resignation. I can only preserve General Zhao's life for 10 days. Within this period, if we can procure 1,000-year-old blood ginseng or 7-star begonia, perhaps I might be able to save him. This miraculous elixir is indeed available within our royal capital, yet we find ourselves a considerable distance from it, thousands of miles away, and a mere 10 days for a round trip is utterly insufficient. Zhang Hen found himself in a quandary. Are we to stand idly by and witness Zhao Feng's demise? The Yuhua royal capital might possess it, and so could the Daichu royal capital. Should we manage to seize the royal capital within 10 days, General Zhao may still have a glimmer of hope. At this juncture, Li Bufan spoke up. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, whose life hung by a thread, after hastily bandaging his wounds, declared, Li Bufan, I am gravely injured and cannot return to the battlefield in the short term. I hereby appoint you as my temporary successor to lead the army, to annihilate Chu. He understood that given the severity of his poisoning, merely holding on to life was a significant feat. Returning to the battlefield was out of the question. To force himself onto the battlefield only to be slain by the enemy would only sow discord among the troops. It was imperative to stabilize the army, necessitating a new commander. Apart from himself, Li Bufan was the most suitable choice. I am not adept at commanding troops, nor am I skilled in strategic deployment. Zhang Hen and Sheng Wanjing would be better suited for such matters, yet I can assure you this. Within 10 days, we shall annihilate Chu. Chapter 80. The resounding defeat of General Wang. Troops at the gates of the Chu royal capital. Within 10 days, we shall obliterate Chu. This is the sole means to save Zhao Feng. Thus, Zhang Hen assumed the role of general, leading the entire army onward towards the Daichu royal capital. Meanwhile, upon learning of the successful assassination of Zhao Feng by the Blood River assassin, the king of Chu was overjoyed, exclaiming, Excellent. The peril facing our Chu kingdom has been averted. Truly, the Blood River is formidable. The white-clad Zhao Feng is nothing of consequence. At this moment, a scout entered the palace and reported to His Majesty. The Black Feather Army has breached the Shanhaiguan Pass and is currently advancing towards the royal capital. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Wasn't Zhao Feng assassinated? How could the enemy still dare to march forward? Unexpectedly, even with their commander on the brink of death. They continued their advance. King Chu's expression darkened as he addressed the assembly. Who among you is willing to lead the troops? A burly man clad in black armor stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops. Let them witness the might of Dechu. Very well. I shall entrust this task to General Wang. We shall await your triumphant return, assured the monarch. Rest assured, Your Majesty, General Wang replied with a hearty laugh, brimming with self-confidence. He was a top-tier warrior nearing the realm of unity. Though he had previously refrained from battle due to Zhao Feng and the Black Feather Army's formidable reputation. However, with Zhao Feng on the verge of demise, he perceived the Black Feather Army, devoid of its commander, as nothing more than a disorganized rabble, lacking in fearsome strength. Meanwhile, at the city gates, the Black Feather Army loomed ominously, their dark battalions exuding an overwhelming aura of military might. Zhang Hen led the charge at the forefront, with Li Bufan standing silently by his side. Ahead lies the Fenghua Pass. Once we breach it, we can march straight into the royal capital, Zhang Hen proclaimed. Indeed. Li Bufan nodded slightly, and then, as if sensing something, his gaze sharpened, piercing towards the walls of Fenghua Pass. There, a figure in heavy armor had mysteriously ascended the ramparts, fixing a cold, fierce gaze on the Black Feather Army, radiating an intense and overwhelming killing intent. A master nearing the realm of unity. Previously, when Zhao Feng was present, this individual did not lead the troops into battle. Now, with Zhao Feng injured, he dares to emerge. Li Bufan offered a cold smile. Suddenly, upon the walls of Fenghua Pass, runes began to swirl, transforming into a crimson barrier that enveloped the entire fortress. This is the city's protective formation. It is no wonder this heavily fortified city is situated near the royal capital. Once this protective formation is activated, breaching it will prove even more formidable. Zhang Hen remarked gravely. Once again, atop the walls of Fenghua Pass, soldiers emerged, bows and crossbows in hand, aimed at the Black Feather Army. In the next moment, arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. Unfazed, Zhang Hen instructed the frontline soldiers to cast their spells. Instantly, barriers materialized in the air, intercepting the deluge of arrows. However, at that moment, General Wang himself seized a formidable black bow, notching an arrow and drawing the string back to its full extent. Then, whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar and immense magical force. It was none other than the arrow of the Great Chu. Its target was none other than the commanding Zhang Hen. Unlike Zhao Feng, who would feel a chill at the sight of such a lethal projectile, Zhang Hen understood that if he were struck down, it would deal a devastating blow to the morale of the Black Feather Army. Yet, he was utterly incapable of countering this arrow. Just then, a massive hand shot out from beside him, capturing the arrow that was destined for him. Upon contact with the overwhelming magical force, a violent explosion ensued. The terrifying shockwave caused Zhang Hen to stagger back several steps. Fortunately, he remained unscathed. Turning to the side, he saw Li Bufan, who had caught the arrow. Thank you, Zhang Hen exclaimed. No need for formalities, Li Bufan replied, his fingers tightening into a fist, snapping the arrow in two with a decisive crack. Upon the battlements of Fenghua Pass, General Wang's gaze sharpened. Aside from the white-clad General Zhao Feng, there astonishingly existed within the ranks of the Black Feather Army another master capable of deflecting my arrow. Meanwhile, Li Bufan's eyes gleamed like lightning as he focused on Fenghua Pass, more precisely, on General Zhao. Though separated by hundreds of paces, a chilling sensation inexplicably coursed through Wang's heart, enveloping him in an icy dread. It was the gaze of one who stared into the abyss. Who could this individual be? While General Wang pondered this enigma, Li Bufan had already sprung into action. With a single stride, he leapt from his war chariot, his figure soaring like a cannonball towards the walls of Fenghua Pass. General Wang, unwilling to underestimate the situation, immediately commanded his men to engage. Soldiers drew their bows, unleashing arrows that rained down like a tempest. Others summoned spells, unleashing flames, frost, and thunder in rapid succession. A myriad of attacks cascaded down upon Li Bufan. Yet, he neither flinched nor faltered, maintaining his relentless charge towards the wall. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions reverberated through the air as Li Bufan was engulfed by an onslaught of spells and arrows. Clouds of dust billowed, creating a tumultuous uproar. Observing this, General Wang smirked coldly, thinking to himself, I had expected something formidable, yet it appears he is merely an impetuous youth, foolishly daring to confront the might of my hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Surely, he shall be reduced to ashes, just as he believed Li Bufan to be vanquished. A black golden spear light suddenly cleaved through the dust, transforming into a dragon's silhouette, emitting a terrifying roar as it surged towards the city's protective array. Upon contact, the very ground trembled within a 100-mile radius. The vast formation, under the onslaught of the dragon's shadow, erupted with fissures. Then, with a resounding explosion, the protective array shattered. Li Bufan emerged from the swirling smoke, clad in black and wielding a long spear, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness that resonated through the void. The assaults from the hundreds of thousands of soldiers proved utterly ineffective against him, a testament to his formidable protective energy. Kill. With the city's defense array breached, Zhang Hen let out a commanding shout, and millions of the Black Feather Army surged forward like a ravenous flood, intent on engulfing the entire Fenghua Pass. How infuriating! General Wang seethed, unleashing the full force nearing the Unity Realm. His overwhelming pressure spread, instilling a renewed sense of courage among the defending soldiers. With General Wang here, we shall surely prevail. As General Wang gripped his great sword, preparing to charge into battle, Li Bufan had already reached him. Come forth, General Wang bellowed, channeling immense magical energy into his sword, forming a black blade of light that seemed capable of rending the heavens. This formidable strike surged forth, aiming to obliterate Li Bufan. Yet, with the dragon soul spear in hand, Li Bufan descended with overwhelming force. Bang! The blade of light shattered. The spear descended like a thunderbolt, striking General Wang with unstoppable momentum, shattering his heavy armor and sending him plummeting to the ground like a meteor. With a thunderous crash, the earth buckled beneath him, creating a massive crater. Within the crater, General Wang lay defeated, his armor shattered, bloodied, and his sword broken, slain by a single thrust of the spear. With the death of General Wang, the morale of the defending soldiers crumbled, and under the relentless charge of the Black Feather Army, they disbanded in chaos, soon facing annihilation. The Fenghua Pass had fallen. The Black Feather Army, however, did not linger, advancing toward the royal capital. Within the royal palace of the capital, the news spread like wildfire among the courtiers, creating a scene of utter chaos. King Chu, in particular, slumped on his dragon throne, his complexion paling slightly. Soon, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, as he declared, "You have forced my hand." 3 days later, the Black Feather Army stood poised before the grand capital of Dechu. Chapter 81. The Might of the Seven Stars Technique and the Madness of King Chu. The Black Feather Army's presence at the capital was far more formidable than any city they had previously besieged. The imposing black walls were adorned with ancient runes, and banners fluttered majestically atop the ramparts. Suddenly, soldiers emerged upon the walls, their gazes fixed resolutely upon the Black Feather Army below. Aware that their defense was futile, they nonetheless chose to fight for their homeland. The Black Feather Army, recognizing their valor, vowed to exert their utmost strength to vanquish them. Attack. Without hesitation, a barrage of spells erupted from the ranks of the Black Feather Army. A radiant light emanated from the walls, revealing the capital's protective formation. The spells struck the barrier, creating ripples, but for the moment, the defenses proved impenetrable. At that moment, a figure clad in royal robes stepped forward from the battlements. It was King Chu. With a cold smile, he proclaimed, "It is futile. The capital's great formation cannot be breached by ordinary cultivators. Even with your million-strong Black Feather Army, it will take at least 10 days to break through." But could the white-clad general afford to wait that long? Today, Dechu may face defeat, but Zhao Feng shall die. Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Hen and Shang Wanjing exchanged worried glances. At least 10 days to breach the defenses? Zhao Feng, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Attack. At this moment, the king of Chu issued his command. Countless soldiers atop the city walls, fortified by the protective array, began to conjure various spells and wield an array of magical artifacts against the Black Feather Army. The Black Feather Army, with its multitude of soldiers, summoned spells to establish defensive barriers. However, the number of troops available to assault the Grand Formation was significantly diminished. Consequently, it remained uncertain how long it would take to breach this formidable defensive array. Zhao Feng could not bear such a delay. Should he abandon the defense and commit fully to the offensive? Zhang Hen pondered privately. No, that cannot be. At this moment, Zhao Feng appeared before Zhang Hen. If we relinquish our defense and launch an all-out assault, the Black Feather Army will suffer tremendous casualties. The kingdom of Dechu is already at its wit's end, merely clinging to survival through the protective array of the royal capital. If we proceed with caution and determination, the royal capital shall surely fall. Yet, General, your injuries cannot withstand the strain. Do not concern yourself with my wounds. If my negligence leads to the loss of countless lives in the Black Feather Army, I would have no face to return to the Legion commander, Zhao Feng replied calmly. Humph, it is merely a broken formation. Watch me shatter it. At that moment, Li Bufan stepped forward. With a single thrust, he unleashed a powerful strike, the spear's brilliance entwined with a dominating aura, crashing down like a dragon's shadow upon the formation, causing the entire array to tremble violently. The King of Chu was taken aback. Within the Black Feather Army, there exists such a formidable warrior. However, despite the violent tremors, the grand array of the royal capital remained unscathed. He exhaled a sigh of relief and chuckled, turning to Li Bufan and stating, even though you have attained the Unity Realm, this formation is the culmination of countless generations of effort from my Dechu. To think you could swiftly dismantle it alone is nothing but a delusion. Li Bufan furrowed his brow, realizing he had just been struck with a harsh reality. This formation was indeed formidable. Even someone in the Unity Realm would require considerable time to breach it. Yet, what Zhao Feng lacked most at this moment was time. With this thought, a fierce glint ignited in Li Bufan's eyes, declaring, I shall breach this array today, without delay. With that, he summoned his mana, unleashing the full power of the Tsang Tian Ba Ti. A majestic force surged forth, overwhelming like a torrential flood. At that moment, he was engulfed in an aura of dark, oppressive energy, emanating an unparalleled and terrifying divine light, resembling an invincible demon god. Grasping the Dragon Soul Spear, he raised it high towards the heavens, his aura continuously escalating. In a radius of 100 miles, spiritual energy surged towards him. Even before launching an attack, the winds howled for miles, instilling awe and trepidation in all who beheld him. The onlookers gaped at Li Bufan, particularly King Chu, who felt an unprecedented sense of unease. Quickly, bring him down, the king roared. Upon receiving the order, the crowd atop the city walls unleashed a barrage of spells towards the airborne Li Bufan, creating a tempest of magical energy. However, as these spells approached him, they were effortlessly repelled by the oppressive mana enveloping him, failing to disturb him in the slightest. Behold the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, he proclaimed, and lo, above his head, daylight transformed into night, amidst which 7 stars radiated brilliant light. The brilliance of the stars intensified, their forms expanding ever larger. It appeared as though it had fallen from the heavens, crashing violently towards the royal capital. This is the sage's art. This individual, he actually wields the sage's art. King Chu was left utterly astonished. The sage's art, a spell so rare that even the supreme arts are scarcely seen in the 10 realms, undoubtedly possesses the power to astound the heart. He never imagined that there could be someone among the Black Feather Army who could master the sage's art. It was simply inconceivable. Even Zhao Feng, Zhang Hen, and Sheng Wanjing, his own allies, were left speechless. The sage's art, truly. Brotherly, you have concealed such a formidable trump card. Boom! The 7 stars of the Northern Dipper descended from the sky, engulfing the area with terrifying might as they relentlessly struck the protective array of the royal capital. The first star fell, causing the great array to tremble violently. The second star descended, resulting in the ground surrounding the array erupting chaotically. The third star fell, and with a crack, the array began to show signs of fissures. Following were the 4th, 5th, 6th stars. The cracks on the protective array of the royal capital multiplied. As the final star crashed down, the entire array erupted with a tremendous explosion, shattering into pieces. A colossal shockwave surged forth, and soldiers were swept away like smoke in the aftermath of the celestial impact, with even King Chu being hurled far into the distance. In the high skies, Li Bufan stood firm with his spear, his aura rapidly waning. This sage's art was acquired from his past conquest of the Star Sect's leader. Its might was immense. However, since entering the Great Wind Realm, he had encountered few worthy adversaries. Thus he had reserved this technique for the right moment, never anticipating it would be employed in an assault on an array. After executing the Northern Dipper 7 stars technique, he had expended more than half of his magical energy, as though he had summoned several high-ranking deities in one breath. However, he retrieved a restoration card and crushed it. His previously depleted mana was swiftly replenished. Boom. A surge of magical energy erupted, not only restoring him to his peak condition, but subtly augmenting his power. The aftershocks of the Big Dipper 7 Stars art had decimated numerous royal capital garrison soldiers, including several deities, yielding him considerable experience. At this moment, he had advanced to the 3rd level of the Integration Realm. Alas, after advancing to the Integration Realm, even more experience is needed. Despite having slain so many people these days, I've only reached the 3rd level. Ultimately, these individuals were too feeble. After annihilating Great Chu, I must venture to a higher-level battlefield. Li Bufan mused inwardly. Kill. At this moment, Zhang Hen and the others had also recovered from the shock brought about by the Big Dipper 7 Stars art. Witnessing the royal capital's formation breached, they spearheaded the charge. In an instant, the Black Feather Army flooded into the royal capital. The Great Chu royal capital was breached. Within the royal palace, King Chu staggered to this location, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face contorted with madness. You wish to obliterate my Great Chu? Very well, let us perish together. He arrived at an altar within the royal palace. He channeled his mana, infusing it into the altar. Instantly, the entire royal capital was plunged into unprecedented upheaval. The ground of the royal capital fissured, and a colossal bird engulfed in flames, its body resembling a crimson sun, soared into the heavens, incinerating all in its path. Li Bufan detected this formidable aura, his eyes narrowing. This aura is at least at the Integration Realm. A significant bounty of experience points. Chapter 82. The Three-Headed Fire Phoenix. The fierce battle against the Fire Phoenix, a colossal crimson bird erupted from the fractured earth, exuding an unparalleled aura of searing heat, reducing all it touched to mere ashes. The majestic bird was resplendent in its form, yet it heralded the most terrifying cataclysm. The citizens of the royal capital gazed upon this avian monstrosity with trembling eyes, some succumbing to shock and being incinerated into oblivion. The elders, witnessing this creature, collapsed in despair, their faces pale as they murmured. So, the legends were true. In ancient lore, it was said that the ancestors of the Chu kingdom had captured the spiritual beast, the Fire Phoenix, to suppress the fortunes of their realm, sealing it beneath the royal capital. I had previously dismissed it as mere myth, yet it appears to be reality. This spiritual beast, long confined, has now finally broken free, and one can only fear its impending vengeance upon the Great Chu. With such ferocious malevolence, this spirit has transformed into a savage beast. Was it not sealed underground? How has it suddenly emerged? It is said that only the royal bloodline of Chu can unlock the Fire Phoenix's seal. Could it be the Chu king? Is he intent on perishing alongside the Black Feather Army? Oh heavens, does he wish to drag the entire capital down with him? The faces of the capital's populace turned ashen in terror. After the Black Feather Army's incursion, would they spare the innocent? Yet, the Chu king's actions would undoubtedly lead to the demise of all within the capital. But the despair did not end there. From the depths below, torrents of molten magma surged forth, and amidst the splattering lava, another formidable Fire Phoenix ascended into the sky. Immediately following, there appeared another. A total of 3 blazing phoenixes circled ominously above the royal capital, unleashing torrents of searing flames. The fire fell like a meteor shower, relentlessly descending upon the city. Boom, boom, boom. The entire capital was pockmarked by the fiery meteors, which rained down destruction, leaving nothing but ash in their wake, transforming the land into a hellish inferno. In this chaotic abyss, both the Black Feather Army and the Chu troops found themselves ensnared, unable to escape their grim fate. In the eyes of the spirit beast, the Fire Phoenix, nay, the ferocious beast, every human, not just those who had once sealed its fate, was worthy of destruction. Years of confinement and festering hatred had driven the Phoenix to madness. Ha ha ha, let it burn, let it burn. Reduce this millennium-old capital to cinders, dragging all its inhabitants, including the detestable Black Feather Army, into the depths of hell. Within the palace, King Chu stood upon the altar, laughing maniacally. Someone approached him from behind, staring in disbelief at the deranged monarch. Your Majesty, how could you do this? You are condemning the entire populace to death. Can you still call yourself the king of the Chu? An indignant minister demanded. Yet, King Chu merely smirked coldly, declaring that rather than be consumed by the Yuhua dynasty and become a slave of a fallen kingdom, it was far preferable for them to die as subjects of Chu, together in martyrdom. At his seemingly insane proclamation, The crowd was taken aback. At that moment, a fire meteor descended toward the palace. People scrambled to evade it, yet many still perished in the flames. Witnessing the sheer might of the fire, King Chu could not help but laugh heartily. Ah, truly, the fire phoenix. Such power is indeed capable of annihilating all. The Black Feather Army seeks to annihilate my kingdom of Chu. Such is the price to be paid. The three-headed fire phoenix soars majestically through the skies, resembling three great suns. At this moment, it appears as though four blazing suns hang suspended in the heavens. The terrifying aura scorches the earth beneath, not to mention the countless fireballs raining down. Even the sheer intensity of the heat is sufficient to render the mountains and rivers parched, turning the land into a barren wasteland, devoid of life. This situation has truly become dire. Zhang Hen furrows his brow, commanding the soldiers of the Black Feather Army to launch an assault against the Fire Phoenix. Yet, their efforts yield little success. As the various mages approach the Phoenix, they are incinerated into ashes by the searing flames that envelop it, rendering any attempt futile. How infuriating! Must it be that today we all meet our doom? Zhang Hen exclaims in anger. The death of his soldiers on the battlefield was anticipated, and he was not daunted by it. However, having just captured the capital of Chu, to be dragged down into mutual destruction by the enemy is a bitter pill to swallow. Moreover, despite being adversaries, witnessing the imminent demise of millions, even billions of innocent citizens under the madness of the Chu king weighs heavily on his conscience. Just as despair begins to settle among the gathered, a dark figure suddenly ascends into the sky, hurtling toward one of the fire phoenixes. It is none other than Li Bufan. Upon witnessing his intervention, the crowd gasps in astonishment. It is Captain Li. Has he devised a means to confront the phoenix? It seems unlikely. This fire phoenix is no ordinary foe. As all eyes are fixed upon him, Li Bufan draws nearer to the phoenix, thrusting his spear with explosive force, unleashing an overwhelming surge of dark power and arcane energy. Boom! The gun's brilliance transformed into a shadow of a black and gold dragon, roaring forth. The fire phoenix sensed the imminent danger. Its golden red eyes fixated on the dark golden dragon shadow, emitting a piercing shriek. With a powerful flap of its wings, flames surged forth. The two forces clashed, erupting in the air. Waves of energy rolled, clouds shattered, and the very void trembled. Beneath the fierce flames, Li Bufan was forced back several dozen steps. Good heavens! This is no ordinary unity realm. Moreover, the fire phoenix, possessing the bloodline of a phoenix, exhibited a truly terrifying might. An ordinary unity realm would be easily defeated before him. However, this only fueled his excitement further. The stronger the enemy, the greater the experience points. Today, I shall surely slay you three formidable birds. Furthermore, I intend to feast on roasted chicken today. Li Bufan chuckled heartily. It seemed the three fire phoenixes comprehended his words. Their eyes ablaze with furious flames. They formed a triangular formation, completely encircling Li Bufan, three torrents of blazing fire surging towards him from different directions. Excellent. Li Bufan gripped the Dragon Soul gun tightly and swept it horizontally with great force. The power of 3,000 inscriptions, the might of the celestial body, and the magical energy of the Unity realm erupted simultaneously, forming a swirling dragon shadow to fend off the flames. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as a massive fireball appeared in the sky. Within the fireball, Li Bufan, enduring the relentless searing flames, broke through with sheer tenacity. Shielded by his overwhelming aura, he thrust his gun into one of the fire phoenixes. The creature let out a shriek of pain. Yet Li Bufan could clearly see that the injury inflicted by his strike was rapidly healing amidst the flames. Before long, that fire phoenix had completely recovered. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this the power of the phoenix's rebirth? This fire phoenix truly embodies the bloodline of the phoenix. Although it does not possess the complete essence of rebirth, its self-healing abilities are unparalleled, far exceeding those of ordinary spiritual beasts and ferocious creatures. Remarkable indeed. No wonder it has survived being sealed and suppressed for so many years." Zhang Hen, Sheng Wanjing, and others gazed at Li Bufan engaged in fierce combat with the fire phoenix, their expressions grave. Beneath them, numerous soldiers were preparing their spells, poised to offer support at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the king of Chu, observing the scene from within the palace, let out a cold laugh. Dismissing the notion that a single individual could contend with three fire phoenixes as sheer folly. Yet, as the king of Chu. He remained oblivious to the fact that many citizens in the capital were watching the battle unfold in the sky, their faces alight with hope, yearning for Li Bufan to triumph and deliver them from peril. Chapter 83. Hou Yi slays the Fire Phoenix. First, become the great emperor, Li Bufan clashed fiercely with the Fire Phoenix. Although he had reached the Unity Realm and possessed the celestial tyrant body, the three Fire Phoenixes were pinnacle beings of the Unity Realm, endowed with the Phoenix bloodline. Even for formidable powers, subduing them would not be a simple task. Big Dipper 7 Stars Technique. Li Bufan soared into the sky, letting out a cold snort. The Sage Law was once again unleashed. In an instant, the heavens transformed into a shroud of night. Amidst the darkness, 7 brilliant stars erupted with dazzling radiance. They descended, enveloped in an overwhelming aura. The 7 stars locked onto one of the Fire Phoenixes, delivering a series of devastating blows. The power of the 7 stars could even shatter the grand formation of the capital. The Fire Phoenix that was struck let out a mournful wail, its body nearly bursting apart as torrents of blood gushed forth. The splattered blood, akin to molten lava, scorched the ground, creating deep craters. However, to Li Bufan's astonishment, the Fire Phoenix, which had endured the power of the 7 stars, plummeted from the sky, yet remained alive. As the flames raged, its breath gradually returned. At this moment, he should have struck to deliver the final blow and obliterate it completely, provided that the other 2 Fire Phoenixes did not intervene. Alas, such a scenario seemed implausible. Witnessing their companion grievously wounded, the other 2 Fire Phoenixes let out a furious roar and charged recklessly towards Li Bufan. He wielded his spear, deflecting a barrage of attacks, and then retrieved a restoration card. In an instant, his vitality surged back to its zenith, and his injuries swiftly mended. The Fire Phoenixes were taken aback. Could the adversary also achieve rebirth? Humph. Do they think they alone possess the gift of self-healing? With a cold huff, Li Bufan acknowledged that to slay the Fire Phoenix, a decisive blow was imperative. Yet, he currently lacked the power for such a strike. However, his limitations did not signify a lack of options. He invoked the art of summoning, and before long, his magical energy tore through the void, unleashing radiant divine light as figures emerged from the ether. The Mountain God, the Black and White Impermanence, the Giant Spirit God, the Guardian Deity. The summoned beings radiated divine brilliance, exuding overwhelming pressure. As Li Bufan's cultivation advanced, the strength of these summoned deities also amplified. Nevertheless, in the face of the Fire Phoenix, their expressions remained gravely serious. Hold them off for a moment. I shall summon a formidable ally, Li Bufan declared with a cold smile. Understood. The deities nodded slightly and charged towards the Fire Phoenix in unison. Zhang Hen and the others, witnessing Li Bufan's summoning of divine beings, were left utterly astonished. Can he truly summon as well? This fellow. How many hidden cards does he possess? Wait, Li Bufan. Summoning technique. Damn, I should have realized it sooner. He is the Li Bufan who is being sought after by the Panwu dynasty. Zhang Hen suddenly had an epiphany and slapped his thigh. The Panwu dynasty has spared no expense in offering a bounty for a young prodigy, and this matter has long spread across various regions, most notably in the Great Martial Land and the Great Wilderness. In other regions, it was merely a whisper. Thus, when they initially heard the name Li Bufan, they did not give it much thought. No wonder the Panwu dynasty has placed such a hefty bounty on Brother Li. With his innate talent and strength, once he fully matures, he will undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Panwu dynasty. Zhang Hen marveled. He had no intention of capturing Li Bufan to claim the reward. Firstly, their time spent together made it difficult for him to act against him. Secondly, he lacked the strength to do so. Thirdly, given Li Bufan's displayed talent and prowess, the Yuhua dynasty would surely take him under their wing. Attempting to capture him now would be tantamount to betraying the Yuhua dynasty. In the sky, the battle between the Divine and the Fire Phoenix grew increasingly intense. The heavens shimmered with divine light, flames danced, and thunderous roars echoed, as if the very sky were on the verge of collapse. Seizing the moment while the divine being bought him time, Li Bufan pushed his magical power to its utmost limit, gazing at the Fire Phoenix, which resembled 3 blazing suns, his eyes alight with fervor. The heavens reveal 9 suns. Hou Yi shall shoot them down. The great archer, Hou Yi, calls forth. Boom. A massive burst of golden light erupted in the void. Amidst the radiant glow, a formidable figure gradually emerged, an armored man with flowing black hair, wielding a crimson longbow. On his back hung a quiver containing 9 black arrows, each intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes. We summoned the great deity Ho-I to showcase his sun-shooting prowess and vanquish the fire phoenix, Li Bufan proclaimed with a respectful gesture. He marveled inwardly, sensing his own magical energy swiftly depleting. It was only upon reaching the Unity Realm that one could invoke a deity of Ho-Yi's caliber. Had it been before, even a mere phantom would have drained him of his strength. Ho-I, at your service, he intoned with an air of detachment. He then lifted his gaze towards the 3 fire phoenixes, his expression as serene as a placid lake, and drew 3 arrows from his quiver, positioning them upon his longbow. With a swift motion, he drew the string back. Boom! At that moment, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged wildly towards the bow. Ho-I radiated an infinite divine light, seemingly more resplendent than the sun itself. With eyes like lightning, he locked onto the fire phoenixes, and with a flick of his finger, released the bowstring, which erupted with a thunderous crack, reverberating through the air like a storm. In unison, the 3 arrows cleaved through the sky, leaving behind a golden trail, as if the very fabric of reality were being torn asunder. The 3 fire phoenixes sensed an unprecedented threat, letting out piercing cries as flames enveloped their bodies. The other deities were forcefully repelled by the sheer power. Yet it proved futile. The arrows pierced through the flames with astonishing ease, striking the heads of the fire phoenixes and impaling them. In that instant, all 3 heads of the fire phoenixes were simultaneously pierced by the arrows. Despite possessing the ability to self-heal, the fiery phoenix was felled in an instant by Ho-Yi's astonishing archery skills, plummeting from the sky and creating 3 massive craters upon impact with the ground. Immediately following the phoenix's demise, Li Bufan felt an unprecedented torrent of magical energy erupting within him, leading to a rapid enhancement of his cultivation. He ascended swiftly through the ranks, from the 4th layer of the harmonious Unity realm to the 5th, then to the 6th. Before long, he astonishingly leapt to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. The gap to true mastery seemed but a mere breath away. This experience is truly remarkable. Clenching his fists, Li Bufan reveled in the explosive power coursing through him, feeling confident that he could now strike down the phoenix with a single blow. Thank you, great Ho-I, he exclaimed respectfully, honoring these ancient deities from his past life. Ho-I nodded slightly, and the 3 arrows that had slain the phoenix autonomously returned to his quiver. Remarkable. They return on their own. Indeed impressive. Li Bufan marveled at the sight. After retrieving the arrows, Ho-Yi's figure transformed into shimmering light and dispersed. Oh, the great Ho-I remained so aloof. The giant spirit god spoke up. Observing these divine beings, Li Bufan felt that with his current magical prowess, he could sustain their existence in this realm. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, he could truly summon these ancient deities to exist permanently in this world? Seemingly perceiving Li Bufan's thoughts, the giant spirit god chuckled heartily. Indeed, you are correct, summoner. Deities can be summoned permanently. But what level of cultivation must one achieve? Li Bufan curiously inquired. First, become the great emperor. The giant spirit replied, then, along with other deities, transformed into specks of light and vanished. In their eyes, there lingered a sense of anticipation directed towards Li Bufan. Chapter 84. Zhao Feng recovers. The king of Chu seeks escape. Having resolved the crisis with the fire phoenix, Li Bufan's cultivation experienced a dramatic surge, reaching the pinnacle of the Unity realm. With such prowess, he stood but a single step away from becoming a formidable being. Within the entirety of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, indeed, even across the 10 lands, he was regarded as an extraordinarily explosive presence. Upon witnessing the demise of the fire phoenix, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Their gazes towards Li Bufan filled with profound reverence. The next course of action involved dealing with the Chu army. Observing Li Bufan's display of might, the Chu forces had effectively lost their will to resist, especially since even their king sought their demise. Before long, the Chu army surrendered. However, the whereabouts of the king of Chu remained unknown. Upon their arrival at the royal palace, they discovered only the corpses of several ministers, all slain by the king himself. Dispatch orders to seal off the entire city. It is imperative that we locate the king of Chu, Zhang Hen commanded with a piercing gaze. Additionally, send someone to the royal treasury to search for any medicinal herbs that might aid General Zhao's recovery, Shang Wanjing added. Swiftly, The gathered individuals dispersed to fulfill their tasks. Shortly thereafter, a soldier returned and reported, "General, the royal treasury has been completely emptied. No medicinal herbs were found." What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hen and Shang Wanjing's expressions darkened. It must be the work of the king of Chu. This scoundrel intends to escape with the treasury. Despicable. Without the precious elixir, would it not be impossible for Zhao Feng to be saved? There is no need to seek any treasures. At that moment, the accompanying military physician spoke calmly, holding a bowl containing a vivid crimson liquid that shimmered with a faint luminescence. "This is the blood of the fire phoenix." The 3 fire phoenixes slain by Captain Li Wan are rare mystical creatures, and their blood possesses greater efficacy than most medicinal treasures. This single bowl of blood is sufficient to restore General Zhao, the physician remarked, unable to contain his admiration as he gazed at the precious fluid. After years of practice, this was his first encounter with the blood of a phoenix. Zhang Hen and Shang Wanjing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the aid of the phoenix blood, Zhao Feng swiftly regained his strength. In the royal palace, atop a roof, Li Bufan sat cross-legged, diligently polishing the dragon soul spear. At that moment, Zhao Feng approached from behind, inhaled deeply, and expressed, "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would undoubtedly have perished this time." "Just treat me to a drink when you have the chance," Li Bufan replied nonchalantly, observing the soldiers below who were busily engaged in various tasks, some patrolling, others searching for remnants of the Chu army, some soothing the populace, and others clearing the battlefield. It seemed they would remain occupied for quite some time. The capital of the Chu kingdom has fallen, and the Great Chu is virtually extinguished. "What are your plans moving forward?" Li Bufan inquired. "Though the Great Chu is defeated, remnants still linger in various regions. Generally, we will receive orders from the capital to remain here until stability is restored before being recalled and replaced by others." Zhao Feng responded, "Is that so? You are destined to remain here for quite an extended period. It appears I must take my leave." Li Bufan spoke calmly. "Where to?" "Naturally, to a new battlefield." Li Bufan's gaze sharpened, revealing an eagerness to engage. "You truly are a battle fanatic," Zhao Feng remarked, shaking his head in resignation. Night fell. The bright moon hung high, and stars twinkled in abundance. Within the military camp of the royal capital, a bonfire blazed as countless soldiers gathered around. They engaged in animated discussions regarding the day's battle, particularly marveling at Li Bufan's remarkable performance. He single-handedly slayed 3 fire phoenixes. Captain Li's prowess is surely on par with several commanders, if not surpassing them. Indeed, Captain Li is astonishing. In this battle, he is the foremost contributor. I wonder what rewards His Majesty will bestow upon him. I suspect he may be directly appointed as a general. The crowd buzzed with speculation, all convinced that Li Bufan was on the verge of becoming a general. Remarkably, it had been less than a year since he enlisted. Transforming from a mere soldier to a general in such a brief span, a feat unprecedented in the annals of the Yuhua dynasty. Li Bufan could indeed be said to have etched his name in history. Meanwhile, on the eaves, Zhao Feng approached with 2 jars of wine and 2 sizzling, aromatic fire phoenix thighs. He tossed the thighs and the wine to Li Bufan. "Have a bite." "Very well." Li Bufan accepted the thigh, larger than himself, and tore off a substantial piece, savoring it with delight. He continued to devour several more bites. As the phoenix meat filled his stomach, a warm surge coursed through him. The limbs and body felt as though they were immersed in a warm spring, enveloped in a soothing warmth. The exhaustion from battle dissipated completely. The flesh of the phoenix was indeed extraordinary. Many within the military camp experienced a direct breakthrough in their cultivation after consuming this phoenix meat. And the phoenix blood had also been meticulously collected, Zhao Feng remarked. Although the treasures from the royal treasury were taken by King Chu upon breaching the capital, the 3 fire phoenixes were no trifling gains. "Have you not yet located King Chu?" Li Bufan inquired. "Not yet. This fellow is cleverly concealed. However, the entire city is under lockdown, and as long as he remains within the capital, he will inevitably be discovered," Zhao Feng replied with a cold smirk. "I fear he will not remain idle," Li Bufan responded. "That would be preferable. If he reveals himself, it would save us the trouble of searching for him." As they spoke, a sudden commotion erupted within the capital. A golden carriage was seen racing towards the city gates, drawn by several magnificent steeds, moving with astonishing speed. And an aura of terrifying magical energy surrounded it, causing chaos in its wake. "It is King Chu. He is attempting to escape," someone in the crowd shouted. The crowd quickly became on guard and rushed towards the golden carriage. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Capturing King Chu would be a monumental achievement. Haha, King Chu. Dreaming of escape, dozens of skilled warriors from the army sprang into action, toppling the carriage to the ground. Yet, to their astonishment, the carriage was empty. Where has King Chu gone? This is infuriating. If he is not in the carriage, then where could he be? As the crowd pondered in confusion, more carriages began to appear from various corners of the capital. Rushing towards the gates of the royal capital, one could not help but think, with so many carriages, the king of Chu must be hidden within one of them. Attempting to sow confusion? Not a single carriage shall be allowed to pass. Apprehend them all. The Black Feather Army swiftly sprang into action, guided by several skilled leaders, hastening to intercept the carriages. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, Zhang Hen, and Shang Wanjing also commenced their movements. As for Li Bufan, he surveyed the carriages, narrowing his eyes slightly before vanishing in a flash towards the first carriage attempting to breach the city gate. With the incoming carriages having been halted, a collective instinct led everyone to believe that the King of Chu was concealed within one of the other carriages, thus rendering the defenses here the weakest. Just as the crowd pursued the remaining carriages, a figure clad in a black robe cautiously approached the city gate, prompting the guarding soldiers to attempt to stop him. Suddenly, the figure in black surged forward, launching an attack on several of them. A crisis unfolded. In that moment, a long spear sliced through the air, positioning itself before the soldiers. The assailant in black was jolted back, his expression shifting as he beheld the spear. Li Bufan stepped forward, declaring, "King of Chu, surrender." Chapter 85. The 7 Transformations of the Golden Body, Divine Martial General King of Chu, yield at once. Li Bufan addressed the figure in black, who was none other than the King of Chu himself. The sudden appearance of the king caused a change in his countenance. While others pursued the carriages, why had Li Bufan chosen to remain here? Those carriages were merely a ruse to mislead and draw away the guards. Did he truly believe he could deceive everyone? Before me, all your tricks appear utterly ludicrous. Li Bufan scoffed with disdain. In truth, he was uncertain whether King Chu truly acted as he had surmised. He merely stood guard here, hoping for a stroke of luck. To his astonishment, he had indeed guessed correctly. Of course, he could not admit that his speculation was mere chance. Instead, he chose to provoke King Chu. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, the king's expression darkened to the point of seeming to drip with fury. "You shall pay dearly. You have breached my imperial formation, slain the fire phoenix, and brought ruin upon the foundation of my great Chu, leaving me a true, solitary wretch. I vow, I shall end your existence." King Chu bellowed. He ceased his evasions, unleashing his formidable power. He was, indeed, at the Unity Realm. He charged at Li Bufan with all his might. With a single punch, the air trembled and tempests swirled. The force of his strike radiated like countless blades, sharp and domineering. Yet, in the face of such lethal intent, Li Bufan neither retreated nor shied away, retaliating with a punch of his own, infused with the overwhelming aura of the celestial tyrant body. Boom! The two fists collided in a cataclysmic clash, causing the void to erupt. Then came a chilling scream. King Chu's fist cracked audibly, his finger bones shattered, followed by the complete destruction of both his forearm and upper arm. His body flew backward like a marionette severed from its strings, blood gushing uncontrollably. You. King Chu gazed at Li Bufan in terror. In a single move, merely one strike, and he had sustained such grievous injuries. Despite both being at the Unity Realm, the disparity was astonishing. "What do you mean, you?" Li Bufan retorted. "With your current state, claiming to be a king is simply absurd." Li Bufan stepped forward, positioning himself before his opponent. Without uttering a word, he placed a foot firmly upon the adversary's chest, pinning him down with relentless force. The opponent struggled in vain. But with a slight exertion, Li Bufan heard a sickening crack as the foe's sternum caved in. "How dare you? I shall fight back," roared King Chu, his eyes ablaze with fury, a crimson light erupting forth. His aura surged, revealing a secret technique that consumed his lifespan to augment his power. Observing this, Li Bufan swiftly thrust his spear, piercing through the opponent's skull, eliminating him before he could fully unleash his arcane skill. Pathetically weak. Even a king of the Unity Realm like Chu is no match for me. It seems only a formidable being could stand as my equal now, Li Bufan mused. Having slain King Chu, he acquired the 7 Transformations Golden Body technique. An esoteric method materialized in Li Buffon's mind, illuminating his thoughts. The 7 Transformations Golden Body Technique. This is a saintly art. Moreover, it is specifically designed for physical cultivation. Practitioners of physical cultivation are exceedingly rare in the 10 domains, let alone a technique of saintly caliber, one that could only be conceived by a true master of physical cultivation. With this newfound technique, I have yet another trump card, Li Buffon thought with a satisfied smile. Before long, Zhang Hen, Zhao Feng, and the others returned. It was needless to say that the carriage they intercepted could not possibly contain King Chu. Upon witnessing Li Buffon's triumph over the king, the group expressed their astonishment, realizing that Captain Li had indeed outpaced them. Indeed, it is only natural. Li Wanfo's wisdom is profound and inscrutable, effortlessly discerning the ruse of the king of Chu. Unlike us, who are left bewildered and ensnared. The merit of slaying a king far surpasses that of vanquishing generals. As the crowd gazed upon Li Buffon, some held admiration, while others felt envy. This young man, within less than a year, accomplished feats that many seasoned commanders might never achieve in a lifetime. In their hearts, a singular thought remained, truly remarkable. Time passed. 10 days had elapsed since Li Buffon's decisive blow against the king of Chu. Throughout this period, he dedicated himself to the cultivation of the 7 transformations of the golden body. Thanks to the system's direct infusion of knowledge, he progressed at an astonishing rate, far exceeding the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Despite lacking a foundation in physical training, he managed to advance to the 4th transformation of the golden body within just 10 days. Now, even without wielding magical power, he could effortlessly overpower any cultivator below the Unity realm solely through his physical prowess, an awe-inspiring feat. The 7 transformations of the golden body consist of 7 stages, with each transformation representing a significant elevation. Should one reach the 7th transformation, they would possess the strength to shatter celestial bodies,